A girl says, I'm 21 years old, 172 centimeters tall. I want to find a big brother who can protect me as a boyfriend. At least a special talent of blue quality or above. A reply, just recruited a blue quality dancer girl, little sister, I'll protect you. Another reply, dancer girl is useless, get lost. Another, holy crap, is this a transmigration? First scene directly becomes a county magistrate, finally, no more being a beast of burden, awesome. Ha ha ha, all those years of reading tomato novels weren't wasted, finally useful. Another, are you obsessed with novels? I suggest you uninstall tomato novels immediately. In this so-called game, I don't care who you are, let me go right now, this is a crime, you know. Believe it or not, I'll call the police right now. In the room, Han Yilin, who had just opened his eyes, stared at the continuously scrolling light screen in front of him, still dazed. Wasn't I just playing Delta Force in the internet cafe? Where did this bring me? Is this still the country? Damn. The African heart that just dropped the first one, and I haven't put it in the safe yet. In his confusion, Han Yilin noticed that there was a cross mark in the upper right corner of the translucent light screen. Moreover, as his gaze moved, a cursor moved to the cross mark. Can this be closed? Click the chat channel closed, and the light screen switched to the main interface. Welcome to the endless continent. Here, you will become a county magistrate. Around each county town, there are many resource sites scattered containing 4 basic resources: grain, wood, iron, or stone. Resource sites are graded from 1 to 9. The higher the grade, the harder it is to occupy, but also the more influence points and resource output you gain. You can recruit refugees, start from level 1 resource sites, develop, gradually build barracks, recruit armies, and expand your influence. Opportunities and dangers coexist. During expansion, along with danger, there will be many opportunities. Whether you become the supreme emperor or end up with a destroyed city and dead people, all depends on your choices. Note the novice protection period is 30 days. After it ends, rebel forces will attack. After reading, Han Yilin finally understood his current situation. Well, I never thought that a nationwide game like this would happen to me one day. And looking at this description, it's a bit like an SLG game. Resource sites are actually graded. 30 days of novice protection. I hope time is sufficient. As for the matter of transmigration, Han Yilin accepted it very calmly. After all, over the years he had read all kinds of tomato novels. Moreover, the information from the chat channel just now served as a foreshadowing. He moved his gaze to the middle of the prompt box, and with a thought clicked the confirm option. As the prompt box closed, a new pop-up appeared. Please enter the faction name county. Hint, once the faction name is confirmed, it cannot be changed. It will later be displayed on the leaderboard and server announcements. Naming. Han Yilin was a bit troubled. Unlike those who use the same ID for all social software and games, he had always resisted the task of naming things. He never knew what name to choose, especially with the prompt below very conspicuous. How about Qingshan County? After thinking for a long time, Han Yilin chose a very common name from various novels. As a result, as soon as he finished inputting and clicked confirm, a prompt popped up. This faction name is already taken, please re-enter. Han Yilin's mouth twitched. Good heavens, it's only been a short time since the start, and even a name like Qingshan County has been taken. He refused to believe it, and tried several common names. Linen County, this faction name is already taken, please re-enter. Heishan County, this faction name is already taken, please re-enter. Not cool, bro. After inputting several, Han Yilin was completely numb. Is this what it's like when billions of people transmigrate and name things together? He now even doubted whether the limited number of common Chinese characters would be enough for naming given the population of Daxia. Common names probably have no chance, so let's change. After hesitating for a while, suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. Before even inputting the name, Han Yilin laughed to himself. As a former member of the Blast Heaven gang, it's not too much to use this name now, right? Soon he input the name. This time no duplicate prompt appeared. The light screen flashed, and a brand new main screen interface appeared before him. Territory map, construction, military, trade, chat. The entire interface had a row of neatly arranged icons, somewhat like a game's function bar. He scanned them once, then started from the first icon, intending to first understand the various functions. Territory: Yilin County. Level 1 County Town Magistrate. Han Yilin. Population 0, money 0, food 100, soldiers 0, popular support 0, public security 0, influence points 0. A series of zeros made Han Yilin full of question marks, starting as a completely blank slate. And your county has 0 population. How am I supposed to develop? And you haven't even counted me in. Am I not a person? What am I? Am I a person or not? He continued complaining inwardly, but did not stop in action. With years of gaming experience, he knew very well how important the early progress was in a new game. First mover advantage. He must quickly familiarize himself with this so-called nationwide game, and then start developing. He exited the panel, then opened the map interface. As expected, the map was pitch black except for a bright area in the center around the county town and its surroundings. On the county town, there was a small label, Yilin County. As expected, all around is fog of war. I guess it will only be revealed after exploration. As for resource sites, Han Yilin took a rough look. The 4 types of resources were scattered quite evenly. There were many level 1 to 3 resource sites. As for higher level resource sites, he saw some, but they were spaced apart. Looks okay. Not too bad a location. In the past, Han Yilin had played many SLG games, and had seen many people who landed in some remote corners with few resource sites around, causing their development to lag behind. Then Han Yilin opened the construction interface. Inside, there were only 4 pitiful buildings, 2 of which were in a damaged state. City Lord's Mansion LV. 1 Porridge Shed LV. 1 City Wall LV. 0 damaged City Gate LV. 0 damaged. As Han Yilin's gaze moved, whenever he focused on a building, its function would be displayed beside it. City Lord's Mansion LV. 1 core building determines the upper limit of territory level. Can handle government affairs, appoint officials, and issue orders. Upgrade conditions with 3,000 stone, 1,500 copper coins, 10,000 population, reaches 1,000. Porridge Shed LV. 1 can consume 50 units of food to recruit 100 refugees, with a very low probability of recruiting special talents. Upgrade conditions would 100 stone, 100, food 100. After reading the description of the Porridge Shed, Han Yilin finally understood what the 100 units of food in his territory were for. It was essentially the game's starting capital used for players to recruit refugees, while also providing food security for the refugees in the early stage. As for the city gate and city wall, because they were damaged, the panel only showed the repair conditions. Apart from that, there were various buildings that could be constructed, but lacking resources, Han Yilin didn't look carefully and chose to exit the construction interface. Looking at the next few icons, the military and trade icons were both gray and could not be opened. Han Yilin guessed that a certain building needed to be constructed to unlock them. Finally, there was the chat channel. As expected, like other nationwide novels, it was divided into World Channel and Regional Channel. The former was empty, with the input box grayed out and unable to send messages. In contrast, the Regional Channel was filled with messages scrolling rapidly, too many to follow. Are you kidding me? Starting county in the desert surrounded by barren land. The nearest resource site is 800 li away. How am I supposed to develop? Desert is not bad. I'm on a cliff and I haven't complained. Cliff is easy to defend and hard to attack, bro. By the way, this nationwide magistrate game, there's no starting talent or something, right? Probably not. I've been exploring for a while and haven't found any related options. Good that there isn't. Indeed, at least everyone starts on the same line. I'm afraid of starting talent. Draw some S rank, some F rank. Those with bad talent can't play at all. Although there is no talent, it still depends on luck. I just recruited the first batch of refugees, and there was a blue quality general extremely fierce in combat. Not fair. Why are all my recruits old, weak, sick, and disabled? More than half have no labor ability. I'm considering whether to exile the useless ones. Don't. Trust me, bro. After I exiled the old people, popular support went directly negative. In the regional channel, there was also a bracket showing the number 10,000. This channel of 10,000 people had messages scrolling so fast that Han Yilin couldn't keep up. Everyone was exchanging information frantically in chaos, fear, and excitement. Han Yilin tried it, and found that he could use voice input to convert directly to text and send it in the channel. Next to it, there was a plus sign that could be used to send images, videos, etc. At that moment, a message appeared that silenced the entire chat channel for a moment. Dear male players, I am Lu Rushua, a graduate student from Wuhan University. I propose that all male players should unconditionally help female magistrates. Because female players are naturally at a disadvantage and male players enjoy gender dividends, I suggest that female players establish a mutual aid alliance, and at the same time demand that all male players in this region each donate 30 of their resources unconditionally to support female magistrates. Without a doubt, when this message appeared, the entire chat channel, after a brief moment of silence, instantly exploded into chaos. Holy crap, this fist could probably shatter the Great Tao. What idiot is this? We're in a national game, and you're still talking about boxing. I'm a male player and I think this sister has a point. It is indeed difficult for girls at the start, so we should help them more. I'm still your father, shut your dog mouth. Soon the channel fell into a chaotic war of words. Finding it unbearable, Han Yilin silently exited the channel, then returned to the construction interface and opened the City Lord's Mansion. There he saw the option recruit refugees. Consume 50 units of grain to recruit refugees. Without hesitation, Han Yilin selected yes. However, the refugees were not recruited directly. With a flicker of the light screen, a new prompt box appeared on the original recruitment interface. Watch an ad to improve the quality of this batch of refugees. After watching, there will be a high probability of special talents appearing. Current available views, 33. Seeing this prompt, Han Yilin almost sprayed his drink, momentarily thinking he was seeing things. Ads. Who would understand my family? There are actually ads in a national game. Before, whether playing mobile games or opening any app, I was always bombarded with all kinds of ads. Ads that double rewards, ads for free resurrection, ads to claim top-tier generals. And the most annoying of all, clicking one app and a shopping platform pops up. Han Yilin never dreamed that even in the world of a national county magistrate game, there would still be ads. Capitalism. You win. But then again, the reward was too tempting to refuse. Watch. With a grit of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, Han Yilin directly chose to watch. The next second the scene on the light screen changed drastically. A sturdy man in golden armor, holding a long saber, stood on the city wall and roared at the sky. Hello everyone, I'm Jia Jiahui. If you're a brother, come and slash me. Start with the city, equip it all by looting. Log in to get a divine general, sign in to receive a beauty login for 7 consecutive days to claim a peerless warrior. Besides the ad content, there was a countdown in the top right corner of the light screen: 30s, 29s, 28s. Seeing this, Han Yilin really couldn't hold it together anymore. The ad content, the golden light effects all over the screen. The vibe was too strong. But thinking of the special talents he might recruit, after watching, Han Yilin took a deep breath and endured. I can endure, can't I? It's only 30 seconds. For the sake of special talents, what's a little humiliation? Finally the ad ended, and the screen switched back to the recruitment interface. Ad watch successful. The quality of this batch of refugees has been improved. Recruiting refugees. Recruitment successful. You have obtained 99 ordinary refugees. You have obtained 1 blue special talent. As the prompts appeared when Han Yilin moved his gaze over, the information of each refugee popped up. However, most of the ordinary refugees had gray and white names. Each person's attribute panel was pitifully low, most in single digits, with a few young and strong having attributes at most only around 10. Looking around, Han Yilin quickly noticed the difference. The refugees with gray names were mostly the old, weak, sick, and disabled. In other words, they were people without labor capacity. On the contrary, the refugees with white names were the young and strong women aged between 18 and 50. The most eye-catching was naturally the only one with a blue name, the special talent. Name: Zhang Dashan. Quality: blue. Occupation: blacksmith. Force: 11. Command: 2 politics, 3 strategy, 4 charisma, 18 skill, 44 skills. Forge iron, repair weapons, make farm tools. Seeing this, Han Yilin understood that so-called special talents were people with a certain high attribute who were more helpful to the development of the force compared to ordinary refugees. However, just as Han Yilin was about to click confirm, the prompt to watch an ad appeared again. Watch another ad to refresh the quality of this batch of refugees. After watching, the probability of high-quality talents in this batch of recruits will continue to increase. Current available views: 23. Han Yilin. It can continue. True, in most mobile games you can watch several ads in a row and stack rewards. At the same time, a question arose in Han Yilin's mind. That question was whether this ad could only be seen by himself or by all other players as well. But for now, this was obviously not the time to investigate. After some thought, a blue-quality blacksmith was certainly important for current development, but since there was a better option, why not pursue it? Continue. The screen switched again. This time the ad was even more absurd. A man in ragged clothes knelt on the ground, his face full of grief and indignation. I was a frontier general framed by treacherous officials, my wife and children scattered. The next second the man suddenly picked up a golden spear. The voiceover suddenly became impassioned: 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. Log in today to claim a soulmate and 1,000,000 troops. Rule the chaotic world, become king today. Han Yilin watched expressionlessly, though internally he was going crazy with complaints. The 30 seconds passed in a flash. Ad watch successful. The quality of this batch of refugees has been improved. Recruiting refugees. Recruitment successful. You have obtained 99 ordinary refugees. You have obtained 1 purple special talent. Seeing the prompt, Han Yilin wore an expression of "I knew it." So this is purple talent. Don't stop, keep going. Play the next ad. The light screen instantly switched. This time a young man in ragged clothes knelt on the ground, and the woman in front of him said with a face full of disgust, "You useless thing, you're not even worthy of being a son-in-law of the Liu family now. Get out of the Liu family from today." The next moment the young man suddenly stood up, his face cold. "Fine, you said it. Don't regret it." Behind him, countless black-clad figures emerged, kneeling on one knee and shouting in unison, "The 3-year period has come. Welcome the Dragon King's return." The Dragon King in the ad hadn't even tilted his mouth yet, but Han Yilin's mouth was already crooked first. I can't take it anymore. What are these ads? Is there not a single normal one? Complaining while still watching intently, the result was that the Dragon King in the ad had just tilted his mouth when the 30 seconds ended and the screen cut back to the recruitment interface. Han Yilin muttered to himself, "I kind of didn't get enough of it, what now?" But he was just saying it casually. No matter how satisfying the crooked-mouthed Dragon King's plot was, it couldn't compare to a golden legend. His attention quickly returned to the recruitment interface. This time, compared to before, 1 person in the refugee list was extremely eye-catching. Name: Cheng Murou. Quality: gold. Occupation: general. Force: 97. Command: 62. Politics: 49. Strategy: 63. Charisma: 98. Skills: 16 skills. Break formation: fight to the death, uproot willows. Golden legend. As he stared at the panel before him, Han Yilin's eyes suddenly widened and his breathing grew rapid. Quick, confirm the recruitment. You're the one. Gold quality, and with a martial power of 97, this value was nearly at the cap, infinitely close to red quality. Moreover, judging from the information revealed in the chat channel just now, most people haven't even recruited a single special talent. This is a heavenly hand start for me. At this moment the light screen flickered slightly. Recruitment successful. You have obtained common refugees 99. You have obtained gold special talent 1 tip. The refugees have arrived outside the city. Please my lord settle them as soon as possible. With the prompt fading, the recruitment interface also closed. Han Yilin didn't dawdle. He immediately went out to settle the refugees. After turning off the system light screen, only then did he notice his current surroundings. The so-called city lord's mansion was less a residence and more a dilapidated courtyard barely able to provide shelter from the wind and rain. Half of the courtyard wall had collapsed, weeds grew in the gaps of the blue bricks, the pillars were covered in mottled marks, and several window papers were already tattered, rustling loudly when the wind blew. Even so, compared to outside the mansion, it was at least a place where people could live. Because when Han Yilin stepped out of his residence, the county town before his eyes was a scene of utter devastation. Houses had collapsed, the roads were littered with rubble and rotten wood, and many places had charred wall foundations. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single intact building. The entire city was lifeless, rendering Han Yilin speechless. This is called a county town. It's clearly a ruin. No wonder there's not a single person. The key point is, on top of this, in a month they'll have to face bandit attacks. This nationwide game for ordinary players is directly held difficulty from the start. Crossing the street, he soon arrived at the city gate. Outside the city, many refugees had gathered, all ragged and gaunt, exactly 100 in number, both men and women. Seeing Han Yilin approach, the crowd stirred. An elderly man looking somewhat advanced in years tottered forward and knelt down. Your humble subject pays respects to the county magistrate. As he knelt, the refugees behind him also knelt one after another. Please magistrate, take us in. We were originally refugees from the north. Our village was burned by bandits and we had no way to survive, so we fled all the way here. We only asked the magistrate for a meal and we will serve you. Looking at the fear and numbness in their eyes, Han Yilin realized that this seemed not to be a simple game. These so-called NPCs were all living, breathing people, not cold numbers in a game. Hearing this, many repeatedly expressed their gratitude, and faint sobbing could be heard from the crowd. As the refugees began entering the city one after another, Han Yilin's gaze swept quickly through the crowd, searching for the golden legend. However, to Han Yilin's surprise, after scanning the whole circle, he didn't see the imagined burly tiger-backed bare-waisted general who looked like a one-man army. That shouldn't be right. Han Yilin was puzzled. These refugees are all gaunt and sallow. Shouldn't a general with a martial power of 97 stand out like a crane among chickens? Did I miss something? Just as he was puzzled, suddenly Han Yilin's gaze halted because on a figure that had just entered the city, a golden name flashed. At that moment, Han Yilin noticed that the general he had just recruited had a feminine name, Cheng Murou. Wow, a woman. That was a young woman. She looked no more than 20 years old, wearing a light-colored dress washed white, with a slender figure, delicate shoulders, and very refined features. However, due to the long journey of escape, her complexion was somewhat pale. Looking at her, the woman had soft features and gentle eyes and brows. In fact, because she was too slender, she seemed like the one who needed the most protection standing among the crowd. This scene stunned Han Yilin. See. In disbelief, he quickly glanced at the attribute panel, looking at the martial power number several times before confirming that he hadn't misread it. This girl, 97 martial power. Is there a decimal point missing in between? On the other side, Cheng Murou, who was about to enter the city, noticed Han Yilin's gaze and slowly stepped forward to bow. Your humble servant, Cheng Murou, pays respects to the magistrate. Her voice was very soft, and with her gentle, delicate appearance, Han Yilin doubted that she could even fight. He suspected that if he punched her, she might cry. Swallowing his saliva, Han Yilin couldn't help but ask, you are a military general? Cheng Murou was slightly startled, then nodded somewhat sheepishly. Sort of. My father used to be an escort guard, and I learned some martial arts from him since childhood. Learned some martial arts. Han Yilin glanced again at her martial power of 97. You call this learning some martial arts? Then what about those who practice all their lives? Radio gymnastics. Han Yilin now truly suspected that the game's modeling was flawed. With such slender arms and legs, how could she have 97 martial power? Seeing that Han Yilin hadn't spoken for a while, Cheng Murou thought she had said something wrong and became a bit nervous. Magistrate, is there something improper about me? Han Yilin snapped out of it and quickly shook his head. No, I just didn't expect that you, looking so delicate, could be a military general. Cheng Murou's cheeks flushed slightly and she lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm making a fool of myself before you. I really don't look like a martial artist. Not just unlike. It's like Lin Daiyu uprooting a willow tree. Han Yilin even suspected that this game was made by AI. Suppressing his shock, Han Yilin asked, whether you look like one or not doesn't matter. But now the county is in ruins and needs rebuilding. I wonder if you would be willing to stay and serve me at. As his words fell, a trace of sadness flashed in Cheng Murou's autumn-like eyes, but quickly disappeared. Finally, she bowed gracefully and said, I have been fleeing all the way here and have nowhere to go. Your willingness to take us in is already a great kindness. If you do not reject me, Murou is willing to stay in Jiayin County and await your commands. Unlike the previous refugees, when Cheng Murou finished speaking, the system light screen suddenly popped up. Gold talent Cheng Murou has joined your territory. Cheng Murou's loyalty 65 tip loyalty is affected by factors such as treatment, appointment, rewards, military achievements, and territory development. After the recruitment, Han Yilin cast his gaze upon the map. Weedy Farmland, LV. 1. Type Food Resource Land. Defenders Wild Boar 3. Daily output after occupation Food 5. Occupation Power Value 5. Dry Woodland LV. 1. Type Timber Resource Land. Defenders Wild Wolf 2. Daily output after occupation Timber 5. Occupation Power Value 5. Rocky Slope LV. 1. Type Stone Resource Land. Defenders Wild Dog 4. Daily output after occupation Stone 5. Occupation Power Value 5. Looking at the scattered level, 1 resource lands around him, Han Yilin's face was full of disdain. A daily output of only 5 units. Are they trying to feed beggars? Of course, he was also aware that these so-called level 1 resource lands were merely a starting point for beginners, as evidenced by the fact that all defenders were wild beasts. Those refugees, though lacking combat prowess, were numerous enough to easily drive away these beasts. In other words, if following the normal development process, one would inevitably start from these level 1 resource lands, stabilize resource output, then build barracks to occupy higher level resource lands. But the problem was, Han Yilin was not inclined to follow the normal start now. Glancing at Cheng Murou beside him, he felt that starting from level 1 lands would be somewhat wasteful. It feels like bullying wild dogs. With this thought, Han Yilin's gaze swept again, and right at his doorstep, he spotted a level 2 resource land, its name color shifting from white to green. Abandoned Woodland LV. 2. Type Timber Resource Land. Defenders Bandits 8. Daily output after occupation Timber 30. Occupation Power Value 30. Looking at the defender column, he murmured, so it's changed from beasts to bandits. Though he felt no issue, Han Yilin still inquired, Murou, I want to start directly from a level 2 resource land. Can you handle a few bandits? Cheng Murou nodded gently. If it's just 8 ordinary bandits, it should be no trouble. Han Yilin continued, how many people do you need? No need. Cheng Murou shook her head. Murou will go alone, that will suffice. You alone, eh? Are you sure? Han Yilin was stunned for a moment. He knew Cheng Murou was highly skilled in martial arts, but as the old saying goes, even the strongest fists cannot withstand 4 hands, let alone 8 bandits, not 8 wild dogs. Cheng Murou's expression turned serious, and she said softly, my lord, rest assured. If they are ordinary bandits, Murou can handle them alone. On the contrary, those refugees are untrained. If they come along and encounter bandits, casualties could easily occur. Then Murou would have to both fight and protect them, which would be more troublesome. That was true. Han Yilin also understood that those refugees were not regular troops. Going together might even hold him back. Alright then. But be extremely careful. If things go wrong, retreat immediately. Hearing Han Yilin's concerned instructions, Cheng Murou's pretty face flushed slightly. My lord, rest assured. Murou understands. Ding. Cheng Murou's loyalty 5. The sudden prompt made Han Yilin pause. What's going on? I didn't do anything special. Did a casual word of concern increase loyalty? Then your loyalty is too easy to earn. Without dwelling further on loyalty, he opened the main interface and selected the attack target on the map. Do you dispatch a general to occupy LV 2 resource land, abandoned woodland? Do you confirm? Confirm. After the prompt, Cheng Murou bowed to Han Yilin, then left the county town alone, heading toward the abandoned woodland. For some reason, watching Cheng Murou's slender figure walking alone out of the city, Han Yilin suddenly felt a sense of guilt, as if he was sending a delicate girl to the battlefield. But then he thought of her nearly maxed combat stats. Han Yilin could only keep reassuring himself not to overthink. Before long, a battle report appeared with a system prompt. Cheng Murou is attacking LV 2 resource land, abandoned woodland. Encountered defenders bandits 8. Han Yilin's spirits lifted, and he immediately opened the battle report, ready to observe the situation. However, just as the report unfolded, before he could examine it closely, new prompts popped up consecutively. Cheng Murou killed bandits 8. Occupation successful. You have successfully occupied LV 2 resource land, abandoned woodland. Power value 30. Do you wish to dispatch personnel to the woodland? Maximum deployable personnel 10. Staring at the already concluded battle report, Han Yilin stood frozen, his mind completely blank. It's over. Damn, did the whole battle last 2 seconds? I just opened the report and you're telling me it's already finished. Han Yilin couldn't help but curse. He suddenly felt his imagination was lacking. After all, he simply couldn't fathom how a slender, soft-spoken girl like Cheng Murou could dispatch 8 bandits in 2 seconds. Is this the value of a gold-tier character? It seems attacking level 2 lands was too conservative. As he spoke, Han Yilin didn't forget to send personnel. After clicking confirm, 10 refugees set out toward the woodland, and in the resource column, timber output changed from 0 to 30. Soon Cheng Murou returned. Her clothes were spotless, not even a speck of dust on her dress. If not for the system prompt, Han Yilin would have suspected she had just gone for a stroll. My lord, the target has been taken. Cheng Murou spoke softly, her tone so casual that it gave no hint she had just annihilated 8 bandits in an instant. Murou. Han Yilin hesitated, speaking haltingly. My lord, do you have confidence in level 3 lands? Cheng Murou pondered for a moment. If it's just ordinary bandits, there's no difficulty. Even level 4 or level 5 lands, Murou can capture them. Are you sure? Solo clearing a level 5 land. Han Yilin quickly checked the map. The defenders of nearby level 5 lands were still bandits, but their numbers were all above 500. Don't joke. If something goes wrong, it could be fatal. If you get hurt, I'd be devastated. But Cheng Murou showed no sign of jesting. My lord, these mountain bandits and roving outlaws may seem numerous, but they are not imperial regulars. They lack orderly formations and military discipline. Once the leader is killed, the rest will be terrified and scatter. If they were regular troops, Murou would not dare to be overconfident. But if they are merely bandits and outlaws, Murou can try. This confident reply truly tempted Han Yilin. After all, a level 2 land produced only 30 units daily, while a level 5 land directly increased tenfold, yielding 300 units per day. Occupying a level 5 land on the first day of development, Han Yilin could hardly imagine how satisfying that would be. Of course, the defenders exceeding 500 were no pushovers. Though tempted, Han Yilin preferred to be conservative rather than risk Cheng Murou's safety. If he lost Cheng Murou just for a resource land, it would be a huge loss. Forget the level 5 land. Going alone is too dangerous. I'm worried about you. How about trying a level 4 land first? If you encounter danger, retreat immediately without hesitation. A resource land is nothing, and we can take it later. You must not get hurt. Cheng Murou lowered her eyes slightly and replied softly, Murou understands. With her affirmative answer, Han Yilin opened the expedition interface. This time he chose a level 4 farmland. Wild wheat field LV 4. Type food resource point. Garrison bandits 120, elite bandits 18, bandit chieftains 3. Daily output after occupation, food 150. Occupation power value 150. Gazing at the garrison list, Han Yilin could not help but feel a pang of apprehension. Even with such formidable combat prowess, who could guarantee a clean escape when facing over 100 defenders, let alone routing them? Such a garrison lineup on the very first day of the game would surely intimidate 99% of players. Not to mention ordinary refugees. Even if a player was lucky enough to recruit a blue-tier general, they would hardly dare to touch a level 4 resource point this early. Now, after hesitating for a long while, Han Yilin finally gritted his teeth and made the decision, emboldened by Cheng Murou's confident gaze. Rest assured, my lord. Murou will return shortly. Cheng Murou bowed to Han Yilin, then left the city alone. Watching her retreating figure, Han Yilin's heart was filled with undeniable tension. No matter how confident Cheng Murou seemed, Han Yilin could not fully relax. He opened the map and tracked her every move. The moment she reached the destination, he immediately clicked on the battle report. Soon a prompt appeared. Cheng Murou is attacking LV 4 resource point, wild wheat field. Encountered garrison bandits 120, elite bandits 18, bandit chieftains 3. At this moment, Han Yilin's heart leaped into his throat, fearing that Cheng Murou might meet with misfortune. Yet before he could dwell on it, the battle report began to refresh rapidly. Cheng Murou killed bandit chieftain 1, a garrison morale drops. Cheng Murou killed bandit 7. Cheng Murou killed bandits 11. Cheng Murou killed bandit chieftain 2, garrison falls into chaos. Remaining bandits' morale collapses, they begin to flee. Occupation successful. You have successfully occupied LV 4 resource point, wild wheat field. Power value 150. Do you wish to send personnel to the wheat field? Maximum number of personnel 10. Han Yilin. Just like that. Sis, isn't your combat power a bit too absurd? Originally, Han Yilin had expected a fierce battle, perhaps even with Cheng Murou in danger. But to his surprise, the entire battle lasted less than 2 minutes, and it was over. Is this even human? Han Yilin's mind went blank. Finally, he blurted out, awesome. Not long after Cheng Murou returned. After what he had just witnessed, Han Yilin no longer dared to underestimate this young lady's combat prowess. When she suggested that level 5 ground was also feasible, he immediately agreed. Then, spotting a level 5 forest not far from the county, Han Yilin unhesitatingly chose to send troops. Among the surrounding resource points, Han Yilin had already noticed that level 5 and level 6 resource points marked a watershed. Beyond that, the garrison of level 6 resource points consisted of bandits formed by retired soldiers. Though still bandits, their combat power far exceeded ordinary mountain bandits and was comparable to regular troops. As for level 7 to level 8 and level 9 resource points, the garrisons were all regular troops. Either imperial forces or local separatist factions numbering in the thousands or even tens of thousands. In short, the difficulty gap between the two tiers was immense. Conversely, the garrison of level 5 ground remained mountain bandits, seemingly numerous, but essentially a disorderly mob. As long as one eliminated the leaders as Cheng Murou had just done, the rest would naturally scatter. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Cheng Murou had already arrived. Cheng Murou is attacking LV 5 Resource Point Black Pine Forest. Encountered Garrison Mountain Bandits 430, Elite Mountain Bandits 42, Mountain Bandit Chieftains 5, Mountain Bandit Leader 1. As expected, the subsequent battle reports showed Cheng Murou once again employing a decapitation tactic. After killing the leader, the garrison's morale collapsed, and she took the level 5 ground without a fight. Simple, brutal, efficient. You have successfully occupied LV 5 Resource Point Black Pine Forest. Power value 300. Do you wish to send personnel to the forest? Maximum number of personnel 20. Han Yilin unhesitatingly chose to send personnel. As a result, the number of dispatched members had already reached 40. Meanwhile, the resource output had become with 330, food 150. The power value had reached 480, a figure that on the first day of the game was utterly crushing compared to other players. Just as Han Yilin was pondering which resource point to attack next, 3 striking server-wide announcements appeared in the global chat channel. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Zhejiang County for being the first force in the server to successfully occupy a LV 5 resource point. Reward food 300, wood 300, stone 300, copper coins 1000. The announcement repeated 3 times, flooding the screens of all players. The regional chat channel, which had been scrolling rapidly, fell into a unanimous silence at this moment. Then it erupted. Bro, what did I just see? Someone has already taken a level 5 ground. Level 5 on landing. Are you running a max red lineup? Are you cheating? Holy crap, I'm reporting. Someone is hacking. Does this guy have a system? I barely managed to take a level 1 ground, and even then a wolf killed one of my men. And you're telling me someone has already taken a level 5 ground? What the hell is Zhejiang County? Did the Biwang transmigrate too? Is it possible that they recruited a high-quality general? A level 5 ground has hundreds of defenders. Your high-quality general is going to single-handedly take on 500. He'd be exhausted to death. My mind is blown, brothers. I just took a level 2 ground with over 20 casualties, and this guy is on level 5 from the start. How can we even play? Without a doubt, the moment the announcement popped up, all players across the entire endless continent were utterly stunned. After all, from the start until now, at most an hour or 2 had passed. The vast majority were still attacking level 1 territories, and even those lucky enough to recruit special talents were at most hitting level 2 territories. But now suddenly an announcement tells you that someone has opened a level 5 territory. How many people could keep their inner peace? Even Han Yilin himself was somewhat surprised that the first level 5 territory capture came with a server announcement. Originally in the resource list, aside from grain, all other resources were empty. Even if he took the level 5 territory, now the yield wouldn't come until the next day. Han Yilin was pondering which territory to attack next. Now a wave of rewards instantly provided the resources needed for construction. Han Yilin first set the next target for Cheng Murou in the expedition list, then opened the construction interface. Residential houses, barracks, drill grounds, stables, security posts. His gaze swept quickly over the buildable structures. In the end, Han Yilin decided to prioritize residential houses. The reason was simple: each residential house increased the maximum population of the county by 10. If he forcibly recruited refugees beyond the limit, the excess would be left on the streets. According to the description, at that point a large amount of popular support would be lost every day, and health would also be affected. It was like in the game Age of Empires. At the start, you always build houses first to increase the population cap of your territory. Han Yilin did not hesitate. Build. After confirming, the screen entered construction mode, and a top-down view of the entire county appeared on the light screen. At the same time, it was divided into countless square grids. Can I choose the building location myself? That's quite convenient. After pondering for a moment, Han Yilin finally selected 6 consecutive grids at the end of a street east of the city. That meant building 6 residential houses. When the confirmation was pressed, 10 refugees immediately began moving toward the target location to start construction. In this regard, it was similar to a game. The player didn't need to actively arrange tasks. At the same time, an advertisement prompt appeared before Han Yilin. Han Yilin's eyelids twitched. There's an ad again. Could this really be my golden finger? Watch. Without any hesitation, the ad appeared. In the scene, a small figure resembling Jamozi wandered around an empty space, surrounded by rotating swords that kept clashing with others. 30 seconds later, the ad ended. Then, following the prompts, Han Yilin assigned 40 refugees to the 2 newly occupied resource sites. Thus, there were still 7 laborers left in the territory, and the remaining 3 were elderly, without labor capacity. Moreover, after the rice field was occupied, the influence value successfully broke through 1080, triggering another server announcement as expected. The announcement repeated 3 times, directly flooding everyone's chat channel. For a moment, wails arose everywhere. The entire channel was filled with envy, jealousy, and covetous voices. How many level 5 territories did he take? At least 3 or more, maybe even more. I'm so jealous. What do I do? I only have 6 level 1 territories, and I just tried to take a level 2 but failed. Lost over a dozen refugees. That shouldn't be the case. A level 2 territory only has 7 or 8 people. You take dozens and still can't beat it. You have to consider whether these refugees have any combat capability. They don't even have decent weapons. Unless you command well, or have a general leading the charge, casualties won't be low. They said no talent, everyone starts on the same line. How come someone is cheating? Damn, my mindset is broken. Just 1,000 influence, look at you all freaking out. It's average, I can only say really average. Bro, you sound pretty salty too. The messages scrolled by in a blur. Clearly everyone was severely rattled by this announcement. After all, the nationwide game had only been open half a day, the first day wasn't even over. Yet someone had already broken 1,000 influence, clearly having several level 5 territories. This kind of tiered lead, who wouldn't be red-eyed? For a moment, in all regional channels regardless of language, similar voices filled the air. Some suspected Han Yilin was cheating or had a system, while others guessed he had recruited a high-quality general. But no matter the voices, they couldn't spoil Han Yilin's excellent mood. Comfortable. There are rewards too. Let me see what this blue blueprint is about. With a thought, he collected the reward from the mail, and a blue blueprint appeared in his hand. Han Yilin slowly unrolled it. Related content: Eagle Eye Watchtower, blue construction cost, wood 100 stone, 350 construction time, 3 hours, effect greatly increases the field of view around the territory, detecting enemy forces approaching the territory in advance. Good stuff. Han Yilin's eyes lit up instantly. On the map, the surroundings were a patch of black fog. In such an environment, he dared not go out, but with the watchtower, the problem would be completely solved. Especially in the later stages, with sufficient resources, he could build watchtowers all around the territory, ensuring full coverage with no defensive vulnerabilities. Of course, the most gratifying thing at the moment was that his current resources were just enough to build one. Earlier, the first level 5 territory capture had rewarded a batch of resources. Then building the residential houses consumed 300 units of wood and 120 units of stone. Just now another wave of rewards came. Han Yilin glanced at his territory resources with 200 units stone, 380 units. Enough. Build it now. No sooner said than done. Han Yilin opened the construction interface, selected the watchtower, and placed it outside the east gate of the county. As for the other 3 directions, he would fill them in later. Moreover, because most of the refugees were assigned to various resource sites, only 7 refugees were idle. After some thought, Han Yilin set the watchtower as the priority construction. Thus the watchtower had 10 people building it, while the residential houses were left with only 7, slightly slowing down their progress. But it was a minor issue. It would definitely be finished before nightfall. In contrast, the pitch-black surroundings of the territory made Han Yilin feel very insecure. When everything was set, and he finally clicked confirm, an ad viewing option popped up as expected. Watch. As soon as Han Yilin spoke, the light screen before him instantly went black. Then an extremely exaggerated voiceover suddenly blasted, start with a patch of barren land grain by hand. In the scene, a ragged little figure squatted by the ridge holding a few shriveled rice grains in both hands, crying with snot streaming down. Village chief, we're starving. The next second the camera zoomed in. A burly man with a full beard descended from the sky, brandishing a golden hoe, and roared to the heavens. Starving. It's because you don't know how to farm. Brothers tap, once grain multiplies tenfold. With that he smashed the hoe into the ground. Boom. The entire barren field instantly burst into golden light. On the originally withered soil, rice began sprouting like crazy. Food 99. Food 999. Food 9,999. Several little figures pushed carts, frantically collecting grain, and the numbers in the granary skyrocketed. Then the scene shifted again. The villagers who had been starving with green eyes were now wolfing down bowls of rice. The voiceover sounded again. Others farm, depending on the weather. You farm 1 second, warehouse full. Log in and get a divine hoe. 7-day login gives you a village beauty. As the words fell, a seductively dressed woman walked out slowly, her face full of shyness. Master, there's too much grain. Let your servant help you eat it. Seeing this, Han Yilin's mouth twitched violently. A succubus in the village. Your game looks so sketchy. Damn, why can't I click? I want the village beauty, but it won't give her to me. Finally, the countdown ended. The light screen returned to the construction interface. Then he looked at the resource list. Staring at the 550 units of grain reserves, he was just thinking about whether to recruit another wave of refugees when the icon of the regional channel started flashing wildly, indicating an incoming message. What's going on? Someone is ING me. Han Yilin was puzzled, but he reopened the chat channel. The first thing he saw was a string of messages. Lu Rushua Han Yilin Jiayin County, is your county right? I just checked the regional members and found that Jiayin County is your territory. Han Yilin furrowed his brows. This name was deeply etched in his memory. Just after his transmigration, this person had started attacking others in the channel. Unexpectedly, she was now ing him. Glancing over, Han Yilin quickly noticed that beside the regional channel there was indeed a member list. Inside, he could see the basic information of all players in the current region. For example, player names, their affiliated county current power value, and so on. However, specific details like troop numbers, population, and resources were not displayed. In other words, after the global server announcement, Lu Rushua had seen his name in the regional list. No wonder this woman had come knocking. At this moment in the channel, many players also noticed this and began flooding the screen. Holy shit. We're in the same region as the Big Shot. Big Shot, how did you break through 1,000 power value? Worship the Big Shot. Please let me latch onto your leg. Can you reveal if you recruited gold or red special talents? Admit it, you have a system, right? Damn, I'm so pissed. I thought there were no talents at the start, and everyone was on equal footing, but it's the same old story. The channel was flooded with messages one after another. However, Lu Rushua seemed indifferent to these and continued, ing Han Yilin to speak. Han Yilin, since Jiayin County is your territory, I hope you will step forward and take on the responsibility befitting a man. As they say, with great power comes great responsibility. You just received the system reward, and I hope you will shoulder that responsibility, not only thinking about your own development, but also knowing how to help others. Therefore, on behalf of the female players, I hope you can contribute half of your resources to support the female county magistrates in this region who are struggling at the start. As soon as these words were spoken, the channel erupted into a storm. Wow, she's not even pretending anymore, blatantly starting to rob. Great. With great power comes great responsibility. Why don't you talk about gender equality now? Opening your mouth, it's all about the vulnerable group. I think this sister is right. We female players are inherently disadvantaged. Besides, he has so many resources. Ooh, what's the harm in sharing a little? Exactly, what's the big deal about sharing a little, eh? Yes, so what? I support Sister Lu. The strong helping the weak is only right. Han Yilin is already the top in the server. Giving half his resources won't kill him, but many sisters truly can't survive. If Han Yilin refuses, it shows he has no sense of responsibility. Even if such a person develops, he will only become a tyrant oppressing female players. Overall, the voices in the channel were divided into two camps. One camp was mocking and sarcastic, believing Lu Rushua was simply robbing. The other camp supported her. Without even thinking, one could guess their nature. It made Han Yilin so angry he laughed. Good heavens. All they talk about is responsibility and obligation, saying it all so grandly, but when translated, it's just two words: give money. No, it's even more outrageous than asking for money. When normal people borrow money regardless of whether they pay it back, at least they humble themselves and speak in a pleading tone. But now Lu Rushua's attitude was completely standing on the moral high ground, distributing his resources. Where did this idiot come from? Why doesn't the list show coordinates? Han Yilin, laughing in anger, glanced at the member list and quickly locked onto Lu Rushua. Unfortunately, the coordinates were not displayed. Otherwise, after recruiting troops, he would definitely pay a visit to see if she could still be so arrogant and rob when his army was at her gates. It was one thing when she was attacking in the channel before, which had nothing to do with him. But now, just because of a global server announcement that rewarded some resources, this woman started to get overbearing. Han Yilin grew angrier the more he thought. Open-mindedness. Not happening. Keeping curses in my heart only makes it dirty. So I must let them out to cleanse my heart. Then Han Yilin began typing. Are you out of your fucking mind? Opening your mouth to rob right here? Am I your father? You just throw up your hands and bark here. Don't you have hands and feet yourself? Can't you collect resources? Do I owe you something? Idiots still think you're the meta. The old version's tactics don't work on me. After cursing, Han Yilin felt completely relieved and much lighter. However, the regional channel was a different scene. The Big Shot appears. This guy doesn't hold back at all. That was fucking satisfying. Who says humanity has no emperor? One punch and Rian Emperor's brains are out. Her name is Lu Rushua, not Rian Emperor, ha. To be honest, I'm also a female player, but this game doesn't require female players to charge into battle. It's just commanding refugees to gather resources. Anyway, don't let Lu Rushua represent me. I can't afford to lose face. Sister, you're absolutely right. This is the kind of woman who holds up half the sky. Meanwhile, in a territory called Nzun County, the streets were full of devastation with no sign of anyone. Clearly, since the transmigration, the county magistrate here had not yet started recruiting refugees. In the county office, a dark-skinned, short, fat woman with glasses was glaring at the light screen before her. Her already rough face now twisted with ferocity. Obviously, Lu Rushua had never expected that Han Yilin would not only refuse to share resources, but also dare to curse her. More importantly, so many people in the channel were speaking up for Han Yilin. Among them were many female players who jumped out to say that she didn't represent them. Bitch. All of you are unawakened bitches. I was clearly fighting for your interests, and you're taking the man's side. Lu Rushue's chest heaved violently with rage. Then, gnashing her teeth, she opened the channel and began typing furiously. Han Yilin, don't change the subject. I proposed resource sharing for the survival of all female players in this region, not for myself. As the first player in the entire server to break 1,000 power value, you must have several level 5 territories by now. What's wrong with asking you to give half your resources to help the weak? And not only did you refuse to help, but you also insulted female players. People like you are inherently selfish, cold-blooded, and lacking empathy. A selfish man like you doesn't deserve to have so many resources. This time Han Yilin replied, quickly typing at lightning speed. Laughing my ass off. I'm not worthy, are you? Do you have the keys? Keys to what? Opening your mouth to rob. Have you even collected a single unit of resource since the start? You just shamelessly beg here, right? Lu Rushue saw these messages trembling with rage, but she still refused to admit defeat. She immediately replied with righteous indignation, so what? I speak for the vulnerable. What wrong have I done? I didn't recruit refugees because I spent my time on more important matters. Han Yilin, don't think that just because you're temporarily ahead you can insult others. I'm telling you, this is discrimination against women. So what really made Han Yilin laugh? He never expected that even in a world of universal transmigration gaming there could still be someone so delusional. He had seen the messages in the chat channel. It turned out that most women were normal. Many female players in the channel expressed disgust at Lu Rushue's behavior. Everyone was busy chopping trees and reclaiming land. No one had time for moral coercion here. Everyone had just transmigrated and was in the reclamation phase. Time was precious and everyone was racing to develop. Yet Lu Rushue did nothing, immediately started robbing and claimed to represent all female players. This behavior of fiercely chopping trees while others are left out in the sun was also condemned by normal female players. Indeed, many female players in the channel spoke up saying it had nothing to do with them. These messages made Lu Rushue even angrier, and she felt even more betrayed. She had worked so hard to speak up just to fight for more rights for female players, yet these bitches not only didn't help, but also backstabbed her. Just as she was thinking about how to win over those who supported her, Han Yilin's critical hit arrived. Laughable. Can you stop begging here? With a fat face and big ears you sit in the county office, not recruiting refugees, not cultivating wasteland, not collecting resources, and all you do is accuse others of lacking responsibility. I think in real life you must be fat and ugly, ignored by everyone, full of inferiority, so you're here seeking attention, right? If you have any ability, develop your county instead of begging here. After these words were sent, the regional channel fell silent for a moment. Then the screen was filled with ha 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 laughter. Holy shit, he's on fire. That mouth is too vicious. A fat face and big ears sitting in the county office. The image is vivid. In Vzun County, Lu Rushue stared fixedly at the light screen. Especially when she saw the words fat face and big ears, her face instantly flushed red. Because it was true. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharp knife. For instance, if you said the same thing to a slim girl, she would just find it funny. But unfortunately, having her weakness exposed, Lu Rushue, who was already on the verge of exploding, instantly broke down mentally and let out a piercing defensive scream. Han Yilin. You despicable man. I will not let you off. A shrill scream pierced through the chat channel once again, eliciting bursts of boisterous laughter. Lu Rushue's meltdown had at least granted Han Yilin's ears some much-needed peace. No one would bother mentioning him now. He closed the channel and turned to the territory panel. Territory: Jiayin County. Level Tier 1 County Town. County Magistrate Han Yilin. Population 100. Treasury 1000. Grain 550. Soldiers 0. Public sentiment 39. Law and order 60. Power value 1080. Comparing this to the initial data, a complete transformation had occurred. Breaking through the 1000 mark in power value had granted Han Yilin a system reward. However, his gaze lingered on the public sentiment figure. The initial number had not been particularly high. Drawing from his years of experience in strategy games, Han Yilin speculated that if public sentiment dropped too low, the refugees might flee or even rebel. Though this was merely a guess, he wasn't entirely certain how things would unfold. Still, he felt that the first month served as a new player protection period during which nothing catastrophic should occur. Before then, he would simply focus on constructing civilian housing. With that settled, Han Yilin turned his attention to the top of the panel. Like a game interface, it displayed the list of territorial resources along with information on production and consumption. Wood 100 daily 330. Stone 30 daily 0. Iron or 0 daily 300. Grain 550 daily 398. Resource sites: Tier 2 land 1 tier, 4 land 1 tier, 5 land 3. The list showed the current reserves and daily production of 4 basic resources along with the quantity of resource sites within the territory. Among these 4 resources, wood and stone primarily serve construction purposes. Iron ore was used for forging weapons and armor, while grain, well, that hardly needed explanation. Suddenly Han Yilin's eyes narrowed. This grain output number doesn't add up. With this question in mind, he shifted his gaze. Upon seeing the detailed breakdown, Han Yilin realized this was the figure after subtracting daily consumption. Thinking about the rebel attack 30 days hence, their current development speed would undoubtedly leave them far more prepared than other players. As long as they didn't act recklessly, held their ground, continued seizing resource sites, and started constructing barracks to mass-produce troops, forget merely defending the city. With Cheng Murou's bonuses, Han Yilin felt they could even push back and assault the rebel stronghold. Of course, this was merely a current assessment. After all, no one could predict the scale of the rebel forces 30 days from now. At this moment, Cheng Murou, who had just returned from her campaign, made her way back to the county. You're back. How did everything go? In the southwestern direction, I just spotted a tier 5 iron mine. You. Halfway through his words, Han Yilin suddenly stopped, for he noticed that compared to before, Cheng Murou was no longer displaying that relaxed, composed demeanor. On her delicate face, her complexion was somewhat pallid and her robes still bore traces of bloodstains. In an instant, Han Yilin's expression shifted. He hastily stepped forward and asked with concern, "Are you hurt? How bad is it? Didn't I tell you to retreat immediately if the situation turned unfavorable?" As he spoke, Han Yilin began examining her injuries. His sudden attentiveness left Cheng Murou slightly stunned. Particularly when she saw his face full of worry, a faint blush actually appeared on her pale cheeks. "My lord, Murou is uninjured. This blood is not mine. It's just that I traversed several resource sites today and clashed with those mountain bandits and roving outlaws, so I'm rather exhausted." Ding. Cheng Murou's loyalty 10. Han Yilin paid no heed to the sudden system notification. Instead, upon hearing she wasn't injured, he exhaled in relief while feeling a pang of regret in his heart. Indeed, no matter how strong Cheng Murou was, she wasn't made of iron. Earlier, he had been too preoccupied with checking resource sites' power values and server-wide announcements. For a moment, he had actually forgotten that a general going to war could also become exhausted. Moreover, throughout this entire day, it had always been Cheng Murou acting alone, having to face swarms of mountain bandits and roving outlaws. After making trip after trip, how could she possibly not be depleted? My apologies. I was too impatient. Just now I was only thinking about continuing to seize resource sites, and I failed to notice your fatigue. This unexpected apology left Cheng Murou somewhat overwhelmed. She quickly shook her head. "Please don't do this, my lord. There's no need for such words. Since Murou has been taken in by my lord, I ought to serve my lord faithfully. Besides, it's merely some weariness, nothing serious." She spoke earnestly, yet that very appearance was hardly convincing. Being naturally slender in build and now extremely pale-faced, if one didn't know about her terrifying martial prowess and someone else happened upon this sight, they might have mistaken her for a fragile Miss Lin. Serious or not is not for you to decide. Go rest now. That is an order. Han Yilin spoke with absolute firmness, giving her no room to argue. Compared to Tier 5 land's resources were indeed tempting. However, weighing the two, it was clear that Cheng Murou's condition took priority. Yet facing this seemingly rigid command, Cheng Murou attempted to explain, "My lord, actually, I could still." "Could is not an option." Han Yilin cut her off directly. "There will be plenty of time to capture resource sites later. This one can wait. Look at your face right now. It's so pale. What are you still planning to fight? Be good now and get some rest." Cheng Murou bit her lips softly before finally nodding lightly. "Murou obeys my lord's command." However, while it was called rest, at present the civilian houses hadn't even been built yet. Furthermore, these were all 10-person dormitories with crowds of refugees squeezed inside. Han Yilin simply couldn't bear to let Cheng Murou suffer through that. In the end, he let her rest on his own bed for a while. As for Han Yilin himself, he found a chair and sat down. Ding. Cheng Murou's loyalty 10. It rose again. These consecutive notifications made it impossible for Han Yilin not to notice. He glanced at Cheng Murou's loyalty value, which had already risen from the initial 65 to 90. This increase is too easy, isn't it? I barely did anything. Just showed some concern. Surely it can't be that simple. Scratching his head in puzzlement, Han Yilin decided not to dwell too deeply on this matter. Instead, he opened the territory panel. Examining the population and the current severe labor shortage, after some deliberation, he figured that since they weren't lacking grain at this stage anyway, why not recruit more refugees? He opened the porridge shed and found the option to recruit refugees, then clicked confirm. However, a prompt immediately appeared. Porridge shed, only one recruitment allowed per day. Han Yilin. What does this mean? Only one recruitment per day? Does that mean I need to upgrade the porridge shed first? For a moment, he felt a pang of regret. Why had he hoarded resources to build that watchtower instead of upgrading the porridge shed? Unable to recruit, and with nothing else to do, Han Yilin opened the chat channel to pass the time. "Brothers, how far have you progressed? Have you successfully opened the 3rd level? Open the 3rd? Are you kidding me? You can't even take the 2nd level territory. At this stage, unless you have a general, there's no way to take the 3rd level territory. Don't even mention it. I have a buddy who recruited a green quality general among the refugees. Even though his strength is only 37, he can easily take on 10 ordinary bandits. Damn, is that for real? Why would I lie to you? My buddy has already opened the 3rd level. But unfortunately, the general has a stamina limit. Each expedition consumes 20 points. Otherwise, he'd still be fighting. There's actually a stamina limit. It's better that way. Otherwise, those with generals would take off immediately, just farming high-level resource territories like crazy. That's true. But the problem is, even with the limit, some people still manage to open the 5th level right after landing. I wonder how many 5th level territories the big shot from Jiayin County has now. Judging by the power value, it seems like at most 3. If it were 4, the value would be more than 1080. Damn, I really want to know how he took the 5th level territory. Isn't the big shot in the same region as us? Can't he come out and explain? Han Yilin never expected that as soon as he entered, he would see people discussing the 5th level territory. At the same time, he gleaned several key pieces of information from their chat. First, the general's stamina limit. He hadn't noticed it earlier. After discovering it, he glanced at Cheng Murou's panel and saw a number related to stamina at the very bottom. The maximum value is 100, and now it's 17. Only after seeing the number did Han Yilin realize why Cheng Murou's face was so full of exhaustion. Second, most players' progress was still stuck on 1st level territory. But upon reflection, it made sense. The defenders of the 2nd level territory, though only 7 or 8 bandits, were armed with weapons and extremely fierce. Ordinary refugees, even in large numbers, could not gain any advantage. Even if they forced an attack, they would only suffer heavy losses not worth the cost. Comparing his own progress, Han Yilin suddenly felt like when he used to play Shui Tuji Bin. The feeling of a maxed out account versus a newbie in the S1 season landing. While others were still studying how to take 2nd level territory with minimal casualties, he had already taken several 5th level territories in a row. How to put it? Then he opened the input box. Actually, logically speaking, keeping a low profile and developing silently was the way to go. After all, making a fortune quietly was the safest choice. But the problem was, in a lifetime, who could truly never show off? Especially when a group of people were guessing about your achievements, calling you big shot cheater has a system. That feeling was like someone had set up a stage for showing off, and even rolled out a red carpet for you. If you didn't step up and take a stroll, you'd be letting down the atmosphere. In an instant, Han Yilin's lips curled up uncontrollably. No help for it. Showing off is the ladder of humanity. No matter one's identity, as long as one is human, it's hard to escape the pleasure of showing off. For example, those classic quotes, a small goal, I'm not interested in money, I have face blindness, I don't know if she's pretty. These times have already proven that human beings essentially love showing off. As the saying goes, wealth without returning home is like wearing fine clothes in the night. Thus, in the chat channel a moment ago, other players were still discussing their progress and talking about the difficulty of the 5th level territory and how to take it. The next second, Han Yilin's message was sent. 5th level territory. Isn't that just a piece of cake? Could it be that there are still people who haven't opened the 5th level? As soon as these 2 lines were sent, the channel, which had been buzzing with discussion, suddenly fell silent. Then the first to appear were voices of doubt. 5th level territory with hands. How can you be so awesome? Look at you. The moment this message was sent, the same person spoke again. But then again, the big shot is indeed awesome. When you say it's a piece of cake, I can't argue. Below this message, others finally caught on, and for a moment the screen was full of question marks. Damn. The big shot appears. Hey buddy, are you even speaking human language? What do you mean by a piece of cake? This is so insulting, wah. But it's just a 5th level territory, what's there to show off? Do you think I'll be jealous? Yes, that's right, I really am jealous. So mad, what to do? Take a blue pill, and then slap him through the screen. Big shot, can you reveal whether the defenders of the 5th level territory are tough? I can now take 3rd level territory without losses. Can I go for 4th and 5th? Big shot, teach me how to open the 5th level. I'm dying of poverty, lacking all resources. Method. Seeing many people asking him for a guide, Han Yilin had no intention of hiding it for no other reason than that he was benevolent enough. Actually, it's very simple. First, recruit a general who is awesome enough, the kind that can defeat 10,000 enemies, then click on expedition. The channel, which had been full of big shot calls, instantly erupted in curses. Fine, so this is your guide, huh? Truly, hearing your words is like hearing your words. How is this guide any different from saying nothing? If I could recruit a general who can defeat 10,000, would I still be begging here? Bastard, you deserve to die. This is like someone teaching you how to become the world's richest person. Step 1, first make 100 million. Look at you all, is this proper? The big shot kindly shared his guide, and you're all mocking him. Isn't this guide correct? I suggest engraving this sentence into the beginner tutorial. The feeling of showing off, it has to be said, was really satisfying. See, his lips had already curled up with no intention of pressing down. However, Han Yilin didn't stay in there for long, because the watchtower had already been built. The Eagle Eye watchtower was completed. Exiting the chat channel, Han Yilin immediately opened the map. To his surprise, a large area in the eastern part of the county, previously shrouded in the fog of war, had now been illuminated. Various resource points were now clearly visible. Not only that, but within the newly revealed area, Han Yilin also spotted the marker of a village. In the center of the marker was a conspicuous question mark. Huh, what's this? Curious, Han Yilin shifted his gaze toward it. Soon a line of information emerged. Abandoned village. Status explorable. Danger level novice white. Possible rewards grain, timber, stone, unknown items. Tip: explorable areas differ from resource points and require the county magistrate to personally lead an investigation. Seeing this, Han Yilin's eyes lit up. Now this feels right. In the early stages of an all-people game, how could it be just about farming in silence? Resource points have arrived, and it's only novice difficulty, clearly a beginner's welfare. As for having to go personally, Han Yilin glanced guiltily at Cheng Murou. She looked back at the right moment. My lord, what is it? Han Yilin coughed awkwardly. Well, how's your rest? I've just discovered an explorable area, novice difficulty. I was thinking of checking it out. After speaking, he glanced at Cheng Murou's expression again. But you've expended a lot of energy. If you're still tired, we can rest first. It's not urgent. We can go tomorrow. Cheng Murou gently shook her head. It's nothing serious. If my lord wishes to go, Murou can accompany you as a guard. Are you sure you're not pushing yourself too hard? Not at all. Besides, novice difficulty means there shouldn't be any danger. As long as there's no fighting, it's actually restful for me. Then, shall we go? Let's move. Let's not waste time. Better to return before dark. The abandoned village was not far from the county seat. With Cheng Murou by his side, Han Yilin felt completely safe. Without delay, the two headed straight out of the city. Stepping out of the county with great enthusiasm, Han Yilin finally got a clear view of the landscape outside Yilin County. As far as the eye could see, there were wild grasses and rubble everywhere. The dirt road in the distance was pitted and uneven, with charred tree stumps lining both sides. Occasionally, a few crows perched on withered branches, letting out piercing cries. The air still carried a faint smell of scorching. Clearly, this place hadn't been abandoned recently. It had been ravaged by war, draining all life from it. Han Yilin frowned. No wonder this wretched county started with zero population. I wonder if other players have the same beginning. Continuing forward, Han Yilin could see on the map a small green dot moving southeast. Obviously, that dot represented himself. Before long, the outline of the village came into view. Calling it a village was generous. It was already a pile of ruins. The wooden sign at the village entrance lay on the ground, burned to half its length. Several thatched huts had collapsed, their walls blackened, roofs reduced to a few crooked beams. When the wind blew, ashes swirled and hit their faces. Han Yilin had chosen not to bring any other refugees, partly to avoid slowing down the exploration and partly because novice difficulty was meant for newcomers, essentially risk-free. Even if danger did arise, Cheng Murou was right there enough to ensure his safety. The two entered the village single file. The village was small, about 30 to 50 households. Most of the houses had been burned down, leaving only blackened walls and collapsed beams. In some yards, overturned water vats, broken pottery jars, and half-charred wooden doors could still be seen. Han Yilin led Cheng Murou deeper inside. Soon in the first house, he spotted a few old grain sacks stacked in a corner. As he approached and touched them, a system prompt appeared. Obtained grain 6. Then the grain sacks flickered briefly and vanished. Han Yilin's eyes brightened. The resources found can be directly sent to the warehouse. I need to thoroughly strip this place bare. Energized, he began searching house by house. In the second house, the door was still wide open. Han Yilin stepped inside to find the room thick with dust. A broken wooden cabinet leaned against the wall, scattered pottery jars lay on the floor, and a half-burned wooden table sat nearby. He first rummaged through the cabinet, empty. Then he kicked the pottery jar at his feet. With a crisp shatter, some millet spilled out. A prompt appeared. Obtained grain 2. Next, he pulled open a drawer. The first had nothing, the second contained a few scattered copper coins. Obtained copper coins 6. You know, this actually feels like playing a tomb raiding game. Intrigued, he immediately turned into a scavenger, starting a sweeping spree. He flipped cabinets, kicked jars, opened boxes, and left no corner untouched, even lifting bedboards to check for hidden items. Though each haul was small, after searching several houses, it added up to a decent amount. Obtained timber 11. Obtained grain 5. Obtained copper coins 15. In no time, he had scoured 2 rows of houses. When he reached the end of the village, he found a house that was noticeably more imposing than the others. 2 stories tall, with a copper lock on the courtyard gate. This place. Could this be the village head's residence? Han Yilin glanced up at the courtyard before him. Compared to the dilapidated huts they had passed earlier, this one was clearly far more intact. With years of gaming experience, the more distinctive the house, the better the loot, especially when a lock hung at the entrance. Han Yilin approached the courtyard gate and tugged at the brass padlock. The lock was heavily rusted, yet held fast. He instinctively glanced at Cheng Murou beside him. Murou, can you pick locks? Cheng Murou examined the brass lock carefully, then gave a slight nod. I know a little. Han Yilin's face lit up with delight. Then it's up to you. Cheng Murou acknowledged and stepped forward. Then she raised her foot. Thud. With a dull impact, the courtyard door and the brass lock were kicked open in one stroke. Han Yilin. After a long silence, he looked at Cheng Murou, his expression unreadable. You call that lock-picking? What a straightforward approach to picking a lock. Cheng Murou seemed to sense Han Yilin's bewilderment and quickly explained, the lock has rusted shut. Using a key would actually be more troublesome. Han Yilin's lips twitched. Never mind. It's fine. Very efficient. Saying that, he walked into the courtyard first. Weeds grew thickly throughout the courtyard with a few broken jars tucked in the corners. Han Yilin was now fully immersed in the task, eager to search anything he could reach. He kicked open a broken jar first. Rustling OBTX3, he then lifted a wooden plank near the wall. Obtained firewood X8. Stepping into the room, he discovered a string of copper coins in the drawer. Obtained copper coins X112. Not bad. This wealthy household really is different. Han Yilin watched the prompts keep popping up, his lips barely able to stop curling upward. Satisfying. The ordinary homes they had searched earlier yielded only 2 or 3 resources each, but this large courtyard was clearly starting to drop better loot. Though nothing seemed particularly impressive on its own, the sheer volume made up for it. Every time he rummaged here or kicked something, their resources flowed into his storage like water. Throughout the whole process, Han Yilin was like a swarm of locusts passing through, leaving not a single blade of grass standing. Even rats would weep at the devastation. Soon the first floor was thoroughly searched. Han Yilin turned his attention to the stairs leading to the second floor. The wooden steps were already somewhat rotten, creaking underfoot. Cheng Murou stepped ahead first. My lord, let me check upstairs first. Han Yilin did not try to show off, simply nodded and stepped back. After climbing to the second floor, Cheng Murou quickly scanned the area, confirmed there were no dangers, then called out, My lord, you may come up. Han Yilin followed her up. The second floor was not spacious. A bedroom on one side, and what appeared to be a small storage room on the other. True to form, Han Yilin searched everywhere he could. Obtained copper coins X16, obtained grain X9, obtained firewood X7. The items were few but still counted as extra gains. Just as he was about to leave, the corner of his eye caught something. A small black wooden box sitting in the corner of the storage room. If he had not specifically looked, he would have easily missed it. Could there be a treasure chest to open? Step by step he approached. Almost the moment Han Yilin drew near, the light screen automatically popped up. Discovered ordinary treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Han Yilin's eyes lit up. Open it. The next moment, the familiar prompt box appeared again. Would you like to watch an advertisement to double your exploration rewards this time? Seeing this prompt, Han Yilin immediately laughed. You truly know how to exploit my weakness. I simply cannot skip this ad. The advertisement showed a woman holding a phone, her face twisted in despair. Oh no, my phone storage is full again. Looks like I need to get a new phone. The next second, the scene cut to her happily unboxing a new phone. But then she looked at the old phone on the table and grew troubled again. Everyone's buying new ones now. What should we do with the old ones? Suddenly a friend popped up and spoke rapidly. Just use Chuan Chuan to recycle the old ones. The scene shifted and the woman picked up an old phone, waving it toward the camera. For instance, my iPhone 13 fetched over 2,000 from Chuan Chuan. Chuan Chuan provides professional device inspection services. Han Yilin's eyes darkened as he watched, unable to hold back his roar. I'm opening a chest in a global game, and you're pushing old phone recycling to me. Do I look like someone who even has a phone? Has your advertising already reached another world? Chuan Chuan, I declare you've won. You're incredible, seriously. Han Yilin truly wanted to ask what absurd advertisements his golden finger could possibly play next. System, I just want to know, how much ad revenue have you collected? This 30 seconds felt particularly agonizing. In the past, when browsing videos and encountering similar ads, he would either swipe away immediately or fast forward. But now he had no choice but to endure it to the end. Advertisement watched successfully. Treasure chest opening. You obtained grain X200, you obtained firewood X200, you obtained iron or X200, you obtained copper coins X400, you obtained lifestyle talent recruitment, token blue. Seeing the last line, Han Yilin's eyes instantly brightened. There's actually a recruitment token. However, when he noticed the restriction to lifestyle professions, his eyes immediately filled with distaste. Never mind. It can still recruit a special talent, so that ad wasn't completely wasted. Putting away the scroll, Han Yilin was about to stand up when he discovered something else. A beast skin scroll was pressed beneath it. There's more. He had thought the recruitment token was already the finest reward from this chest. Unexpectedly, something was tucked beneath the box. System, why didn't you give me a prompt just now? With questions in mind, Han Yilin picked up the beast skin scroll. The moment he unfurled it, the system prompt appeared. Discovered damaged beast skin map. Would you like to use it? A map, eh? Han Yilin raised an eyebrow, examining the beast skin more closely. It indeed looked unlike an ordinary item. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. The beast skin map in his hands dissolved into a faint glow and merged with the map interface. The fog covering the area south of the village began to slowly dissipate, revealing a new marker on the map. Abandoned hunter camp status exploitable danger level common blue possible rewards grain copper coins weapons armor special items. Another explorable area. Is this some kind of nesting doll? Moreover, it was only of ordinary difficulty. The text displayed was entirely in blue. In the ranking system, this belonged to the third tier. Above it only purple, gold, and red remained. This put Han Yilin in a quandary. The abandoned village they had just seen was white. Entry-level difficulty, purely a welfare resource point for newcomers. But this was different. Blue difficulty was absolutely not something a beginner could afford to touch. And on top of that he would have to go himself. If they encountered danger, wasn't that game over? For a moment Han Yilin's expression grew slightly helplessly. It was false to say he wasn't tempted. Blue-tier explorable areas would surely hold many valuable resources. But at this stage it was simply impossible to go. Beside him Cheng Murou seemed to sense his helplessness and asked softly, "My lord, are you worried about danger?" "Exactly." Han Yilin nodded. "I have no troops with me now. What if danger arises?" Hearing this, Cheng Murou pressed her lips together lightly. She did not boast immediately, but instead looked silently at Han Yilin. After a long while she spoke softly, "If my lord truly wishes to go, Murou will protect your safety." "Stop it." Han Yilin pursed his lips. "With just the two of us and no idea how many enemies we'll face. Plus you've been working hard all day. How could I risk dragging you into danger for mere resources?" Seeing Han Yilin's worried expression, Cheng Murou hesitated for a moment, then boldly reached out and grasped one of his fingers. Her voice remained soft. "There is no need to worry. Murou will surely ensure your safety." "Oh well." The soft warmth against his fingertips made Han Yilin freeze instantly. He never expected this seemingly gentle girl who spoke so softly to suddenly act so boldly. Han Yilin opened his mouth intending to say something more. But after that he found himself inexplicably turning his hand around and grasping Cheng Murou's slender fingers. The silky smoothness against his palm made him realize this was inappropriate, and he quickly let go. Cheng Murou's delicate face flushed slightly, her eyelids lowering as her fingertips curled gently. She looked up and continued softly, "My lord, dusk approaches. If we do not leave now it will be too late." Seeing how proactive she had become, refusing further would only appear hypocritical. Han Yilin took a deep breath and stood up abruptly. "Fine, let's go." Saying that he grabbed Cheng Murou's arm and headed toward the newly discovered location. The target was located behind the village, a stretch of forest that did not belong to any resource zone. As they walked deeper in, the light gradually dimmed. Throughout this process Han Yilin kept his attention fixed on the map. To be honest, it was false to say he was not nervous. He had only just transmigrated into this world that morning. Although he held the title of county magistrate, he had not a single soldier under his command. At this stage most players were likely still struggling to secure second-tier resource lands, while he was already exploring uncharted areas of ordinary difficulty. Tell me, isn't this a bit premature? It's only the first day. I'm actually thinking of coming to a place like this. Glancing at Cheng Murou beside him, his nervousness eased somewhat. I do feel quite secure, though there's a hint of freeloading. But so what? My doctor always said my stomach was weak and advised me to eat soft rice. Besides, since we've come this far, there's no reason to turn back now. One had to admit her exquisite and stunning face paired with the faint smile at the corners of her lips created such extraordinary beauty that Han Yilin's heartbeat quickened. Perhaps he had been staring too long enough for Cheng Murou's face to flush red. "My lord, please stop looking." Her voice remained soft with no hint of blame, but being caught in the act still made Han Yilin hastily turn away. "Ahem, I was just observing the surroundings. Don't misunderstand." The excuse was so flimsy that even Han Yilin himself found it absurd. Fortunately, someone came to his rescue at the critical moment. Cheng Murou, who had been somewhat shy, suddenly stopped walking, her expression turning alert. Han Yilin was startled. "What is it?" Cheng Murou did not turn around, but tilted her head slightly to listen, whispering, "Someone ahead." Han Yilin's heart tightened immediately. "Someone." He instinctively lightened his steps and followed Cheng Murou's gaze. Not far away within the forest, a dilapidated campsite could be faintly made out. Several wooden houses had partially collapsed, surrounded by worn beast skin racks and wooden stakes. Clearly a former hunter's resting place. But now it was obviously occupied by someone else. Just then a commotion of footsteps rang out ahead. 40 or 50 figures emerged from around the camp, blocking their path. Each carried weapons, their faces fierce, their gazes upon Han Yilin and Cheng Murou, filled with greed and ill intent. Han Yilin looked over quickly. Almost immediately names appeared above these people's heads. The vast majority were white and green except for the burly man leading them, whose name glowed blue. Bandit leader Zhao Deki. Seeing this, Han Yilin finally had a clearer understanding of the difficulty rating for uncharted areas. At this moment, Zhao Deki stepped forward, a broadsword in hand. His gaze swept over the two of them before lingering on Cheng Murou. Well, who would have thought to find such a lovely young lady in this dump of a forest? He grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. Such delicate skin, absolutely adorable. Behind him the others erupted into raucous laughter. Boss, this young lady is not bad. She's genuinely beautiful. Boss, just kidnap her and make her Urbergand queen, haha. Don't be ridiculous. If she becomes our boss's wife, how will the rest of us get any benefit? Boss, I'd like to queue up. Hearing his men's words, Zhao Deki sneered cruelly. Alright, when have I ever shortchanged you? However, this time forget about lining up. Such a gorgeous young lady must be taken back to serve as our boss's wife. Saying that, he slung his broadsword over his shoulder and sneered. Boy, hand over your money and scram while you still can. As for this young lady. Zhao Deki's grin grew increasingly lewd, his feet unconsciously edging closer. Before Han Yilin could speak, Cheng Murou, who had been radiating warmth, suddenly turned icy. Staring at the approaching Zhao Deki, she spat directly at him. Spit. The saliva landed squarely on his face. Zhao Deki's expression froze instantly. He wiped the saliva from his cheek, his eyes darkening. But soon he grinned again. Only this time the smile was far more disgusting. You spit on me. What is this, a gift for me? You foul woman. Don't refuse a good offer. The moment his words fell, his smile vanished completely. Next second, he thrust his hand forward, reaching straight for Cheng Murou's chest. However, the instant his hand moved, Cheng Murou acted first, raising her foot and striking squarely into Zhao Deki's chest. Thud. A dull sound echoed. Zhao Deki's massive body was launched backward as though struck by a charging wild ox. He flew through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily into a tree behind him. Crack! The tree trunk shuddered violently. Zhao Deki fell to the ground, his broadsword flying from his grasp. At that moment, an eerie silence fell across the clearing. The bandits, who had been laughing cruelly, now stared with wide eyes, their grins completely frozen. Even Han Yilin's eyelid twitched. Good lord. So this is what a martial value of 97 looks like. His gaze couldn't help but drift to Cheng Murou's legs, thinking to himself, her legs looked so slender. Where did such immense strength come from? Cough. Cough. Zhao Deki clutched his chest and struggled to his feet. His face was flushed red, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. That kick had nearly knocked the wind out of him. But worse than the pain was the humiliation of being kicked across the ground by a delicate-looking woman in front of so many subordinates. Shame and killing intent overflowed from his eyes. You slut. You dare kick me. He glared up, his voice hoarse as he bellowed. What are you waiting for? Attack. Cut the man into minced meat and capture the woman alive. Don't damage her face. Tonight all of you get a turn. At those words, the remaining bandits were driven into a frenzy. Brandishing their weapons, they charged forward with blood-curdling shouts. Attack. Kill that kid. This woman's got some strength. Attack together. Don't let her escape. Han Yilin's expression turned grave. He glanced at Cheng Murou, who had already stepped forward, placing herself between him and the approaching mob. My lord, be careful. Han Yilin warned, they're armed. You should be careful too. Cheng Murou nodded gently. Murou understands. Then her gaze shifted to a tree beside her. It was not particularly thick, the width of a wrist, rooted near the edge of the forest with tangled branches hanging low. Han Yilin was puzzled. The enemies were about to reach them, and she was staring at a tree. But the next second, Cheng Murou wrapped her arms around the trunk. Han Yilin's eyes widened. No way. Had he really guessed correctly? He watched as Cheng Murou's slender arms tensed slightly. Crack. The soil beneath the tree exploded outward. The trunk began to shake violently, and its roots, along with clumps of earth, were ripped completely free from the ground. She actually pulled up a willow by the roots. Staring at the forcefully uprooted tree trunk, Han Yilin felt his mind go completely blank. Now he finally understood how Cheng Murou had conquered a level 5 territory all by herself. With moves like that, defeating a bunch of mountain bandits would be as easy as child's play. Compared to Han Yilin's shock, on the opposite side the group of bandits had turned green with fear. What the hell? Is this even human? That woman pulled out an entire tree. A monster. The bandits who had been charging forward froze in their tracks, their eyes bulging from their sockets. Even Zhao Deki's eyeballs nearly popped out of his head. His once ferocious face was now filled with nothing but terror. Who could have imagined that this delicate-looking young lady before them would possess the strength to uproot a willow tree? Could this possibly be human? At this moment, Zhao Deki no longer cared about any dignity. He immediately began begging for mercy. Spare my life, I beg you, heroic lady. It was this lowly one's blindness, this lowly one's vile tongue. This lowly one is willing to surrender all the provisions and wealth in our camp. I only ask that you spare this dog of a man. The moment he knelt, the other bandits came to their senses as well. Just moments ago, they had been a menacing group brimming with confidence. Now every single one of them had faces drained of color, showing no trace of their former ferocity. Spare us. Heroine, have mercy. We were coerced. Zhao Deki forced us to do it. In an instant, the sound of pleading filled the air. However, Cheng Murou's face showed no sign of wavering. Crash. The tree trunk swept through the air. The several bandits at the front were struck by the trunk on the spot. Before they could even let out a scream, they were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground with no signs of life. The remaining bandits were scared out of their wits. They turned tail and fled as if their pants were on fire. But Cheng Murou would never give them such a chance. She embraced the tree trunk with both hands, stamped her foot, and shot forward like an arrow. Despite carrying an entire tree in her hands, her speed was terrifyingly fast. Each time, the trunk whistled through the air. Someone was sent flying. Behind her, Han Yilin could no longer find any word to describe his current state of mind. Just like those bandits, there was a question burning in his heart. Is this even human? At this moment, he truly began to understand the feelings of those bandits. Because even he, having seen her attribute panel beforehand, found this scene unbearably absurd. This girl, with her slender figure, soft and gentle features, a voice that floated so delicately when she spoke. Standing among a crowd, anyone would only see a fragile young lady who needed protection. Now, this fragile young lady was holding a tree with both hands, mowing through the bandit camp. Those fearsome-looking bandits with swords and blades in hand were like paper before her, unable to even get close. Han Yilin was completely stunned. Before this, when Cheng Murou conquered level 5 territory, Han Yilin had read the battle report and thought to himself that this girl must have relied on superb footwork to infiltrate enemy lines and shatter their morale, thus securing an easy victory. Now, he realized how terribly wrong he was. Who could have imagined that Cheng Murou's fighting style would be so utterly plain and straightforward? No flashy moves whatsoever, just swinging around a giant tree. No wonder they say this rabble would be easy pickings. Even a regular army would suffer heavy casualties, wouldn't they? A moment later, the entire ruined hunter camp finally fell silent. Bodies lay scattered haphazardly across the ground. Around them, swords and blades were strewn everywhere. Cheng Murou stood in the midst of the devastation, tossing the tree trunk aside. Boom! A thunderous crash. Dust billowing into the sky. She turned and walked back to Han Yilin's side, her expression returning to its former delicate and gentle appearance. My lord, it is safe now. Han Yilin stood rooted to the spot, silent for a long while. There was no helping it. What had just transpired had completely overturned his understanding of the world. As for the present situation, it was indeed safe. This place looked as though a siege ram had plowed through it. After a long while, he finally composed himself and prepared to search for anything valuable. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Each time his eyes passed over those swords and blades, notifications would pop up. Are these considered spoils of war? Filled with curiosity, Han Yilin approached and tried to pick up a short blade on the ground. The next moment, the short blade flickered briefly and dissolved into streaming light. Obtain short blade X1 white. It actually works? Well then I won't be polite. Immediately, Han Yilin began his sweep of the area. Obtained ring-hilted Dao X1 white. Obtained Pudeo X1 white. Obtained short sword X1 white. Obtained dark iron sword X1 green. Obtained double-edged blade X1 green. The endless stream of notification sounds greatly lifted Han Yilin's spirits, but he felt something was still missing. What the hell, all these are trash weapons. A normal difficulty dungeon and all I get are these broken pieces of scrap metal. Grumbling as he walked forward. Very soon, his gaze fell upon a corpse nearby. Calling it a corpse was generous. It had been crushed into a pile of flesh and gore by the falling tree. If not for the two objects emitting a faint blue glow beside it, Han Yilin might have easily overlooked it. Upon approaching, he saw the grayed-out name and confirmed it was the bandit leader Zhao Deki. Lying quietly beside the corpse was a long blade. The blade body was slender, with a subtle curve, and the hilt was notably longer than ordinary blades, clearly a two-handed weapon by design. Black leather was wrapped around the hilt, the scabbard already broken, but the exposed blade edge remained snow-white. Even stained with blood and grime, it could not conceal that cold, menacing gleam. Lifeng Miao Dao Blue. Type two-handed long blade. Attack 30. Armor pierce 10. Martial prowess 5. Durability 79,100. Compared to those white and green weapons from before. Seeing this Miao Dao stats, Han Yilin couldn't help but exclaim with delight. Now that's a good thing. These stats are pretty impressive. Unfortunately, no matter how good a weapon's stats, it couldn't match raw attribute dominance. Just having a tree trunk swing at you directly. Thinking of this, Han Yilin turned his head to look at Cheng Murou. Murou, I think this weapon suits you quite well. We can't possibly uproot a willow tree for every battle. As he spoke, he handed over the weapon. Cheng Murou couldn't help but press her lips together and smile softly. That was just for convenience. A clear ringing sound of steel echoed as she casually performed a blade flourish. The blade edge sliced through the air, producing a sharp, fierce whistling sound. Now this is more like it. Swinging a tree around every time wouldn't do. Keep this blade for now, and we'll swap it for something better when we find it. Crouching down once more, he looked at the other object emitting a blue glow nearby. After picking it up, he realized it was a blue blueprint. Lifeng Miao Dao Blueprint Blue. Crafting materials iron or X30. Attack 30. Armor pierce 10. Martial prowess 5. Han Yilin was quite surprised to see that the blueprint matched the weapon's attributes. They're a set, he mused. This Miao Dao could significantly boost combat effectiveness if used to equip the army. Compared to the weapon, the blueprint was clearly more valuable. A weapon could only arm one person, but with the blueprint, they could be mass-produced endlessly. Zhao Deki, that bastard, died with some worth. Putting away the blueprint, Han Yilin took another look around the area, collected all the scattered weapons, and then moved on, his gaze settling on the camp. The place looked somewhat dilapidated. Zhao Deki's group was clearly newcomers. Han Yilin wasted no time, immediately starting his looting spree. Compared to the abandoned village earlier, the resources here were far more abundant. Obtained food 210, obtained wood 107, obtained iron or 12, obtained copper coins 1789, obtained animal hide 35. A series of notifications lifted Han Yilin's spirits, especially when he discovered a blue-quality treasure chest in the largest tent. Nothing beats the thrill of opening a chest. Rubbing his hands, Han Yilin couldn't help grinning. Come out, Ad. With that, he reached out and touched the chest. A prompt immediately appeared. Do you wish to watch an advertisement to double the exploration resources? Watch. Han Yilin clicked confirm without hesitation. The screen suddenly went dark. Then a stirring background music began. On the screen, petals drifted through the air, and atop a mist-shrouded immortal mountain, a breathtakingly beautiful woman in a thin silk gown gracefully leaped between peaks. The woman had a voluptuous figure, strikingly alluring, with a high slit in her dress that revealed glimpses of her long snow-white legs. Her face was radiant, her eyes seductive. As she moved with agile grace, a voiceover began. I'm searching endlessly. Where is the oily senior sister? Han Yilin's eyes widened. What the hell? Oily senior sister? Those long legs are indeed oily, longer than my life itself. Not only that, but unlike the blurry browser game ads of the past, this was presented in 8K high definition. The oily senior sister lightly bit her red lips, her gaze mournful. Junior brother, when will you come find me? Hiss. The image made Han Yilin's heart flutter instantly. That mature, seductive, fiery figure paired with a look of longing. Who could resist? Han Yilin instinctively tried to click the ad, but after tapping repeatedly, the screen remained still. No link, no download button, not even a game name. Han Yilin's face darkened. What the hell? Where's my oily senior sister? You put such a gorgeous sister in the ad, but don't even give away in. Isn't this fraud? False advertising. Give me back my oily senior sister. I knew browser games were all bad news. Throughout the 30-second ad, Han Yilin cursed continuously. Then when the ad ended, the original blue chest suddenly burst into a purple glow, and Han Yilin finally smiled. Fine, I'll let it slide for the purple chest. As for the oily senior sister, I'm not a lecher. I just can't stand these fraudulent ads. He made a stubborn excuse, then turned his attention back to the chest and opened it decisively. Ad watch successfully. Opening chest. You obtained food 3,000, you obtained wood 2,000, you obtained iron or 2,000, you obtained stone 2,000, you obtained copper coins 40,000, you obtained military formation diagram 1 purple. Holy shit. The moment he saw the rewards, Han Yilin completely forgot about the oily senior sister. As expected of a purple chest, directly giving 4-digit resources. That's worth how many level 5 plots? Compared to the resources, the military formation diagram caught his attention more. With a thought, an ancient scroll emitting a faint purple glow appeared in his hand. Unrolling it, he saw a grid pattern depicting a military formation with a line of description below. Jinshua Ambien Formation, purple type military formation, minimum personnel, 300 effect, all troops attack 12, all troops defense 5, charge speed 6, all troops morale 6, special effect. When enemy morale is below 60, attack increases by an additional 10. Note: the military formation is a one-time inheritance item, can only be learned by a county magistrate or a general. After reading the attributes, Han Yilin's breath quickened. This is a treasure. Deploying such a formation on the battlefield would be invincible. However, one thing made him sigh with regret: it was a one-time consumable. What a pity. As for who should learn it, it would be a waste for me to learn it myself. And Cheng Murou. Her legs are quite long, too comparable to the oily senior sister. Ahem, what am I daydreaming about? His attention returned to the formation diagram. Currently, the only person who could learn it was Cheng Murou, but Han Yilin decided not to give it to her yet, since they didn't even have a barracks, let alone an army. I'll keep it for now. Once I have troops, I'll decide who learns it. Putting away the diagram, he double-checked for anything left behind, then glanced at the sky. It was almost dark. Let's head back. Cheng Murou nodded. The two quickly returned to the county seat. By then, the people sent to resource sites were also returning one after another. Back at the county lord's mansion, Han Yilin immediately opened the building interface. His eyes fell on the porridge shed ready to recruit more refugees. Since there was no shortage of food, he could afford to support as many as he wanted. More people would speed up development. Porridge shed LV. 1 effect, recruit 100 refugees per day. Upgrade requirements: wood 100, stone 100, food 100. Upgraded. Han Yilin clicked, and a prompt appeared. Unable to upgrade. Note: building level cannot exceed county lord's mansion level. Please upgrade the county lord's mansion to LV2 first. Han Yilin. What the hell? He paused for 2 seconds, then immediately opened the county lord's mansion panel. He was so angry he laughed. Han Yilin never expected the game to have such a restriction. Not only could ordinary building levels not exceed the county lord's mansion level, but to upgrade the mansion, he didn't lack resources. He lacked population. It required 1000 people in the county to upgrade. That meant using the porridge shed to recruit refugees every day, adding only 100 people per day. He would have to wait 10 days to upgrade the mansion. Han Yilin's face darkened. Damn crappy game. The porridge shed recruits only 100 people a day. You want me to wait 10 days? What kind of national game is this, throttling my development speed? Furious, he ranted at the county panel. Other players might develop slowly, but that was their problem. He shouldn't be held back because of that. Where was he supposed to get 1000 people? As for waiting 10 days, Han Yilin couldn't bear to imagine how painful that would be. As he cursed, his eyes suddenly stopped on the building list. He saw barracks. Barracks LV. 1 construction cost with 300 stone, 200 iron, or 100 construction times 6 Shurchen effect can recruit militia. Rubbing his chin, Han Yilin pondered barracks. Recruiting soldiers. Would soldiers count as population? Based on his experience with games, he felt this method might work. The county panel probably didn't count him as population, but surely soldiers would be counted. Consume 300 with 200 stone, 100 iron to build a barracks. Estimated completion time 12 hours. It's going to take this long. Isn't this forcing me to watch an ad? Don't hide it, ads, come on. Over here. Before Han Yilin's cry even ended, the ad prompt had already appeared. After clicking confirm, the light screen before him suddenly went dark. The next moment, the scene shifted. Inside a dimly lit room, a man with a haggard face supporting his waist walked out with unsteady steps. He was utterly exhausted, his voice low and weary. Overexertion brings back pain, listlessness feels like being drained. A familiar opening line. Han Yilin. Last one was the greasy senior sister, and now this. So this is what it means to be drained. That senior sister must be from the Hawan sect. Damn, it's really the same person. Amid Han Yilin's uncontrollable expression, a woman with a hot figure slowly walked from behind and supported the man's waist. Is it kidney deficiency? This woman was exactly the same as the greasy senior sister from the previous ad, only her clothes were different. Then, in the ad, the man turned back, his eyes melancholy, his voice carrying a hint of sorrow. Afraid I can no longer give her a stable happiness. As soon as the words fell, the scene suddenly shifted. A box of ostentatiously packaged kidney tonic tablets descended from the sky, accompanied by a deafening voiceover. Kidney tonic tablets. 22 Chinese herbs, warming yang and nourishing the kidneys, strengthening the body, and consolidating the foundation. Han Yilin's face darkened. He couldn't understand. He was building a barracks, and it gave him a kidney tonic ad. What's the meaning of this? The key point is he didn't need it either. Ad viewing successful. Current building queue time reduced by 50. Barracks construction time 6 hours. Having gritted his teeth through the ad, Han Yilin looked at his resource panel. Wood 2371 daily 330. Stone 2251 daily 0. Iron 2174 daily 300. Food 4090 daily 398. Resource plots level 2-1, a level 4-1, a level 5-3. It must be said, the two groups that had just gone out to explore had replenished the resources that were nearly depleted. All 4 basic resources. Reserves had all exceeded 2,000 and food had even broken through 4,000. Honestly, with this amount of resources, Han Yilin felt he could crush all other players because judging by their opening speed in a day, they could at most occupy a few resource plots. After occupying them, they still had to assign people, otherwise they wouldn't yield any income. Even if every county seat had resource points like abandoned villages, without the doubled income from watching ads, the resources they could obtain wouldn't be much. Opening treasure chests is the way to go. 1 purple chest, all resources directly over 2,000, so satisfying. Han Yilin's rising smile could no longer be suppressed. Today has been really fruitful. 3 level, 5 plots, 1 level, 4 plot, and 1 level 2. Huh, where did a level 2 plot come from? Abandon it directly. On the territory list. Looking at the level 2 plot he had occupied earliest, Han Yilin's face was full of disdain, and without a second thought, he chose to abandon it. This scene, if other players saw it, they would probably be wailing. After all, for most players, occupying a level 2 plot required a huge cost. But here you are, actually disdainful enough to abandon it. Yet in Han Yilin's view, a mere level 2 resource plot occupied 10 population and only yielded 30 units of resources. It was a waste of manpower. They were already short on hands, why bother with this level 2 plot? Wouldn't it be better to replace them all with level 5 plots tomorrow? As the resource plot was abandoned, his power value also dropped by 30 points, but Han Yilin didn't care at all. He didn't need those points. Then, he also took stock of today's gains. Apart from resource plots, in terms of buildings, he had built 6 cottages and 1 watchtower, all now completed. However, the cottages could only accommodate 60 refugees, so he would need to continue building tomorrow. In addition, he had also obtained a large number of weapons. A blue-quality Miao Dao along with its corresponding crafting blueprint, plus a blue life profession recruitment token, and a military formation chart. Overall, his development was quite good. Moreover, the barracks had already started construction, and by tomorrow he could recruit soldiers, then he could begin expanding outward. As for the rebels in 30 days, Han Yilin suddenly smiled. I hope they can give me some pressure, otherwise it'll be too boring to just steamroll them. Oh right, and that Lu Rushua, don't let me find your coordinates, or else you'll be in for a world of trouble. Huh. Why has the progress stopped? Just after making his threat, Han Yilin suddenly noticed that the construction progress of the barracks in the building list had suddenly halted. He froze for a moment, then looked out the window. Night had completely shrouded the county seat. The refugees who had been busy all day were gradually returning to their cottages or to the temporary shelters to rest. So it's quitting time. Yeah, you can't really make people work around the clock. Han Yilin expressed understanding. Anyway, tomorrow, the barracks would definitely be built as long as it didn't delay his development pace. After sorting out everything, once he relaxed, a strong sense of hunger suddenly surged up. Han Yilin then remembered that from morning until now he had been busy with land reclamation, building attacking resource plots, and exploring treasure chests. He hadn't even eaten a meal. I'm hungry. This day has passed too quickly. Someone prepare 2 dinners for this county magistrate. Before long, a refugee walked in carrying 2 dinners. They were called dinner but were actually just a palm-sized piece of dry bread and a bowl of warm water. Han Yilin picked up the dry bread and tried to take a bite. Crunch. He almost broke his teeth. It was hard and dry. Han Yilin's face immediately fell. What the hell is this even edible? Before his transmigration, he was a person who couldn't do without meat. Barbecue hot pot fried chicken hamburgers. Even if he ate a cup of instant noodles, he had to add a sausage. Now on the contrary, as the person with the best development in the entire continent, his dinner was only a piece of dry bread as hard as a brick. Who could endure this? On the other side, Cheng Murou, however, showed no reaction. She held the dry bread in both hands, eating it in small bites. Her gentle and graceful manner made Han Yilin feel a bit embarrassed to continue complaining. Murou, do you usually eat this? Cheng Murou nodded gently. On the road of escape, having dry bread to eat is already very good. Han Yilin was silent for a moment, suddenly feeling that the dry bread in his hand wasn't that bad, but only a little. No way. We must improve the meals from now on. What's the point of gnawing on dry bread every day? Gritting his teeth through dinner, Han Yilin found himself at a loose end. For someone who had spent countless nights burning the midnight oil in his past life, sleep was simply out of the question. With no alternative in sight, he could only open the chat channel and join the group to while away the hours. The channel buzzed with lively chatter as most players discussed their development progress. Some had conquered level 3 territories and eagerly shared screenshots to boast of their triumph, while others suffered heavy casualties at level 2 territories and lamented how the refugees were too timid, refusing to face the bandits and brigands. As time crept forward into the depths of night, drowsiness overcame him. Han Yilin yawned, preparing to retire for the evening. Yet within the city lord's residence, there was only this single chamber, and a meager one at that, furnished with nothing more than a modest wooden bed. Sleeping alone presented no issue whatsoever. But with Cheng Murou by his side, Han Yilin suddenly felt a throbbing headache coming on. Those 6 civilian residences had been constructed during the day. These were merely 10-person dormitories, now filled to capacity with refugees. 40 more displaced souls remained without shelter, dwelling in hastily erected makeshift tents. It was unthinkable for Han Yilin to ask Cheng Murou to squeeze in with them. And sleeping out on the streets. That was even more absurd. For a moment at a loss for what to do, Han Yilin simply stood there, his eyes fixed vacantly on the wooden bed as his mind wandered. Catching sight of this, Cheng Murou could not help but cover her mouth, suppressing a giggle. My lord, shall Murou help warm your bed? Han Yilin's eyes flew open, gaping at Cheng Murou in utter astonishment. What was going on? How had this girl suddenly become so bold? He recalled that just this morning, when she had just been recruited, she had appeared so introverted and timorous. And now not even a full day had passed, and she was already offering to warm his bed. Han Yilin considered himself reasonably handsome, perhaps not quite on par with those heartthrobs beloved by readers, but certainly not far from the likes of Yinyu. Yet he harbored no such delusions that a female general he had recruited mere hours ago would fall so head over heels that she would offer to warm his bed. The question lingered. Such initiative must surely have some reason behind it. Could it be related to loyalty? Pondering for ages, Han Yilin scanned Cheng Murou's panel time and again. In the end, the only thing that seemed remotely connected to this bed-warming offer was her loyalty stat. But loyalty was not affection, was it? Ahem. Han Yilin cleared his throat, feigning composure. That won't be necessary. You've toiled the entire day conquering a level 5 territory and accompanying me on explorations. It would be terribly improper of me to let you sleep on the floor. I'll just make a bed on the floor and rough it for one night. With these words, Han Yilin actually picked up his bedding, preparing to lay it upon the ground. But before he could set it down, his arm was seized by Cheng Murou. He saw her pair of beautiful eyes glistening with a watery sheen seemingly tinged with a hint of grievance. "My lord, could it be that you find Murou objectionable?" "Huh." Han Yilin's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. What on earth was she going on about? "What are you thinking? How could that possibly be the case?" Cheng Murou's voice softened to a gentle whisper. "Then why do you treat Murou with such avoidance?" Han Yilin felt as though he had forgotten how to speak entirely. Decisively, he gritted his teeth and simply laid down upon the wooden bed. The moment he closed his eyes, a warm and fragrant form settled beside him. Whether it was sheer exhaustion or the intoxicating softness of the body next to him, Han Yilin drifted into sleep with remarkable swiftness. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the following morning. A fragrance greeted his nostrils. Sitting up, Han Yilin observed that Cheng Murou was still peacefully slumbering beside him, her breathing light, even, and measured. Her 3,000 strands of raven hair lay in gentle disarray, partially veiling one delicate ear. Upon her exquisite face still lingered a soft rosy blush. Moreover, Han Yilin noticed that Cheng Murou had already shed the long dress she wore during the day, her frame now clad only in a simple white undergarment. The thin fabric clung to her form, the lines of her shoulders and neck soft and graceful, her waist slender and well-proportioned, her figure's curves displayed to perfection. Though the greater part of her remained tucked beneath the quilts hidden from view, this only heightened the tantalizing allure of what glimpses were permitted. For a moment, Han Yilin's breath grew rather ragged, especially when he recalled how he had simply fallen asleep the moment he closed his eyes last night. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. TCH. Beast or worse. Han Yilin hissed under his breath, thoroughly despising himself in his heart. She had only just lain down last night, and he had simply head hitting pillow. Sleep immediately. Was this something a human being could do? Of course it was merely said in jest. If he had actually attempted anything, and she had thrown a punch his way, given that strength capable of uprooting a willow tree, Han Yilin felt he might well be smashed into mincemeat. Furthermore, Han Yilin had yet to ascertain whether Cheng Murou's offer to warm his bed last night was a consequence of her elevated loyalty or some entirely different reason. Never mind. There will be plenty of time ahead. As the saying goes, there are many days stretching out before us. Forcibly tearing his gaze away, he slipped quietly out of bed and dressed. There was still a mountain of affairs awaiting his attention today. The construction progress of various buildings, such as the barracks, the continued recruitment of refugees, and a blue-colored recruitment token, all demanded his focus. As for resuming the reclamation of resource territories, Han Yilin cast another glance at the serene figure still breathing evenly upon the bed, recalling how Cheng Murou had labored tirelessly the entire day prior. He could not bear to disturb her. Let her sleep a while longer. Murmuring softly to himself, Han Yilin was about to step outside and attend to matters elsewhere. Near the doorway, he could not resist stealing one final glance back. In the morning light, Cheng Murou slumbered in perfect tranquility, her fair cheeks suffused with a delicate warmth. That immaculate natural beauty stirred something restless within Han Yilin's heart. At last, unable to contain himself, Han Yilin quietly bent down and pressed a gentle kiss upon Cheng Murou's soft cheek. Swift as lightning yet tender as a dream, the contact lasted but a heartbeat. Han Yilin's pulse quickened almost immediately. Ahem. This is merely the county magistrate showing care for his general. Perfectly reasonable. Without even fully registering the sensation, Han Yilin hastily exited the chamber. The door clicked shut. The previously soundly sleeping Cheng Murou's lips curved into a faint knowing smile. Upon her fair neck, a subtle roseate hue had already begun to bloom. On the other side, after stepping outside, Han Yilin glanced at the construction interface and discovered that the military barracks had resumed building, indicating the refugees had already begun work. Apart from 17 idle refugees, the rest had also departed for the resource territories. Simultaneously, Han Yilin noted that his various resources had all increased to varying degrees. Marvelous. An irrepressible grin spread across his face, joy he simply could not contain. He then opened the recruitment list for refugees, preparing to recruit a second wave. Consume 50 provisions to recruit refugees. Recruit. Watch an advertisement to improve the quality of this recruitment. After watching, there is a high probability of special talents appearing in this recruitment. Current viewing opportunities, 33. Han Yilin rubbed his hands together, excitement and anticipation mingling. Why even ask? Let's do this right away. In the light screen, a pig carried a worn axe and stood before a towering tree with several large characters flickering beside it. Start with a single pig and earn all equipment through chopping. The little pig hefted its axe and struck the great tree. Would one it swung again. Would one another blow. Gold coins 10, then suddenly a flash of golden light erupted. Bronze axe acquired, dark iron blade acquired, peerless divine weapon acquired, fairy consort acquired. Han Yilin spoke in exasperation. Wait. I can tolerate the tree chopping dropping equipment, but a Tao companion. That's a bit absurd, isn't it? Why didn't they give me a tree to chop? I want a harem of 3,000 beauties too. Shortly after the first advertisement ended, and as expected among the recruited refugees, only one blue-quality talent emerged. Let's continue. The second advertisement began. This time the scene transformed into an abandoned city surrounded by zombies. A tiny figure held a pistol firing wildly, while retreating step by step. Behind him a dense horde of zombies pressed forward. As the figure ran, it trod upon resource points scattered across the ground, its numbers growing with each pickup and its weapons constantly upgrading. Watching zombie after zombie collapse, Han Yilin felt a brief surge of satisfaction, until suddenly the little character began moving with absurdly poor judgment. An open path lay to the right, yet it charged straight left and fell into a pincer attack. As expected, the entire force was wiped out. The advertisement froze mid-screen and a narrator's voice boomed. Click to play immediately. You wouldn't pass stage 2 anyway. Han Yilin fell silent. I don't know if I could pass stage 2, but with those controls, even my grandmother would outperform it. Then came the third advertisement. The content was similar to the previous one, zombie combat, but this time the scene showed a tiny figure sprinting forward along a road, shooting as it ran. Meanwhile, two glowing portals appeared ahead. The left one displayed 50, and the right one displayed X2. Any normal person would know which to choose, but the little character acted as though its brain had been crushed by a door and charged directly into the right portal without hesitation. What made matters worse was that every subsequent choice was equally foolish. Where addition was offered, it chose subtraction. Where multiplication awaited, it opted for division. Faced with an overwhelming horde of zombies ahead, it stubbornly charged forward with merely a dozen followers. Inevitably, it was swallowed whole by the tide of the undead. Simply watching was enough to send one's blood pressure skyrocketing. Just like Han Yilin at that moment, who laughed despite himself. Truly, this has cured my chronic low blood pressure. Advertisements like this were nothing new to him. Before, daily video feeds were riddled with similar ads, but each time he clicked in, the actual content bore no resemblance to the advertisement. Now, they didn't even let you click through. Finally, the ordeal ended, and the light screen returned to the recruitment interface. Recruitment successful. You have acquired 99 common refugees. You have acquired 1 purple special talent. Notice the refugees have arrived outside the city walls. Please settle them as soon as possible, my lord. What? Instantly Han Yilin became displeased. Are you kidding me? I sat through 3 full advertisements, and all I get is a purple quality talent. You're playing with me. With Cheng Murou's precedent behind him, Han Yilin had already begun to grow disdainful of purple quality talents. If other players had witnessed this scene, their eyes would surely have burst from envy. You may disdain it, but we certainly do not. As the saying goes, it is easy to descend from luxury to simplicity, but hard to rise from simplicity to luxury. Han Yilin's taste had been spoiled by Cheng Murou. How could he not feel disdain now? Sigh. Letting out a long breath, Han Yilin even conducted some self-reasoning. Never mind, purple is fine. It's not unacceptable. Feigning reluctant acceptance, he opened the roster. The purple named entry stood out prominently among the others. Name: Fong Jun. Quality: purple. Class: civil. Official: martial power 7 command, 12 administration, 75 tactics, 33 charisma, 58 artistry, 16 skills. Refugee relocation, household registration. While serving as administrator of the household office, the number of refugees recruited per session increases by 20%. Refugees. Increase the quantity. The moment Han Yilin laid eyes on the skill description, his earlier disdain vanished completely. An increase of 20% per session. Does that mean I could recruit 120 people in a single day? Why didn't you come sooner? A mournful wail escaped him, and all traces of his earlier feigned reluctance disappeared at once. Although an increase of 20 might seem modest, this was a precious percentage bonus. As time progressed, the gap between him and other players would widen considerably. Setting aside all else, if other players possessed even one civil official of such caliber to assist them, their territory's population would surpass theirs by several times over within months. Bathed in the irresistible glow of the law of genuine delight, Han Yilin sprinted all the way to the city gate. As before, a crowd had already gathered there, all ragged and disheveled, bearing the marks of desperate flight. Even the opening scene unfolded according to script. The moment Han Yilin arrived, an elderly man shuffled forward with trembling steps. This humble commoner pays respects to the county magistrate, sir. We are. Enough. Before the man could finish his opening words, Han Yilin impatiently cut him off. No need to repeat the same speech. Everyone enter at once. I spent grain recruiting you. Do you think I'd turn you away now? As he spoke, Han Yilin's gaze swept rapidly across the crowd. Soon his target was identified. Everyone else enter the city first. I'll arrange things for you shortly. Sir, pray, remain a moment. The person addressed paused almost imperceptibly. He was a man of about 30 years, and although his garments were equally tattered and his face bore the exhaustion of a desperate flight, compared with the frightened refugees around him, he appeared remarkably composed. Especially his eyes, clear, steady, and devoid of any trace of panic even in these turbulent times. Upon seeing Han Yilin gesture for him to stay, the man cupped his fists in salute. This humble one is Fong Jun, paying respects to the county magistrate, sir. Rise quickly. Han Yilin hurried forward and helped him to his feet, then came straight to the point. Our county is currently in ruins and in desperate need of capable assistance. I sincerely hope you will not decline my request. His overt warmth clearly caught Fang Jun off guard. After a brief moment of astonishment, he replied, "In these chaotic times, securing even a place to call home is no small fortune. If my lord does not disdain me, this humble one would gladly offer his services." The moment his words fell, a system notification appeared. Purple quality talent Fang Jun has joined your territory. Fang Jun's loyalty 61 notice loyalty will be affected by treatment appointments, territory development, and shifts in popular sentiment. Han Yilin led Fang Jun into the county preparing to assign some personnel, when he noticed Cheng Murou standing not far away. She had awakened at some unseen moment, and was now gazing at him with a gentle smile. "My lord." Han Yilin hurried forward. "Why are you up so early? Why not sleep a little longer?" Cheng Murou lightly bit her lip, her voice soft. "When I woke up, I felt a bit empty around me, a bit insecure." Han Yilin. Insecure? How could a formidable woman who could uproot a willow tree and chase dozens of bandits with a giant branch claim to feel insecure? At that moment, Cheng Murou's gaze shifted to the unfamiliar faces behind Han Yilin. She asked with curiosity, "My lord, have you recruited more refugees?" "Yes." Han Yilin nodded. "I just recruited another batch." He then stepped aside, pointing to Fang Jun. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Fang Jun, who will be in charge of the county's population, household registration, and refugee resettlement." Then he pointed to Cheng Murou and said to Fang Jun, "This is Cheng Murou, she is." Han Yilin hesitated, unsure how to describe her. After a long pause, he finally said, "Our county's top military commander." Military commander. Unsurprisingly, after the introduction, Fang Jun displayed the same expression Han Yilin had worn the day before. After all, with her slender figure and gentle, refined appearance, anyone would find it hard to associate her with a military commander. However, Fang Jun reacted quickly, composing himself and replying with a cupped fist salute. "Fang Jun greets Miss Cheng." After the introductions, Han Yilin did not waste time. He opened the personnel list, intending to assign the newly recruited refugees and check if there were any buildings that needed to be constructed. But when his eyes fell on Fang Jun's name, a prompt suddenly appeared. "Appoint Fang Jun as household registrar." After appointment, the single recruitment count of the porridge tent increases by 20. Han Yilin had just been wondering how to make the appointment, as he had no official seal, but the prompt came directly. He agreed without hesitation. Appointment successful. Fang Jun has been appointed as household registrar. Porridge tent single recruitment count 120. Seeing the prompt, Han Yilin's lips curled up uncontrollably. How wonderful. Talent is the foremost productive force. At this moment, he had completely forgotten his initial disdain. His eyes now shone only with the word true delight. Beside him, Fang Jun was taken aback. He had never expected that immediately after defecting, Han Yilin would appoint him as household registrar. Although it was only a minor official post in a fledgling county, being in charge of household registration and refugee resettlement was undoubtedly a position of substantial power. Such trust instantly filled Fang Jun with a myriad of emotions. "County Magistrate." Fang Jun hurriedly bowed. "I have just arrived and have accomplished nothing. Is it too hasty to entrust me with the position of household registrar?" Han Yilin said with grand boldness, "This official judges people only by their talent. Since you have the ability for internal affairs, you should be placed in a position suited for internal affairs. If I were to have you cut down trees, haul stones, or transport grain just because you are new, that would be a true waste. In these chaotic times, talent is rare. Since I have encountered you, I will not let a gem remain hidden in the dust." Though these were merely formal words, the appointment was purely for the sake of the bonus. Fang Jun felt his nose tingle as he heard them, especially when he recalled the injustices he had suffered in officialdom. Fang Jun sighed emotionally. "In the past, I studied hard for over a decade at the cold window. My greatest wish then was to become a local magistrate. Not to seek promotion or wealth, not to accept bribes, but simply to one day govern a place where the people could live in peace and suffer less oppression. But when I finally entered officialdom, I realized that my initial thoughts were ultimately too naive. If I refused to go along with the corruption, I was ostracized everywhere. In the end, despite all my knowledge, I was forced to resign and return to my hometown. I never thought that after all this wandering, I would receive such trust from you today." These words instantly brought Han Yilin back to his own past. Wasn't he the same during his school days? It was like a comment he had once seen before graduating from undergraduate studies. "My requirements for a job are very low. Just don't break the law, don't cheat, and be able to support myself. After graduating, damn, my previous requirements for a job were really too high. Such things have been the same since ancient times." After a moment of silence, Han Yilin patted his shoulder. "What a coincidence. Here there are no entrenched officials, and you can fully display your talents." Fang Jun felt a tremor in his heart. He looked up at the young magistrate before him. Though Han Yilin was not old and his tone was not particularly impassioned, these words struck a chord deep within him. A moment later, Fang Jun bowed solemnly. "I will not disappoint your trust, my lord." As soon as he finished speaking, a light screen popped up with a prompt. Ding. Fang Jun's loyalty 10. Han Yilin's eyes lit up. So there was an unexpected bonus. But then again it seemed far too easy to increase these people's loyalty. Without dwelling on the matter, he turned to Cheng Murou after arranging Fang Jun's duties. After a night's rest her complexion was much better than yesterday. Though she still appeared delicate and frail, she no longer looked as pale as before. Murou, can you go on an expedition today? Cheng Murou nodded gently. I am recovered. If it's just dealing with mountain bandits and roving outlaws, I am ready to depart anytime. Han Yilin's eyes lit up instantly. That's good. He raised his hand, his face filled with greed. How about those 5 level 5 plots? After we finish those we'll call it a day. Seeing Han Yilin's eager expression, Cheng Murou gave him a look that said, whatever you say. All right. I will follow your orders, my lord. But you must promise me that after these 5 you will not be greedy today. Han Yilin coughed. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Soon on the map, he selected the 5 nearest level 5 plots, and then chose to dispatch the expedition. Cheng Murou waved goodbye. My lord, I'm off. Go ahead and be careful. If you encounter danger, run. Don't be stubborn. I know. As Cheng Murou's figure disappeared beyond the city gate, the day's resource plot matters were also settled. Han Yilin thought to himself that he wasn't greedy. Just 5 plots a day was enough. Any more, and he wouldn't have enough hands to manage them. After all, counting the 3 existing level 5 plots and 1 level 4 plot plus the 5 upcoming level 5 plots, he would need 170 people just to assign labor. Thus, among the current population of 200, after excluding Cheng Murou, Fang Jun, and those unable to work, only 20 laborers remained. Focusing on the building list, the barracks are still under construction, so only 10 people are available for assignment. We still lack population. After thinking it over, with so few laborers, he couldn't do much, so Han Yilin decided to use them all to build houses. With a population of 200, at least 20 houses were needed, and they were still short by 14. Let's go with houses. At least give them a place to shelter from the wind and rain. After making the selection, the light screen in front of him entered construction mode, displaying a grid of countless squares in the bird's-eye view of the county. On the same street as yesterday, behind the original 6 houses, Han Yilin quickly clicked 14 times. Consumed 700 wood and 280 stone to build 14 houses. Confirm. 14 peasant houses. If the entire construction process involved only 10 people, it would take at least 14 double hours. Fortunately, the advertisement has arrived. A familiar ad, a familiar taste. The moment the prompt appeared, Han Yilin unhesitatingly selected confirm. After all, trading 30 seconds of one's life for 7 double hours of construction time was an exceptionally worthwhile deal. The shelter boat floated on the water's surface. Inside the cabin, a beautiful young woman linked her arm through the bald, portly man beside her and introduced him to the elderly couple seated on the sofa. Mom, Dad, this is my boyfriend. On the sofa, the elderly couple with white hair slowly lowered their wine glasses. The girl's father gave the bald man an appraising look from head to toe. Kid, he asked, what level is your shelter? The bald man puffed out his chest. Level 50. The father nodded. Not bad. Do you have a urine purifier? The girl's mother suddenly interjected. The smile on the bald man's face froze. Not yet, but I'm collecting materials and will build one soon. The girl's mother let out a cold sneer. Humph. You can't even afford urine-filtered water, yet you think you can marry my daughter. Get lost. Beside them, the girl slowly released the bald man's arm. Maybe. Let's just call it quits. The bald man shuddered, the flesh on his face trembling. Fine. You'll regret this. The moment the words left his mouth, he violently smashed through the glass window behind him and plummeted like a free-falling stone straight into the seawater outside. Splashed. In the next instant, the scene shifted dramatically. The bald man, who had been filled with despair, was now standing on a dilapidated small boat, frantically gathering supplies. At the same time, a narrator's voice appeared. Have you ever encountered a mobile game you could play until retirement? You start with nothing but a nearly collapsing shelter boat. On the apocalyptic sea, constantly salvage supplies, upgrade the vessel, construct facilities. Han Yilin watched the entire process with an expressionless face. Nothing doing, he was already immune. Moreover, he had never been interested in such mobile game advertisements. On one hand, these games were almost universally bottomless pits of microtransactions. On the other hand, he encountered them every day while browsing videos. Of course, the most important point was that he had already seen too many outrageous ads. They had followed him everywhere. One more made no difference. Ad viewing successful. Current construction queue time reduced by 50%. Not bad. 14 hours. Should be done by nightfall. Huh. What's this? Battle report. So fast. Has it already arrived? Having just finished overseeing the civilian house construction on the other side, Han Yilin noticed that Cheng Murou had already reached her target and launched her assault. As for the battle report, it was as straightforward as ever. Yesterday, after witnessing Cheng Murou's terrifying combat prowess, Han Yilin had completely put aside any worries. Honestly, facing someone capable of uprooting a towering willow tree, Han Yilin did not believe a rabble of undisciplined people could pose any threat. The facts bore this out. Less than 5 minutes had passed when the battle report popped up announcing successful occupation. You have successfully occupied the LV. 5 resource site Blackstone Iron Mine. Influence value 300. And this was merely the beginning. Within less than 2 hours, subsequent battle reports continued to pop up, each depicting utter devastation. You have successfully occupied the LV. 5 resource site Old Locust Forest. Influence value 300. You have successfully occupied the LV. 5 resource site Blackstone Iron Mine. Influence value 300. You have successfully occupied the LV. 5 resource site Fengxiang Rice Paddy. Influence value 300. You have successfully occupied the LV. 5 resource site Whitestone Quarry. Influence value 300. 5 level, 5 territories. The remaining 100 refugees had all been dispatched. By this point, Han Yilin's prestige value had climbed from the original 1,050 to 2,500, an increase of 1,500 in less than a morning. Of course, what pleased Han Yilin most were the resource gains. Timber 2001 daily 600, stone 1971 daily 600, iron or 2474 daily 600, grain 4438 daily 647, resource sites level 41, level 58. The 4 basic resources were quite balanced. Han Yilin smirked smugly. Looks decent. Should be enough to keep us from starving to death. I wonder how the others are developing right now. At this thought, Han Yilin decisively opened the chat channel. Yes, he was deliberately doing so. But as soon as he entered, Han Yilin was surprised to find that the region channel originally containing 10,000 people had somehow dropped to 9,998. 2 people missing. What did those 2 guys do? They didn't even finish the novice protection period and they're already gone. Puzzled, he turned his gaze toward the chat channel. Sure enough, quite a few people were discussing the matter. Good heavens, did that bro enter only 5 minutes ago and get completely wiped out already? Is the difficulty really that high? Easy mode is only 1 level above beginner, yet a group of dozens was annihilated so quickly. This proves it. Don't seek death. These refugees have absolutely no combat capability. True. Opportunity and risk coexist. If you die, you're truly done for. By the way, does everyone have an abandoned village nearby that can be explored? From what I can tell, yes. Can some expert tell us roughly which area they're in? The entire outside world is shrouded in fog of war, and I dare not venture out. They're all random. Who could know? Anyway, the abandoned villages themselves hold no danger. Indeed, there's no danger, but the resources are scarce too. We're practically dead broke, short of both grain and timber, unable to build anything. It's driving me mad. My mindset is falling apart. Out of 100 refugees, over 20 can't do labor and must be fed for free. Right now, aside from farming, there's nothing I can do. How the first person died remained unknown, but the recently deceased individuals had likely discovered an explorable zone, an easy difficulty zone. Simply 1 level higher than beginner, they probably felt confident enough to give it a try and led their people in. As expected, they were completely wiped out within 5 minutes. As for the abandoned villages, they matched Han Yilin's earlier speculation. Novice welfare 1 existing near every county town and nothing more. Based on the information within the chat channel, the vast majority of players could only obtain meager amounts of basic resources. Talk of blueprints was out of the question. Looking at it this way, my development speed is without a doubt in a league of its own within my region. And with Cheng Murou and Feng Jun by my side, this gap will only widen from here. At this thought, Han Yilin cast a glance at the barracks construction progress. Less than 1 double hour remained. Once completed, he would be able to recruit soldiers. Just as he was deep in thought, a new message suddenly popped up in the channel. Holy crap. Everyone check the region member list. Yilin County's influence value has already surpassed 2,500. WTF. Everyone check the regional member list. Yilin County's influence value has already exceeded 2,500. In that instant, the abrupt exclamation ignited the entire channel. Many were drawn out, their faces etched with astonishment. Come on, man, isn't he even pretending anymore? It's only the 2nd day of the game, and his influence value has already surpassed 2,500. This development speed is absolutely ridiculous. Yesterday it was barely over 1,000, so he gained another 1,500. So this guy managed to seize 5 tier 5 territories in just 1 morning. I seriously only have 110 influence value, and this guy is 20-something times mine. Please just turn off your cheats. I really want to know what he's done. Did he recruit some special talent, or has he already started mass-producing troops and expanding outward? Who said this game is fair without talent? I can only scoff. Where exactly is the fairness here? As the fastest developing county in the current region, Yilin County naturally drew more attention. In a short span of time, the sudden surge in influence value made these people envious to the point of madness, though compared to Lu Rushua their reactions were quite calm. Let's rewind a few minutes. Nuzhen County at the city gate. Having wasted an entire day on the second day of the game, Lu Rushue, who had just finished recruiting, stood at the city entrance with a gloomy expression, looking at the 100 refugees before her. The quality of this batch of refugees was clearly poor. Among them were not only elderly people, but also several frail women who needed support just to walk. The more Lu Rushue looked, the more annoyed she became, especially when she saw several white-haired old men. Anger surged within her. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. If you can't work, why are you here? Do you expect me to feed and take care of you? Several old men turned pale. One of them kneeling tremblingly. My lord, though I am old and frail, I can still tend the fire, guard the door, and care for children. Please show mercy, don't drive us away. Beside him, several other elderly people also knelt down. We beg you, magistrate, to take us in. We eat little and can do some chores. Just give us a bite to eat. But these words only made Lu Rushue more disgusted, not less. Eat little. Doesn't eating little still mean eating? Food is so precious now. Why should it be wasted on useless people like you? This is Nuzhen County, not a nursing home. After saying this, she directly opened the refugee management interface. Would you like to exile refugees unable to work? Warning: exiling refugees may cause a decline in public sentiment. Seeing the warning, Lu Rushue merely sneered. If it goes down, so be it. Keeping you would only truly hinder development. In the next moment, she chose to confirm without hesitation. You have exiled 9 elderly and weak refugees. Public sentiment has dropped significantly. Current public sentiment -8. The moment the system prompt appeared, the previously relatively calm crowd erupted into unrest. Those elderly people, faces filled with despair. After all, at their age, they could hardly withstand the exhaustion of a long journey, let alone the fact that they had no rations. To be exiled was equivalent to death. Many of the young and strong nearby, looking at Lu Rushue, their eyes turned cold. Lu Rushue remained unmoved, even growing more vicious with her curses. What are you staring at? I took you in to give you a chance to survive. If you have the ability, don't come here. A bunch of NPCs, ungrateful. Let me tell you, I won't keep useless people here. After venting her anger, Lu Rushue's emotions finally calmed slightly. Then she began to assign tasks. She went about arranging for the refugees to occupy nearby resource lands, and while doing so, she secretly vowed in her heart, "Damn Han, just you wait. So what if his influence value is higher? Wait until I establish the Female Mutual Aid Alliance. When all the female players in the entire region unite, let's see if you'll still dare to be this arrogant." In fact, after Lu Rushue was cursed to tears by Han Yilin yesterday, subsequently quite a few people took the initiative to contact her. After discussion, these people jointly decided to simply establish a female players mutual aid alliance where everyone would look out for each other and jointly crusade against selfish people like Han Yilin. This gave Lu Rushue back some confidence. She felt that she hadn't failed, she just hadn't organized herself yet. Once the alliance was established, as long as female players supported each other and developed together, they would eventually be able to trample Han Yilin underfoot. Just as she was pondering, suddenly Lu Rushue's fleshy face twisted, her eyes ferocious, as she glared at something not far away. Because she discovered that after she had just issued the order, those refugees actually stood in place one after another with no intention of setting off to occupy resource lands at all. What do you mean by this? Don't you see I told you to go to the resource lands? Move faster, don't waste time. Facing the reprimand, those people still didn't move, many showing hesitation on their faces. After all, among the elderly just exiled there were their parents and elders. What are you all standing there for? I told you to occupy the resource lands. Can you not understand human speech? Lu Rushue's voice grew angrier, on the verge of exploding. Just then a young man hesitantly stepped forward. "Half a step, my lord. Those elderly people are all elders from our village. If they are exiled like this, they probably won't get far. Perhaps we..." "Shut up." Lu Rushue's face instantly darkened. "Do I need you to teach me how to do things? A few old useless things who can't work. Keeping them would only waste food. If you care about them so much, get out with them." That young man's face turned pale, and the expressions of the other refugees also grew increasingly grim. However, Lu Rushue didn't care at all about these people's emotions. In her eyes, these were nothing but a group of NPCs. Given a mouthful of food to eat, they should sell their lives for her. How dare they give her dirty looks? Get moving, all of you. Anyone who dares to dawdle again will be exiled. This time the crowd finally moved, but their movements were noticeably sluggish, making Lu Rushue increasingly irritable. "Useless, all of you are useless." "What? You don't like being scolded? Isn't what I said correct? I'm talking about you." Under Lu Rushue's angry cursing, there was a young man with a notably stubborn temper glaring at her with hostile eyes, which instantly set Lu Rushue off. "Useless thing, I told you to look." Smack! A crisp slap landed directly on the young man's face. The young man was hit hard enough to turn his head to the side, and the immense force caused half his face to quickly swell and redden. This scene made the surrounding refugees instantly stunned, many clenching their fists tightly, but such a quiet moment falling into Lu Rushue's eyes only made her even more triumphant. You bunch of NPCs, let me tell you, behave yourselves, otherwise you'll end up just like those old geezers. As she spoke, she wanted to strike again, but just then the private chat interface suddenly flashed wildly. He Yuan sister, quick, check the chat channel. He Yuan, that damn Han guy's influence value has risen again. He Yuan, it's already exceeded 2000. The person who sent the message was also the one who first contacted Lu Rushua yesterday, so the two quickly became friends. Seeing the content, Lu Rushua immediately opened the chat channel and then saw a scene that made her blood pressure skyrocket. Impossible. Why has he increased so fast? Looking at her own influence value of 0, and then at the opponent's 4-digit influence value, the huge sense of imbalance made her anger erupt like a volcano. Why should you get all the good things? Why are all the deadweights on my side while his power skyrockets? This damn game. It's just pandering to men. The more Lu Rushua thought about it, the angrier she became. Her already dark and coarse features twisted together, making her look utterly hideous and ferocious. Unwilling to accept this, she immediately opened the private chat group and frantically typed away. This group had been created yesterday, with a few female players who supported her, intended to form an alliance later on. Sisters, that guy surnamed Han's power has grown again. This shows he has a huge amount of resources, but he'd rather hoard them all for himself than help weaker players. We must unite and resist this selfish, cold-blooded, misogynistic man. After the message was sent, it quickly garnered agreement from others. Sister Lu is right. We can't let someone like Han Yilin continue to dominate. I feel sick just seeing his name now. He has so many resources. What's the harm in sharing a little? We should join forces and make him pay. Yes. I propose we keep posting in the chat channel calling on all female players to join. We'll unite and pool our resources. Soon we'll surpass Jiangtian County. Seeing everyone agree, Lu Rushua's anger finally eased slightly. So what if Han Yilin developed fast? Then those who developed well would share their surplus resources with the weaker sisters. Lu Rushua believed that before long, all the sisters would thrive. When that happened, even uniting the entire region wouldn't be a problem, let alone just Han Yilin. The thought filled Lu Rushua with smug satisfaction. As for whether the well-developed players would be willing to share resources with the weaker ones, Lu Rushua never even considered whether they would agree. In her view, they were weak and needed help. It was only natural for the strong to aid the weak. Unlike the previous world announcement, Han Yilin's explosive power growth had sparked discussions across the entire server. But since this time no announcement was triggered, the discussion was limited to the same region. Even so, his unparalleled power value still caused quite a stir. Qingqiu County. Unlike the chaos in Nuzhun County, though both started from scratch, this place already had a semblance of life. Outside the city, many resource plots were already marked with Qingqiu County's insignia. Within the plots, numerous refugees were busy at work. Some wielded axes to fell trees, others swung pickaxes to mine ore. All affairs in the county were proceeding in an orderly manner. Before the county magistrate's residence, a slender figure stood quietly. The woman wore a creamy white cheongsam that clung to her figure, accentuating her delicate waist. Her long black hair was pinned up with a single jade hairpin with 2 strands of hair hanging by her ears. Beneath her slender legs, her feet were clad in black high heels. Clearly this outfit was from before the transmigration, and it had come with her. This woman was the county magistrate of Qingqiu County, Wen. Although she was only 26, her cheongsam-clad appearance exuded a mature, alluring charm. At that moment, her attention was fixed on the chat channel, or more precisely on Han Yilin's territory intelligence, which showed a power value exceeding 2500. In just one day it's grown this much. Is he just lucky, or has he found some shortcut? However, before she could find an answer, Lu Rushua's voice appeared in the chat channel. She first launched a vicious mockery, then began calling on female players to form an alliance against the selfish male players. Reading these messages, Wen found them somewhat ridiculous. Instead of focusing on developing their power, they were obsessed with gender warfare, even expecting well-developed players to support them. How childish and laughable. With a sneer, Wen did not engage. Unlike Lu Rushua, who always wanted something for nothing from the moment the global game descended yesterday, Wen forced herself to stay calm. She knew well that danger would arrive in 30 days, and every moment wasted now could mean greater peril later. Thus, she didn't argue in the chat channel, nor did she rush to curry favor with anyone, nor did she demand free support like Lu Rushua. After familiarizing herself with the game rules, Wen began to act methodically, recruiting refugees, occupying resource plots, and sending scouts to explore the surrounding area to expand the map as much as possible. It was through this operation that she discovered the existence of the abandoned wasteland village and obtained a considerable amount of resources from it. On the first day of development, the county's progress was on track, proceeding in an orderly fashion. However, during the course of development, Wen was not without problems. That morning, she recruited a second wave of refugees, bringing the county population to 200. Meanwhile, to the south of the abandoned wasteland village, she discovered another unexplored area of simple green difficulty. Compared to the previous abandoned wasteland village, the difficulty had increased by a level. Nevertheless, for the sake of resources, Wen Yun decided to take the risk. Even without a military commander, she believed that with proper command there was still a chance. She then led 80 able-bodied men and set out. As she had anticipated, they encountered 17 bandits in the area, armed and fierce-looking. During the skirmish, there were many close calls, and the formation nearly fell into disarray. Wen Yun naturally did not engage in battle herself, but throughout the fight she remained calm and composed, issuing commands. In the end, they emerged victorious at the cost of 6 dead and 13 wounded, while also capturing a large amount of resources. Wood 506, 80 per day. Stone 439, 20 per day. Iron ore 302, 80 per day. Grain 768, 3 per day. Resource plots 7 tier, 1 7 tier, 2. Compared to other players, these resources were not insignificant, but the cost of obtaining them was severe, 6 dead and 13 wounded. Now the wounded were crowded into narrow civilian houses, with many still oozing blood from their wounds. Several women were cleaning their wounds with water, but the town had no medicine or doctors. Seeing the wounds worsen, Wen Yun found herself in a difficult dilemma. Wen Yun understood in her heart that the method to treat the wounded was simple. She only needed to open the building list and select the construction of a medical clinic. But the problem was that the materials required to build the medical clinic would consume almost half of the resource gains from this expedition. It would be a wasted effort, and several lives would have been lost in vain. Yet if she refused to save them, these wounded could no longer work, but they would continue to consume the territory's food supplies. No matter how she looked at it, it was a losing proposition. For a moment, Wen Yun even entertained the thought of exiling all these wounded. Then their fate would have nothing to do with her. From the perspective of territory development, this was undoubtedly the most convenient option. It saved the materials for building a medical clinic and also spared the need to feed the wounded. After all, in the early stages of the game, every unit of resource had to be carefully budgeted. If she used them to build a medical clinic, it would only slow down the pace of development. But staring at the exile interface, Wen Yun ultimately couldn't bring herself to be ruthless. Finally, she opened the building list and selected the medical clinic. Medical clinic LV. 1 construction cost with 300 stone, 300 construction time 6 hours. Effect treats the wounded and basic illnesses. Gazing at the costs listed, she fell silent for a long moment before choosing to build. It was not for any other reason. These people were her subjects. It was also because she had questioned the expedition that led to their injuries. Under these circumstances, Wen Yun felt that she simply could not bring herself to exile them. After clicking confirm, 10 members from the crowd immediately went to the construction site and began building. Wen Yun stood still, watching the bustling scene before her, a bitter smile curling on her lips. I wonder if this counts as womanly kindness. On the other side, a chaotic camp lay strewn with the corpses of dozens of bandits lying in disarray. Around them were over 100 refugees, almost all of them wounded. Crucially, these refugees did not come from a single county, but from 3 different county seat forces. Yet even so, they had suffered considerable casualties. This was an unexplored region at the intersection of 3 county towns. Broken Flag Camp, difficulty normal blue. Within the camp, there were originally 60 bandits, including many armed elites leaders and a blue-named chieftain holding the fort. The difficulty was similar to the ruined hunter camp that Han Yilin had faced, but they didn't have Cheng Murou to help them. For this reason, the 3 decided to attack together. At this moment, the 3 stood in an open space surrounded by scattered loot, including basic resources like grain, wood, and iron ore, as well as a large number of weapons and swords. Additionally, there was a purple quality weapon and a blue quality treasure chest. These 3, 2 men and 1 woman, included a slightly handsome man named Tang Yue, and behind him a woman in her 20s named Tang Rou. These 2 were siblings. The other man, slightly overweight and wearing glasses, was named Dai Mingchen, who had been Tang Yu's close friend and brother for years. Before the transmigration, the 3 had been celebrating Tang Rou's birthday together at a KTV. Perhaps because of this, after the game started, the counties where they were located were very close to each other. Now, though they had won, when they tallied the casualties after the battle, the 3 didn't look very pleased. They had brought over 200 people in total. In the end, over 40 were killed in action and nearly 60 were wounded, most of them from Dai Mingchen's forces. They had obviously not expected normal difficulty to be so hard. If not for Tang Yu's last-minute ambush from behind, killing the bandit chieftain, the casualties would have been even greater. In the open space, Dai Mingchen patted the dust off his clothes and spoke with a survivor's relief that was too damn dangerous. How come the bandits on normal difficulty are all so fierce? Also, thank goodness you were awesome, Tang Yu. In that dangerous moment, you still dared to ambush from behind. If it weren't for you, we might have been done for. His sister Tang Rou stepped forward with concern. Bro, are you hurt? No. Tang Yu shook his head, revealing a confident smile. I started practicing martial arts as a child, over 10 years of training. This little danger is nothing. Alright, the battle is over. Let's see how to divide the loot. Dai Mingchen generously said, what's there to discuss? We'll split it equally as we agreed earlier. Tang Yu replied, resources are easy, but this weapon and the treasure chest. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the weapon lying on the ground not far away. Obviously, it had dropped after killing the bandit chieftain, a purple quality weapon. 8-sided Han sword, purple type, one-handed longsword attack, 58 armor penetration, 16 force 8, special effect, bleeding durability, 92100. Needless to say, in the early stages of development, a weapon of this quality would make anyone's mouth water. Tang Rou beamed, we can split the treasure chest rewards equally, and as for the weapon, why not let Big Brother take it? No sooner had she finished than Tang Yu firmly refused. No, we all contributed together just now. How can I take the benefit for free? What's the big deal? Tang Rou pouted. Brother, you contributed the most, and among the three of us, you're the most developed. Taking this weapon will speed up your development and help you establish an advantage quickly. Besides, I believe Brother Dai won't object. Hearing this, Dai Mingchen hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. That's right. Tang Yu, just take the weapon. Tang Rou is right. Among the three of us, you're the most capable. If you develop first, it benefits us all. Besides, if you hadn't turned the tide, just now we might not have even won. Seeing this, though Tang Yu was tempted, he still shook his head and refused. This isn't right. Dai Mingchen waved his hand and laughed generously. What's not right about it? We're brothers. The weapon goes to anyone. It's all the same. And among us three, you're the strongest. If you develop first, you can easily carry us later. This isn't giving it away. It's called getting rich first to help the rest. Tang Rou also smiled and nodded. Right. Bro, just take it. The two chimed in together, and Tang Yu stood there with a look of reluctance on his face. In his heart, however, an irrepressible excitement had already surged. After all, it was only the second day of the game, and a purple quality weapon would undoubtedly be of great help. As for the casualties they suffered in this battle, one was his sister, the other his good brother. He could make it up to them later once he developed. But rest assured, I Tang will remember this bond. Once I develop, I will not forget you. Dai Mingchen laughed heartily. Brother Tang, if you get rich, don't forget us. I'm waiting for my chance to rise with you. You take off, and I'll be the henchman. Do you wish to open the blue treasure chest? Faced with the prompt, Tang, you did not hesitate. Open. The next moment you obtained food, 1500 you obtained wood, 1000 you obtained iron, or 1000 you obtained stone, 1000 you obtained copper coins, 10,000 obtained blue blueprint 1. Seeing the reward at the very last line, Tang Yu's pupils visibly contracted, but he quickly suppressed the change in his expression. Then he glanced at the blueprint's contents. Qing Feng sword, blue crafting materials, iron, or 25 attack, 22 armor penetration, 8 strength 7. A blue weapon blueprint. A flicker of joy surged in his heart. Tang Yu quietly tucked away the rewards, maintaining an impassive expression throughout the entire process. Just then Tang Rou's curious voice came from behind. Dai Mingchen also looked full of anticipation. So what did you get? Tang Yu paused for a moment, then closed the light screen with a calm expression. Nothing special. Just some basic resources, food with copper coins and such. Dai Mingchen slapped his thigh in disappointment. That's it. A blue chest, and you didn't hit anything good. What a shame. Tang Yu replied with a helpless tone. Maybe I was just unlucky. He said it so naturally as if he truly hadn't gotten anything good. Seeing this, Dai Mingchen sighed helplessly. Yeah, I remember when we used to play games, opening chests every day didn't guarantee anything good either. But at least the resources are something. They'll speed up development, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Tang Yu nodded, Soon the three of them collected the loot scattered around, counted the quantities, and split it evenly. During this time, in order to help his good brother develop faster, Dai Mingchen gave up a portion of his share, especially the weapons dropped by the ordinary bandits, all of which ended up in Tang Yu's pocket. As for the blue blueprint, Tang Yu had already stashed it deep in his inventory. The reason he hadn't mentioned it was not because he distrusted Dai Mingchen, but because he felt it wasn't the right time to reveal it. The main issue was that Dai Mingchen had a rather straightforward personality. If he chatted with others in the guild channel, he might inadvertently let the information slip. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. If others found out that he owned a blue weapon blueprint, it would easily attract covetous eyes. Moreover, a blueprint was different from ordinary resources. He couldn't split it evenly. Its primary value lay in the ability to continuously forge weapons and equip his army. It represented the foundation for growth and prosperity. For this reason, after weighing the pros and cons, Tang Yu ultimately decided not to disclose the contents of the blueprint. After all, among the three of them, he was the most capable. With better weapons, he could develop faster. As for Dai Mingchen, he would find a way to compensate him later. On the way back, Tang Yu kept comforting himself, I'm not being greedy, nor am I selfish. It's for the greater good. Once Tang'an County truly becomes strong, I'll make it up to Mingchen then. The group headed back toward their respective counties. Along the way, Dai Mingchen kept muttering under his breath, still lamenting that the blue chest hadn't yielded anything good. What a waste. After all, it was a blue chest. How could it not give anything decent? But Tang Yue, you got a top-tier weapon, so next time we hit a camp like this it'll be a lot easier for you. Tang Yue simply smiled and didn't respond much. However, that awkward smile couldn't escape Tang Rou's observant eyes. After all, as siblings who had grown up together, how could a sudden shift in his gaze possibly go unnoticed? After parting ways with Dai Mingchen, Tang Rou finally voiced her doubts. Bro, tell me the truth. Did you really not get anything? After hesitating for a moment facing his sister Tang, you chose not to hide it. Actually, there was also a weapon blueprint. A blueprint? He took out the blueprint. When Tang Rou saw its attributes, she couldn't contain her excitement. After the initial surprise, she couldn't help asking, but bro, why didn't you tell Dai Mingchen just now? Tang Yu replied helplessly. If it were ordinary resources, splitting them evenly would be fine. But this weapon blueprint can't be divided, so I didn't mention it. Still, he's my brother. I won't forget that. Once we've developed enough, I'll make sure he doesn't lose out. Hearing this, Tang Rou didn't raise any objections. She simply nodded, I understand. Jiayin County. Cheng Murou had already returned from her expedition. She had taken 5 level 5 territories without shedding a drop of blood. Not even a trace of blood stained the Miao blade. This made Han Yilin curious. Had she pulled up trees again? Come, you must be tired. Rest a bit. Are you hurt? Are you exhausted? Though suspicious, Han Yilin's warm welcome was unaffected. And no, I'm not hurt. His overly enthusiastic attitude made Cheng Murou blush again, her voice barely a whisper. Everything went smoothly. Just, my feet are a bit sore from running around all morning. Han Yilin's ears perked up. Sore feet. Here, let me sniff. Cough, let me massage them for you. With that, he pushed Cheng Murou into a chair, then actually bent down, making as if to take off her shoes. This action genuinely startled Cheng Murou. Her pretty face flushed crimson, and she seemed utterly at a loss. And no need. After saying that, as if afraid Han Yilin might say something even more shocking, she quickly scurried away out of sight. Standing in place watching her rapidly disappearing figure, Han Yilin rubbed his nose. How come she was so bold last night, but so timid during the day? And she won't even let me show a little concern. Chasing after her was out of the question. There was still work to be done. Switching to the light screen, he checked the construction list. The barracks construction progress was nearly complete, counting down its final moments. Finally, a prompt appeared. Barracks construction complete. Finally done. Han Yilin eagerly opened the barracks interface, and the recruitment list came into view. However, among the recruitable units, only a single pathetic icon remained lit. Militia. Rank Tier 1 unit, white level LV. 1 attack, 20 defense, 8 movement, 12 recruitment, cost food, 20 copper coins, 100 daily food consumption, food 5. What kind of stats are these? Han Yilin couldn't hide the disgust on his face. He had waited all this time for this. Look at these pathetic attributes. They're almost on par with refugees. Why can I only recruit this one type? Puzzled, Han Yilin looked at the recruitment list. Behind the militia icon, there were many grayed out patterns. Whenever his gaze moved over them, their corresponding names would appear. Xuanjia Army locked, Tiger and Leopard Cavalry locked, Wei's Elite Soldiers locked, Iron Armored Cavalry locked. Every single name that followed made Han Yilin's mouth water. These were all elite troops that had achieved glorious feats throughout history. Are there no unlock conditions? He searched for a long time, but found no relevant explanation. Instead, on the side of the militia stat panel, he noticed a class change icon. Then he noticed that the militia also had a level attribute. Could it be that to unlock the subsequent units, I need to level them up first? Wait, there's a description here. When the militia reaches level 10, they can undergo a class change and become Tier 2 units. But the condition for class change is a level 2 barracks. As for the units in the recruitment list, they require corresponding military tokens. That means there's a chance to get them by opening chests and such. It doesn't seem hard. Let's recruit. Having understood the recruitment rules, Han Yilin calculated the costs in his mind. Recruiting 1 militia cost 20 units of food and 100 copper coins. After that, it would consume 5 units of food each day. He glanced at his current resource reserves. I'll recruit 100 for now. Consume 2,000 food to recruit 100 militiamen. Confirm. Han Yilin clicked confirm, and the next moment a familiar prompt appeared. Watch an ad to double the recruitment. Holy shit. He blurted out a curse. Han Yilin never expected that recruiting soldiers would involve ads, but the sudden doubling made him hesitate. After all, once recruited, the soldiers would require daily provisions. 200 men would consume 1,000 units of food per day. After careful calculation, Han Yilin felt it should be fine. At worst, he could just capture a few more level 5 lands later. Watch. The light screen suddenly went dark. Then an extremely catchy BGM blasted into Han Yilin's ears. He burst into laughter. In the image, a burly man with golden hair struck various poses. The catchy BGM continued. He laughed heartily. Han Yilin. I'm speechless. Does this national game also have a World Cup? He exclaimed. Who the hell came up with this ad? Han Yilin said he was going crazy. Back when he played mobile games, he had always detested watching ads for rewards. Now it was his turn. Although the rewards were tempting, he pleaded, can't you give me some normal ads? Han Yilin really couldn't hold it together. He muttered, "How much did they pay for this ad? Why torture me? This is really killing me." The mental torture lasted 30 seconds. Finally, the ad ended. Ad watched successfully. The prompt faded. Han Yilin instinctively looked outside the city. He was curious, would these 200 militiamen spawn directly outside the city gates like refugees? Or would they appear out of thin air? Just then the heavy wooden gate of the barracks slowly opened, and a figure walked out. Then a second, third, fourth. More and more people emerged, gathering on the open ground outside the barracks. In an instant 200 had assembled. Well. They actually spawned directly from the barracks. Though full of flaws, he now had an army. But before he could be happy for 2 seconds, he soon noticed something wrong. These militiamen had no armor whatsoever. They were all barehanded, bare-chested, wearing only white shorts, not even shoes. All standing barefoot on the ground. The smile on Han Yilin's face slowly faded. "What the hell? You don't even come with weapons?" One of the soldiers stepped forward and replied, "Sir, the barracks only recruits soldiers. Weapons and armor need to be provided by you." Han Yilin. So the barracks just gave me 200 bare-chested men who can line up. He now understood why these soldiers had stats similar to refugees. In essence, they were just healthier, stronger refugees with perhaps a bit of military discipline, but not much. They were called militiamen after all, which made sense. Originally, Han Yilin had planned to build a blacksmith shop and gradually replace their weapons with Miao Dao. But now it seemed weapon blueprints were far more valuable than he had imagined. Armor and vest blueprints would surely be priceless in the future. He glanced at the trading channel, still grayed out and inaccessible. Han Yilin sighed regretfully. Other players probably have no idea that recruited soldiers come empty-handed. For now, only I know this. Too bad there's no trading market, otherwise I could buy blueprints from others at low prices. He quickly put aside the trading thoughts. Since there were no weapons, he would have to make them himself. But first he needed to build a blacksmith shop. He opened the construction list and selected the blacksmith shop. Blacksmith shop LV1 construction cost with 300 stone, 200 iron, or 200 construction times 6 hours, build. Materials deducted. 10 refugees soon arrived, cleared a plot near the barracks, and began building the blacksmith shop. The location was naturally chosen by Han Yilin. Then a familiar ad prompt appeared. Watch. The light screen flashed. This time the ad was not the previous one, but a different one. Then came the ad narration. This time Han Yilin wasn't triggered. Aside from feeling a bit speechless, he felt he could guess what the next ad would be. After all, these two had appeared together. Would other ads be far behind? Ad watched successfully. Blacksmith shop construction time reduced by 50. Remaining construction time, 3 hours. 6 hours, it should be done by afternoon. Fortunately, the time wasn't too long. He closed the panel and turned to look at the soldiers. Though they were barehanded, Han Yilin thought he wasn't without resources. He had collected many low-level weapons yesterday, which could now come in handy. He opened the inventory and counted. There were 53 various swords and blades, all of low quality, white and green with pitiful stat bonuses, but still better than nothing. Take out all. 53 weapons appeared on the open ground outside the barracks. Han Yilin began distributing them. Come front row, come get your weapons. The militiamen stepped forward one by one, their faces filled with excitement. The remaining 100 or so could only watch longingly. Han Yilin said helplessly there were only these many weapons. They would have to wait for the blacksmith shop to be built. After distributing, Han Yilin's desire to leave the city immediately stirred. He opened the map, scanning around the county town. Level 1 to 4 lands were skipped, level 5 lands were mostly occupied, with only 2 left at the edge of the black fog. As for level 6 lands, no chance now. Rubbing his chin, Han Yilin decided to first test the waters on a level 2 resource land to see the militia's combat capability. After that, he would look for explorable areas and go to dungeons. The militia vanquished 8 bandits. Victory achieved. You have successfully seized the level 2 resource site, Abandoned Wasteland. Faction value plus 30. Would you like to dispatch personnel to the wasteland? The maximum number of deployable soldiers is 10. Outside the city, before a second-tier resource site, Han Yilin perused the battle report with a flicker of delight. Is it really this straightforward? If that were the case, with sufficient weapons, they could tackle 4th and 5th-tier sites at will. Though the process would hardly match the ruthless efficiency of Cheng Murou, overall, ordinary militiamen proved slightly superior to common bandits. Of course, this referred solely to ordinary bandits, excluding elites, captains, and chieftains. As for whether to dispatch troops, absurd. Why send anyone to a second-tier site? Han Yilin himself intended to abandon it. He had just closed the notification when another prompt immediately appeared. Soldiers gained plus 4 experience points. Would you like to watch an advertisement for double experience? Huh. Han Yilin let out a soft murmur of surprise. This was an unfamiliar prompt, yet upon seeing the meager experience value, his interest instantly vanished. Only 4 points. Doubled, they amounted to 8. Watch an ad for that. Forget it. He dismissed the prompt with unusual decisiveness. This was the first time Han Yilin had ever declined. He had no choice. The experience gain was far too meager, even doubled it remained negligible. Time was precious. How could he endure 30 seconds of torment for 4 experience points? However, judging from the advancement options in the recruitment menu, soldiers can presumably gain experience through combat level up and then change professions. As for how much experience is earned, it should correlate with enemy strength. Over the years, Han Yilin had played numerous games, so even without a tutorial, he could quickly grasp the current situation. Let me check the map. Level 5 sites have 500 defenders and level 4 isn't short either. Perhaps I should try a level 3 site first. As he pondered, his steps suddenly halted. With each advance, the black fog ahead cleared in patches. Just so happened that within that cleared area, a line of green text emerged. Pancher Ridge. Status explorable. Danger level simple green. Potential loot grain, timber, stone, unknown items. Note: explorable areas differ from resource sites and require the county magistrate to personally lead the reconnaissance. Oh, an unexpected bonus. And its simple difficulty. Perfect for training the militia. Compared to using resource sites for training, Han Yilin clearly preferred exploration. On one hand, he could participate directly, on the other these militiamen couldn't conquer high-tier resource sites, yet claiming 3rd and 4th-tier sites without sufficient population would ultimately leave them abandoned anyway. But explorable areas were different. Within them lay not only enemies, but also loot, treasure chests, and potentially valuable blueprints. It was the ideal opportunity to grind experience for the militia. Let's go. Han Yilin waved his hand. 53 armed militiamen immediately formed a protective circle around him and set off toward Pancher Ridge. Along the way, Han Yilin felt a twinge of unease. After all, Cheng Murou was not present. If danger arose, he would have to rely solely on himself. Before long, they neared the outer perimeter of Pancher Ridge. From a distance, Han Yilin spotted 2 bandits standing guard. Noticing Han Yilin's party, the 2 immediately turned and fled backward, clearly going to raise the alarm. Indeed, within moments, the distant sound of chaotic footsteps echoed, and 20 to 30 bandits appeared. They wore mismatched, tattered clothing and carried uneven weapons. Short blades, wooden clubs, and a few weathered spears that had somehow survived from the forces of the former dynasty. At that moment, the bandit chief grinned, revealing a mouth of yellowed teeth. Where did this fat sheep come from? Leave all your grain and weapons, and old master might just show mercy and let you keep your dog lives. Attack. Having come primarily to level up, Han Yilin had no patience for further words. The battle began immediately. As soon as the command fell, the 53 militiamen surged forward. The bandits met them with wild swings of their crude weapons, but the numerical disadvantage was insurmountable. Soon Han Yilin's side gained absolute dominance. Many bandits fell beneath the blades while their leader held out the longest, managing to mortally wound 2 militiamen in a desperate last stand. The entire engagement lasted only a few minutes. At the cost of 4 fallen soldiers, the battle concluded. Immediately, notifications appeared. Soldiers gained plus 78 experience points. Would you like to watch an advertisement for double experience? As expected, it's increased. Han Yilin wore an expression of no surprise and nodded. Watch it. What's there to hesitate about? The screen went dark, then reappeared, showing a young man named Lu Taiju sitting at a street-side stall selling steamed buns with a deeply worried expression. Starting the game by hawking buns on the street. Life is brutal. As he spoke, a stout woman happened to stroll past. Mid-step, she slipped. Oof. She fell face first right in front of Lu Tieju's stall. 2 options materialized on the screen. Help her up. Don't help. She might be scamming. Lu Taiju gritted his teeth. A person must have conscience. Help her. The next moment, he hurried forward and helped the stout woman to her feet. At that instant, the narrator's voice suddenly boomed. Unbelievable. She's actually a rich woman. The stout woman blew a kiss toward the camera and flashed a heart sign with her fingers. Golden light erupted and a red sports car materialized out of thin air beside the road. In the next instant, Lu Taiju was dressed in a tailored suit, and a lavishly decorated storefront appeared beside him. The rich woman, to show her gratitude, gifted me a sports car, promoted me to vice president, and even handed me a flagship bun shop. Lu Taiju stood before the sports car, his grin nearly splitting his face. Then he hired a beautiful secretary in professional attire. It seemed his life had reached its pinnacle. But the moment the secretary appeared, the rich woman stormed off in a rage, and everything vanished instantly. He was back to square one overnight. Yet the beautiful secretary approached him with a tender smile. Brother Tieju, don't lose heart. Let's take out a 1 million loan and rebuild from scratch. Tears welled in Lu Tieju's eyes. You're too kind. Take the loan. The moment the prompt disappeared, the secretary grabbed the money box and bolted, leaving Lu Taiju clutching his buns and weeping in despair. Han Yilin. My dead memories have suddenly begun attacking me. Advertisement, viewed successfully. Soldiers gained plus 156 experience points. Congratulations. All 53 soldiers have leveled up. Leveled up already. But my attributes don't seem to have changed. So what's the point of this level? Only after a job change will there be an improvement. Muttering to himself, Han Yilin then turned his attention to the treasure chest. Leveling up was secondary, opening the chest was the top priority. As for the other loot, Han Yilin had already taken a quick look and found nothing particularly valuable. They were all white and green quality weapons, and even the leader's weapon was only green quality. He didn't spare them a second glance. Opening the chest is the real gain. Come on, let me see what ridiculous ad this is this time. Reaching out to touch the chest before him, Han Yilin had already mentally prepared himself. Do you want to watch an ad to double the exploration rewards? 1. Let's just say his responses were becoming increasingly terse. At first Han Yilin would say watch or play, but later it became just view, and now it had been reduced to a single number. Soon the ad began to play. On the screen was a round yellow Shiba Inu head with a massive beehive suspended in the air beside it. The game started. A finger appeared on the screen drawing a circle around the dog's head, completely enclosing it. At that moment the beehive trembled slightly and a dense swarm of bees surged out, continually striking the dog's head as if trying to sting it, but they were all blocked by a protective barrier formed by black lines. When the countdown ended, the swarm retreated and the dog's mouth curled into a smirk. Then came the second level, the same routine, just with a different terrain. The black lines were normal enough in the early stages, but by the third level the absurd gameplay began. Instead of simply covering the dog's head, the player insisted on drawing all sorts of bizarre shapes. With no obstruction, the swarm rushed at the dog's head in a frenzy, and the yellow Shiba Inu instantly swelled into a pig's head. A huge fail pop-up appeared on the screen. Below it were 2 lines of text: can you save the dog? Download the game and challenge 9999 levels. This time Han Yilin didn't complain much, mainly because he had played this game quite a bit back in the day. Ad watch successfully. Chest opening. You obtained grain 600, you obtained wood 500, you obtained iron or 500, you obtained copper coins 2000, you obtained blue quality building blueprint 1, a building blueprint. Let me see what this is about. He took out the reward and the blueprint's attributes appeared before him. 8 directions: restaurant blue, construction cost wood 300, stone 200. Construction time 6 hours. Effect increases tax revenue within the territory. A restaurant. Upon seeing these 2 words, Han Yilin's first thought wasn't about taxes, but whether this restaurant could improve his own meals. After all, the current food was truly unpalatable to him. They say that in time travel to ancient times, providing the commoners with plain congee and pickled vegetables every day would be enough to get you draped in a yellow robe. But the problem was that referred to ancient times with low productivity. Having lived over 20 years, Han Yilin had never endured such hardship. He put away the blueprint and checked the time. He had no intention of returning just yet. There was still plenty of time, so he might as well explore the surroundings a bit more. With that in mind, he took stock of his gains. Besides the chest rewards, he had obtained 27 various weapons. Adding the ones from the fallen enemies, he had a total of 31 weapons. Han Yilin immediately summoned another 31 militia from the county town. After distributing all the spare weapons, the troop size had reached 80. With the increase in numbers, the troops' combat effectiveness had noticeably improved, especially when facing level 3 resource sites where there were almost no casualties. Of course, attacking level 3 sites wasn't for the resources. Han Yilin was simply leveling up. Combined with the ad viewing rewards after each battle, before long, all the soldiers had reached level 5. Their various attributes had also seen a modest increase compared to the initial stage. Han Yilin spent the entire afternoon sweeping through the area near the county town. When most of the time had passed, he finally discovered another explorable area. However, like the abandoned village, it was of easy difficulty white. There was no danger throughout, and the rewards were pitifully small. Even the final chest, after watching the ad, only yielded a green quality building blueprint. Hunter's Hut, green, construction cost wood 100, stone 50. Construction time 6 hours. Function recruits hunters to hunt, providing a steady supply of meat. Though the quality was low, Han Yilin still showed a look of surprise. After all, he didn't know if the restaurant could improve his meals, but this hunter's hut could definitely secure a source of meat. Han Yilin's luck seemed far from over. After obtaining the hunter's hut blueprint, just as he was preparing to return, he discovered another explorable area of easy difficulty, green, nearby. As before, the defenders were just over 20 bandits. The 80-man force took them without a fight, netting Han Yilin another 20+ weapons along with a green quality chest. However, after watching the ad, the chest's rewards rivaled those of a blue chest. Ad watch successfully. Chest opening. You obtained grain 580, you obtained wood 600, you obtained iron or 450, you obtained copper coins 2200, you obtained light armor crafting blueprint blue. When the ad ended, Han Yilin ignored the resources and focused directly on the blueprint. Well, now I have blueprints for both weapons and armor. Once the blacksmith shop is built, I can start crafting. Tisk tisk tsk. This is what they call being blessed by the RNG gods. For a moment Han Yilin was in high spirits. After an afternoon of leveling, all 80 militia had reached level 7, and he estimated they could undergo job change tomorrow. Moreover, he now had not only weapons, but also armor blueprints, both of blue quality. In addition, he had blueprints for a restaurant and a hunter's hut, plus a recruitment token. In terms of resources, today's gains were substantial. Though the resource sites he had captured earlier were now abandoned, exploring and opening chests had yielded a large wave of resources. Wood 3918 600 day, stone 4022 600 day, iron or 4567 600 day, grain 4689 333 day, resource sites level 41, level 58. Though the resource numbers might not seem much higher than yesterday, one must remember that he had recruited 200 militia and built houses, a blacksmith shop, and other buildings. Such a development speed made Han Yilin feel that if not absolutely dominant, he was at least far ahead of the curve. Of course, this excluded the fact that daily grain consumption exceeded production. Mainly when recruiting soldiers, Han Yilin hadn't thought about watching ads to double the rewards, but he felt it wasn't a big issue. He would just claim a few more grain resource sites later. After briefly tallying his gains, he checked the time. The blacksmith shop was about to be completed, so he led the team back. Back in Jiayan County, the blacksmith shop was still a little time away from completion. With nothing else to do, Han Yilin decided to use both newly acquired building blueprints. The inn was built in the western part of the county town, while the hunter's cabin was constructed near the city gate. Although there weren't enough laborers at present, it didn't matter. After watching the ad, he added them to the construction queue. Then he looked at the recruitment order and chose to use that as well. Should I watch an advertisement to improve the quality of this recruitment? 1. He answered briefly again, and then the advertisement appeared. This time the scene opened in a magnificent hall. An elderly gentleman with a wealthy appearance held a wine glass, smiling as he looked at the young man opposite him. Thanks to young Master Lu's assistance with the new Phantom Cauldron Ruins raid, our Lin family's power has been secured. Before he could finish speaking, a young woman rushed in frantically. Bad news, bad news. Multiple factions have united to seize our Lin family's resources. What a... The elderly gentleman's face turned pale, clutching his forehead as he stumbled, nearly fainting. Beside him, a young man who had just finished cleaning a table quickly moved to support him. But before he could get close, the young woman kicked him to the ground. Useless thing. Get out of the way, scram. Young Master Lu stepped forward, leisurely reassuring him. Old master need not worry. Once I take action, I will surely reclaim the Lin family's resources. The elderly gentleman was instantly furious. Matrilocal son-in-law. Are you mocking me or cursing my Lin family? Young Master Lu sneered. My Lu family has several masters from the top 100 of the Hall of Fame. Are we afraid of those insignificant factions? The young man slowly stood up. Top 100. Those incompetents of yours don't deserve to be called masters. Only when I arrange for the top 15 masters of the Hall of Fame to act together can this crisis be resolved. The young woman's face flushed with anger, and she slapped him. Who do you think you are to give orders here? Smack. However, the next moment the young man backhanded her in return, another crisp sound echoing as the woman clutched her face in disbelief, never expecting her pushover husband to stand so firmly today. His gaze turned icy. You're blind. I protected your Lin clan for 3 years with my reputation in Tianxia, and today you repeatedly insult me. I'll make you pay in blood. Hearing this, young Master Lu laughed in anger, but before he could speak, bang. The door was burst open, and a killing, intent-filled shout echoed behind everyone. Insulting my Supreme One. Must be killed. The door crashed open, and a man in sunglasses with a solemn expression walked in with a group of men in black. Young Master Lu's expression changed dramatically. Hall of Fame number 1. Zui Jiangmu. As everyone watched in shock, Zui Jiangmu walked straight to the young man and knelt on one knee. Your subordinate brings the top 15 members of the Hall of Fame to welcome the Supreme One. The next moment, over 10 men in black behind him all knelt down in unison, awaiting the Supreme One's command. As the advertisement neared its end, Han Yilin's mouth curved into a smile once again at the Crooked Mouth Dragon King advertisement. Honestly, this Crooked Mouth Dragon King ad may seem absurd, but it's genuinely satisfying. Much better than those fake, greasy senior sister ads. The 30 seconds ended, the ad vanished. Recruitment successful. You have obtained a purple special talent X1. When the notification appeared from the barracks, a burly man in his 30s emerged, slowly wielding an iron hammer. The burly man was tall and muscular with thick palms and calluses on his thumb, webbing, and finger joints. When Han Yilin looked at him, his attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Name Wangzhu. Quality purple. Profession blacksmith. Combat power 73. Command 16. Administration 12. Strategy 18. Charisma 45. Craftsmanship 76. Skill 100 refinements. 100 refinements. When overseeing weapon and armor forging, daily output increases by 48. Base stats of finished products improve by 25. Chance to forge random additional properties. When the panel appeared, Han Yilin's eyes went wide instantly. There was no way around it. This panel, this profession, and the skill description made him realize he desperately needed this kind of talent right now. A combat power of 73. While it couldn't match Cheng Murou's monstrous level, it was absolutely formidable. Even without the blacksmith profession, he'd rival a purple-quality military commander. Of course, what surprised Han Yilin most was the 100 refinement skill. It boosted output by 40, enhanced base attributes by 20, and even had a chance to forge random properties. Holy crap, this wasn't just a blacksmith. It was practically a mobile arms factory. A purple blacksmith was already this overpowered. What if it were golden or red? Han Yilin couldn't even imagine. Could he mass-produce legendary weapons on an assembly line? What talent! Welcome, welcome, Brother Wang. Jiayin County desperately needs someone like you right now. Han Yilin's face burst with an enthusiastic smile. Wang Zhu seemed slightly uncomfortable, quickly returning the salute. Thank you for your trust, my lord. While I may lack other skills, as long as I have furnace fires and iron, or crafting weapons and armor, won't be an issue. That's exactly what I need. Han Yilin clapped his hands and led him toward the blacksmith shop. Let's go, let's go. The blacksmith shop I prepared for you is almost ready. Upon arriving at their destination after waiting just a short while, a blacksmith shop constructed from stone and rough timber was finally completed. Wang Zhu stepped inside where a person was already standing. His attributes weren't high and his profession was listed as blacksmith apprentice, clearly a staff member provided by the building itself. Aside from that, anvils, bellows, furnaces were all neatly arranged around him. Though it looked crude, it had everything needed. All the essentials were present. Han Yilin didn't waste any time opening the forging list immediately. Inside there were only two options. Riftwind, Meow, Sword Blueprint Blue. Crafting materials, Iron, or X30. Attack 30. Piercing 10. Combat Power 5. Fish Scale Light, Armor Blueprint Blue. Crafting materials, Iron, or X70, Timber X10. Defense 18. March Speed -1. Special Arrow Damage reduced by 50. Below each selectable target, the daily output was displayed. Han Yilin took a quick look. At the current level 1 blacksmith shop, the Meow swords could produce 10 per day and the light armor 5 sets. The quantity wasn't great, even accounting for Wang Zhu's skills. Once Wang Zhu moved into the blacksmith shop, the original equipment attributes, including production output, changed immediately. The Meow sword stats became attack 36, piercing 12, combat power 6, and daily production increased from 10 to 14. As for the light armor, its defense stat also became 21, but the special effect remained unchanged, with daily production rising to 7 sets. 14 Meow swords, 7 sets of light armor. At that moment, Wang Zhu emerged from the blacksmith shop and saluted Han Yilin. My lord, the furnaces and anvils here are quite basic, but they'll suffice for now. If materials are sufficient, your subordinate can start smelting as soon as possible. Recalling the earlier question Han Yilin asked, besides upgrading the blacksmith shop, is there any other way to increase production? Wang Zhu replied, my lord, if you provide enough assistance, production can be increased. If quality isn't a concern and all inferior equipment is crafted, production could double. Inferior? Han Yilin responded awkwardly. Inferior is out of the question. As for assistance, I'll arrange them for you tomorrow. Currently the workforce is clearly insufficient. Following Han Yilin's plan, tomorrow they could recruit more refugees. At that time, they would have enough hands for the blacksmith workshop, enabling the production of weapons and equipment. However, Han Yilin discovered that a level 1 blacksmith workshop could only accommodate a maximum of 10 assistants. Even at full capacity, it could only increase the forging speed by 50%. Come to think of it, why can only one blacksmith workshop be built? Since resources aren't lacking, Han Yilin truly couldn't understand why such a restriction existed. If not for this limitation, he would have built several blacksmith workshops and used an assembly line approach to manufacturing equipment. He could mobilize an elite army in minutes. Returning to the city lord's manor, he grabbed a simple meal to fill his stomach. Then Han Yilin focused his thoughts and opened the territory panel. Territory: Jiayin County. Level 1 County Town. County Magistrate Han Yilin. Population 397. Funds 36741. Grain 4689. Soldiers 196. Public sentiment 51. Law and order 70. Power value 2550. Nearly 400 people now. If we calculate it this way, tomorrow after recruiting another wave of people we'll reach 517. For conscription, Han Yilin quickly calculated in his mind. To upgrade the city lord's manor, he needed 100 population. His recruited soldiers could be doubled by watching advertisements, so he only needed to consume resources for over 200 people. It was already in the negatives. If he continued recruiting, Han Yilin truly feared these soldiers would starve to death. After some thought, Han Yilin chose to give up. Forget it, there's no need to pursue speed. In the worst case, we wait a couple more days. Before that, we can build all the structures that can be constructed. With this in mind, Han Yilin opened the building page. City Lord's Manor LV. 1. Kanji Shed LV. 1. City Wall LV. 0 damaged. City Gate LV. 0 damaged. Barracks LV. 1. Hawkseye Watchtower LV. 1. Blacksmith Workshop LV. 1. Civilian Houses 20 LV. 1. 8 Directions Restaurant under construction LV. 1. Hunter's Cabin under construction LV. 1. Looking at the current territory, buildings limited by the City Lord's Manor's level, other buildings could not be upgraded for now. At the same time, Han Yilin felt that it was time to find an opportunity to repair the city gate and wall. Although the beginner protection period was 30 days, who could guarantee nothing would go wrong during that time? One must always be prepared for the worst. Also, more civilian houses needed to be built. After all, refugees had to be recruited daily. Besides this, he looked at the construction page. Currently, buildings available for construction included: stable can reclassify cavalry. Drill ground train soldiers gain experience. Market increase tax revenue. Medical hall treat wounded. Security office recruit constables, improve law and order. 5 in total, and all with significant effects. Han Yilin thought about it. Since resources weren't lacking for the time being, he simply chose to construct all of them at once. Additionally, he built 12 more civilian houses, preparing in advance. This wave of operations consumed a total of 220 units of timber, plus 1150 units of stone. However, currently, only 20 people could participate in construction. In other words, currently, only the 8 Directions Restaurant and Hunter's Cabin were under construction. The rest had to wait in queue. Still short on people. Among these, some might inevitably be elderly, weak, sick, or disabled, and unable to participate in labor. Then priority has to go to the blacksmith workshop. Calculated this way, hardly anyone can participate in construction. The more he thought, the more troubled he became. For a moment, Han Yilin even felt envious of other players. After all, at present, they didn't have this kind of trouble. They only had to think about how to obtain resources. There was never this much to deal with. Of course, this so-called envy was merely wishful thinking. The sky gradually darkened as the refugees who had worked at various resource sites all day returned to the county town one after another. Actually, these people shouldn't be called refugees anymore, but rather citizens within the county town. In the building list, construction on the 8 Directions Restaurant and Hunter's Cabin also came to a complete halt. As for Han Yilin, he simply gnawed on some dry rations for dinner, then returned to the bedroom of the City Lord's Manor. The moment he entered, he saw Cheng Murou sitting in a chair, chin propped on her hand, spacing out. "What are you thinking about?" Hearing Han Yilin's voice, Cheng Murou immediately snapped back to reality. Seeing Han Yilin curiously studying her, she thought of what happened that morning. Her beautiful eyes immediately curved into crescent moons, her lips slightly raised, looking particularly smug. Not telling you. This adorable appearance truly made Han Yilin's heart melt. However, he had witnessed this girl uprooting a willow tree with her bare hands. So he quickly reminded himself in his heart, this wasn't a soft, cute girl, but a human-shaped beast. Humph. Fine, don't tell me. I'm not even interested in asking. Han Yilin deliberately turned his head away, putting on an air of complete indifference, then walked straight to the bed and lay down. Having been busy all day with nothing to do, in the evening Han Yilin opened the chat interface. However, the moment the light screen appeared, Cheng Murou leaned over. "Master, what are you looking at?" Han Yilin pointed at the screen in front of him. "Can you see this?" Cheng Murou froze for a moment. Following the direction of his finger in front of her, there was nothing but Han Yilin, an empty bed curtain, and the ceiling above. She blinked. "See what?" "Right here." Han Yilin pointed again. Cheng Murou earnestly stared at that empty space for a long while, then asked in some bewilderment, "Is there something here?" Han Yilin pondered deeply. It seemed that things like the system panel and chat channels were only visible to players like themselves. Nothing. It's just a game interface. You can manage the county town and chat with other players. After a simple explanation, Cheng Murou nodded, as if she understood, though in reality, she didn't understand a thing. But she didn't press further. Instead, she took off her shoes and insistently squeezed toward the inside of the bed. In an instant, she had pushed Han Yilin to the edge against the wall. "Hey, you're being this forward now. This is my bed." Cheng Murou also seemed to feel somewhat embarrassed by what was said. She slightly turned her head away, and a blush also appeared on her beautiful face. But she showed no intention whatsoever of getting up. Han Yilin was so angry his teeth ached. He even directly stretched out his hand, wanting to push her away. He pushed, but couldn't move her. Giving up resistance, Han Yilin simply decided to let it be. He turned over and used his butt and back to face Cheng Murou, his full attention falling on the chat channel. As a channel with 10,000 people, no matter the hour, there was always a massive number of players chatting endlessly. Sure enough, the moment Han Yilin entered now, he saw countless messages continuously scrolling. Gentlemen, how has everyone's development been progressing? Is that for real? That's incredibly brutal. Lucky for me, I didn't rush to build it. This structure has to be built eventually anyway. The thing is, to forge weapons at the blacksmith's workshop you need blueprints. Without them you can't craft anything. I could literally vomit. I struggled so hard to gather resources and finally built the barracks, yet all I could recruit were militiamen. And what's worse, they're all half-naked weirdos. We still have to forge the weapons separately. It's not just you who's short-handed. Everyone is. By the way, what's everyone's public sentiment at? Ever since mine went negative, I've noticed those damned villagers have been looking at me rather strangely. Negative? Oh my god, brother, what did you do? Nothing much really. There were just some old codgers who wouldn't do any work, but still needed to be fed, so I exiled them. And then the other NPCs actually had the nerve to come question me about it. Damn plebeians, the lot of them. Respect. Within the chat channel, most of the discussions centered around each person's individual progress with occasional exchanges of information. From this, Han Yilin could tell that the shortage of hands wasn't his problem alone. Every player currently faced this same predicament. As for the issue of public sentiment, Han Yilin could only say that those players who treated the refugees as mere NPCs were truly fortunate. In this world, although many aspects of how things operated followed game-like logic, for instance acquiring resources or recruiting refugees and soldiers, these recruited individuals were never NPCs composed of code. Instead, they were living, breathing people. Take Cheng Murou standing beside him for example. The softness of her touch, the warmth of her skin. Yes, unmistakably real. My lord, what? What are you doing? No sooner had he made his move than Cheng Murou's timid voice rang out from beside him. Han Yilin cleared his throat awkwardly. Nothing much, just verifying whether you were real. Cheng Murou. The night passed in silence. When morning arrived, the first thing Han Yilin did upon opening his eyes was check his territory's resources. Wood 2318 daily 600, stone 3472 daily 600, iron or 5167 daily 600, grain 4356 daily minus 333, resource sites level 4 site 1, level 5 sites 8. Although the four-figure resource numbers made the daily output of 600 seem modest, Han Yilin could say with certainty that this figure absolutely exceeded that of 99. 9 of all players. Of course, grain was the exception. I need to conquer more grain resource sites today. Murmuring softly to himself, Han Yilin rose quietly from bed, took his clothes, and walked out of the room. Then he opened the recruitment list to summon today's batch of refugees. Would you like to watch an advertisement to improve the quality of this recruitment? After watching this recruitment, we'll have a high probability of yielding special talents. Current watch attempts available 33. Here we go. That familiar feeling washed over him. Without hesitation, Han Yilin agreed, watch it. The next moment, the light screen before him went black. Then before the images even appeared, a familiar yet maddening voice from a loudspeaker suddenly blared. Great news. Great news. The Wenzhou leather factory has gone bankrupt. The boss Huang, he who indulged in drinking, gambling, and whoring, ran up a debt of 350 million and fled with his mistress. We had no choice but to offer shoes as wages. Only then did the advertisement imagery appear. A middle-aged man in a floral shirt, holding a large speaker, standing before shelves piled high, with leather shoes bellowing at the top of his lungs. Shoes originally priced at over 300, 200, even 100 yuan. Now they're all just 20 yuan. All for only 20 yuan. For 20 yuan, you can't get cheated. For 20 yuan, you can't be fooled. Genuine factory direct sales. Genuine clearance sale, everything must go. Han Yilin. At this point, the advertisement continued. The middle-aged man, filled with grief and indignation, continued his anguished tirade. You scoundrel Huang, you're not human. We slaved away for more than half a year, and you wouldn't pay us. Give me my hard-earned money. Give me back my blood and sweat money. The soul-piercing sound of the loudspeaker rang in his ears, and Han Yilin was rendered completely speechless. He reflected that ever since arriving in this so-called game world of Universal County Magistrate in just these 2 or 3 days, he had revisited all manner of ridiculous brainwashing and unforgettable advertisements from his past. Fortunately, the next 2 advertisements weren't quite so torturous. One was a mini-game challenge: if you're a man, make it to the 100th level. The other was a dating advertisement: download the app to date beauties nearby, and such. Compared to the previous explosive advertisements, Han Yilin watched these with complete equanimity. However, when the advertisements finally ended, and he saw the panel on the recruitment list, Han Yilin's face instantly fell. I'll be damned. I watched 3 whole advertisements, and in the end this is what you give me. Shaoqing. Gold tier quality. Profession singer. Martial arts 3. Command 12. Administration 11. Strategy 18. Charm 99. Artistry 92. Skills lingering melody, red sleeves, adding fragrance, understanding heart. This time compared to yesterday, yet another gold-tier special talent had appeared. It was precisely this profession that made Han Yilin struggle to maintain his composure. What kind of nonsense is a singer? I should say you're the one who looks like a singer. I sat through 3 consecutive ads enduring 90 seconds of mental torture, and now this county is in ruins with an extreme shortage of manpower. Yet you bring me a singer. What the hell? Han Yilin kept cursing under his breath, feeling as though 90 precious seconds of his life had been wasted. In the attribute panel, he hadn't failed to notice that 99-point charm value, but he simply felt that at this stage the development of his power was undoubtedly more important. As for personal life, whether it was a harem of 3,000 concubines or multiple wives, he would at least wait until his foundation was solid before indulging in such pleasures. It was like how in ancient times many people during chaotic eras would start to gain some momentum, yet before they could unify the world they would indulge in women and ultimately meet a wretched end. Han Yilin asked himself sincerely. His Dao heart was still firm enough. Just look, Cheng Murou had climbed into his bed for 2 consecutive nights, yet he had remained unmoved. Moreover, he wasn't sure if it was because he'd watched those 3 ads. Among them, only 2 were elderly while the rest were young men and women in their 20s or 30s, their clothes tattered and fear etched on their faces from the refugee journey. As they spotted Han Yilin approaching, someone in the crowd promptly knelt. This commoner greets the magistrate. With a rustling sound, over 100 people dropped to their knees in unison. Having witnessed this scene for the 3rd time, Han Yilin was no longer startled. He quickly raised his hand to gesture for them to rise. Quickly, don't kneel anymore, get up right away. Such formalities aren't needed here. Besides, Yilin County is in ruins and needs people willing to work. As long as you're diligent and steady, I won't treat you poorly. Don't worry about accommodation either. By tonight, the newly built houses will be completed and arrangements will be made for your housing. Hearing this, the refugees' faces showed relief. Their greatest fear had been being driven back outside the city walls to sleep outdoors upon arrival. Soon the refugees began entering the city one after another. During this time, Han Yilin was also searching for his target, and quickly a golden name caught his eye. Xiao Qing. She was positioned toward the back of the crowd wearing a hood and keeping her head lowered carefully, making her way into the county town while blending in with the group. Xiao Qing. Han Yilin called out, causing the woman to tremble slightly. After glancing toward him, she stepped forward from the crowd and offered a graceful bow. This humble one is Xiao Qing, paying respects to the magistrate. Her voice was soft like a feather gently brushing against his ear. However, Han Yilin paid no mind to this, and instead rested his chin on his hand and thought, momentarily unsure of how to accommodate her. After all, a profession like a courtesan would naturally belong in establishments such as brothels, and the current county town made it difficult to arrange such a placement. As for treating her as an ordinary refugee and sending her to work at resource sites or participating in construction, it felt like a waste of her gold-tier quality. For a moment, Han Yilin found himself at a loss. Seeing his hesitant expression, Xiao Qing bit her lip and whispered, "If the honored one does not disdain me, this servant can attend to you." "Oh." Han Yilin was clearly startled. "Attend to me?" Xiao Qing's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded and replied softly, "This servant cannot do hard labor nor understand farming. I only know how to play the zither and music and certain things involved in attending to others. As long as the honored one is willing to keep me, I am willing to do anything." By the end of her words, Xiao Qing's voice clearly trembled, as though afraid Han Yilin would find her useless and cast her out. Han Yilin furrowed his brow. "Can you tell me about your previous experiences?" Xiao Qing fell silent for a moment before slowly beginning to speak. "When I was young, my family suffered tragedy. My parents sold me into a brothel so that I might survive. There I learned to play the zither, sing, and dance. Fortunately, I was still a pure courtesan and had not yet taken clients. But not long after, chaos erupted outside. The city gates were breached, and the madam took the money and fled, leaving us behind." As she recounted her past, Xiao Qing's voice carried obvious sorrow, and the more she spoke, the more evident her trembling tears became. "Later I escaped during the chaos. I didn't dare stop along the way, nor did I dare tell anyone where I came from. If the honored one does not want me, I truly don't know where else to go." After hearing her story, Han Yilin felt a pang of sympathy. In such turbulent times, a woman's survival was already difficult enough, let alone for someone like her with no one to rely on. Sighing, Han Yilin said, "Enough. Yilin County has room for you, and naturally, I won't drive you away. As for lodging and food, you will not be lacking from now on." Hearing Han Yilin agree, surprise immediately appeared in Xiao Qing's eyes. "Really? Naturally, it is true." Han Yilin nodded. "I always keep my word. Let us go inside first." Speaking of which, he led her into the county town. Walking along the way, he noticed she kept her hood on and asked curiously, "Aren't you hot wearing that hat all the time?" Xiao Qing's voice tightened slightly. "Mainly. I was afraid of drawing attention along the way. To avoid some trouble, I had to cover my face." "I see." Remembering her 99 charm value, Han Yilin suddenly understood. Indeed, in chaotic times, a woman's beauty standing out can itself be a curse. But don't worry, once you're in my county, I will protect your safety, so there's no need to keep covering yourself. Xiao Qin hesitated for a moment, then softly nodded. She raised both hands and slowly removed her hood. The moment her exquisitely beautiful features were fully revealed, Han Yilin froze completely where he stood. In his past life online, he had seen countless beautiful women, so-called celebrities, models, internet influencers, or various teachers from neighboring countries. But most of these so-called beauties relied heavily on makeup and filters. But now before him was a face so exquisitely beautiful it seemed almost unreal. Eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters, skin as white as snow, a straight and delicate nose, and crimson lips. Especially those fox-like eyes. Even without doing anything, merely looking at you was enough to make one feel as though all their soul had been captured. At this moment, Han Yilin felt his heart quicken involuntarily. Thump, 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 his throat grew dry. Just moments ago, Han Yilin had been thinking that in chaotic times one must not indulge in women, that a man should first establish his career before seeking pleasure. But now, almost instantly, all his ambitions had been thrown to the wind. Ahem, Han Yilin cleared his throat, his expression becoming extremely serious. That, Miss Xiao, did you just say you're willing to stay and attend to me? Xiao Qin's cheeks flushed red. She nodded gently. Yes. Han Yilin took a deep breath. His mind was now consumed by a single thought. Dao heart. What Dao heart? If a man isn't attracted to beauty, what kind of man is he? Very well. Zhejiang County is in ruins and indeed needs special talents like you. Tonight you will stay directly at my residence. My bed is big and comfortable. Golden talent Xiao Qin has joined your territory. Xiao Qin loyalty 81. Note: loyalty is influenced by treatment, appointments, territory development, and changes in public sentiment. My lord, what's wrong? Is this what you meant by a big comfortable bed, eh? Standing in the room of the city lord's mansion, Xiao Qin stared at the wooden plank bed before her voicing her soul-searching question. Ahem. Han Yilin's face flushed with embarrassment as he made a lame excuse. These are temporary. Our conditions are something we build with our own hands. Right now it's a wooden bed, but later it will surely be a carved canopy bed with the softest brocade quilts, the finest incense burners, and a few maids to attend to your daily needs. Zhejiang County has just started. When its level rises in the future, we'll have everything. The conditions are indeed a bit rough now, but please don't mind. On this first day of her arrival, Han Yilin had already begun painting a rosy picture, as if this wooden bed were the first step toward conquering the entire world. Xiao Qin, however, showed no trace of disdain. Her gaze fell upon Han Yilin, and a gentle smile spread across her exquisitely beautiful face. This humble one does not mind. To have a shelter from the wind and rain, and to have you by my side, is already more than enough to satisfy me. Those two honeyed words instantly moved Han Yilin almost to tears. Look, she didn't despise the wooden bed, didn't complain about the poor conditions, and was willing to endure hardship with him even before seeing the future. Unlike those later generations who couldn't stop talking about houses, cars, and betrothal gifts. She was simply too good to be true. Rest assured, I Han dare not boast about anything else, but once Zhejiang County develops, I'll definitely get the biggest and most comfortable bed. Han Yilin spoke with such earnest assurance, a hint of excitement even underlying his tone. Anyone could understand the implication. Xiao Qin's fair face flushed, and she murmured a soft reply. After settling her in, Han Yilin prepared to attend to other matters. But just as he turned around, he found Cheng Murou standing at the doorway, arms crossed, her little face slightly puffed, her eyes fixed directly on him. In those eyes, 4 words were clearly written: I'm not happy. This expression of obvious jealousy made Han Yilin's heart skip a beat. Oh no. He had been so caught up in thoughts of a blissful life that he had completely forgotten about her. When Cheng Murou saw him looking at her, she gave a heavy humph and turned her head away. The next second, ding. Cheng Murou's loyalty -10. Oh crap. Han Yilin's eyelids twitched. This was serious. Cheng Murou was the strongest combatant in Zhejiang County, his greatest asset for expanding territory in the early stages. Moreover, this girl usually appeared gentle and mild, but when she was truly jealous, she might tear the roof off the city lord's mansion. Han Yilin hurried over. Murou. Cheng Murou didn't look at him, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, I must have come at a bad time. I didn't know we already had a new sister at home, so I shouldn't have come. Her tone was gloomy, and the sourness wafted straight into Han Yilin's nose from several meters away. As the battlefield of jealousy was about to erupt, Han Yilin boldly pulled Cheng Murou into his arms. No, you've come at just the right time. Cheng Murou's body stiffened, clearly not expecting Han Yilin to make such a move in front of Xiao Qin. You? Let me go. She said that while appearing to struggle, but she exerted no real strength, only engaging in a few token twists. Han Yilin held her tighter and said earnestly, I asked Qin to stay because she has no one to rely on. But you are different. You were the first person to come to Zhejiang County and the first to willingly stay and help me. In my heart, no one can replace you. Upon hearing this, the tension in Cheng Murou's small face visibly softened. Yet her mouth remained sharp. Then just now you said you'd get her the biggest, softest bed. Cheng Murou. Xiao Qiyin standing nearby watched the affectionate scene, her eyes flickering slightly. She stepped forward and explained softly, Sister Murou truly had nowhere else to turn, so she came here. I would never take anything that belongs to you. Seeing her humble attitude, Cheng Murou could no longer argue. She simply gave a humph in the end. Ding. Cheng Murou's loyalty 9. Seeing the notification, Han Yilin let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Yilin County hadn't even taken off yet, and the backyard had almost caught fire first. It seemed that in recruiting talents, especially female talents, he really needed to be more cautious. But he looked down at Cheng Murou in his arms, then glanced at Xiao Qiyin standing aside. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. Cautious as he should be this kind of thing, perhaps it wouldn't be entirely bad to have a little more of it. After appeasing the now-cooled Cheng Murou and having breakfast together with Xiao Qiyin, Han Yilin then began to arrange the real work. It took a lot of persuasion to convince Cheng Murou to go occupy the 5 marked level 5 lands. This time Han Yilin chose all grain-producing lands. There was no choice, the county's population was too large, and the current grain output had already turned negative. However, since most of the nearby level 5 lands had already been claimed, Cheng Murou would have to travel a bit farther this time. Before she set off, Han Yilin patted his chest and promised to massage her feet when she returned. Cheng Murou gave him a contemptuous look, then disappeared beyond the city gates. After arranging the resource lands, Han Yilin selected 10 of the newly recruited 116 people to serve as assistants in the blacksmith forge and began forging the blade-splitting Miao sword. Then he assigned all the remaining people to construction tasks. With the influx of fresh labor, the construction speed skyrocketed. At the same time, Han Yilin didn't idle either. He directly led the armed troops out to continue scouting nearby explorable areas. However, luck was rather poor this time. After searching all morning, they only found one entry-level white difficulty area, and in the end they gained little. Just some basic resources and a weapon crafting blueprint for a longsword green. By noon, many buildings had been completed. Cheng Murou also returned from the resource lands, bringing the number of level 5 territories to 13. Meanwhile, Jiayin County's power value had reached 4,050. Wood 2318, 600 daily. Stone 3472, 600 daily. Iron or 5167, 600 daily. Food 4356, 1105 daily. Resource plots level 41, level 513. Looking at the current resource production, food had finally escaped the embarrassing state of negative growth. After today's recruitment of refugees, the population of Explosive Sky County had reached 517. The progress toward upgrading the City Lord's mansion was already halfway through. In his mind, Han Yilin calculated that with the current resource output, he would have enough to expand his army once more. The key point was that he could double the number of recruited soldiers by watching advertisements. This way he could easily build a massive army and then figure out how to gather supplies. Recruit 152 people. Consume food 3040 copper coins 15200 to recruit militia 152. Yes. Watch an advertisement to double the recruitment amount. Can't this just default to yes? Asking every time is annoying and slow. 1. Faced with the consecutive prompts, Han Yilin showed slight impatience. After agreeing to everything, the advertisement screen appeared. This time the advertisement was relatively normal. There was no full-screen golden glow effect nor the arrogant crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Instead, it featured a little girl holding a cookie. She gently twisted the cookie open, revealing the creamy white filling. The girl stuck out her tongue and licked it earnestly. Then she dipped the remaining half of the cookie into a glass of milk. Now I kinda want to eat it. He licked his lips. Soon the 30-second advertisement ended, and the corresponding notification appeared. Advertisement watched successfully. This militia recruitment amount has been doubled. You have obtained militia 304. As the notification sound faded, people began to emerge from the barracks one after another. Including the previously recruited militia, the total military force of Explosive Sky County had surpassed the 500 mark. However, their equipment was still quite crude at this stage. Only the first 100 or so soldiers held weapons, the rest were empty-handed. At the same time, the population of Explosive Sky County had grown from 517 to 821, while food production had once again turned negative. But there were still some reserves, enough to cope in the short term. What else is there to say? Let's go plunder somewhere. See if there are any areas nearby worth exploring. Recruiting so many troops without scouring every inch of the surrounding land would be a waste of his advanced development. Moreover, for this expedition, Han Yilin brought all 500 men, aiming for an overwhelming display of force. Let's move. Han Yilin did not intend to rely solely on numbers to directly raid resource plots, since a large portion of these 500 men still lacked weapons. His goal was clear: secure weapons, equipment, and resources. He targeted only explorable areas, taking everything that could be carried away. His approach was like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing behind, not even a single thread or needle. Even a mouse would weep, and an earthworm would have to crawl out vertically. So after leaving the county town, Han Yilin selected 160 men and divided them into 8 squads of 20 each. They then headed in 8 different directions to search for explorable areas. Before long, these men had illuminated the area within a 10-li radius of explosive Sky County. On the map, the black fog of war continued to dissipate. The areas traversed by the squad members along with surrounding resource plots and explorable zones were all marked on the map. Within just 1 hour, Han Yilin had discovered several suitable locations for looting. Abandoned armory. Status explorable. Danger level normal blue. Possible loot weapons armor iron ore. Deserted supply depot. Status explorable. Danger level normal blue. Possible loot food wood copper coins. Withered forest. Status explorable. Danger level normal blue. Possible loot food wood copper coins. All 3 locations were of normal difficulty. Of course, this wasn't because no other difficulty levels were found, it was just that Han Yilin had grown somewhat disdainful of them. Especially the beginner difficulty. It posed no threat at all, the soldiers couldn't gain experience, and the resources given were pitifully small. In contrast, the 3 normal difficulty explorable areas made a smile gradually bloom on Han Yilin's face. Brothers, today, I want you all to be in high spirits. If it can be carried, carry it away. If it can't be carried, dismantle it, and take it with you. Even a mouse will weep, and an earthworm will have to leave standing upright. Let's move. With the command, 500 men marched in a mighty force toward the nearest target. The defenders numbered only 60-odd bandits. Against the 500-strong army, the outcome was almost a foregone conclusion. Aside from one soldier who was hit by an arrow, everyone else emerged unscathed. They simply crushed the enemy with sheer numerical superiority, overwhelming them from the very start. Of course, this was mainly because bandits were naturally bullies who feared the strong. When facing the weak, they were ferocious and cruel, but when confronted with a superior force, they instantly turned into docile lambs, each one more submissive than the last. The other 2 locations were similar. Along the way, Han Yilin also took the opportunity to clear several easy green difficulty explorable areas. In an afternoon's work, all 500 men now wielded weapons. Moreover, the first 200 recruits had all reached level 10A, ready for class advancement once the barracks were upgraded. As for the later 300 recruits, their average level was between 8 and 9. Beyond that, Han Yilin had harvested a vast amount of resources, including food, iron or stone with copper coins, and various blueprints obtained from chests. Just as Han Yilin was about to lead his men back to the city, a scout squad sent word. "My lord, we've discovered a military camp over there." Han Yilin raised an eyebrow. "A military camp? Let's go take a look." Soon, led by the squad, he arrived behind a low hill. This spot was about 15 li from the county town. Not far ahead of Han Yilin stood a camp of considerable size. Around the camp, a circle of sharpened wooden stakes was erected. Watchtowers stood at the 4 corners with armored soldiers patrolling back and forth. In the center of the camp, a black and red flag fluttered noisily in the wind. Just one glance from a distance was enough to know that the people inside were nothing like the bandits and outlaws he had faced. Han Yilin opened the map and quickly confirmed the camp's location. Ping Tian Army Outpost Camp. Status explorable. Danger level hard purple. Possible loot provisions, military equipment, weapons, armor, special items. As the information came into view, Han Yilin's breathing immediately quickened. The sensation was much like discovering an explorable secret realm capable of yielding legendary gear during the early stages of a game, and having the actual capability to venture in and claim it. However, after casting a glance at the troop behind him, Han Yilin still suppressed his impulse. After all, the garrison before him was no ordinary rabble of bandits and outlaws. If he had let his head overrule his judgment and charged forward on a whim, the 500 men would suffer devastating casualties, and he himself might find his safety jeopardized. I should have brought Cheng Murou along, he thought. But facing regular troops, she'd likely struggle to hold her own single-handedly. After a moment's reflection, Han Yilin decisively ordered a retreat. As for the military camp, he intended to wait until these 500 completed their metal class promotion and had their weapons and armor fully upgraded before making any moves. After all, they were his soldiers. He had no intention of sending them to pointless deaths for short-term gain. The camp was right there. It would be his either way, sooner or later. Upon returning to the county town, all projects listed in the construction queue had been completed. The inn had even already begun operations. However, Han Yilin was disappointed to find that the menu inside was quite monotonous. The reason was simple enough: a severe lack of raw materials. These matters were up to him, the county magistrate, to solve. With a dark expression, Han Yilin walked out of the inn and opened the Hunter's Hut details interface. At the current stage, relying on this was the only way to obtain meat. Hunter's Hut LV. 1 available recruits. Hunter recruitment cost: wood 15, food 30, copper coins 100. Glancing at the recruitment cost, Han Yilin stroked his chin and murmured, "The requirements aren't too steep. I just wonder how efficient the hunter's output will be." After all, this was no ordinary building. It had been constructed from a blueprint. Not knowing whether hunters would prove useful left him uncertain. Lacking confidence, Han Yilin decided not to overextend himself, and chose to recruit 10 hunters first to gauge their performance. Will you consume food 300, wood 150, and copper coins 1,000 to recruit 10 hunters? Yes. The moment he nodded in agreement, the familiar prompt appeared once more. Would you like to watch an advertisement to double the number of recruits this time? Seriously, even this can be doubled. Looks like I don't have a choice but to watch it. He nodded decisively, and next thing he knew, a familiar golden sand city materialized before his eyes. Amidst a storm of swirling yellow sand, a towering ancient city stood amidst the wasteland. Upon the city walls, thousands of players clashed in a frenzied melee, blades flashing and skill effects nearly dyeing the entire sky golden. Then the scene shifted. Jimmy Z, clad in black battle armor and wielding the dragon-slaying sword, emerged slowly from the city gates. His deep voice echoed forth. Hello everyone. I'm Jimmy Z. I await you in legend. Before the words had barely faded, a golden dragon descended from the heavens, and Jimmy Z swung his blade in one fluid motion. Boom. Numbers flashed wildly across the entire screen. The voiceover instantly surged with excitement. Brothers unite and fight once more in the Sand City. Log in and receive the dragon-slaying blade for free. Equipment drops from all enemies. True brothers will come slash at me. Han Yilin rolled his eyes. Wonderful. He had just dipped into a wave of childhood nostalgia, only to be force-fed this garbage. Who on earth was playing games like this? They actually had the money to hire so many celebrity endorsers. Had those old veterans who used to play Legend of Mir grown so wealthy? Lost in his complaints, the advertisement ended. Advertisement successfully viewed. The number of hunter recruits this time has doubled. You have received 20 hunters. Not bad, essentially got 20 men for free, though the grain resource yield has dropped further again. Pouting slightly, Han Yilin then watched as figures began emerging one after another from the hunter's cottage. However, compared to the militia, whether because these hunters were not soldiers he could not say, they were not unarmed, but each carried a bow. Witnessing this, Han Yilin felt somewhat relieved. Not bad. At least I won't have to prepare weapons myself. He waved his hand toward the crowd. Upon seeing the gesture, the hunters began approaching. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a hunting bow strapped to his back, who stepped forward and clasped his fists in salute. This humble subject is Zhou Cheng, paying respects to Your Excellency Magistrate. Han Yilin casually glanced at the man's attribute panel. His combat prowess hovered around 20 to 30 points. Not particularly impressive, but more than sufficient for dealing with beasts. As for other attributes such as governance and strategy, they were all single digits. Meanwhile, each of them had the skill hunting listed in their skill column. After reviewing this, Han Yilin nodded knowingly and asked, how much meat can you produce daily? Zhou Cheng replied, my lord, it is difficult to give an exact figure. If the nearby forests are dense and prey such as wild rabbits, deer, and boars are plentiful, returning with hundreds of gene of meat in a single day is quite manageable. But if prey is scarce in the area, or if we hunt the same region continuously for too long, the catch will naturally diminish. Moreover, the spoils of the hunt extend beyond meat alone. Animal hides, bones, medicinal herbs, and occasionally rare medicinal materials. These are all things that can be exchanged for coin. Han Yilin nodded thoughtfully. As expected, hunters were not a fixed yield resource. Building actual output depended entirely on the density of nearby beasts. The more prey, the greater the harvest. If they relentlessly exploited a single area without pause, it would not be long before not even a single rabbit hair could be found. Nevertheless, being able to supplement meat supplies and obtain hides and medicinal herbs was already more than enough to satisfy him. I see. Then tomorrow I will arrange for you to go hunting. No problem, correct? Zhou Cheng clasped his fists and said, please rest assured, my lord. However, it is already late this evening, and the beasts of the mountain forests are beginning to stir, making it unsuitable to enter the mountains. After dawn tomorrow, we shall set out to hunt. Han Yilin nodded. Very well. Rest well tonight. In the future, the meat supply of Jiayin County will depend on you all. After arranging matters with the hunters, Han Yilin turned his attention to the other buildings. By now, the county's military forces had begun to take shape, and the tavern, medical clinic, public security office, and marketplace had all been successively constructed. Compared to the desolate state at the very beginning, it now finally resembled a proper county town in all the ways one would expect. Arriving at the medical clinic, he found it similar to the blacksmith shop. In tandem with the building's completion, a physician had also been appended, though his attributes were modest, possessing only white-grade quality. In the occupation field, physician was followed by the title apprentice, meaning he could only treat bruises, fractures, and common ailments, and even then, with limited efficiency. Still, Han Yilin felt no disappointment. Something was far better than nothing. New buildings were always like this. If he desired truly skilled medical practitioners, he would have to rely on recruitment and slowly leave things to chance. After leaving the medical clinic, Han Yilin next visited the public security office. Several pestles of water and fire were arranged inside, while chains and wooden cangs hung upon the walls, accompanied by a long table for recording county affairs. Public Security Office Level 1 function: patrol the territory, maintain public order, and handle incidents such as theft and brawls. Can recruit constables and yamen runners. Current security value 64. After reading the introduction, Han Yilin did not rush to recruit constables. After all, at the current stage the county's population was still not large, and more than half of them were soldiers. The civilian population numbered only a little over 300, so there was not yet an urgent need for constables in the short term. However, as the county's population continued to grow and thousands, or even tens of thousands gathered together, it would become necessary to maintain order with proper constabulary forces. Subsequently, Han Yilin successively inspected other buildings, including the drill ground and marketplace. The drill ground allowed soldiers to train and gain experience. Though the experience gained through this method was not substantial, its advantage lay in its stability, and unlike actual combat, no casualties would occur during leveling. Conversely, through real combat, although more experience could be obtained, soldiers were prone to suffer heavy losses. As for the marketplace, currently there were 0 stalls or shops settled within it. Han Yilin searched for quite a while, but could not find an option to settle, which puzzled him somewhat. How on earth does this work? At least provide some instructions. After studying it for a long time without arriving at any conclusion, Han Yilin simply gave up. The building had already been constructed, and leaving it idle would not incur any costs. Once all his duties were concluded, Han Yilin returned to the county governor's mansion. Along the way, he took the opportunity to tally the day's total harvest. This included basic resources such as timber and iron, or all numbering in the 4 digits, while copper coins reached 5 digits. These were almost entirely obtained from opening treasure chests and looting. In addition, there was a blue rarity Blue Wind Arrow Tower blueprint, a purple rarity recruitment token, a 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill that could increase combat prowess by 3 points, and a military treatise that could raise command value by 5 points. Beyond these, there was one architectural blueprint that currently drew Han Yilin's greatest attention: the purple rarity Martial Strategy Cultivation Academy. Its primary function was to allow the county magistrate to study within it and enhance various attributes. However, the building carried an additional prerequisite: the governor's mansion needed to reach level 3 before it could be constructed. These articles were all acquired from opening treasure chests. Among them, the Su Wu Academy of Military Arts was out of the question for the short term. As for the military manuals and elixirs that could enhance attributes, Han Yilin felt he could find an opportunity to use them for Cheng Murou later. Just as he was thinking, Han Yilin had already returned to the mansion. Then he saw Cheng Murou sitting by the bed washing her feet. A wooden basin held warm water, and her skirt was rolled up, revealing a slender fair calf. Her feet were immersed in the water, occasionally swaying gently, causing tiny ripples to spread across the surface. Of course, what attracted the most attention was the scenery beneath the water. A perfect curve extending from the ankle to the sole, looking like a meticulously crafted work of art, irresistible to hold and caress. He looked again and again until Cheng Murou sensed something and looked up. Only then did Han Yilin withdraw his gaze and find a topic. "You have the habit of washing your feet before bed." Cheng Murou blinked. "Did you forget, my lord? This morning you said that when Murou returned you would give her a foot massage." Hearing this, Han Yilin instantly became excited. "So this is a reward for me." A foot massage, a perfectly proper thing, but when it came to Han Yilin it instantly took on a different flavor. Even Cheng Murou, who had no experience in such matters, could hear the mischief in his tone. Her pretty face flushed instantly. Who would reward you?" "Oomph, not giving it." Cheng Murou snorted coldly, turned her head aside, and ignored Han Yilin. "Well," Han Yilin helplessly pursed his lips. All that excitement for nothing. At this moment, Xiao Qiyin, who was sitting not far away, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "If you like, my lord, you can come and massage this servant's feet." As she spoke, she slowly leaned against the bedside, her skirt slipping slightly to reveal a fair, slender ankle. Then those jade-like feet gently beckoned. Xiao Qiyin raised her eyes to look at him, her gaze moist, a smile on her lips like a seductive fox spirit, instantly captivating Han Yilin's soul. "Ahem. That's not impossible." While coughing to cover his embarrassment, Han Yilin involuntarily walked over. This time Cheng Murou was instantly displeased. "Is this what you meant by not competing with me?" Xiao Qiyin said apologetically. "I'm sorry, elder sister. I was just thinking that my lord has been busy all day and might be tired. If I could make him comfortable, I would be satisfied." This feigned explanation directly made Cheng Murou so angry that her cheeks puffed up. With a splash, she lifted her leg from the basin. Cheng Murou looked at Han Yilin pitifully, her voice full of grievance. "My lord, these past few days Murou has been rushing about, facing thousands of enemies every day. These feet have long been exhausted." On one side was the seductively charming Xiao Qiyin, on the other the aggrieved Cheng Murou. This scene almost made Han Yilin's nose bleed. Indeed, competition breeds a sense of crisis. "Ahem." Han Yilin coughed lightly and pretended to be calm. "Stop it, everyone. One at a time. My Han family has been in medicine for generations, and we have a set of ancestral massage, bone setting, and foot rubbing techniques. Tonight I'll let you see them." The night grew deeper. On that originally small wooden bed, 3 people were now squeezed together. Han Yilin was squeezed in the middle, with Cheng Murou on the left and Xiao Qiyin on the right, leaving no room to turn over. Even breathing felt extremely uncomfortable. Han Yilin lay with his eyes open, unable to sleep at all. The more he thought, the more stifled he felt. So with a thought, he opened the chat channel. Everyone, I have a question. Do you find the wooden bed in the city lord's mansion comfortable to sleep on? I find this wooden bed terribly uncomfortable, both hard and small. I can't even turn over, and it squeezes my chest so tightly that I can barely breathe. The message was sent, and soon someone replied. We all have the same thing, right? I think it's fine to sleep on. It's not like there's no bedding, and it's more than enough for one person. The conditions are much better than when I was in school. Be grateful. The wooden bed is hard, but it's spacious enough for one person. I have to mention that among the refugees I recruited yesterday, there was a carpenter. Look at this big bed of mine. It's so comfortable to lie on. Screenshot. Damn, that bed must be 3 meters wide, right? Sleeping alone on such a big bed, I'm jealous. I originally thought this wooden bed was okay, but now comparing it, I'm about to cry. Honestly, I like to sleep in a starfish position. On this small crappy bed, I can't even stretch my arms. They always hang off the edge. It's really uncomfortable. As the topic unfolded, many people began discussing their living conditions. Especially when someone showed the large bed made by a carpenter, it instantly drew envy. Regarding the crowding Han Yilin mentioned, many said that sleeping alone was still quite spacious. Messages scrolled by one. The corners of Han Yilin's mouth were already uncontrollably lifting. Then he unhurriedly sent, words can't describe it. See for yourselves, it's really crowded to death. Screenshot. In the picture was exactly the scene of Han Yilin and the 2 others squeezed onto the bed, though their faces were all blurred out with mosaics. Nevertheless, even so, from the figure's long black hair and faintly visible delicate outlines of Cheng Murou and Xiao Qin on either side, one could tell they were rare beauties. I really envy the brother who has a carpenter. If I ever recruit a carpenter, I'll definitely have a bigger bed made. After the message was sent, the channel fell into a deathly silence for several seconds. After a long while, someone finally reacted and sent a string of question marks. Damn you beast. 3 people squeezed together, you're already embracing beauties left and right, and you complain the bed is too small. Why don't you just get crushed to death? Tell me the 2 beside you are definitely dinosaurs. Say it. Your sister, you even say you envy me. You truly deserve to die. I can't sleep tonight, what do I do? Thinking that I'm worried about daily food, while someone has already started a harem, I really want to die. Damn, isn't this the big shot from Jiayin County? Jiayin County. Oh, never mind. Starting a harem is fine. It's normal for a big shot to have the conditions. Normal my ass. I'm so jealous my eyes are red. Why aren't there any pretty girls in my territory? Suddenly, I have an idea. Among the recruited refugees, there are also quite a few women. So maybe, brother, you're truly desperate. You know, come to think of it, it might not be impossible. You male players are enough. Talking so openly about driving, have you considered the feelings of us female players? Well, come off it. When girls get dirty, they're not a bit slower than guys. Indeed, I've read many female-oriented novels where starting a harem is also common. The events in the chat channel were merely a minor interlude before Han Yilin retired for the night. Though the bed was cramped, he found himself thoroughly enjoying the moment. Of course, if an opportunity arose to recruit a carpenter, a larger bed would certainly be more desirable. After a night passed, the next day upon waking, Han Yilin's first task was to recruit vagrants. He intended to surpass a population of 100 today and then upgrade the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, many buildings would remain stuck at level 1, not only restricting production capacity, but also severely hindering the development of his territory. Even though his progress already far surpassed that of other players who wouldn't wish to widen the gap further. Do you wish to watch an ad to improve the quality of this batch of refugees? After watching this recruitment, we'll have a high probability of producing special talents. Current available views 33.1. When Han Yilin confirmed his selection, 3 consecutive ads followed, each as absurd, explosive, and eye-straining as the last. Things like the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, the greasy-faced senior sister, and shooting artillery at zombies. After 90 agonizing seconds, the light screen returned to the recruitment interface. Recruitment successful. You have received 119 common refugees. You have received 1 purple special talent. Seeing the notification, Han Yilin furrowed his brows slightly. Another purple talent. Name Ning Muchuan, quality purple, occupation groom, strength 31, leadership 42, administration 38, strategy 27, charisma 35, skill 75, ability fine horse breeding. Fine horse breeding, when stationed in the stable, daily feeding consumption of warhorses in the territory is reduced by 20. Scanning the attribute panel, Han Yilin scratched his head. A groom. It didn't seem entirely useless, but although the stable had been built, the county currently had no cavalry. Of course, that didn't mean there wouldn't be any in the future. When the time came, with Ning Muchuan's presence, a considerable amount of breeding costs could be saved. Closing the list, Han Yilin walked to the city gate, received the refugees who had come to join him as before, and then began their settlement. As for Ning Muchuan, he was directly assigned to the stable. At this moment within Jiayin County the special talents already recruited included Cheng Murou Gold Military Officer, Xiao Qiyin Gold Songstress, Ning Muchuan Purple Groom, Fang Jun Purple Household Registrar, Wang Zhu Purple Blacksmith, Wang Zhu Purple Blacksmith. It could be said that their capabilities were quite comprehensive. On the military front there was Cheng Murou, on the population front Fang Jun, on weapon forging Wang Zhu, and now with Ning Muchuan the future establishment of cavalry could be achieved at a reduced cost. As for Xiao Qiyin, she was undoubtedly Han Yilin's favorite so far. For no other reason than her skills, red sleeve, adding fragrance and empathy. That was more than enough without any need for further explanation. After all, deep down Han Yilin was someone who enjoyed comfort and indulgence. As the saying goes, people can die at any time, not just when they grow old, so living until now is already quite fortunate. In wealth I indulge, when poverty I adapt, with money I spend, without I borrow, hardship I avoid, comfort I seize, trouble I neither seek nor fear. Aside from death nothing is a big deal, and death makes everything even less of a deal. Thus to live one must learn to enjoy. If one loves suffering there will be no end to it. Last night Han Yilin expressed that he had thoroughly enjoyed himself. After settling the newly recruited refugees, Han Yilin focused his mind and opened the panel. Territory Jiayin County, level 1 County Magistrate Han Yilin, population 961, wealth 37522, food 410, soldiers 501, popular support 51, public order 64, influence value 4050. Seeing the current population of Jiayin County, Han Yilin grinned. It's only the 4th day, and we're already close to 1,000. It seems I have no choice but to upgrade the city lord's mansion today. Currently the county's population structure included 501 soldiers, 20 hunters, and 5 special talents. The rest, totaling 435 people, were ordinary residents of the county. Within this number the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled had to be excluded, leaving approximately 425 laborers. However, to maintain the output of resource sites, 270 of them were needed, and this was assuming that Cheng Murou had not set out to capture resource sites today. If following the pace of the previous 2 days, capturing 5 resource sites daily, an additional 100 people would be required. Finally, the blacksmith shop, an indispensable facility, needed 10 workers. Thus the available labor force was reduced to just 55 people. Han Yilin sighed, still too few, far from enough. As for population, I'm still short by 39 to reach the target. I'll recruit 20 more soldiers, or maybe hunters instead. Without further ado, with the boost of double rewards from watching ads, Han Yilin quickly recruited 20 more hunters and sent them out to hunt. As for why he didn't recruit soldiers, it was because of the severe shortage of weapons and equipment for the current 500-man army. So it was better to recruit more hunters and see if they could bring back more meat. Now with this wave of recruitment, the county's population had reached 1001, meeting the requirement to upgrade the city lord's mansion. Do you wish to consume 3000 wood, 1500 stone, and 1000 copper coins to upgrade the city lord's mansion? Estimated completion time 12 hours. 1. He nodded directly. Then an ad appeared. In the scene, a vending machine stood on a street corner. A little boy stood in front of it, looking up, staring at the row of drinks at the top for a long time. At the top there was a row of Pepsi cans. Unfortunately the boy was not tall enough. Even on tiptoes he couldn't reach the top buttons. The boy frowned, standing still for a moment in thought. Then he lowered his head, his gaze falling on the bottom row of the vending machine, where a row of Coca-Cola cans sat. The next second he inserted a coin, click, and bought 2 cans of Coca-Cola in succession. Then the little boy placed the 2 cans side by side on the ground and carefully stepped onto them. This time he finally reached the top button, beep. And a can of Pepsi rolled out of the vending machine. A triumphant smile spread across the boy's face. He bent down, picked up the Pepsi, and turned to leave. As for the 2 crushed Coca-Cola cans, they were left behind, lonely and abandoned. After watching the ad, Han Yilin's expression remained neutral. Such a classic ad. Ad watching successful. City Lord's Mansion upgrade time reduced by 50. Remaining upgrade time for City Lord's Mansion 6 hours. Withdrawing his thoughts, Han Yilin's focus returned to the building list. Glancing at the construction time, his voice carried a hint of helplessness. I'll just wait slowly. It should be finished before dark. Afterwards, after a simple breakfast with Cheng Murou and Xiao Qiyin, Han Yilin marked 5 level 5 plots on the map as usual. Cheng Murou, clearly jealous, reluctantly set out after much persuasion from Han Yilin. As for Han Yilin himself, he didn't idle either. In the morning he led the remaining militia members who hadn't reached level 10 on a sweep, bringing all 501 militiamen to level 10. In the afternoon, Han Yilin had nothing left to do. All conventional buildings that could be constructed in the county were already in place. The only thing left was to wait for the city lord's mansion upgrade to complete. On the military front, the troops were fully mustered. As for resource sites, Han Yilin had considered sending soldiers to capture them, but upon reflection the garrison of level 5 sites was also around 500 strong. Moreover, the militiamen were not at an advantage in combat compared to bandits, and they lacked armor for protection. If they fought head-on, victory was not impossible, but it would certainly incur significant casualties. Since Cheng Murou could handle it without losses, it would be somewhat counterproductive to risk it. As for level, Foresight's Han Yilin now looked down on them. So he decided to wait until the barracks was upgraded to level 2 and all troops had been transferred to their new professions. With nothing to do, Han Yilin returned to the mansion, spent some time with Xiao Qin, and enjoyed listening to her sing a tune. It must be said her soft and melodious voice was truly delightful. Before long, Cheng Murou returned, and the county now possessed 18 level 5 resource sites. Seeing the food production return to positive numbers, Han Yilin couldn't suppress the smile on his face. 18 level 5 sites. This level of development was unparalleled among all players. The vast majority of players hadn't even seen level 3 or level 4 plots, let alone level 5. As for Jiayin County, it had nearly stripped the nearby level 5 sites bare. Glancing at the construction list, there were still over 3 hours until the City Lord's Mansion upgrade was complete. With nothing to do, Han Yilin opened the chat channel. This time he wasn't thinking about showing off. Instead, he opened the list of members in the region and checked their panels one by one, hoping to see how far the other players had progressed. In the member list, Han Yilin's attention fell on the development status of other players within the same region, ignoring the chatter in the chat channel. M78 county power value 670 brother provokes the whole server county power value 850. I love Dawn county power value 820. After scanning, most players' power values hovered between 600 and 800. Occasionally there were higher ones barely exceeding 1,000, while lower ones sat at around 400 or 500. Thus he could only browse randomly. Moi. Suddenly Han Yilin paused, spotting a county's power value that caught his attention in the list. Liaoning County Magistrate, Tang Yu power value, 2250. When he saw the power value, Han Yilin's expression showed clear surprise. This was the highest value he had encountered among counties. This power value is quite high, and merely relying on tier 3 plots could never achieve this. It means this person has at least tier 4 or even tier 5 plots. Staring at the panel, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. After all, most players in the region were still lingering around 600 or 700. Breaking through 1,000 was already considered good development. As for himself, Han Yilin knew well that his ability to consistently occupy tier 5 plots was entirely due to Cheng Murou's efforts. Now someone else had suddenly emerged, also likely possessing tier 5 plots, which demanded attention. Although this person still lagged far behind him, Han Yilin felt a sense of crisis. Indeed, even with my golden finger, I cannot rest easy. There are nearly 10,000 players in this region. Who knows if there are others developing ahead of the curve, not to mention other regions. Tang Yu's appearance had truly stirred a sense of vigilance in Han Yilin. Later, Han Yilin continued browsing, but found no one with a higher power value than Tang Yu. However, there was a person named Cheng Murou whose power value reached 1800, the second highest he had seen. As evening approached, the upgrade of the City Lord's Mansion finally neared completion. Ding! City Lord's Mansion upgraded successfully. Jiayin County promoted to second level county. Building level cap in the territory raised to LV. 2. New buildings unlocked: Granary, Aero Workshop, Courier Station. The moment the prompt appeared, the entire City Lord's Mansion was enveloped in a faint golden glow. The golden light came and went quickly in the blink of an eye. When the radiance faded, everything before Han Yilin's eyes had undergone a dramatic transformation. The originally cramped and dilapidated bedroom had expanded outward significantly. The wooden bed had become more spacious, and furniture such as tables, chairs, wardrobes, and screens were all present. Even the floor had been replaced with smooth blue bricks. Not only the bedroom, but the entire City Lord's Mansion and the county had been expanded. The dilapidated courtyard that barely provided shelter had now become a neat and orderly county government mansion. The main hall was more spacious, with side halls on both sides, and behind it were newly added meeting rooms, document rooms, storage rooms, and several vacant guest rooms. The courtyard walls had been rebuilt, and the front open space was neatly paved with bluestone slabs. Even the area occupied by the City Lord's Mansion had expanded considerably. At this moment, Han Yilin looked at the transformed courtyard, stunned, speechless for a long time. Even Cheng Murou and Xiao Qin beside him widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at Han Yilin for an explanation. Hiss! Such a big change just from upgrading to level 2. The sudden transformation made Han Yilin momentarily feel unreal. In contrast, Xiao Qin returned to the bedroom and saw the much wider bed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. My lord. This time, it shouldn't be too cramped, right? Han Yilin immediately grew excited, but before he could speak, another prompt sound rang out. This time it appeared in the World Chat channel. World announcement. Congratulations to Jiayin County for becoming the first force in the entire server to be promoted to a second-level county. Rewards: food 5,000, wood 5,000, stone 5,000, iron 5,000, copper coins 10,000, Pan-US City Foundation gold. As before, the announcement appeared 3 times in a row. The key point was that the previous message in the World channel was also a world announcement about Jiayin County, and now it was the same again. Damn, already a second-level county. Does he already have 1,000 population? My math isn't good. Our recruiting 100 refugees a day, even 1,000 population would take at least 10 days, and now you're telling me you've already upgraded. Zhejiang County, it's this guy again. Can this garbage game still be played? Someone is cheating here. Is there anyone to manage this? This is so frustrating. I've been scraping by just to gather resources for building a barracks, and now you're telling me someone has already upgraded their city lord's mansion to level 2. Look at his power value, it's over 5,000. How many high-level resource plots has he taken? Report. I'm going to report to the central authority. Brother Han, do you have a girlfriend? I'm 18 this year, fair-skinned and beautiful, sweet and salty. Even if you have a girlfriend, I don't mind being the second. Messages flooded rapidly, and not just in a single regional channel, but across all channels. It was like madness. Everyone who saw the announcement had only one question: how? This game had no such thing as innate talent. That meant no one would start with an S-grade talent for smooth development, while others had E-grade talents struggling to survive. At this moment, voices of envy, jealousy, flattery, and all sorts filled the chat channels. Many players from the same region tried to add Han Yilin as a friend, but without exception Han Yilin ignored them all. In Liaoning County, with the help of his good brother Dai Mingxian and his sister Tang, Rou Tangyu's development had far surpassed most players. With a power value exceeding 2,000, he was already a figure to be admired. Previously, Tang Yu had even thought that with this pace Liaoning County might contend for the top spot in the region. But now with the announcement, it was like a slap to his face, mocking his overconfidence. Tang Yu, always confident and composed, flushed instantly, his eyes swirling with jealousy and hatred. Han Yilin. Clenching his teeth, Tang Yu uttered Han Yilin's name word by word, his fingers gripping tightly together, bloodshot eyes gradually appearing. He couldn't accept it. Why, after all his painstaking planning, leveraging Dai Mingxian and his sister Tang Rou's help, and coordinating 3 forces, had he only managed to secure a tier 5 plot with great difficulty? Yet that guy named Han Yilin could still far surpass him. On what grounds? He couldn't understand. With the combined efforts of 3 people, he had struggled to develop to this level. How could Han Yilin surpass him? Moreover, now that the announcement was out, not only did it give a massive reward, but it also included a gold item. One step ahead, steps ahead. With these resources, the opponent's development speed would only accelerate. Thus, catching up would become even more difficult. The more Tang Yu thought about it, the more furious he became. For 20 years in every field, he had never allowed himself to fall behind others. Whether in academic, sports, or anything else from elementary school to middle school, high school, and even university, he had always been first. Now in this so-called nationwide game, he would not allow anyone to stand ahead of him. With this thought, Tang Yu's gaze turned dark. Han Yilin, enjoy your moment for now. One day I, Tang Yu, will trample you underfoot. You are nothing but a stepping stone on my path forward. He silently vowed. Just then the chat interface flickered. Tang Rou, brother, did you see the announcement? Seeing his sister's message, the gloom on Tang Yu's face vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. A faint smile even curled at the corners of his mouth, wearing a gentle expression. I saw it, Tang Yu replied unhurriedly. Tang Rou, brother, it's Zhejiang County again. He's already a second-level county, and his power value broke through 5,000 earlier today. Tang Yu, don't worry about it. He developed so fast because he encountered some opportunity. Our development isn't bad either. There's no need to disrupt our rhythm chasing after others. Being ahead now doesn't mean he'll stay ahead forever. Don't you trust your brother's ability? Tang Yu answered lightly, as if the jealousy and hatred he had just shown were non-existent. However, if anyone were present, they would notice that deep in Tang Yu's eyes a flicker of hatred still lingered. Han Yilin, you have already earned death. A worthy opponent makes this worthwhile. I hope our paths cross on the battlefield one day. In Yichuan County, inside the county governor's mansion, a bespectacled youth with unkempt appearance fixated on the announcement in the world channel, lost in thought. A tier 2 county means he has already amassed 1,000 population. But from the game start to now, 4 days have passed. At most, only 400 refugees could have been recruited. So how did he fill the remaining 600 shortfall? Surely not all of them were obtained through conscription. While pondering, he simultaneously calculated how much resources would be required to recruit and sustain such a massive military force. In Nuzhen County, a pig-slaughtering roar erupted almost the instant the announcement appeared, shaking the skies above the county. Inside the mansion, Lu Rushua gripped her hair with both hands, her plump face flushed crimson, her eyes locked dead onto the system announcement hovering in midair. The shrill sound accompanying her screams made the eardrums of nearby refugees ache. Unfair. This is utterly unfair. Lu Rushua shrieked and swept every wooden bowl and clay pot from the table onto the ground with one swipe. Crashes echoed as shards flew everywhere. On what grounds? We're all players. Why is it that Han Yilin gets to upgrade to a Tier 2 county? Why does the system favor him? The angrier Lu Ruxue grew the more violently her chest heaved, her eyes practically spitting fire. These past few days her development had been nothing but misfortune after misfortune. When faced with disobedient refugees, she resorted to backhanding them without hesitation. In her view, these NPCs deserved to serve as her beasts of burden. But as public sentiment continued to plummet, the refugees' work efficiency grew increasingly perfunctory. Many would rather sit idle on a stone outside the city walls than fight for resource lands on her behalf. This made Lu Ruxue feel that these people were deliberately defying her. The day before, in a fit of rage, she had exiled them all and recruited an entirely new batch of refugees. Back then, watching them driven out of the county, she had felt quite satisfied. Yet after recruiting anew, the situation had not improved at all. Public sentiment had only grown worse. Territory: Nuzhen County, level Tier 1 county. County Governor Lu Ruxue. Population 100. Wealth 100. Food 260. Soldiers 0. Public sentiment -3. Security 60. Influence 40. Compared to other players, every attribute of Nuzhen County was simply too abysmal to bear witness to. Worse still, the negative public sentiment triggered a system notification every hour without fail. Notice territory public sentiment is critically low. Improve it. Improve what? Another bunch of ungrateful, obstinate peasants. Lu Ruxue trembled with rage. Originally, she had planned to recruit a new batch of obedient people, develop Nuzhen County, and then show those disgusting lowlife men who the truly capable person was. But now, forget about development. She hadn't even secured a single Tier 2 land, and her food production was negative. And yet at this very moment, an announcement declared that Jiaqian County had reached Tier 2. The mere thought that this was the county belonging to that lowlife man who had mocked her as fat and ridiculous made Lu Ruxue's blood boil. Unfair. What cake did I possibly take away from anyone? Why is the world targeting me so relentlessly? You win. Lu Ruxue raved frantically, firmly convinced that the game was deliberately singling her out. If not, why wouldn't these NPCs obey her commands? The more she fumed, the faster she stormed out of the governor's mansion, glaring at the refugees. What are you standing around for? Get to work, all of you. If 10 resource lands aren't seized by today, no one eats. Meanwhile, in Jiaqian County, Han Yilin paid no mind to the external uproar at all. At first, he had offered a few brief replies to the mentions flooding the regional chat channel, but soon redirected his attention back to the construction list. After all, now that the governor's mansion had upgraded to Tier 2, the level caps for all buildings had also been raised. And that was precisely what Han Yilin urgently needed. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly queued every building for upgrade, prioritizing the porridge kitchen, barracks, and blacksmith shop, the structures most critical to his operations. No beating around the bush. Simply put, he was well stocked. Only after finishing those arrangements did Han Yilin finally find the time to examine the reward the system had just granted him. The golden tier item: Panyu City Foundation. Panyu City Foundation Gold. Type: Territory Artifact. Description: forged from the foundation of 1,000 zhang rock mountain. It can make a city's base as stable as a mountain. Effect: passive gate and wall durability 100. Arrow towers, ballistae, and other defensive structures. Attack 10. Attack range 10. Garrison morale 10. Hint: when the county magistrate holds the territory artifact, the passive effect activates automatically. What the hell? Is the effect this insane? So this is the value of a golden legendary. It's getting me all worked up. After seeing the passive attributes, Han Yilin could no longer hold back his grin. Ordinarily, during a siege, the defenders could leverage the terrain advantage to inflict heavy losses on the attackers. Now with this thing in hand, Han Yilin dared not even imagine, with his development speed, who could possibly threaten his county seat. However, glancing at the still damaged gates and walls, Han Yilin scratched his head. I feel it's time to repair them. There's no need to wait until the protection period ends. Besides, if I don't repair them, the passive effect of the Panyu City Foundation won't work. But for now, there are still a bunch of buildings in the city queuing up for upgrades, so Han Yilin wasn't in a hurry. After all, it had only been 4 days since the game started, and there were still 26 days before the rebel attack. Time was plenty. Judging by the development speed of other players, most would be lucky to finish repairs before the protection period ended. Time flowed, days passed. In the blink of an eye, the 4th day had reached late night. The barracks, porridge shed, blacksmith shop, and other buildings were still undergoing upgrades. After all, by the time the city lord's mansion was upgraded to level 2, it was already late. Even with the time halved by watching ads, the construction wouldn't finish until the next morning. That night, Han Yilin went to bed early, mainly because the newly upgraded city lord's mansion was not only more spacious, but the bed in the bedroom had also become especially comfortable. Embracing 2 women, he slept exceptionally well. The next day, Han Yilin slept in for a rare lazy morning. He couldn't help it. Staying up late playing soccer had worn him out. Of course, he allowed himself this indulgence because there was nothing urgent in the territory, and the buildings wouldn't be completed until the morning at the earliest. Not long after he woke up, a notification came. Ding. Porridge shed upgrade complete. Barracks upgrade complete. Blacksmith shop upgrade complete. The 3 priority buildings were all finished, and the subsequent buildings in the queue began construction. Let me check how many people the level 2 porridge shed can recruit. Han Yilin's main concern was naturally the porridge shed. It was directly related to the county's population and labor force. Fortunately, it didn't disappoint. Porridge shed LV2 consumes 200 units of grain to recruit 200 refugees, with a low probability of recruiting special talent. Upgrade conditions would 1,000 stone 1,000 grain 2,000. The recruitment number doubled, but the grain consumption quadrupled. Moreover, Han Yilin noticed that the probability of recruiting special talent had changed from extremely low to low. In other words, as the porridge shed's level increased, the probability of recruiting special talent would also increase. However, Han Yilin wasn't too impressed by this. Special talent. He could just watch ads to get them. What he cared more about was the number of refugees he could recruit. With 200 people plus Fang Jun's bonus, that's directly 240 people. Awesome. Now I don't have to worry about lacking labor force. Recruit them. Watch an ad to improve the quality of this batch of refugees. After watching this recruitment, we'll have a high probability of producing special talent. Current available views 33. 1. Still a short reply. Han Yilin didn't want to waste too much time on this. The next moment the ad appeared. It was the same familiar formula, the same familiar taste. When the crooked Mao Dragon King appeared, no matter how humiliating the plot was, being slapped and mocked, nothing could stop Han Yilin's grin from spreading. This kind of plot, though mindless, was indeed satisfying. Soon the first ad ended. Without a second word, Han Yilin chose to agree again, and the second ad began playing on the light screen. Which place has the best excavator technology? Look for Lanxiang in Xiaqingzhou. The third ad. Recently got a new phone, where did I put the old one? Finally the ad ended. Ad watch successful. This batch of refugee quality improved. Recruiting refugees. Recruitment successful. You obtained 239 common refugees. You obtained 1 golden special talent. Seeing the notifications, Han Yilin's face lit up. Another gold. Let me see what kind of talent it is. He eagerly opened the panel, and a line of information came into view. Name Wen Huaitao. Quality gold. Profession military arms artisan. Strength 28. Leadership 36. Administration 52. Strategy 41. Charisma 54. Craftsmanship 92. Skill arms coordination. Arms coordination increases blacksmith shop production efficiency by 92. When Han Yilin saw the panel, his first reaction was a moment of stunned silence. What the heck is a military arms artisan? Isn't that just a blacksmith? But soon after reading the skill description, Han Yilin realized that the role of a military arms artisan was different from that of a blacksmith. He was mainly responsible for processes, molds, personnel arrangement, and capacity scheduling. He did not directly participate in forging, but could significantly increase forging efficiency. In other words, Wang Zhu was a craftsman responsible for hammering and forging. Wen Huaitao was the general foreman dedicated to ramping up production. Holy shit. Han Yilin couldn't help but curse. I was just worrying about how long it would take to equip over 500 people with weapons and armor. Now with Wen Huaitao, the production is going to skyrocket. Don't be fooled by the Zhatian County's seemingly large military force. The weapons in the hands of these 500 people were all white or green tier, low quality. As for armor, there were only a few leather vests providing very limited protection. Although Han Yilin had blueprints for weapons and armor, crafting them took time. However, Wen Huaitao's arrival could drastically shorten that time. Just what I needed. A pillow when I'm drowsy. Whatever I lack comes right to me. One handles the forging, the other manages production. This could almost be a production line. He received Wen Huaitao with great enthusiasm. Then he led him to the blacksmith shop, introduced him to Wang Zhu, and arranged for Wen Huaitao to take up his post there. At the same time, Han Yilin didn't forget that the blacksmith shop had been upgraded to level 2, increasing the number of assistants he could assign from the original 10 to 20. At this moment, the production of Fisher Wind, Miao Dao, had increased from the normal 10 to 53. This was partly due to Wang Zhu's own skill combined with the 20 assistants who provided a 100 boost, and now Wen Huaitao's arrival further increased it by 92. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire army could be equipped. These are the Fisher Wind Miao Dao forged yesterday and the day before. After arranging everything, Wang Zhu turned and took a long blade from the weapon rack behind him, handing it to Han Yilin. A total of 42, please inspect them, sir. Han Yilin took it casually, though not heavy. The blade was slender and emitted a faint cold gleam at the edge. As his gaze focused, the weapon's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Fisher Wind, Miao Dao, blue type, two-handed long blade, attack 36, armor penetration 12, martial power 6, durability 100100. Not bad. Han Yilin swung it twice, the blade whistling through the air, and his face showed great satisfaction. Compared to the low-quality weapons seized from bandits, these Miao Dao were far superior in both attack and durability. Later, when the army was fully equipped, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be elevated to a new level. Han Yilin suddenly recalled the forward camp of the Pingtian army he had seen in the wilderness the day before, and his heart burned with greed. Even a fool knew that place would yield excellent loot. Now all he needed was to wait until the entire army had upgraded their weapons, and then he could attempt to attack it. After finishing the recruitment and weapon production, Han Yilin headed to the barracks. Since he had reached level 2, it was time to arrange class promotions for the soldiers. On the way, Han Yilin opened the barracks promotion panel. The once gray and unselectable soldier classes were now all colored. There were a total of 6 directions for militiamen to promote. Light infantry, short spearman, short bowman requires archery range, crossbowman requires archery range, light cavalry requires stable, barbarian soldier requires special building. It was no exaggeration to say that the list of promotions made Han Yilin's head spin. Out of 6 options, 4 had additional conditions requiring appropriate buildings. Although he didn't know how to build the archery range, at least it had a name. Barbarian soldier was even more absurd, directly stating it required a special building. The name of that building and how to construct it were never mentioned. The only building he had the stable Han Yilin tried to select, but class promotion was still impossible. A prompt appeared requires basic writing skill. Han Yilin was simply amused by all these restrictions. It seemed the system truly didn't want him to develop. After looking it over, he realized that the only currently available promotions were light infantry and short spearmen. Considering that the blacksmith shop could only produce Miao Dao for now, even if he promoted spearmen, they would have no suitable weapons. Light infantry it is. It's a jack of all trades, effective in any terrain, and the weapons are already available. With that thought, Han Yilin opened the light infantry promotion interface. Light infantry tier level 2 green, level LV. 10 attack, 30 defense, March 12th. 15 promotion requirement, militiaman 1, food 20 copper coins, 300 daily food consumption, food 10 salary, copper coins 1000 monthly. Green quality, and they require a salary. After reviewing the panel, Han Yilin understood that promoted soldiers belong to the regular army category. It seems maintaining an army will cost a lot of money. With that thought, Han Yilin glanced at the current resource list. Wood 75-53 900 day, stone 52-21 900 day, iron or 63-37 900 day, food 50-33 -5 day, resource plots level 4-1, level 5-18. Originally, due to upgrading various buildings, all resources had nearly bottomed out. Later, Han Yilin led his soldiers on a sweep around the area, gaining a wave of rich resources. Then yesterday, when the city lord's mansion was the first to reach level 2, it triggered another server-wide announcement replenishing the resources of Jiayin County. However, the food production left Han Yilin quite helpless. How many food plots do I need to occupy before this number stops being negative? This issue truly gave Han Yilin a headache. After all, around the county town, resource plots were not infinite, and food plots had long been fully occupied, unless they were level 4 or 6 plots. But the former he looked down upon, and the latter he couldn't yet defeat. It feels like I have too many soldiers. With 500 men, they consume 2500 units of food daily. After promotions, that number will double. His gaze returned to the promotion list. Han Yilin did a quick mental calculation. With the current food reserves, there was no problem for now, but the copper coins required were quite substantial. The county had over 30,000 copper coins, and after upgrading buildings, even with the server-wide announcement granting another 10,000 yesterday, it was still only slightly over 30,000. Let's promote 100 men for now. Oh, any more, and I can't afford to maintain them. Consume food 2000 copper coins, 3000 to promote 100 light infantry. Yes. Would you like to watch an ad to double the number of promotions? Hiss. Han Yilin's eyes went wide at the prompt. His face was filled with surprise, as if he had picked up a winning lottery ticket on the ground that happened to match the latest jackpot numbers. Wrapped in overwhelming delight, Han Yilin felt that happiness had come too suddenly. Recruiting ruffians could yield special talents, militia recruitment numbers could double. And now even promotions could be doubled by watching an ad. Doesn't this mean that whether for recruitment or promotion, I can get double the output with the same resource consumption? Holy shit. This is too damn awesome. Play it. I have no other hobby since childhood. My favorite thing has been watching ads. This time Han Yilin didn't pay any attention to the ad's content. A smile never left his lips the entire time. When the ad ended, a burst of white light suddenly erupted from the soldier ranks, enveloping 200 of the militiamen within. A moment later, as the light faded, the appearance of those 200 soldiers remained unchanged, still holding the same assorted weapons they had seized. However, their mental state had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to before. An aura of killing intent unique to professional soldiers permeated the air around them. Their sharp eyes were not something that could be trained. They had clearly experienced the harrowing trials of battle. Han Yilin grew more and more satisfied, feeling that the resources were well spent. As the saying goes, troops are valued for quality over quantity. No matter how many militiamen there were, they could only bully rabble like bandits. If it came to a real battlefield facing regular troops, they would probably only have the option to flee. In his excitement, Han Yilin didn't forget the freshly forged 42 Fisher Wind Miao Dao. With a wave of his hand, he distributed them to 42 of the men. After switching weapons, the attack attribute in their panels instantly surged from 30 to 66. Of course, Han Yilin understood that attack was not the same as martial power. They still had a considerable gap compared to a freak like Cheng Murou. But against bandits, they could certainly cut through them like slicing vegetables. Han Yilin began to calculate silently. 53 weapons can be produced each day. At this rate, it will take 9 more days to equip the entire army. That's not particularly slow, but with Cheng Murou's help, facing 500 regular troops might not require waiting that long. His eyes gleamed with sharp light. Deep inside, Han Yilin was already growing restless at the thought of the Pingtian army's forward camp he had seen the day before. Though eager to act, Han Yilin certainly would not impulsively launch an attack. The current surge in the army's combat effectiveness was only relative to the bandits. He did not believe he could gain any advantage against a regular army. At least not until all 501 soldiers had completed their class change. But that did not mean Han Yilin had no thoughts about the resource lands. A level 6 resource land might be somewhat difficult, but with our current combat power, I feel attacking a level 5 land should not be a problem. He thought to himself, but Han Yilin did not rush to dispatch troops. To be safe, he decided to have Cheng Murou lead a team to attack a level 5 land and assess the casualties. Then he returned to the bedroom. At this hour, Cheng Murou had already woken up, and being idle, she was lying on the bed chatting with Xiao Qin beside her. Both wore tube-top sleepwear, their curvaceous figures impossible to conceal, even under the blanket, a sight that would make anyone's mouth dry. "Milordy." Hearing the sound behind her, Cheng Murou turned her head. Her beautiful eyes were so gentle that one could never associate her with the image of uprooting a willow tree. "Have you had breakfast?" Han Yilin casually asked. "Not yet," Xiao Qin replied softly. "We wanted to wait for you, milord." "Then get up and eat first. There's business later." The three of them had a simple breakfast, and Han Yilin explained his plan. "So you mean to have Murou lead the troops this time?" "Yes." Han Yilin continued. "Currently the troops in Jiayin County number 500, of which 200 have been transferred to light infantry. I want to see how effective their combat capability is. So when we attack the level 5 land later, don't intervene unless absolutely necessary. Just command from the rear." "Okay, Murou understands," Cheng Murou replied. After giving instructions, Han Yilin opened the map interface. Compared to the beginning of the game when the county was surrounded by a pitch-black fog of war, now a large area within a radius of 10 li had been illuminated. Of course, this was mainly because the nearby level 5 grain lands were not enough to attack. Han Yilin was forced to keep expanding outward, though there were still quite a few level 5 lands of other resources nearby. After filtering, Han Yilin quickly locked onto a level 5 iron mine. It was not far from Jiayin County, less than 4 li away, a walk of less than half an hour. That's the one. Having confirmed the target in the expedition interface, besides selecting Cheng Murou, Han Yilin maxed out the troops. 501 men. Dispatch general to capture LV 5 resource land abandoned mine. Confirm. Confirm. The order was given. Cheng Murou led the soldiers and marched out of Jiayin County in great force. Soon, when the army arrived at the destination, a battle report appeared along with a system prompt: Cheng Murou is attacking LV 5 resource land abandoned mine. Encountered defenders bandits 471, elite bandits 25, a bandit leaders 6, bandit chief 1. To be honest, Han Yilin himself had forgotten when he last checked the battle report. It seemed to be only the first day of the game when he had paid special attention out of concern for Cheng Murou's safety. Later, after witnessing Cheng Murou's fighting style firsthand, he never looked at the battle reports again. Now, because he had instructed her not to act hastily, this battle naturally lacked the previous overwhelming momentum. Defenders attacked militia 4, wounded Cheng Murou ordered a counterattack. Light infantry killed bandits 11, elite bandits attacked, killed light infantry 2, bandit chief joined the battle, killed militia 5, Cheng Murou killed bandit chief 1, a defender morale decreased. Army attacked defenders, killed bandits 36. The battle reports kept appearing one by one. Finally, the battle was won. When Han Yilin saw the casualties, 17 dead and 23 wounded, he felt his heart bleeding. After all, these people were not just a string of numbers in a game nor code. They were real soldiers under his command. Damn it, is a level 5 land this hard to take? 200 transferred troops and over 40 equipped with blue-quality weapons, yet there were still such heavy casualties. Even with Cheng Murou helping to kill the chief. Looking at this, if it were just 500 militia, it's hard to say whether we would win, and even if we did, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. However, despite the heavy casualties, the soldiers gained a lot of experience. Especially after the battle ended, Han Yilin received a prompt to watch an advertisement that would double the experience gained by the soldiers. After the advertisement, all surviving light infantry leveled up 3 times from level 10 to level 13. As for the militia, due to class level restrictions, they remained stuck at level 10. But Han Yilin also noticed that the militia had gained experience benefits, they just couldn't level up. Soon Cheng Murou returned with the troops. Han Yilin immediately arranged for the wounded to be sent to the medical clinic for treatment, then found Cheng Murou to ask about the details of the battle. According to Cheng Murou's account, the militia's combat effectiveness was roughly on par with ordinary bandits, while the light infantry clearly showed overwhelming superiority. Especially the members equipped with the Lifeng Miao Dao, they were almost butchers against the defenders. However, because they wore no armor, they inevitably suffered casualties from the defenders' attacks. After hearing this, Han Yilin immediately realized this was a classic case of high attack and low defense. Thinking about it, it was indeed true. Throughout history, successive dynasties generally did not prohibit civilians from owning weapons, but they were always strict about the private possession of armor. Anyone found guilty was charged with treason. The reason was that in the era of cold weapons, having armor or not made a world of difference. This was why facing a mob, it was common for a few hundred regular imperial troops to chase several thousand. In this regard, Han Yilin did not lack crafting blueprints, but unfortunately production capacity could not keep up. Just replacing weapons will take 9 days, and then to fully equip everyone with armor, who knows how long that will take. Troubling. Opening the building list and seeing the blacksmith workshops had reached their maximum limit, Han Yilin strongly suspected that this so-called everyone's magistrate game was throttling his development progress. Otherwise, he would build 10 blacksmith workshops and mass-produce weapons and armor on an assembly line, equipping the entire army in no time. Come to think of it, only one blacksmith workshop can be built in the county town. In the later stages, when the army numbers in the thousands or tens of thousands, production capacity will never keep up. So there must be other ways to increase production, right? Han Yilin suddenly had a doubt. He felt that there must be other ways in the game to increase production capacity, such as building blueprints for higher quality blacksmith workshops. Or perhaps by capturing other players' county towns, he could then have 2 blacksmith workshops. But to capture other players, Han Yilin frowned, speculating in his mind. Not to mention the issue of location, we are still in the newbie protection period. Even if other players are discovered nearby, capturing them might not be possible, right? A conjecture arose in his mind, but now no one could give Han Yilin an answer. My head hurts. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If I can't figure it out, I'll stop thinking about it. Anyway, compared to other players, my development speed is definitely ahead of the pack. Before the rebels attack, equipping the entire army should not be a problem. As for the present, Han Yilin looked at Cheng Murou. Murou, since it's still early, the remaining 4 resource lands. Cheng Murou rolled her eyes. Just give the orders, my lord. Conquest successful. You have successfully captured the LV. 5 resource site rice paddy. Conquest successful. You have successfully captured the LV. 5 resource site black locust ancient forest. Conquest successful. You have successfully captured the LV. 5 resource site north slope forest. Conquest. You have successfully captured the LV. 5 resource site Chishui iron mine. This time, it returned to Cheng Murou's solo effort, capturing a tier 5 site. From departure to completion, no more than an hour passed, mainly because the grain fields were relatively distant, requiring Cheng Murou to walk extra distance. As for the other 3 sites, she cleared them along the way. At this moment, with Cheng Murou's daily quest complete, the faction value of Jiayin County had reached an impressive 7,050. Territory Jiayin County. Level Tier 2 County. Magistrate Han Yilin. Population 1,224. Funds 7,522. Food 2033. Soldiers 484. Public sentiment 68. Security 64. Faction value 7,050. Timber 75.53 daily 1,500. Stone 52.21 daily 900. Iron ore 63.37 daily -90. Food 23.77 daily -620. Resource sites tier 4x1 tier 5x23. At this very moment, Han Yilin was gazing intently at his territory panel and resource list. Actually, during his leisure time, Han Yilin couldn't resist opening the panel for a quick look. That feeling was just like a top-ranked player in a game occasionally checking their ranking. That sense of achievement was invigorating and exhilarating. Wait a moment. Just as he was reviewing the panel, suddenly, Han Yilin's gaze tightened. He had spotted a blind spot. Negative grain production, he could understand. After all, the frenzied conscription over these past few days meant maintaining an army of 500 required substantial grain consumption. But the problem was, why was iron ore production also negative? His eyes moved to the corresponding list. And immediately, a prompt box popped up detailing the output of each resource site and the daily consumption reasons. When Han Yilin discovered that the consumption reason was the daily forging of cyclone blades, his earlier confusion instantly dissipated. Forging 1 blade consumes 30 units of iron ore with 53 blades produced daily. A negative number is only natural. Having understood the reason, Han Yilin was already considering capturing a couple more iron or resource sites the following day. Closing the territory panel, Han Yilin then made sure to dispatch commoners to the newly captured resource sites. Currently, the number of captured resource sites had reached 24. Among them 23 were Tier 5 sites, and one was a Tier 4 site. Maintaining their output required deploying 470 laborers. Now, in Yilin County, despite the population exceeding 1,000, most were soldiers. The total number of civilians able to participate in labor was only 660. Soldiers 484, hunters 60, special talents 6, elderly, weak, sick, disabled 14. Beyond the resource sites, the blacksmith workshop required a fixed assignment of 20 people. Doing the math, the currently available labor force totaled 170, noticeably more abundant than yesterday. This was thanks to the recruitment quota doubling after Porridge Pile's upgrade. These people were now all assigned by Han Yilin to construction work. Yesterday, the county governor's mansion had just reached Tier 2, so most buildings within the city remained in the upgrade queue. Switching to the list, Han Yilin glanced at the construction queue. With sufficient manpower, all buildings were under construction. Looking at it this way, all buildings should finish upgrading before dark today. Afterwards, we should repair the city gates and walls. We could also build more eagle-eye watchtowers at minimum enough to illuminate more nearby areas, which would facilitate future exploration. And Han Yilin suddenly remembered that while training troops, he had been clearing the surrounding area and had collected quite a few items that he hadn't yet had time to use. With that thought in mind, Han Yilin opened the item list. Like a game interface, it was a backpack function built into the system panel composed of individual grids where all loot gathered in the wild could be stored. Let me see. In the sorting options, Han Yilin selected priority by quality. Instantly, the item arrangement changed. The first item was also at present the only golden quality item Han Yilin possessed. Panua City Foundation. The description says it's a passive effect, just equip it. Then there's a recruitment order which I can use later, followed by 2 building blueprints. Cyclone Arrow Tower Sioux Training Academy. The academy requires a Tier 3 governor's mansion, but we can't build it now. As for the Arrow Tower, judging from its description, it can only be constructed on the city walls. Then it seems we still need to repair the city walls first. Besides the blueprints, 2 more items remained in the inventory. 1 9 Ox 2 Tiger Pill, which increased physical strength by 3 points, and 1 military treatise, which increased command value. Thinking of Cheng Murou's 97-point strength, Han Yilin felt that giving it to her would bring her right to 100. At that thought, a question suddenly arose: would 100 physical strength mean red quality? TSK. Considering Cheng Murou's delicate and frail appearance, yet possessing terrifying 100 physical strength, the imagery was too vivid. Han Yilin could only say his imagination fell short. He simply couldn't picture it. Having inventoried these days' gains, the county's development was proceeding steadily and systematically. Going forward, he only needed to wait for weapons and armor production to gradually replace the soldiers' current equipment and simultaneously convert the remaining militia into Tier 2 units. By then, Han Yilin felt confident enough to test the combat effectiveness of the Pingtian army. As for the rebel forces coming in 25 days, from the very beginning, Han Yilin had never worried about that issue. Preposterous. The development of Yilin County, while not necessarily the best on the entire server, was far ahead of most players. If he couldn't overcome it himself, Han Yilin reckoned other players might as well end their own lives. Moreover, by the current development pace, in over 20 days, he didn't need to raise an overwhelmingly large army. At least a few thousand elite troops Han Yilin felt should be well within reach. Besides, through Porridge Pile's daily recruitment, watching advertisements could yield special talents. A gathering of talents was merely a matter of time. Come, open your mouth, my lord, what are you intending to do? Why ask so many questions? Open your mouth quickly. I have something wonderful for you to taste. But, however, this is a supreme nourishing elixir. Open your mouth at once. That night inside the bedchamber, Cheng Murou's delicate face flushed crimson as she gazed at the smiling Han Yilin. Her expression was unmistakably leaning toward the wrong conclusion. After all, put anyone in her position, asked to open their mouth without a word of explanation and told there was something delicious waiting, and their mind would surely wander to the most scandalous interpretation. Heaven and earth were his witness. This time Han Yilin vowed he harbored not a single impure thought. There was only his burning urgency to help Cheng Murou grow stronger. Come now, be good, open your mouth. Biting her lower lip, Cheng Murou hesitated for a moment before reluctantly complying. She slowly sank into a half-crouch, her eyes firmly shut, daring not to open them even slightly. There you go. Swallow it. After feeding her the vitality pill, Cheng Murou's eyes snapped wide open. What is this? Something good. You'll see the effect once you swallow it. Han Yilin chuckled darkly. It's so hot. My lord, what exactly is this? I feel so hot inside. The moment the pill slipped down her throat, Cheng Murou felt a scorching warmth surge from deep within her core racing along her meridians and spreading rapidly through every limb and vessel in her body. Her porcelain face was flushed with rose-colored beads of perspiration slipping down from her hairline along her cheeks. The burning heat within her compelled a soft cry of pleasure. Though mercifully the sensation came swiftly and faded just as fast. Before Cheng Murou could recover, a triumphant shout erupted from beside her. Holy crap, it turned red. Combat power at 100, direct promotion. Cheng Murou had already possessed a combat power of 97. Now after consuming the 9 bulls and tigers pill, her attribute had surged to 100. On her status panel, her once golden name had dramatically shifted to crimson. Though Han Yilin did not know the absolute ceiling of personal attributes in this world, red tier quality undoubtedly sat at the very pinnacle. Even before this transformation, Cheng Murou with her 97 combat power had already possessed the strength to uproot great willow trees by their trunks. Now that she had reached 100, Han Yilin could barely imagine just how devastatingly powerful this seemingly delicate young woman could be when unleashing her full combat might. Unable to contain his excitement, Han Yilin pulled her into his arms. How do you feel now? Did you like the pill I just fed you? Cheng Murou could hardly fail to sense the surge of physical power coursing through her body. Facing such a shameful question, her cheeks burned red as she murmured softly, I liked it. Since you liked it, how do you plan to reward me tonight? Huh? Before she could process his words, Xiao Qin appeared from somewhere, her face etched with wounded resentment as she looked at Han Yilin. My lord, I want some too. I'll give you yours tonight. So mean, my lord. Enough, compose yourself. I have something to discuss with Murou. In his embrace, Cheng Murou, who had already recovered, lifted her head and asked, My lord, what is it? Han Yilin asked, You saw this morning's soldiers in combat. If the enemy were 500 regular troops instead, and you led them, do you feel confident you could secure victory? Regular troops. Cheng Murou pondered for a moment. Victory should be achievable, but I fear it would come at the cost of significant casualties. All right then. Letting go of his earlier ambition, Han Yilin knew he could not rush matters now. Releasing his embrace, Han Yilin focused his thoughts and retrieved a formation manual from his system inventory, the Suppressing Northern Borders Array. He had possessed it for several days already, but this formation required a minimum of 300 people to activate. Back then Zhejiang County had not a single soldier, so Han Yilin had made no hurry to bring it out. Now with 500 troops at his command, and with no suitable candidate other than Cheng Murou, he handed her the manual. Take this. Study the formation book when you have time. In a few days, once all the soldiers have completed their class transfers, we'll run some tests together. By midday, the hunters who had ventured out of the city the previous day began returning in fits and starts bringing back 700 units of game meat. Through conversation, he learned that the hunters' schedules were never fixed. On occasion, they would track prey for many consecutive days. With the meat secured, Han Yilin immediately ordered an extra meal. Meanwhile, the Bafeng restaurant finally opened for business. A lesson much like management simulation games where mere structures were useless without raw materials to generate output. After the meal, Han Yilin delayed a little longer until every building in the construction queue had finished upgrading. He then opened the building list and located the repair options for the city gates and walls. However, unlike other structures, both the gates and walls were divided into 4 segments corresponding to the east, south, west, and north. Moreover, while other buildings required only 10 laborers, the repair of gates and walls had no labor cap at all. Not only that, the material consumption was staggering. Repairing a single wall segment alone required 5,000 units of stone. On the default repair list, it displayed that with 100 workers assigned, the estimated completion time was a staggering 120 double hours. Bear in mind, 12 double hours equaled 1 day, meaning even with add boost applied, it would take 5 full days to repair just one wall segment using 100 laborers. As for the gate repair, it was somewhat more manageable, requiring only 2,000 units of stone with an estimated completion time of 36 double hours. But that was still only for a single gate. The workload is rather substantial. To repair everything, the walls alone would require 20,000 units of stone. Including the gates, the total comes to 28,000. Glancing at his resource inventory for the first time, Han Yilin felt he was not as wealthy as he had assumed. At the same time, a question arose in his mind. Under conditions like these, with only 30 days available, if other players developed their counties even slightly slower, wouldn't they fail to complete the repairs? And we can't simply abandon the repairs and build a wooden palisade around the perimeter, can we? Indeed, Han Yilin had not imagined it. Beneath the repair list, he had genuinely found an option to construct wooden walls. In terms of materials, it required only timber, and both the quantity demanded and the construction time were drastically reduced. It won't come to that. It won't. Han Yilin felt he had not yet fallen so low as to need a wooden wall. After all, this was a county seat. Building a wooden palisade around the exterior would be utterly demeaning. As for the stone walls, let's start with one segment. Recalling that a watchtower already stood on the eastern side capable of detecting approaching enemies, Han Yilin chose the western wall as his first repair target. For laborers, Han Yilin immediately drafted all 170 idle workers and assigned them to the wall repair, shrinking the estimated time to 5 days and 11 hours. Then came the advertisement. The instant Han Yilin clicked confirm to begin repairs, a prompt appeared, watch. As the ad concluded, the repair time was halved, once more coming down to under 3 days. Similarly, his stone reserves were nearly depleted, leaving behind a pitiful 221 units. In the days that followed, Han Yilin made this his daily routine, waking each morning and rising from the warmth of his bed. Only then would he attend to recruiting refugees. With Fang Jun's bonuses and the newly upgraded Level 2 Gruel Station, Han Yilin could recruit 240 refugees for merely 100 units of grain. More importantly, each recruitment allowed him to watch an advertisement and obtain a special talent. In this regard, Han Yilin discovered that the probability of recruiting golden quality talents was far lower than purple quality ones. Up to now, only Cheng Murou, Xiao Qiyin, and Wen Huaitao had been among those recruits. As for resource lands, the daily quota remained firmly set at 5 pieces of level 5 land. Although he now possessed an army and could occupy additional plots. Yet one problem proved impossible to circumvent: casualties. Should Cheng Murou lead the expedition, casualties would naturally be much lower, but the efficiency would be worse than letting Cheng Murou solo the mission. But without a commander, casualties would skyrocket. Han Yilin had tested this once, resulting in nearly 70 casualties, which immediately taught him a lesson. Fortunately, he stopped sending soldiers alone to attack resource lands. Instead, Han Yilin led personally. With nothing else to do each day, he patrolled outside the city walls, searching for explorable regions, which also brought some extra income to the county. As for troop numbers, Han Yilin kept them steady at 500 men. After all, the more people, the more resources required to maintain them. When the 10th day since the game's commencement arrived, after several days of development, the population within Jiayin County had reached 2332. In terms of power value, Han Yilin abandoned his sole piece of level 4 land, and with 48 pieces of level 5 land, had climbed to 14400. One could say this positioned him as unrivaled across the entire server. In terms of construction, the western city gate and walls had been fully repaired, while the other 3 directions were all in the queue. Completion wasn't far off either. This was thanks to the county finally resolving its labor shortage problem. After all, 240 people could be recruited daily. Excluding the fixed personnel assignments for resource lands and the blacksmith shop, approximately 700 laborers were available for deployment. Regarding special talents, over these 5 days, all those recruited were purple quality talents spanning domains, including economics, livelihood, and military affairs. Among them, what intrigued Han Yilin most was recruiting another blacksmith whose skill effects could stack with Wang Zhu's. With this, the blacksmith shop's output increased once more. Finally, on this day, all 500 soldiers within the county were fully equipped with crack Wen Miaodao, their combat effectiveness elevated to an entirely new level. Moreover, yesterday Han Yilin had accumulated enough copper coins to perform class advancements on the remaining unpromoted militiamen. Currently, within Jiayin County, this 500-strong army had all been advanced to light infantry. In the afternoon, after resting, Cheng Murou's stamina had recovered somewhat. Pingtian Army Outpost Camp. Status available for exploration. Danger level difficult purple. Possible rewards: provisions, military equipment, weapons, armor, special items. Opening the map, Han Yilin's gaze fixed upon the camp he had long coveted. He had been lusting after this location for quite some time. White, green, blue, purple, gold, red. The difficulty levels were divided into 6 tiers. Though this camp ranked only third, one must remember that the game had only been live for a mere 10 days. At the current stage, most players could consider themselves fortunate to explore areas of easy green difficulty. Now Han Yilin had decided to make his move. For this assault, he had made every conceivable preparation. A 500-strong army, all with advanced classes, fully equipped with crack Wen Miaodao, while Cheng Murou's combat prowess had risen to 100 points, having also learned the suppressing the frontier formation. When arranged in the corresponding formation, the entire army could receive these bonuses: all units attack 12, all units defense 5, a charge speed 6, all units morale 6. With such a configuration, Han Yilin simply refused to believe he couldn't take this place. Is my lord fully prepared? Absolutely. Come now, let's depart immediately. Clearly Cheng Murou had already learned of Han Yilin's plans beforehand. Having made preparations, she led the troops forthwith. The army marched in grand formation, passing through the city gates and pressing toward their destination. A journey of over 10 li was hardly daunting for light infantry, who had all completed their class advancements. 500 men arranged in neat formation, crack Wen Miaodao hanging at their waists, treading steadily along the way. Compared to the scattered militiamen from the beginning, Jiayin County's army now bore the appearance of a proper standing force. Before long, as they drew near their destination, the silhouette of the military camp emerged within their field of vision. Similarly, their appearance was spotted by the Pingtian Army's patrol personnel. With such a large force, concealing their movements proved nearly impossible. Enemy attack, enemy attack. All troops assemble. Frantic shouts rang out across the camp. Boom, boom, boom. The somber war drums erupted and the Pingtian army soldiers who had been resting immediately surged forth from all directions. In mere moments before the camp, all 500 had assembled. The leader, clad in armor and mounted upon a warhorse, gazed coldly ahead and uttered with a sneer, "Humph, where did these wretched rabble come from? A mob of worthless peasants daring to charge my Pingtian army's camp. Kill." With a single command, the Pingtian army surged forward, launching their assault against Han Yilin's forces. "My lord, be careful." Cheng Murou, upon seeing this, immediately positioned herself before Han Yilin, vigilantly tracking the arrows in flight to prevent any from striking him. However, no soldiers around could shield them from the arrow storm. Several men were immediately struck, letting out anguished cries as they fell to the ground. Fortunately, these soldiers were no longer the militiamen of before. Under the enemy's assault, they displayed the discipline befitting soldiers. Even as many were struck and fell, their formation remained unbroken. At this moment, Cheng Murou turned her head toward Han Yilin, speaking with gravity. "My lord, blades and arrows show no mercy on the battlefield. Leave this to Murou." Both sides had already engaged. Han Yilin knew this was no time for showing off. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. He immediately nodded. "Very well." Saying this, he withdrew toward the rear. Before departing, he did not forget to look back and urge, "Murou, please be extremely careful." Cheng Murou smiled gently. "My lord, have no worry." With those words, Han Yilin had already retreated to the very back of the formation. At the same time, Cheng Murou led the troops in launching their assault against the Pingtian army. "Kill!" With a soft battle cry, Cheng Murou charged out, first the 500 light infantry close behind. Soon the two forces collided, engaging in close combat, as blade gleamed against sword, blood splattering through the air. Empowered by the suppressing the frontier formation, despite lacking armor protection, Jilin County's army still unleashed formidable combat strength. Originally, the Pingtian army, relying on their armor superiority, should have formed an overwhelming advantage. However, bolstered by formation arrays, their armor provided virtually no effective protection. In fact, numerous cases occurred where soldiers were cleaved in two along with their armor. Of course, apart from the formations, this was also due to the Jilin County's advantage in weaponry. Watching the battle stall into a stalemate, even leaning toward disadvantage, the Pingtian army's commander's expression darkened. He could not comprehend how an army that appeared to be a ragtag mob possessed such formidable combat effectiveness. With forces evenly matched 1-to-1, his side was somehow falling behind, especially that seemingly frail young woman who was cutting down enemies like melons and vegetables on the battlefield. "Damn it, we cannot drag this out any longer." Scanning the battlefield, the commander knew he had to find a way to break the deadlock. Soon he discovered a vulnerability. Although the enemy's combat power was ferocious, their flanks were entirely undefended. "Send orders. Form all cavalry units and launch a pincer attack from the left." As a regular army, they indeed possessed cavalry, but their numbers were limited, totaling only 50 riders. Ordinarily responsible for patrolling, reconnaissance, and message delivery, though classified as scouts, their concentrated charge was by no means something ordinary infantry could withstand. Soon, under the commander's direction, the cavalry began assembling and quickly completed their flanking maneuver, positioning themselves at the battlefield side. However, just as they initiated their charge, preparing to strike from the flank, boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as a massive tree trunk came hurtling through the air, crashing directly ahead of the cavalry. Dust billowed outward and stones scattered in every direction. The lead horses, startled, reared up on their hind legs. The cavalry behind had no time to break, and the formation descended instantly into chaos. At that moment, Cheng Murou leaped down, descending from the heavens like a warrior god. Standing atop the tree trunk with a single hand gripping her blade, she blocked the cavalry's path directly. "I'm afraid your path is blocked." Before the enemy could react, and with the Pingtian commander's pupils violently contracting, Cheng Murou pushed off the ground. Her Li-Feng blade sliced through the air, leaving behind a razor-sharp glint of cold light. The Pingtian commander's pupils shriveled, instinctively raising his weapon to parry. Clang! Metal screeched against metal in a piercing resonance. The tremendous force nearly knocked the commander from his saddle and numbed his arms, sending vibrations rattling through his internal organs. Before he could catch his breath, Cheng Murou's second strike had already fallen. Whoosh! The blade cleaved through armor. That iron cuirass, which should have been capable of withstanding ordinary swords, was split clean open. The commander grunted in agony and fell rigidly from his horse, no longer breathing. With their commander slain, chaos erupted instantly among the Pingtian forces. However, unlike bandits and raiders, they still demonstrated formidable military discipline. After a brief period of turmoil, an adjutant stepped forward to resume command and stabilize the formation. "Hold the line. Archers continue suppressing fire. Infantry form ranks." He shouted orders while reinforcing the defensive line. Yet by this point the battle had reached a stage where no individual strength alone could turn the tide. Especially after Cheng Murou dispatched the cavalry and returned to the main battlefield, the once evenly contested situation instantly reversed. Cheng Murou carved through the battlefield, her blade flashing in all directions. Each strike precisely claimed the life of a Ping Tian soldier. In the blink of an eye, the scales of victory began to tilt. Simultaneously, the morale of the opposing Ping Tian forces finally shattered, and their already wavering formation completely collapsed. In moments, many Ping Tian soldiers dropped their weapons and fled in panic, scrambling toward the forest. Some, realizing escape was futile, simply threw down their arms and surrendered outright. Witnessing this, Cheng Murou chose not to press the attack, instead issuing an order: spare those who lay down their arms. Half an hour later, the battlefield's cries of slaughter subsided completely. Han Yilin rushed over excitedly and planted several smacking kisses on Cheng Murou. Brilliant. Absolutely devastating. I was completely captivated. Overcome with excitement, unable to restrain himself, Han Yilin peppered her with more kisses. After all, what he had just witnessed had been thoroughly satisfying. They say that in the movie Spring Sword Rider, the scene where Jia Jin's character fights 13 cavalrymen alone was left unfilmed because the director could not imagine how one infantryman could defeat mounted warriors. But just now Han Yilin had witnessed firsthand a single person dismantling 50 cavalry. Regardless of other matters, the feat of hoisting an entire tree trunk as a weapon, let alone mastering it, speaks entirely of hard work and sweat with not a shred of numerical advantage. The remarkable thing was that such a ferocious warrior, after receiving several smacking kisses, blushed crimson across her delicate cheeks. Witnessing her shy demeanor, Han Yilin genuinely wanted to ask whether she was some sort of fusion between Lin Daiyu and Lu Zhishan. After a brief embrace, Han Yilin released her, and rather than rushing to collect spoils, first ordered a casualty count. The numbers soon emerged. This engagement claimed 76 lives and left 23 wounded. In other words, a force of 500 had suffered a 20% reduction in combat effectiveness, the highest casualty rate since the game began. Han Yilin's excitement and exhilaration were washed away by the casualty figures, leaving his spirits dampened. After all, these were men he had personally trained from recruitment through leveling and promotion. Sigh. He exhaled deeply and ordered, escort the wounded back to the county for medical treatment. As for our fallen brothers, record their names and erect monuments after interment. After seeing to these arrangements, he turned to the spoils. Han Yilin led his men to sweep the battlefield, collecting standardized spears numbering 500, 50 short bows, 100 sets of light armor, and 23 warhorses. Grain totaled 3127 units, with 17112 copper coins. Regarding military equipment, the weapons, light armor, and bows were all of green quality, their attributes far inferior to Cheng Murou's Li Feng blade. This explained why the Zhatian County soldiers could penetrate the enemy's armor defenses. Meanwhile, among the collected light armor, over half was damaged and required repair before being issued. As for the warhorses, one could only say Cheng Murou lacked restraint. She had killed over 20 outright, and several of the remaining survivors bore wounds which made Han Yilin's heart ache bitterly. Beyond these dropped spoils, what interested Han Yilin most were undoubtedly the chest radiating a mesmerizing purple glow within the camp. A purple quality chest, after viewing an advertisement, could be upgraded directly to golden quality. At this moment, Han Yilin approached step by step, his heart pounding uncontrollably. After all, he had fought desperately for this very purpose, to claim the treasure chest. However, the moment he drew near, before he could even open it, a system notification accompanied by a server-wide announcement appeared before his eyes. Detected that the Ping Tian Army outpost camp has been destroyed. The initial trade route threat in the Zhatian County region has been eliminated. The merchant guild system has been activated ahead of schedule. Foreign merchant caravans will subsequently enter Zhatian County, allowing for trade operations and the establishment of shops within the marketplace. Han Yilin, reading the notification, he froze in place, blinking repeatedly, his face etched with confusion. What's going on? What kind of merchant guild system is this? So the presence of the Ping Tian army camp here was completely blocking the trade route. Before Han Yilin could process this, the server-wide announcement began flooding the screen. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Zhatian County for becoming the first faction server-wide to open a trade route ahead of schedule. Rewards: copper coins 500, 1 Kulai lamp, purple 1. 1 Kulai lamp type, trading curiosity item description, hang the lamp upon the city, and traveling merchants shall naturally follow its light. Effect: passive. During the county magistrate's possession, the number of travelers arriving at the affiliated county increases by 30, and traveler spending revenue at markets, taverns, and post stations increases by 20. Can someone explain what this opening trade routes thing is all about? The hell, why is it always this damn Zhejian County? Is it just going to dominate the world chat channel forever? Seems like it's really true. So far, every single server-wide announcement has been about Zhejian County. I'm speechless. This trash game, I want to quit so badly. Just uninstall it already. I've already lost my mind. Can't play this at all. This is fing disgusting. Another level, 2 county seat, another trade route opened. Can you slow down your development a bit? Leave us some room to breathe. By the way, is there anyone with class who can explain what happens after opening a trade route? How would any of us know? You gotta ask Yilin County's player. Right now, they're the only ones in the entire world who have opened one. I guess you can do trade and stuff right. Otherwise, what's the point of building a market? Speaking of the market, it makes me so angry. We spent so many resources building it thinking we could collect taxes or buy goods, but it turned out to be completely useless. So we still need to open a trade route first. Meanwhile, Han Yilin hadn't even recovered from the shock yet. But across all the regional channels, a tremendous wave had already risen. Over the horizon, chaos had erupted. After all, everyone was originally living peacefully on Blue Star. One moment, they were fine, the next they were transported here to play this national county governor game. But now, this faction called Yilin County was spamming the world channel every day. Scroll through the chat history and every server-wide announcement had the words Yilin County in it. How could anyone possibly tolerate this? Among all of them, those with the most frustrated mindsets were naturally the people from the same region as Han Yilin. They couldn't see what was happening in other regions. But they checked the regional leaderboard every single day, watching Han Yilin's power value climb higher and higher each day. With a fixed 1500 power value, any idiot could calculate that Yilin County could steadily farm 5 territories every day, just like completing daily quests. But for them, even level 5 territories were out of reach. Even those who had already built barracks could barely manage level 4 territories, and they'd have to pay an enormous price for it. I'm speechless. What's the point of playing this game? Is there no report button? Someone's obviously cheating so brazenly. Does anyone care? Stop being jealous, all of you. Don't forget that our Lord is in the same region as us. Be careful. When the protection period ends, the Lord might come knocking at your door with troops. Screw that. What are we afraid of? Even if one person develops faster, can they really take on all of us? I've heard that players from other regions have already formed alliances. Alliance? Don't we have one in our region too? That one who does boxing every day. Heard she started an alliance, but only accepts female players. You mean Lu Rushua? She's a complete joke. Look at her power value. It's been 10 days, and she hasn't even reached 500. That's hilarious. Her alliance isn't a proper one anyway. She's just leeching off others. How could it possibly develop? But that said, I think we really should form an alliance. There's strength in numbers, and we could help each other in dangerous situations. I'm in. How about we create a group chat? Count me in. Me too. Pingtian Army Forward Camp. Inside the camp, right after the server-wide announcement was sent out, Han Yilin guessed that the chat channels wouldn't be peaceful, so he took a peek inside. Unexpectedly, this peek yielded an unexpected discovery. These players were already planning to form an alliance. Moreover, from the way they spoke, it was clear they were wary of him. Heh, Han Yilin chuckled lightly without a trace of concern. Even if they form alliances with each other in the end, they'll just be a motley crew. Throughout history, how many allied forces have ever fared well? If they could truly unite as one, how could the Qin state have unified the 6 kingdoms? This thing called an alliance is nothing more than a matter of interest anyway, and, depending on others, is never as reliable as depending on oneself. Han Yilin was extremely confident in Yilin County's development speed. Pulling back his thoughts, after closing the chat channels, Han Yilin redirected his attention to the present, his gaze falling upon the purple treasure chest before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just now, interrupted by the system announcement, the eager Han Yilin strode forward. When he reached out to touch the treasure chest, as always, a prompt to watch an advertisement popped up. Watch an advertisement to upgrade the purple treasure chest to a golden treasure chest. 1. In this regard, Han Yilin didn't hesitate at all, agreeing immediately. Afterwards, the screen went black. Then 2 cartoonish elderly figures dressed in festive clothing appeared on the screen. One old man, one old woman. Both wore bright, radiant smiles, and as the advertisement jingle played, the 2 began to dance. This holiday we don't accept gifts, only brain gold. Youthful state healthy product. Seeing this, memories from childhood came flooding back. Han Yilin felt his DNA stir. This advertisement is really ancient, isn't it? When the 30 seconds were up, the advertisement ended. The originally purple quality treasure chest instantly burst forth with dazzling golden light, so bright it made Han Yilin's eyes water. Moreover, whether it was his imagination or not, the opening sound of the golden chest seemed slightly different from the previous chests. Advertisement watched successfully. Opening treasure chest. You obtained grain 12,000. You obtained wood 8,000. You obtained iron 8,000. You obtained stone 8,000. You obtained copper coins 100000. You obtained military token white horse cavalry gold 1. A string of notifications popped up one after another. At first, seeing those numbers with their trailing zeros, Han Yilin couldn't help but breathe faster. After all, such an amount equaled several days' worth of resource production. But as his gaze gradually moved downward when Han Yilin saw the special item revealed at the end, his eyes went wide with astonishment. Military Token White Horse Cavalry. Quality Level 2 Special Troop Gold. Level LV 40. Attack 65. Defense 40. Mobility 120. Recruitment requirements: grain 300, copper coins 15,000. Requires level 4 barracks. Daily consumption: grain 150. Monthly wages: copper coins 6,000. A gold quality military token. The White Horse Cavalry. When Han Yilin saw these details, he felt as if his brain had short-circuited. After all, for a unit with such stats, it wouldn't just be powerful on the 10th day of server launch. Even in the late-game years, or even decades later, this would likely be a top-tier unit among all troops. Moreover, this unit was one Han Yilin recognized. In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, these were the elite vanguard cavalry under General Gongsun Zan, the White General. Initially, only several dozen skilled archers on white horses served as Gongsun Zan's personal guards. Later, the unit expanded to 3,000 men. They were uniformly selected for their 1,000-li white horses, all equipped with light armor, longbows, and short spears. Their specialty was long-range cavalry, archery, and grassland raids, maximizing mobility. They even had a soldier's oath: where justice leads, we follow with life and death. Let the heavens bear witness. Our white horses are our testament. However, this unit later met its end at the Battle of Jieqiao, when during their charge they were pierced through by Chu Yi's dense arrow rain. After this battle, the elite forces suffered devastating losses, and the White Horse Cavalry completely faded from history. But in Han Yilin's view, this defeat was entirely due to Gongsun Zan's own carelessness and underestimation of the enemy. Furthermore, the White Horse Cavalry, as light cavalry, were skilled at raids and guerrilla warfare. Yet he chose to launch a frontal charge, doing the work of heavy cavalry with light cavalry troops. This was precisely what gave Chu Yi his opportunity. Now, the military token for the White Horse Cavalry was in his hands. In terms of stats, they could be said to crush light infantry. It was just that the recruitment requirements poured cold water on the excited Han Yilin. What the hell? To recruit just one White Horse Cavalry, how many resources would that cost? Are they robbing me? And there's the daily consumption and military pay. Han Yilin did a quick calculation. Simply adding the word 10,000 to the numbers, if he were to recruit 10,000 soldiers, he would need to consume 3 million units of grain, 150 million copper coins, and subsequently 1.5 million units of grain every single day. This is absolutely an astronomical figure. Are they stealing money from me? Looking at it this way, the level 4 barracks is actually the simplest condition to fulfill, just upgrading the city lord's manor twice. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Han Yilin simply could not hold back any longer. The combat prowess was indeed formidable, but the consumption, that was genuinely unaffordable. But upon second thought, historically Gongsun Zan's White Horse Cavalry numbered only 3,000 men. Han Yilin felt that if he put in some effort, he might just be able to establish such a force. With this in mind, Han Yilin glanced at the upgrade conditions for the city lord's manor. To upgrade to level 3, the population needed to reach 5,000. Calculating in his heart, based on this scale, to upgrade to a level 4 county town, I'll need at least 10,000 people. By then, resource production should multiply dozens of times, and assembling the White Horse Cavalry shouldn't be a problem. It's just that I don't know if special unit recruits come with their own weapons. If they still need to be equipped from scratch, and I have to find white horses too, that would be rather awkward. This was indeed Han Yilin's question. From the light cavalry promotion system, soldiers had to meet the riding skill requirement before they could be promoted to light cavalry. But what about special units? With this thought, he focused his mind and opened the barracks interface. Indeed, among the recruitment list that was previously all grayed out, the White Horse Cavalry had lit up. However, the conditions weren't met yet, so recruitment was impossible. Then he opened the promotion list. After reviewing it back and forth, Han Yilin felt that special units and regular units should be independent of each other. Special units didn't require promotion, but could be recruited directly. At the same time, he had also figured out the question that had been puzzling him regarding the tier relationships between units. First, the most basic unit was the militia. Their attributes weren't high, their combat effectiveness was relatively weak, and they couldn't even truly be considered soldiers. Tier 2 units were those that could currently be promoted, such as light infantry, short spearmen, light cavalry, and the like. Next came Tier 3 units, which would still be promoted from Tier 2 units. The condition naturally required a level 3 barracks, and the promotable units included pikemen, heavy infantry, heavy cavalry, and so on. In terms of tier, Han Yilin guessed that since Tier 2 units were green, Tier 3 units could only be blue, and beyond that would be special units. Tier 1 special units were purple, Tier 2 special units were gold, and Tier 3 special units were red. Looking at it this way, regular units still had an upper limit to their combat effectiveness. By the late game, what would determine the outcome of battles would still be the special units. However, this wasn't easy to say either. After all, forming special units cost too much, and ordinary players probably couldn't afford them at all. Moreover, if the numerical gap was too large, even special units might not be decisive. As for the present, the biggest harvest had already been secured. After cleaning up the battlefield, Han Yilin didn't want to linger. Just as he was about to return, Cheng Murou came looking for him. "My lord, how should we handle those prisoners?" "Prisoners?" Slapping his forehead, Han Yilin had completely forgotten about this matter. Mainly because during previous explorations of these areas, the defending troops, mountain bandits, and roving brigands would typically flee the moment things turned against them. Han Yilin couldn't be bothered to chase them. Unexpectedly this time, after the battle ended, there were actually prisoners. I wonder if these prisoners can be recruited. With this question, Han Yilin walked toward the group of captives. As it turned out, a prompt actually popped up. A large number of prisoners detected. Available actions: imprison, interrogate, recruit. Note: upon successful recruitment, prisoners will be converted into surrendered soldiers. They can only be incorporated into the army after reorganization at the drill ground. Seeing the prompt, Han Yilin's eyes lit up. It actually works. Then he tried the operation. In the imprisonment interface, he could directly send prisoners to the jail in the security office. This process was all too familiar to Han Yilin. Many strategy games had similar mechanics. After winning a battle, first try to recruit the surrendered captives. Those who refused would be thrown into jail, and after some time recruited again. After repeated operations, these captives would be converted into his own soldiers. Now it was pretty much the same. It was just that this recruitment couldn't be one-click confirmed like in games. Instead, he really had to speak the words aloud. Han Yilin immediately began recruiting. "Gentlemen, your current situation is something I believe you understand better than I do. I won't waste words with lengthy speeches. Those willing to join Yilin County will have nothing lacking. Grain, military pay, and lodging, everything will be provided. As for those unwilling, there's no problem either. You can go to the jail first, and when you come to your senses, you may come out whenever you're ready." As his words fell, quite a few prisoners immediately began to stir. Many exchanged uncertain glances. Hesitating, one person slowly raised his hand. "My lord, I am willing to surrender." With the first one leading the way, soon the second, the third. They surrendered one after another. Of course, not everyone was willing to surrender. Han Yilin counted. Out of over 70 prisoners, only more than 20 were willing to surrender. As for the rest, Han Yilin didn't waste his breath. He simply waved his hand. "Take them all away, throw them into the jail." "Yes." After handling the prisoner issue, Han Yilin led his team back to Yilin County. On the way, Han Yilin's gaze was fixed on the building list. Previously, to repair the city walls, the stone supply had been depleted. Many newly recruited refugees didn't even have a place to stay. Now over 400 people could only sleep in temporary tents at night. "Let's build along this side street. I'll directly construct level 2 residences, as they can accommodate more people." A level 2 residence could accommodate 20 people. Han Yilin directly built 30 at once, considering tomorrow's needs as well. The stone resources he had just been rewarded with instantly shrunk by more than half. That wasn't all. Han Yilin then selected the Eagle Eye Watchtower and consecutively selected several locations around Yilin County before clicking confirm. This structure not only increased vision, but could also detect enemies entering the camp. Previously, he had only built one outside the east gate. Now that resources weren't lacking, he naturally wanted to build more. As Han Yilin finished watching the advertisement, and the successful viewing notification disappeared, another prompt immediately popped up. "Merchant Caravan Visit Request." A merchant caravan has arrived at Yilin County and requests an audience with the county magistrate, as well as permission to open a shop in the county market. A merchant caravan has arrived at Yilin County and requests an audience with the county magistrate, as well as permission to open a shop in the county market. A merchant caravan has arrived at Yilin County and requests an audience with the county magistrate, as well as permission to open a shop in the county market. A merchant caravan has arrived at Yilin County and requests an audience with the county magistrate, as well as permission to open a shop in the county market. A merchant caravan has arrived at Yilin County and requests an audience with the county magistrate, as well as permission to open a shop in the county market. A merchant caravan has arrived at Yilin County and requests an audience with the county magistrate, as well as permission to open a shop in the county market. A merchant caravan. Seeing the notification, Han Yilin was somewhat surprised. They've arrived so soon. Wasn't the trade route just opened? Before he could ponder further, the outline of Yilin County came into view. At the same time, at the city gate, a merchant caravan had stopped with a dozen or so carriages parked nearby, surrounded by many armed guards. All the carriages were covered with oiled cloth and numerous goods could be glimpsed underneath. Are these the people? Han Yilin quickened his pace. Soon he arrived beneath the city gate. The merchant caravan had clearly noticed Han Yilin's approach. A middle-aged man in a blue robe stepped out from the group. Receiving confirmation, the middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of greater solemnity, his tone increasingly reverent. "I am Qian Shun, a manager of the Fengtai Chamber of Commerce from the Daki Kingdom. Previously, the Pingtian army blocked this trade route, forcing our caravans to take detours and avoid approaching this area. Hearing these words, Han Yilin's gaze shifted slightly. He thought to himself that this was indeed the case. The opening of the trade route was related to the forward camp they had just eliminated. Viewed this way, the so-called Pingtian army was not an ordinary explorable area, but rather more like an early-stage minor boss. At this moment, Qian Shun continued, "Our Fengtai Chamber of Commerce travels the length and breadth of the land, selling salt cloth, medicinal herbs, and miscellaneous goods, while also purchasing grain, animal hides, iron, or timber, and other materials from various regions. Now that the trade route to Jiayin County has just opened, our Chamber of Commerce is willing to establish shops in the county's market. From the shop's operating revenue, our Fengtai Chamber of Commerce will pay commercial taxes to Jiayin County according to the regulations. I humbly request your excellency's permission." This statement also answered the question that had long troubled Han Yilin. After all, a county town's development cannot rely solely on resources like grain, iron, ore, and weapons. These can only satisfy the most basic survival needs. However, in daily life, there is always a need for various miscellaneous items. For instance, people need clothing, coarse cloth, cotton, and linen, and also firewood, rice, oil, salt, needles, thread, bowls, chopsticks, and so on. Yet Jiayin County produces none of these. Moreover, a county town's development cannot rely entirely on self-sufficiency. The arrival of merchant caravans now enables the exchange of goods and the circulation of commodities. In this way, a county town can truly come alive. With this in mind, Han Yilin asked, "What type of shop do you intend to establish?" Qian Shun clasped his hands and replied, "Reporting to your excellency, upon our initial establishment, the Fengtai Chamber of Commerce plans to open a general goods shop first. The shop will sell cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, coarse bowls, bamboo, chopsticks, incense, candles, lamp oil, needles, thread, fabric scraps, and other daily necessities. If business flourishes, we may consider adding more shops." As Qian Shun's words fell, simultaneously, Han Yilin's market interface popped up with a notification. The Fengtai Chamber of Commerce has applied to establish a general goods shop in Jiayin County. Do you consent? A general goods shop was indeed suitable for the current Jiayin County. In recent days, the county's population had been growing. While basic resources were not lacking, other aspects were extremely deficient, especially those items that appear insignificant yet are indispensable in daily life. So this is the function of the trade route. Han Yilin pondered thoughtfully as he selected Approve on the interface. Immediately after, the market interface underwent changes. Market LV 2. Current merchants 120. General goods shop. The interface was remarkably simple, mainly because there was currently only one shop with the rest empty. Additionally, in the bottom left corner of the interface, there was a commercial tax icon. What is this? Han Yilin casually clicked on it, and the interface changed. Current commercial tax 10. Hint: the county magistrate may adjust the tax rate independently. Higher commercial taxes yield greater revenue, but will incur dissatisfaction from the Chamber of Commerce, potentially leading to reduced supplies, increased prices, or even shop closures and departure from the territory. After reviewing this, Han Yilin finally understood, so one can set the tax rate independently. However, after some consideration, Han Yilin did not choose to make any changes, mainly because he was not well versed in this area. Since that was the case, it was better to stick with the default value. Do less, make fewer mistakes. After gradually becoming familiar with things later, making adjustments according to the situation would not be too late. After finalizing the commercial tax, finally, he clicked Confirm. Confirmation successful. The Fengtai Chamber of Commerce has officially established itself in Jiayin County. Due to the opening of the trade route, new constructible buildings have been added. Players may view them in the buildings interface. New buildings. Glancing at the newly appeared notification, Han Yilin's eyebrows rose as he switched the interface. Originally, within the building list, there were only two categories. One was basic buildings, and the other was special buildings. The former included city gates, city walls, the county magistrate's residence, soup kitchens, civilian houses, barracks, and so on. These were buildings that all players could construct. As for the latter, these were buildings that could only be constructed with blueprints. For example, the Hawk's Eye Watchtower, 8 Directions Restaurant, Gale-Splitting Arrow Tower, and Strategy and Martial Arts Academy. Now, yet another category had been added. Livelihoods Commerce. Opening it, the first entries in the list were buildings singled out separately. Strictly speaking, they could barely be considered buildings, but they also fell under engineering projects. Dirt Road. Construction cost would x 1,000 per li. Effect movement speed 5. Cobblestone Road. Construction cost stone x 2,000 per li. Effect movement speed 15. Post road relay stations can be established along the route. Construction cost stone x 2,000, lime x 100 per li. Effect movement speed 20. There were 3 types of roads in total. Moreover, besides increasing movement speed, the accompanying notes indicated that roads would affect customer traffic and merchant caravan trade. Seeing these, Han Yilin recalled an old saying: to prosper, first build roads. I never expected. I just wanted to attack a military camp and open some treasure chests. Not only did I open a trade route, now I can even construct roads. To be honest, the roads around here do need repair. especially the county's roads full of potholes, hardly fit for people to walk on. His gaze continued downward, and more constructible buildings appeared before his eyes. Han Yilin discovered that each of these buildings was closely related to the lives of the common people, each an indispensable link. Mill. Type livelihood workshop. Raw material grain. Output flour. Function supply civilians and restaurants can be sold as trade goods. Brewery. Type livelihood workshop. Raw material grain. Output grain wine. Function supplies restaurants can be sold as trade goods. Carpentry workshop. Type livelihood workshop. Raw material wood. Output furniture wooden barrels cargo boxes wheels carriage parts. Function can be sold as trade goods. In this column, there are numerous buildings available for construction. However, only those in the front row currently illuminated can be built immediately. Beyond this, some structures require the county town to reach a corresponding level before they can be unlocked. Additionally, many buildings in the back row necessitate possessing the corresponding raw material resource sites. For instance, the textile workshop can produce cotton cloth, hemp cloth, and silk. But the prerequisite for construction is that the territory must possess resource sites such as ramie fields, cotton fields, and mulberry orchards. The sugar workshop can refine sugar but requires sugarcane fields. The pottery workshop can create pottery but requires clay pits. To put it simply, grain, timber, stone, and iron ore, these four categories are basic resources with their resource sites found everywhere. Conversely, the ones mentioned above are classified as special resources. Resource sites are relatively scarce. Thus far, Han Yilin has explored every corner within a 10-li radius of Jiayin County, yet not a single one was discovered. Han Yilin truly did not anticipate that defeating the Pingtian army would unlock so much content. But upon reflection, for the development of a county town, all of these are indispensable links. Originally, Jiayin County, or rather, at this current stage, the objective for all players' county towns was only one: to survive first. Now, with the opening of trade routes, various civil and market buildings have been unlocked. This is equivalent to transitioning Jiayin County from a pure monster slaying and development wilderness stage to genuine county town development. Especially in terms of improving people's livelihood, this can enrich the lives of the common folk. With this in mind, Han Yilin did not linger outside the city walls. After summoning the merchant caravan into the city, he promptly led his troops into Jiayin County, then returned to the mansion and sat in a chair. With a thought, he opened the system interface. He first glanced at the current resource list. Timber 15553 daily 2700. Stone 8221 daily 3000. Iron or 13030 daily 240. Grain 15116 daily minus 550. Resource sites level 5 sites 48. 2 days prior, Han Yilin had found level 4 sites rather displeasing, feeling that having a level 4 site mixed among the level 5 sites was somewhat unsightly, so he abandoned it. In this manner, now, the resource sites occupied by Jiayin County number only 48 level 5 sites. In terms of resource consumption, all stone production these days has been devoted to repairing the city walls. Currently 3 sections of wall are still under repair. As for timber, besides constructing civilian dwellings, there is nowhere else to consume it. Grain and iron ore require no further elaboration. One maintains the daily food supply for the populace, while the other fuels the blacksmith's workshop. During the day, because of the wall repairs, the stone supply was nearly depleted. Fortunately, he had just obtained quite a substantial amount from opening treasure chests. Han Yilin calculated 8,000 units of stone would only allow for constructing 2 li of stone-paved roads. Just 2 kilometers. This distance gave Han Yilin an endless headache. From the east gate of Jiayin County to the west gate would not even suffice. A casual stroll would take merely an hour to complete the round trip. As for constructing dirt roads, he was filled with disdain. He felt it was somewhat beneath his dignity. For a moment, Han Yilin expressed his helplessness. We just resolved the wall issue, and now we have another problem of road construction. The stone supply is simply insufficient compared to other players, though his development was faster. Fast development comes with its own troubles. Han Yilin dared not imagine how much stone would be required to pave the entire city with stone roads and the surrounding outskirts with relay station paths. Let's set road construction aside for now and look at what else can be built. His gaze descended, falling upon the various workshops. Han Yilin counted. There were 6 structures currently available for construction. Mill workshop consumes grain, produces flour. Brewery consumes grain, produces wine. Vinegar workshop consumes grain, produces vinegar. Woodworking workshop consumes timber, produces furniture, wooden barrels, cargo boxes, wheels, carriage components. Charcoal kiln consumes timber, produces charcoal. Lime kiln consumes stone, and charcoal produces quicklime. These 6 structures above all consume basic resources as raw materials. As for construction consumption, Han Yilin glanced at the costs. They were not substantial. Combined, they amounted to only 1750 units of timber and 2200 units of stone. He selected all of them directly. Regarding construction placement, Han Yilin chose to build them in the western district 2 streets away from the marketplace and tavern. Finally, he clicked to construct. Would you like to watch an advertisement to shorten this construction time? After watching the required time for the current construction, queue will be reduced by 50. What a bunch of nonsense, let's watch. As the advertisement concluded, at this moment, within the construction queue, 3 sections of city walls and the south and north city gates were in construction states. Additionally, there were 30 civilian houses and the structures just confirmed. All that could be said is that the common folk would have to endure some hardship. Fortunately, labor was not currently in short supply, so completing everything would not take more than a few days. Among these, the primary time-consuming aspect was the wall repairs. Once these structures are completed, Han Yilin could foresee that the people's standard of living would elevate by an entire tier. Furthermore, these structures can provide numerous job positions. Speaking of this matter, Han Yilin had been somewhat troubled these past 2 days. Originally, when only 100 refugees could be recruited per day because Cheng Murou would steadily conquer 5 level 5 sites every day, maintaining the output of resource sites required dispatching 100 personnel. Later on, it was different. 240 could be recruited at once, equivalent to directly gaining 140 additional laborers. During the current wall construction period, it was still manageable. But for the future, Han Yilin had no idea how to arrange these people. Now it was fine. With the trade routes opened, so many new buildings have been unlocked. Simply the various workshops alone can provide many job positions. Later he would certainly need to construct roads, which would require another large batch of workers. At least in the short term. No matter how many more refugees were recruited, there would be no need to worry about employment issues. After settling the affairs regarding the new buildings, Han Yilin turned his attention to the day's harvest. First, regarding the spoils of war, he directly skipped over the weapons. He had already examined them during the day, and they were all uniform green standard-issue arms. In terms of attributes, they were far inferior to the wind-splitting Miao blade. As for the armor, it could be used temporarily for now, since the blacksmith shop had only just completed the full replacement of weapons for the troops today. The armor had not yet been forged. Although the spoils today were all of green quality, they would suffice for the short term. As for the prisoners, those who had already surrendered were arranged to the training grounds, while those who refused were all thrown into the dungeon. They were all ordinary soldiers. Han Yilin estimated that after a few days of confinement, they could all be successfully recruited. The key point was that these were all regular troops. Once recruited, they could be directly incorporated into the army and converted into combat strength. In comparison, what Han Yilin cared more about were the 23 warhorses. These were true treasures and would be useful for forming cavalry in the future. Without a second thought, he sent the warhorses straight to the stable, entrusting them to Ning Muchuan's care. Having finished tallying the spoils, he turned next to the wondrous item rewarded in today's server-wide announcement. Lamp of myriad guests. Type, trade, wondrous item. Description, hang this lamp at the city gate, and traveling merchants will follow the light to arrive. Effect, passive. While held by the county magistrate, it attracts a large number of merchant caravans to trade. The number of travelers in the county seat increases by 30, and the consumption revenue from travelers at markets, taverns, and inns increases by 20. Taking it out from the inventory, it was a palm-sized bronze lamp with auspicious clouds and various patterns carved on its body. It did not appear particularly splendid, yet when held in hand the wick ignited without fire, emitting a faint golden glow. Looking at the passive effect, Han Yilin marveled. As long as it's carried on me, the passive effect triggers, just like the previous Panua City Foundation. A wondrous item. He stared at the panel and mused. It seems that so-called wondrous items are objects with special effects. Now with Jiayan County impoverished and awaiting revitalization, the passive effect of the Lamp of Myriad Guests might seem insignificant, but as the county grew more prosperous and the number of merchants increased with more shops and taverns opening, the percentage boost from the passive would become a terrifying figure. After all, it was a noble percentage. He toyed with it a little longer, then returned it to his inventory. Just then a soft footstep came from the doorway. "My lord." Xiao Qin entered slowly, carrying a large steaming bowl. As she drew near, her gaze fell upon Han Yilin, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. "My lord, have you been injured in today's battle?" "Me?" Han Yilin pointed at himself, his expression somewhat odd, mainly because he recalled the sight of Cheng Murou on the battlefield like a goddess of slaughter. "Ahem. You needn't worry. The one who truly fought was Cheng Murou. I just stayed in the back the whole time." Hearing that he was unharmed, Xiao Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Then she placed the bowl on the table and pushed it toward Han Yilin. "My lord did not personally take the field, but you have been busy and weary all day. This is a soup I specially prepared for you. Please drink it while it's hot." Han Yilin looked down. The meat in the bowl had been stewed until tender steam rising and a rich savory aroma invaded his nostrils. Xiao Qin explained, "Today a hunter brought back a wild deer from the mountains. I saw that you have been busy these past few days and had just experienced a fierce battle during the day. I couldn't bear it, so I took the liberty of using some venison to make this soup for you. I hope you won't be angry." Hearing this, Han Yilin felt a warmth in his heart. Why would I be angry? I'm more than happy that you care for me. But, with that, he looked down at the venison soup, feeling that it would be somewhat improper to eat it alone. After all, on the battlefield, it was Cheng Murou who had done the real work. He had been hiding in the back the entire time doing nothing. With that thought, Han Yilin immediately summoned Cheng Murou. "Here, have a bowl. You're the real hero today. This venison soup must have a share for you." At the same time, Xiao Qin ladled a bowl for herself and one for Han Yilin. Then the three sat at the table, the steaming venison soup rich and savory, the broth fragrant and delicious. With one sip, Han Yilin's eyes lit up. "Qin, you have such skill." Xiao Qin smiled gently. "I'm glad you like it, my lord." Cheng Murou nodded in agreement. "It's indeed very good." Receiving their approval, a hint of joy appeared in Xiao Qin's eyes. Inside the room, a warm atmosphere prevailed. After eating and drinking his fill, Han Yilin sat in the middle, looking at the two strikingly beautiful faces on either side, feeling utterly elated. He was leading the entire server in development, and by his side were beautiful companions. He wanted both the realm and the beauties, and neither would be neglected. His heart was filled with joy. But just as he was about to do something, a notification suddenly popped up. Caravan visit request. A caravan has arrived at Yilin County, requesting an audience with the county magistrate and permission to open a shop in the county market. Damn it. Irritated at having his good time interrupted, Han Yilin's face immediately fell. "What time is it? It's already dark outside and you come to visit now. Couldn't you just sleep outside the city for one night?" Muttering curses, he headed for the city gate. On the way, Han Yilin strongly suspected that the frequency of caravan visits was off. He had only just opened the trade route today, and already 2 caravans had come. Could it be? He thought of the wondrous item, the lamp of myriad guests. Could this be its effect? A short while later, he arrived at the city gate. Sure enough, another caravan was parked outside. Seeing Han Yilin appear, a man immediately stepped out from the group and bowed, saying, "Are you Lord Han, the magistrate of Yilin County?" "It is I." Han Yilin nodded. "I am Zhuang Li from the Liang Kingdom. I have a business deal for you, but I'm not sure if you have the nerve to take it." Oh. Hearing this, Han Yilin became intrigued. The tone suggested this was no ordinary business. "Tell me what kind of deal." Zhuang Li's face broke into a smile. Without any concealment, he reached up and pulled back the oilcloth covering a horse-drawn cart behind him. The next moment, bundles of long spears, war sabers, short bows, and neatly stacked armor appeared before Han Yilin's eyes. "My lord, we wish to open a weapons and armor shop in Yilin County. We specialize in selling all kinds of weapons, bows, armor, warhorses, and horse tack. But we're not sure if Lord Han has the courage to engage in this business. Of course, besides selling, we also buy. If you are willing to sell, we can offer a fair price." The scene before him truly opened Han Yilin's eyes. Good heavens, these fellows were arms dealers. To be fair, could an arms dealer be considered a legitimate merchant caravan? Moreover, while ordinary swords, spears, and halberds were one thing, selling such large quantities, and even including armor, throughout history this had been a strictly controlled contraband. In plain terms, in any country, if caught, the outcome would certainly be losing one's head. Now these arms dealers were not only openly selling, but also wanted to set up a shop in his county. Han Yilin felt that it might not be a bad idea after all. After all, no one could control him. Moreover, through them, he could purchase large quantities of weapons and armor to equip his army. The spoils from previous camp explorations, including the weapons seized from the Pingtian army today, these unwanted weapons now had a place to be disposed of. Han Yilin spoke up. "The weapons and armor shop can be opened, but there are certain matters that need to be clarified in advance." Zhuang Li cupped his fists and replied, "Please proceed, my lord." Han Yilin maintained a stern expression. "It is quite straightforward. I hereby prohibit the sale of weapons, armor, and other military equipment to ordinary civilians or individuals of uncertain provenance without prior authorization." Hearing this, Zhuang Li did not show the slightest displeasure. Instead, he burst into a hearty laugh. "My lord, you need not worry on this matter. We deal in arms trade, and naturally, we know well whom we may sell to and whom we must refuse. From henceforth, all transactions within our weapons and armor shop shall adhere strictly to Lord Han's regulations." Observing the other party's prompt compliance, Han Yilin wasted no further words. "Then let us enter the city. Fortunately, this county possesses a batch of military equipment I wish to dispose of." As they made their way into the city together, a notification regarding the shop application appeared. Han Yilin immediately consented, and the market panel reflected the newly established second shop. Subsequently, while the others were occupied with preparations, Han Yilin took the opportunity to inventory the military equipment available for sale. Throughout his campaigns clearing the nearby explorable regions, Han Yilin had accumulated substantial quantities of low-grade weapons, and today's defeat of the Pingtian army's forward camp yielded an even more impressive haul. All these weapons were of white and green quality, hardly useful to retain, so selling them to these arms merchants was the prudent course of action. Upon counting, there were a total of 916 white-quality weapons encompassing swords, jian, spears, halberds, and other common types. The green quality armaments numbered 722 pieces of similar types, though a substantial portion had been confiscated from the Pingtian army's forward camp that very morning. After completing the inventory, Han Yilin promptly summoned Zhuangli. "Manager Zhuang," he inquired, "how does your establishment typically price military equipment?" Zhuangli responded directly, "Ordinary white quality weapons, depending on type and degree of wear, typically range from 100 to 300 copper coins. Armor and warhorses command higher prices. Green quality armaments fall between 1,000 and 3,000 copper coins, while sky blue quality items can routinely exceed 10,000. As for purple quality items of a higher tier, these weapons are typically forged by master artisans, making standardized mass production exceedingly difficult. Ordinary arms shops would never carry such stock. They are generally only found at auctions. Golden quality pieces carry astronomical price tags, and red quality is considered truly priceless. No amount of wealth could procure them." Having absorbed this introduction, Han Yilin now possessed a reasonable understanding of weapon pricing. He then cast his gaze toward the armaments already displayed behind Zhuangli. The quality spectrum was predominantly white and green. Regarding weapons, Han Yilin merely glanced over them and moved on. The soldiers of Yilin County already carried wind cleaver blades as their standard issue, rendering these white and green quality weapons beneath his consideration. Conversely, his attention focused primarily on armor. Among the cargo Zhuangli had brought, armor was divided into three categories: leather armor, light armor, and heavy armor. The quality remained white and green, with green tier pricing set at 2,000, 3,000, and 5,000 respectively. Based on the materials employed, heavy armor clearly offered the superior protective capability, though Han Yilin found the price rather difficult to accept. Currently, the soldiers of Yilin County lacked any armor protection whatsoever. Although Han Yilin possessed blue quality light armor design, schematics production output remained limited, meaning equipping the entire garrison would require considerable time. Therefore, he resolved to purchase a batch of green quality armor as a transitional measure. A marginal reduction in combat casualties was better than nothing. That morning, their capture at the Pingtian army's forward post had yielded 100 light armor sets. Though some sustained damage, repairs would render them serviceable, leaving a shortfall of 400 armor pieces to fill. Mentally, Han Yilin quickly calculated the figures. Based on Zhuang Li's pricing, heavy armor was out of the question. A leather armor would cost a total of 800,000 copper coins, while light armor would run 1,200,000. Neither sum was trivial. At this point, Han Yilin spoke up suddenly. "Manager Zhuang, I have a batch of military equipment I would like to sell. Could you assess its value?" "Very well." Han Yilin retrieved the weapons from his inventory, and Zhuang Li, accompanied by his attendants, began inspecting them one by one. Since these weapons had been captured from the battlefield, most exhibited varying degrees of wear, with many displaying chipped edges. In contrast, the standard issue arms of the Pingtian army were of superior quality. Aside from those damaged by Cheng Murou's extraordinary strength, the majority remained in commendable condition. After a brief inspection, likely overwhelmed by the sheer volume, Zhuang Li had not examined every piece. He turned to Han Yilin and suggested, "My lord, given the inconsistent wear across these weapons, would you consider accepting them at an average price? I will offer 150 copper coins per piece for the white quality weapons. As for the green quality armaments, these several hundred Pingtian standard issue weapons are of excellent quality and relatively intact. I will pay 2,000 per piece. The remaining ones will be acquired at 1,500 apiece. I leave it to your judgment, my lord." Upon hearing the terms, Han Yilin quickly did the math in his head. At Zhuang Li's offered prices, the Pingtian standard issue weapons alone would net him approximately 1 million copper coins. Of course, he would need to deduct those completely destroyed, though their number would not be substantial. With this calculation complete, Han Yilin nodded decisively. "Agreed, let us proceed at those terms. Additionally, I require 400 sets of green quality light armor. The cost may be deducted from this transaction." This time it was Zhuang Li whose eyes lit up with delight. "My lord, are you certain?" "Naturally." Upon receiving the affirmative response, Zhuang Li's smile broadened considerably. "In that case, allow me to tally the accounts for you." Speaking thus, he took the abacus from an attendant and began computing. As he calculated, Zhuang Li called out the figures: 916 white quality weapons totaling 137,400 copper coins. The Pingtian standard issue weapons at 2,000 apiece, with 16 completely destroyed, come to 968,000 copper coins. After accounting for the remaining weapons and deducting the cost of the armor purchase, I remain indebted to my lord in the amount of 238,400 copper coins. Does this align with your expectations? Indeed it does. Han Yilin nodded in confirmation. His mental calculations had been rough, yet sufficiently accurate. As for this transaction, neither party emerged disadvantaged. Han Yilin had successfully liquidated his surplus weapons inventory while netting over 200,000 copper coins in profit. Zhuang Li likewise gained substantially, acquiring over 1,000 weapons in a single purchase. Whether resold directly or repaired and subsequently marketed, the profit potential was clear. Meanwhile, Zhuangli produced a stack of silver notes alongside scattered coins. My lord, this sum amounts to 270,400 copper coins. Please verify. Han Yilin accepted the payment, and with a mere thought, just as he had done when collecting battlefield loot, the funds automatically transferred into his system inventory. The territory panel reflected the updated figures accordingly. Territory: Yilin County, rank 2nd tier, County Magistrate, Han Yilin, population 2256, funds 389013, grain 12577, soldiers 424, popularity 90, public order 85, influence 14400. As for money, Han Yilin remarked that if his memory served him right, when he opened his eyes at dawn, he had only a little over 600 copper coins to his name. The main reason was that over the past few days, all the copper coins obtained from exploration and treasure chests had been spent entirely on converting soldiers. Moreover, before the trade route was opened, there was no stable source of income. But now, after going out and fighting the Pingtian army, in just one day his wealth had skyrocketed hundreds of times, leaving him with nearly 400,000 copper coins. In fact, after this round of trade, all the soldiers of Yilin County were equipped with armor. Although it was only green quality light armor, they could gradually upgrade later. You must understand, on a battlefield of cold weapons, wearing armor and not wearing armor are completely different concepts. You have to admit, really. From this perspective, opening this trade route couldn't have come at a better time. With armor and money in hand, as more shops open in the future, profits will continue to rise. Compared to other players, this is a lead of a whole different level. Without wasting a moment after the transaction was completed, Han Yilin headed straight to the barracks and re-equipped all the soldiers. However, after the day's battle, 76 men had fallen. Thinking of the captives still in the prison, Han Yilin pondered for a moment and decided not to rush recruitment, but to first persuade those prisoners to surrender. After finishing all this, it was already late. On the streets, there were hardly any civilians to be seen. Most people had already fallen asleep. Han Yilin returned to the city lord's mansion. Tired from a day's work, he did nothing else. After a simple wash, he embraced his beloved and drifted into dreamland. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Han Yilin awoke in a warm and fragrant embrace. On his left side, he noticed that Cheng Murou had already risen and was no longer in bed. On the other side, Xiaoqin was still asleep, lying on her side with her arm lying across her own stomach, her head nestled into her shoulder, breathing evenly. Han Yilin reached out and nudged her. He could only say, "Iron." Just as he was wondering whether to get up early and do something, the familiar notification sound rang out. Ding! Trade caravan visit request. 2 trade caravans have arrived at Yilin County, requesting an audience with the county magistrate and permission to open shops in the county market. Seeing the notification content, Han Yilin was completely stunned. Again, it's barely dawn. These merchants couldn't have been traveling in the dead of night and waiting at the city gate before dawn, could they? It had been less than 12 hours since the trade route was opened, and yet 4 caravans had already arrived. This frequency was clearly abnormal. Han Yilin couldn't help muttering. Could that so-called mysterious artifact really be so powerful? Grumbling, he got up, dressed, and headed toward the city gate. As before, after the meeting, there were the usual polite exchanges, followed by the request to settle in Yilin County and open shops. Han Yilin agreed without hesitation. Of the 2 caravans, one planned to open a cloth shop selling coarse cloth, linen, cotton, needles, thread, bedding, and the like. The other applied to open a pharmacy. It would sell basic medicinal herbs, hemostatic powder, trauma medicine, and various common medicinal powders. As Han Yilin successively agreed, the number of shops in the market panel had increased to 4. After finishing, Han Yilin had no further desire to exert himself, thinking that since he was already up, he might as well do the daily task. This so-called task was naturally the unchangeable daily routine: recruiting refugees. Do you wish to watch an advertisement to improve the quality of this batch of refugees? After watching this recruitment, we'll have a high probability of producing special talents. Familiar as ever. 30 seconds. Another 30 seconds. When the last ad finally ended, the corresponding notification popped up. Recruitment successful. You have obtained 239 ordinary refugees. You have obtained 1 golden special talent. Tip: the refugees have arrived outside the city. Please make arrangements as soon as possible. Having recruited only purple quality talents for several consecutive days, Han Yilin instantly perked up the moment he saw the word golden. Finally got a damn gold. I just wonder if she's a girl again. Enjoying a life of luxury with arms full of beauties, Han Yilin was truly reveling in it, having tasted the sweetness. In his view, while a golden talent was important, if he could recruit a stunning beauty, that would be the best of both worlds, career and personal life. Therefore, in terms of recruitment, he wished for more extraordinary beauties to fulfill his plan of having a harem with 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. Full of anticipation, he opened the recruitment list. The moment he saw the name, a flicker of disappointment, even a hint of disdain, flashed in Han Yilin's eyes. Why is it a man? No, and he's a military officer. His martial power is even lower than Cheng Murou's. Huh. Wait. He can teach riding skills. Train cavalry. Yes. This is exactly the kind of talent our Jiayin County needs. Name: Li Ziho. Quality: Gold. Occupation: military officer. Martial power: 94. Leadership: 92. Administration: 81. Strategy: 70. Charisma: 98. Skill: 87. Skills: riding instructor. Cavalry command: long-range charge. Breakthrough cavalry. At this moment, looking at the attribute panel, the formerly disdainful Han Yilin once again demonstrated what was known as the truth is delicious law. This is a damn cavalry general. And not only can he lead cavalry in charge, but he can also teach riding. Doesn't that mean I can form cavalry? Yesterday, after defeating the Pingtian army, we gained some warhorses. Additionally, a weapons merchant has settled in, so we can buy warhorses from Zhuangli. Now another golden quality military officer who can teach riding has arrived. Han Yilin felt this was tailor-made. Moreover, with Ning Muchuan reducing the cost of raising warhorses, he had all the favorable conditions: timing, location, and people. If he didn't build a cavalry corps, he would feel he was letting himself down. Just think, what man in his youth hasn't fantasized about galloping on horseback, spear in hand, charging across the battlefield? That is a man's romance. Although Han Yilin had the troop token for the White Horse righteous followers to recruit them, he needed a level 4 barracks. Now with Li Ziho's arrival, he didn't need to wait at all. He could directly train soldiers in riding, and then cavalry would emerge. He quickened his pace, hastening toward the city gate with urgency. Just as during the previous recruitment, a group of ragged refugees had gathered outside the walls. Exactly 240 souls, neither more nor less. Weariness and apprehension marked their faces. As Han Yilin arrived, silence instantly fell over the crowd. Then an elderly man emerged unsteadily from the throng, his garments threadbare, his weathered face bearing the deep lines of hardship. Approaching Han Yilin just as he was about to kneel, Han Yilin, already well acquainted with the procedure, supported him upright. There is no need for such formality, venerable elder. Since you have come, there is certainly no reason to turn you away. Go ahead and enter the city. The old man had clearly not expected things to proceed so smoothly. He opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for words. Behind him, murmurs of gratitude rippled through the crowd. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, County Magistrate. Han Yilin waved his hand, gesturing for them to enter first. At the same time, his gaze swept across the crowd, searching for signs of exceptional talent. This time it required no effort whatsoever. Almost instantly he locked onto his target, primarily because the figure in question stood out far too prominently. A robust, muscular physique, standing among the refugees like a crane amidst chickens. Of course, what truly convinced Han Yilin was the golden name that appeared when his gaze fell upon this person. Li Ziho. As a military general himself, Li Ziho appeared far more conventional compared to Cheng Murou this time around. His upright bearing and sturdy frame exuded an aura distinctly different from ordinary folk merely by standing there. Pray hold, brave warrior. From within the crowd, Han Yilin beckoned to Li Ziho. Hearing the call, Li Ziho stepped forward and clasped his fist in salute. Commoner Li Ziho pays respects to the county magistrate. At close range, Han Yilin studied the man before him. Judging by your bearing, you hardly resemble an ordinary refugee. Moreover, you excel at commanding cavalry. Might you hail from a military family? Asked about his origins, Li Ziho offered a bitter smile. If one speaks of my ancestors, they did indeed serve in the Liang Kingdom's military. However, our family fortunes declined, and by my generation, we could no longer be considered a military lineage. The Liang Kingdom. Upon hearing this name, Han Yilin's eyebrows rose, for that arms dealer named Zhuang Li had originated from the Liang Kingdom. It appeared this Liang Kingdom was not far from Blasting Heaven County at all. Han Yilin continued his inquiry. Since your ancestors served in the Liang Kingdom's military, how did you come to fall among the refugees? Li Ziho's expression grew even more bitter. In recent years, the Liang Kingdom has been plagued by factional struggles. My father once served in the Northern Border Army, but later became entangled in a conflict. Not only was he dismissed from his post, but my entire family was exiled. Afterward, my father fell into deep melancholy and soon passed away from illness. Throughout these years, I've been wandering from place to place. The further he spoke, the quieter Li Ziho's voice became, as though dredging up painful memories. Han Yilin's heart, too, could not help but feel a surge of emotion. From the man's words, he could broadly discern the geopolitical situation of this world. Clearly, this world did not consist solely of players. Numerous kingdoms existed. Simply from what he already knew, there were the Liang Kingdom and the Qi Kingdom. These refugees, as well as the exceptional talents, had not appeared out of thin air. Each carried their own unique experiences. This realization had actually become apparent when he first recruited Fang Jun. Now fixing his gaze upon Li Ziho, Han Yilin spoke once more. Let bygones be bygones. One must always look forward. While Blasting Heaven County is merely taking its first steps, we shall certainly need to establish a cavalry force in the future. I wonder if you would be willing to remain in my service and exert yourself for my cause. Upon hearing the recruitment offer, Li Ziho clasped his fist with solemnity. Through all these years of wandering, I am truly honored by your esteemed recognition. I am willing to serve my lord. Golden talent Li Ziho has joined your territory. Li Ziho loyalty 63. Reminder: loyalty can be influenced by treatment, appointments, rewards, battle achievements, and territorial development. Seeing the notification, a smile curved Han Yilin's lips. Another golden quality talent secured. Leading Li Ziho into the county town, Han Yilin first settled the refugees, putting them all to work on construction. With these additional hands, Han Yilin estimated that by tonight or tomorrow morning, all the buildings would be essentially complete. The city walls, the city gates, civilian dwellings, and various workshops, all would be finished. While the structures seemed numerous, in truth, having seen the advertisements, their construction times had all been shortened. Moreover, with over 200 additional laborers now joined, Blasting Heaven County entered full infrastructure mode. While making arrangements on the other side, Li Ziho observed this county town. Though it could not yet be called prosperous and the population remained small compared to the many abandoned county towns, this place already breathed with vitality. Particularly along the streets, construction was underway everywhere. Civilian houses rising from the ground, market stalls beginning to open for business. Comparing this to the other county towns he had witnessed along his journey, the developmental speed of Blasting Heaven County truly astonished him. After settling the refugees, Han Yilin returned to Li Ziho's side. Well, wouldn't you say Blasting Heaven County has developed quite well? Li Ziho did not stint on his praise. Under your governance, there are already signs of prosperity. Throughout my journey of escape, I have witnessed many abandoned cities. A place like Blasting Heaven County, which in so short a time has managed to gather civilians and attract merchant caravans into the city, such is truly rare. These words were no flattery, but rather a truthful assessment born from comparing Blasting Heaven County to the other county towns he had seen along his travels. In these troubled times, with lords waging ceaseless wars, many frontier towns had become desolate and uninhabited. Among these, some county towns had regained a degree of governance, yet they remained lifeless and gloomy. Common folk counted themselves fortunate merely to have food to eat. In contrast, the Blasting Heaven County before him was an entirely different world. However, such words falling upon Han Yilin's ears carried a different implication. You have seen many other county towns. Li Ziho nodded. I have seen a few. As I fled here, I noticed that quite a number of the abandoned county towns already had officials installed recruiting refugees. However, most county towns suffer from food shortages. The common people lack even shelter, and the county magistrates only know how to drive the people to toil. Ordinary commoners might stay for a single meal's sake. But those with any ability, if they cannot see prospects for themselves, will not easily pledge their service. Originally, Han Yilin had believed that recruiting these refugees was purely a matter of chance, appearing randomly outside the county town. However, after listening to Li Ziho's account, he understood that the recruitment of exceptional talents was not entirely dependent on luck. They themselves observed, chose, and contemplated whether a force would benefit their own future. The higher the quality of a talent, naturally the greater their demands upon the faction they would serve. Of course, judging from the chat channels, should one's luck explode and fortune favor one, like an imperial blessed one, there remains some probability of recruiting exceptional talents in the early stages of the game. Nevertheless, from Li Ziho's account, such individuals had likely reached the end of their options with no choice but to make such decisions. As for himself, it was certainly due to the influence of advertisements. Otherwise, a person like Cheng Murou, with both beauty and ability, would not have been so willing to join. So that is how it is. After understanding the truth behind the recruitment, Han Yilin then inquired about cavalry matters. I do have some troops under my command, but unfortunately none of the soldiers are skilled in horseback riding, so there is no way to form cavalry. My lord, it is not difficult to have the soldiers master horsemanship. With about 3 days of training they can master it, and then they can be transferred to light cavalry. 3 days. That time is much shorter than Han Yilin had anticipated. But on second thought, this place is after all not the real world. Many rules fall within the realm of a game. The training speed of cavalry naturally cannot be calculated entirely according to reality. Otherwise, if it were like reality requiring years of training, it would drag on indefinitely. At this point, Li Ziho added, however, my lord, you must understand that 3 days of training can only achieve basic mastery of horsemanship. To become elites, it still requires long-term training and practical combat experience. Han Yilin nodded. Understood. Elites are not produced by training alone, they must undergo actual combat. However, for the current stage of Jiayin County, they must first have something, then consider elites. After all, later on they could recruit the White Horse Volunteers. For now, just forming a light cavalry as a transition would suffice. Thinking of this, Han Yilin opened the recruitment interface of the barracks. He did not recruit too many at once. After all, cavalry is quite resource-intensive to maintain. Just 50 men. After doubling, that's 100 men. We'll expand gradually later. Consume food 1,000 copper coins 5,000 or recruit militia 50. Confirm. Watch an ad to double the recruitment amount. 1. Entering the ad time, a bald man appeared on the screen, standing in front of the camera with a smiling face. Han Yilin was quite familiar with that look. Next came the line that was etched into DNA. The ad, full of nostalgia, directly silenced Han Yilin. We're in the 5G era, and you're giving me ads from the 2G era. Are you doing archaeology? Fortunately, 30 seconds wasn't long. When the ad ended, 100 militia walked out of the barracks one after another, and Han Yilin directly assigned them all to the training ground. Looking at Li Ziho, I entrust these 100 men to you. I hope that in 3 days they can directly change class. Li Ziho replied with a fist salute. Rest assured, my lord. However, to transfer to light cavalry, not only must they be proficient in horsemanship, but they also need corresponding war horses and weapons. That's easy, Han Yilin said in a relaxed tone. Whatever is lacking, just buy it directly. After the arrangements, thinking of the corresponding equipment for cavalry, Han Yilin walked to the market. At the armory, Zhuang Li was directing the apprentices to organize the goods. Seeing Han Yilin arrive, he immediately came up to greet him. Lord Han, what do you need this time? Han Yilin got straight to the point. War horses and long weapons for cavalry. How many does my lord need? 77 steeds plus 100 long spears. Zhuang Li smiled. My lord is forming a cavalry, I see. However, we do have some war horses, but not enough in stock. I'm afraid my lord will have to wait a day or two. Hearing the time, Han Yilin had no reaction. After all, Li Ziho's training would take 3 days, so it would be fine to get them before that. As for the number of war horses, counting the ones captured from the Pingtian army yesterday, they were exactly short of 77 steeds. No matter. As long as it can be delivered within 3 days. What quality is it? Zhuang Li replied. We have both white and green quality. As for blue quality, it would take quite a long time to gather 100. Then green quality. How much? Zhuang Li chuckled and held up 5 fingers. 5,000 per steed. Hearing the price, Han Yilin frowned. At this price, 77 steeds would be 385,000 copper coins, and that was just the price of the war horses themselves. At the same time, they also needed horse armor, weapons, and subsequent feeding. Which of these didn't cost money? Cavalry is truly not something ordinary people can afford. Opposite, seeing Han Yilin frown, Zhuang Li explained with a smile, Lord Han, it's normal to think it's expensive. But these are not ordinary pack horses or inferior horses. Although these war horses are only green quality, they are all superior military war horses. Their endurance, courage, and physique have all been strictly selected. The cavalry of various countries also use this breed. Everyone understands the logic. Anyone knows that war horses are precious. Moreover, not to mention the ancient times with low productivity, even in modern times some precious racehorse breeds are comparable to sports cars in price. The key point is there's really no way to save on this. You can't just make do with the lowest quality war horses, can you? Alright then. Green quality, 77 steeds. Hearing that a big business was coming, Zhuang Li's smile grew even brighter. Then does Lord Han need horse armor? My lord, war horses are very precious. Equipping them with armor can reduce losses on the battlefield. Moreover, green quality horse armor is not expensive, only 2,000 coins per set. Han Yilin curled his lips. 2,000 per set sounds cheap, but add 2 zeros, and it instantly becomes 2,000, and that's not even counting the weapons. Han Yilin calculated in his mind. If he bought them, the war horses and armor alone would already cost 585,000 copper coins. If weapons were added, it would be at least 7,000 to 8,000. But he had to buy them. Since the cavalry was already being built, it would be worse to save on weapons and war horses than not to build them at all. When it comes to the fastest way to make money, the peaceful method is naturally monopoly, but for those with an army, it's definitely plundering. Develop the economy. Nothing is faster than robbery. What is the purpose of forming cavalry? Isn't it for faster robbery? I'll buy it. 77 war horses, 100 sets of horse armor, plus 100 long spears, all green quality. Hearing this, Zhuang Li's mouth instantly twisted into a grin. My lord, the long spears are also 2,000 each. Altogether, that's 785,000. I'll waive the 5,000 odd for you, my lord. Total is 780,000. Seemingly aware that Han Yilin couldn't pay that much now, Zhuang Li quickly added, my lord, you don't need to pay all at once. Just pay a 30 deposit first. The rest will be paid upon delivery in 3 days. 3 days, Han Yilin felt that should be enough. All right. 3 days it is. Zhuang Li smiled and cupped his hands. My lord is straightforward. In 3 days, the war horse's armor and long spears will all be delivered. Han Yilin didn't bother with nonsense and chose to pay the deposit. In the panel, the money instantly shrank by 26,000. Damn it. Han Yilin glanced at the territorial panel. After today's recruitment, the population had now reached 2496. As for finances, after the transaction, there were now less than 13,000 copper coins left. In 3 days, the final payment would have to be delivered. Calculating this way, there is a shortfall of nearly 400,000. It's still somewhat difficult to scrape together that amount in 3 days. Han Yilin felt the pressure. Although I have opened 4 shops in the county, this is just a drop in the bucket. I still need to go out and sweep. Opening the map, he constantly zoomed in and out, scanning the surrounding areas. Unfortunately, within a radius of 10 li, all explorable areas had already been visited by Han Yilin. To obtain money through exploration, he would have to expand outward. If only I could form a scout unit now, it would save a lot of trouble. Despite saying that limited by conditions, he still had to rely on walking. Han Yilin, as before, divided 8 small teams and sent them in 8 directions to open up the field of vision. At the same time, he arranged for Cheng Murou to continue attacking resource lands. However, just like the explorable areas, the resource lands faced the same problem. All the surrounding level 5 lands had already been taken. After flipping through the map several times, Han Yilin only found 4 level 5 lands. The rest were mostly level 1 to 4 resource lands. Higher level lands were not non-existent, but Han Yilin felt that at this stage it was unnecessary to lose troops and supplies by forcefully attacking them. Truly, the further one develops, the more challenges arise. Let's just take these 4 level 5 lands first. He informed Cheng Murou. Then, on the expedition interface, Han Yilin clicked confirm. As for himself, he waited until noon. When the scouting team finally discovered an explorable area, he led his troops out and began to sweep. Obtained food 210, obtained wood 107, obtained copper coins 1789, chest opening. You obtained food 3000, you obtained stone 2000, you obtained copper coins 400, you obtained. Over the next 2 days, Han Yilin did nothing else. The only thing he did was lead his troops daily to sweep the nearby explorable areas. In his view, under the current circumstances, the fastest way to earn money was naturally sweeping. Apart from obtaining a large amount of basic resources, he could also open chests, and the weapons obtained could be sold directly. Overall, such areas were not few, but most were of beginner white or easy green difficulty, where the rewards were relatively meager. As for normal blue difficulty, he did encounter a few. For the current Yilin County, they could almost all be taken without losses. Not to mention anything else, these 500 soldiers were all armored and wielded blue quality, Lai Feng Yao Dao. Whether in military quality or equipment, they completely crushed these bandits and outlaws. When 3 days had passed, it was the morning of the 14th day since the national game began. Han Yilin had led his troops to a position 20 li north of Yilin County. Yesterday evening, a scouting team had discovered a normal blue difficulty explorable area here. Thus, early the next morning, Han Yilin led his troops out, rushing to the destination by noon. The battle ended quickly, cleanly, and was a complete crushing victory. Han Yilin always maintained the Yilin County's military force at 500 men. The former prisoners of the Pingtian army had gradually chosen to surrender during their subsequent detention. Now they were all incorporated into the ranks. The chest was opened, and with the bonus from the advertisement, the rewards doubled. In addition to some basic resources, there was also a blueprint. However, the content of the blueprint left Han Yilin speechless. Who would design a furniture blueprint? Cloud pattern 5-panel dressing mirror stand. Isn't this just a dressing table? Yet it has such a fancy name. Trash game. The drop rate is getting lower and lower. It's even worse than the Delta planners. My lord, a military camp has been discovered not far ahead. Military camp. Hearing these 2 words, Han Yilin immediately stopped in his tracks. This location was already 20 li from Yilin County. A military camp suddenly appearing in the wilderness. Where? Not far less than a li ahead. There are barricades and camp walls outside the camp, and many patrolling soldiers are visible. The banner indicates they are from the Pingtian army. Pingtian army again. Hearing this banner, Han Yilin immediately became interested. Lead the way. After a moment, they arrived at a hillside overlooking the camp. The outline of the camp was clearly visible. Sure enough, just like the Pingtian army outpost camp encountered before, it was identical in troop numbers, difficulty, and even the panel. Pingtian army outpost camp status: explorable danger level hard purple, possible harvest supplies, military equipment, weapons, armor, special items. With the previous experience, Han Yilin had a faint guess. Since there was also an outpost camp here, didn't that mean there was another player's territory nearby? If he took down this camp, wouldn't he be helping someone open a trade route? Although it felt like doing someone else's work, the spoils were real. Whether it was their weapons and equipment or the chests, the rewards were worth a try. Thinking this, Han Yilin did not hesitate. Attack. He was already short on money, and with such a good opportunity before him, there was no reason to let it go to someone else. Having made the decision, Han Yilin immediately sent someone back to inform Cheng Murou to come over. After waiting about 2 hours, Cheng Murou arrived in a hurry. When she reached Han Yilin, her breathing was noticeably rapid, with a faint blush on her fair cheeks and beads of sweat on her forehead. A few strands of fine hair were dampened by sweat and stuck to the sides of her face. Her originally gentle and delicate appearance now carried a hint of dishevelment after the journey. Clearly, she had been traveling with all her might along the way. My lord, Cheng Murou took a light breath. Murou has arrived. Seeing her like this, Han Yilin felt a bit reluctant to speak. You've worked hard. I've called you from afar. Cheng Murou shook her head. When my lord commands, Murou naturally comes. She then looked ahead, obviously noticing the Pingtian army camp. Is my lord planning to attack this outpost camp? Exactly. Han Yilin did not continue with pleasantries and got straight to the point. It's the same Pingtian army outpost camp as last time. How about it, do you want to rest first? No need. Cheng Murou shook her head. I'm not too tired. Besides, the enemy numbers are not large, and our army's combat power is far stronger than before. We can still take it easily. Indeed. Han Yilin nodded in agreement. Unlike last time, although the troop count was still 500, they were now all armored. This made a completely different situation in a cold weapon battlefield. Although the difficulty was low, Han Yilin still issued a stern command forcing Cheng Murou to write for half an hour while also kneading his feet to ease his fatigue. Ahem, don't misunderstand. Marching and fighting require strong feet. I, as your superior, am merely concerned about the physical condition of my generals, not trying to take advantage. Han Yilin continued to knead while explaining with a straight face. In his heart, he kept rationalizing, I have no strange fetishes, nor am I trying to take advantage. This is purely concern for my subordinate. Alas, Han Yilin's acting was truly poor, and Cheng Murou was not blind. They had known each other for some time, yet she never showed any resistance. After a while, when he had mostly recovered, Han Yilin set aside his playful intentions and turned his gaze toward the distant outpost camp of the Pingtian army. Let's begin. The soldiers of Jiatang County began to form ranks. The commotion quickly caught the attention of the Pingtian army, who apparently had not expected anyone to launch an attack. After a brief moment of shock, the opposing side also began to assemble. The two sides soon engaged in battle on the plain. Behind the formation, the Pingtian army's archers released arrows first. The dense volleys whistled through the air, striking armor with a clattering sound. Among them, inevitably, some unlucky soldiers were wounded by arrows, but unlike the previous time, only a very few were injured. On their own side, Cheng Murou charged ahead, heading straight for the Pingtian army officers. With a flash of her blade, a head fell to the ground. The ensuing battle was essentially without suspense. Initially, the Pingtian army managed to keep their formation intact thanks to their solid military discipline, but under Cheng Murou's fierce assault, cracks soon appeared, and finally the line was broken. The battle was over in less than half an hour. However, during the after-battle inventory, more than 20 soldiers had fallen and over a dozen were wounded. But Han Yilin knew that casualties were inevitable in war. His heart ached, but there was nothing he could do. Treat the wounded first. Take the injured soldiers back to the infirmary for treatment. While making arrangements, Han Yilin did not forget the Pingtian army prisoners. Those who wish to surrender come out now. Those who refuse go to the jail and cool off for a while. Having dealt with similar situations before, Han Yilin treated it like a strategy game and did not waste words on the prisoners. After all, a few days in confinement would make them surrender. Having played games for many years, Han Yilin recalled that only in games like Three Kingdoms did characters with special bonds prove difficult to recruit. As for the others, no matter how tough they were, a few days in jail would make them obedient. Compared to the prisoners, what Han Yilin cared about more now was how many resources he could scavenge from this outpost camp. Now the soldiers had already scattered, conducting a thorough search of the camp. Weapons, armor, grain, copper coins. A series of notification sounds rang out one after another. Even 32 warhorses were captured. Rare treasures indeed. This single haul was enough to pay Zhuang Li's final installment and still leave a considerable surplus. Han Yilin looked at the mountain of loot, unable to suppress the grin on his face. Awesome. So damn awesome. If I'd known it was this lucrative, I'd just farm supplies from the Pingtian army from now on. No wonder ancient armies often plundered. This way of making money is really fast. Of course, Han Yilin also knew that this was only possible if he could win, otherwise losing troops and generals would leave him with no place to cry. Soon all the supplies were gradually stored into the system backpack. Grain entered the warehouse, copper coins were recorded, and weapons and armor were moved into the backpack. Seeing the abundant spoils, Han Yilin was in high spirits. The key point was that this was not the real prize. What Han Yilin cared about most was undoubtedly the treasure chest. In a tent that was clearly larger than the others, he found the chest he had been longing for. The chest glowed with a faint purple light, and its surface was covered with intricate patterns. In terms of appearance alone, it far surpassed the white and green chests he had seen before. Do you wish to watch an advertisement to upgrade the purple chest to a golden chest? Hurry up. The light screen flashed, and this time the moment the advertisement appeared, Han Yilin felt a sense of familiarity. With stirring background music and a familiar LPL stage scene, a Mercedes-Benz slowly drove into the venue. The narrator's voice was passionate. When you conquer the canyon, how can you lack style? Drive a Mercedes, drink warhorse, sit in an esports chair. For every team fight, you must be fully charged. Then the camera cut to the commentary desk, where a female commentator held a bottle of warhorse drink and said with a smile, "This wave. I can only say the status bar." After saying that, she took a big gulp. The advertisement narrator spoke again. Drive a Mercedes, drink warhorse on the esports chair, Rita. At first, the familiar content reminded Han Yilin of the days when he used to watch LOL matches. But who would have thought that later the tone would suddenly shift, not only forming a massive advertisement mashup, but also dipping into suggestive content. Oh my god. Are you really playing Ash and Sorica like that? You really know how to push the boundaries. Advertisement watched successfully. Opening chest. You obtained grain 12,000, you obtained wood 8,000, you obtained iron ore 8,000, you obtained stone 8,000, you obtained copper coins 1,000,000, you obtained golden quality, building blueprint 1. Jade Du Huaqing Pool gold construction cost stone 10,000, wood 10,000, copper coins 100,000, construction time 24 hours. Effect a place where underground spirit springs converge. The water is warm and smooth as jade, never drying up. Bathing in it can soothe muscles, invigorate blood circulation, dispel fatigue, nourish qi and blood, and heal injuries. It can also divert a branch to form a small hot spring pool for others to soak in. Qing Qi Pool A. Upon reading the blueprint description, Han Yilin's first reaction was to cast a glance toward Cheng Murou standing a short distance away. Already scenes of them frolicking together in the warm waters began to surface in his mind. His second reaction came only after he had considered the spring's effects that were frankly absurdly overpowered. It could relax the tendons and invigorate blood circulation, dispel exhaustion, nourish qi and blood, and even accelerate wound recovery. Worse still, it wasn't limited to the main spring. Branch channels could be dug to let others share in the soak as well. If we look at it this way, he mused, we could build it on higher ground and bring Cheng Murou and Xiaoqin here to bathe whenever we have free time. And we could extend branch channels so the soldiers can soak in hot springs as well. This design is absolutely brilliant. Han Yilin grew increasingly excited the more he studied the plans. Of course, this wasn't all about base desires. More importantly, from a faction development perspective, this was a veritable fountain of restoration. Noticing Han Yilin's gleeful expression, Cheng Murou curiously asked, "My lord, why are you laughing suddenly?" "Haha, I've struck gold." Han Yilin wore a lewd grin. Cheng Murou blinked. "Gold? What do you mean?" "I won't tell you yet." Han Yilin spoke with playful mystery. "All I'll say is that it's something wonderful. Once we build it, you'll see for yourself." Cheng Murou pouted resentfully and turned her head away. Fine. Don't bother telling me then." Seeing this display of petulance, Han Yilin felt a flutter in his chest. Especially when he imagined what it would be like once the blueprint was realized. Steam curling through the air, warm water embracing his skin, himself and Cheng Murou soaking together inside. He couldn't let his mind wander further. Things might get out of hand. Han Yilin cleared his throat and forcefully pushed those thoughts aside. "Don't worry, you'll definitely be the first to try it when it's done." Though he hadn't said it outright, seeing his expression, she had a feeling it was nothing decent. At this moment, the battlefield had been fully cleared. All the spoils of war had been collected by Han Yilin, just as he was about to lead his men back. On the map, his gaze suddenly locked onto a level 1 resource patch. This resource land lay not far from their forward camp, perhaps only a few hundred meters away. Perhaps during the recent battle someone had approached that area, dispersing the fog of war and revealing part of it. But it was precisely this sliver that exposed a level 1 resource land. At first glance, Han Yilin paid it little mind. After all, resource lands like these were as common as dirt across the map, too numerous to count. On second glance, however, he noticed something unusual. This resource land was already claimed. Now Han Yilin became interested. Interesting. So it's a resource land with an owner. That means that player's county must be somewhere nearby. But honestly, at this point in the game, why would anyone still be holding on to a level 1 land? Rather than returning immediately, Han Yilin led his men toward the resource patch. As they drew closer, a patch of weedy farmland came into view. In the fields, several gaunt and haggard refugees were slowly turning the soil, their sluggish movements clearly indicating they were dragging their feet. Han Yilin paid them no mind. His gaze locked directly onto the information panel for the resource land. Weedy rice paddy LV. 1 type, grain resource land, controlling faction, NV Zun County, current status occupied, note currently under protection. Attack is unavailable. Countdown until protection period ends 15 days, 05 watches. Seeing the protection notice, Han Yilin thought to himself, as expected. The first 30 days serve as the newbie protection period. Players simply cannot attack one another. Wait. Suddenly Han Yilin's eyes narrowed. When he clearly saw that the controlling faction of this resource land was NV Zun County, his expression turned unusually strange. "You've got to be kidding me. NV Zun County. Isn't that bloated-faced county?" To confirm, Han Yilin opened the chat channel, located Lu Rushiwe's name in the regional list, and cross-referenced. It was indeed her. Oh ho, now Han Yilin's composure completely broke. For a moment, he didn't even know whether he should set off firecrackers to celebrate. Who would have guessed that the feminist radical who cursed at him daily in the chat channel was actually his neighbor, merely 20 li away from Jiatian County? Although Han Yilin didn't know NV Zun County's exact coordinates, the resource land was right here. Where else could the county possibly be? It had to be somewhere nearby. Ha ha ha. Han Yilin couldn't contain himself and burst into loud laughter. "I was just wondering why half a month into the game someone would still be sitting on a level 1 land. Turns out it's you bloated-faced feminist." TSK tisk, no wonder your faction value is only 300 something. Could it be that this guy only managed to grab 30-some level 1 lands? Ha ha ha. Han Yilin grew more and more unrestrained in his laughter. After all, he held grudges like nobody's business. Ever since he had transmigrated and his faction value surpassed 1,000, triggering a server-wide announcement, Lu Rushue had him demanding he hand over his resources. Since then, Lu Rushue had cursed at him almost daily in the chat channel. Though Han Yilin had ignored it, that didn't mean he hadn't harbored resentment in his heart. It was only that previously he hadn't known Lu Rushue's coordinates. But now things were different. The resource land was right here. Once the protection period ended, he could strike directly. What perfect timing, 2 blessings in one. First the Qingqi pool blueprint, and now discovering coordinates. Double fortune indeed. Wait. Thinking back to the Pingtian army forward camp he had just eliminated, Han Yilin suddenly realized, does this mean I've helped Lu Rushue open up a trade route? At this thought, Han Yilin felt a wave of nausea. But that was all it was. He had no doubt that even with an open trade route, Lu Rushue would never catch up to his development. Moreover, looking at her current faction value, she was at rock bottom across the entire region, and yet she still had the audacity to preach about female empowerment. After his excitement subsided, Han Yilin's smile turned increasingly sinister. 15 days remain in the newbie protection period. Enjoy your last days of peace. I wonder if you'll still be able to maintain that arrogant posture when my troops arrive at your gates. Just as Han Yilin, having discovered Lu Rushue's coordinates, was utterly elated. In the dilapidated city lord's mansion of Nuzhen County, Lu Rushue's obese frame squeezed into the narrow chair, legs crossed, eyelids drooping as she gazed at the light screen. The content on the light screen was without a doubt the chat channel. These days, Lu Rushue's focus was not on developing the county at all, but rather on immersing herself in composing elaborate essays. Indeed, even now she was still typing rapidly. Day 14, and I'm feeling more suffocated than ever. This world is truly unfriendly to female county magistrates. Male players are inherently advantaged. They are better at violence, better at plundering, and more likely to survive in such barbaric rules. But what about us female players? We are clearly more delicate, gentler, and better at governance, yet, because we haven't received enough help, we are forced to struggle in this harsh environment. So I once again call upon the better developed male players in this region to voluntarily provide resources to help female county magistrates establish a mutual aid system. This is not charity, it is a responsibility. After posting, she added a series of hashtags below. Female County Magistrate Survival Diary, refuse cold male chauvinism environment, Han Yilin owes female players an apology. Such operations played out every day in the chat channel. Without exception, each time it drew a barrage of insults. Not gonna lie sis, it's day 14, and you're still pushing your agenda. With a power value of just over 300, you still have the mind to write essays. If you spent that time chopping down 2 trees, you wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Laughable. You don't develop yourself, yet blame male players for not supporting you. Watching the stream of mockery in the channel, Lu Rushue felt not a shred of shame. Exactly. Hit the nail on the head. They're panicking. The more they panic, the more it proves I'm right. With that, she began composing again. I merely stated the true situation of female players, and I'm immediately met with so much malicious attack. What does that indicate? It indicates that the misogynistic atmosphere in this region has reached appalling levels. You mock the slow development of Nuzhen County, but have you ever considered why it's slow? Isn't it because no one is willing to help disadvantaged women? Especially certain leading players who clearly have abundant resources yet prefer to hoard them rather than offer assistance to others. Such cold-blooded selfish. The essay was lengthy. After finishing, Lu Rushue nodded with satisfaction and continued sending. Then switching screens, she opened the female player mutual aid group chat and continued her rant. This scene repeated daily, and Lu Rushue was utterly addicted to it. As for the rebel invasion in 30 days. What's the rush? There were still 15 days left. Just then a notification suddenly appeared on the light screen. Detected that the Pingtian army outpost has been destroyed. The initial trade route threat in Nuzhen County's region has been eliminated. The merchant route system has been unlocked early. Foreign merchant caravans will subsequently enter Nuzhen County, allowing trade and the establishment of shops in the market. The sudden notification left Lu Rushue stunned. Soon her gaze skipped over the destruction of the Pingtian army and locked directly onto the words merchant route system. In her mind, she recalled that a few days ago Han Yilin had triggered a server-wide announcement and received rewards because of this very matter. The thought made Lu Rushue instantly excited. Her obese body began to tremble all over. After all, since this matter had triggered a server-wide announcement for Han Yilin, didn't that mean she was about to get one too? Eagerly, Lu Rushue stared at the light screen, awaiting her announcement. 1 minute passed. Nothing. 2 minutes passed. Nothing. 10 minutes passed. Still no response. Not only was there no server announcement, there wasn't even a reward notification. At this, the excitement on Lu Rushue's face gradually froze. What's going on? Where's the announcement? Where's the reward? Why is there absolutely no response? She abruptly stood up from the chair, her obese frame causing the chair to groan. What does this mean? Why is it that Han Yilin, that disgusting guy, can trigger a server announcement and get rewards just by opening a trade route? And I open the trade route, but get nothing. Is this game targeting me? Is it deliberately suppressing me because I'm a female player? The more she thought, the more convinced she became. Otherwise, how could she explain why Han Yilin got rewards and she didn't? Trash game. Truly, no matter where women are oppressed. Even the system sides with those disgusting men. Lu Rushue cursed furiously, vile words tumbling from her mouth. Just then another notification sounded. Lu Rushue thought it was the announcement, but upon closer look it was merely a notification of a merchant caravan's arrival. Her face instantly fell. Nevertheless, she didn't start cursing immediately, but headed toward the city gate. At the gate, the leading merchant, seeing Lu Rushue appear, immediately stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, County Magistrate. I am from the Baofeng Merchant Guild of Liang State. Having heard that your county's trade route is now open, I have come to visit. If you permit, we would like to open a general store in the city selling salt, oil sauces, vinegar needles, thread lamp oil, coarse cloth bowls, and other daily necessities. Lu Rushue stood at the city gate, arms crossed with an air of superiority. Open a shop? That's not impossible. But my Nuzhen County isn't open to just anyone. You merchants better know the rules. The merchant smiled and cupped his hands. Of course, we will naturally abide by the county's rules when doing business inside. Hearing this, Lu Rushue grew even more smug. Indeed, merchants were merchants. They still had to beg her, didn't they? She feigned restraint and nodded. Fine, since you're so sincere, I'll graciously allow you to open a shop in Nuzhen County. Upon receiving permission, the merchant immediately beamed. Thank you, Magistrate. Please lead us to the market so we can select a storefront and prepare our goods as soon as possible. Lu Rushue frowned. Market? This reaction puzzled the merchant. Yes, merchants need to set up in the market. Has the magistrate already arranged storefronts? Lu Rushue retorted, what market? Opening a shop just means finding a place to display goods and sell right. At this, even the dullest merchant realized something was wrong. He subconsciously glanced into the city. Crumbling streets, collapsed houses, overgrown vacant lots, and a few ragged refugees listlessly moving timber. There was no market, not even a decent civilian dwelling. The merchant reluctantly said, Magistrate has your county not yet built a market. Hearing this, Lu Rushue exploded. So what if there's no market? Can't you do business without one? Or are you looking down on my Nuzhen County? The merchant quickly explained, Magistrate, you misunderstand. To open a shop, we must rely on a market building. As for now, there's nothing we can do. We'll have to take our leave and return once your county has built a market. With that, the merchant caravan began to turn their carts around, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Lu Rushue's face darkened completely. Stop. Who allowed you to leave? The merchant paused, a troubled expression on his face. Magistrate, it's not that we don't want to stay. But without a market, we truly cannot open a shop. Lu Rushue's chest heaved with rage, and she burst into curses. Excuses? All excuses? You just look down on my Nuzhen County because it's just starting out, don't you? What Liang State Merchant Guild? What Baofeng Merchant Guild? You have no vision at all. If you leave now, don't ever think of setting foot in Nuzhen County again. Since they lacked a market, and now they were being cursed for wanting to leave, the merchant suppressed his anger, and without further words led the caravan away. This drove Lu Rushue completely over the edge. She ground her molars until they creaked, her face contorted. You blind fools. When Nuzhen County develops, you'll regret it. After venting her frustrations with furious cursing for quite some time, Lu Rushue's anger still had not subsided. However, she suddenly recalled something. Her trade route had been activated. Regardless of whether her trading caravans had opened shops or whether there was a server-wide announcement, the opening of the trade route was an undeniable fact. What did this signify? Lu Rushue was no longer an ordinary player. At the very least, she now stood far ahead of the majority, leaving them well behind. At this thought, Lu Rushue's expression grew even more smug. So what if there's no announcement? I can make one myself. Let those who look down on Nuzhen County see that it is no longer what it used to be. She acted immediately, never once considering what had actually led to the trade route's activation, and deliberately ignored the portion of the notification regarding the destruction of the Pingtian army. All she cared about now was one thing, publishing it to slap the faces of everyone who had ever looked down upon her. She took a screenshot of the trade route activation notification and posted it. The accompanying text followed immediately. Some of you were mocking how slow Nuzhen County's development has been, weren't you? Sorry to disappoint you. Just now, the trade route system for Nuzhen County was officially activated. Facts prove that truly capable individuals can achieve success through delayed action. I simply chose not to compete with you all in the early stages. The moment the message was sent, it sent shockwaves through the entire chat channel. The smug undertones in her words left many players momentarily speechless. What the hell is going on? How did the trade route just activate out of nowhere? Is this even real, eh? How do you unlock the trade route system? I haven't got a clue what's happening here. No way besides Jiatian County someone else managed to open a trade route. Are you serious? With only 300 plus influence points they can barely afford to eat. What gives her the right to unlock this? Seeing the shocked reactions from others, Lu Rushue felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. She reveled in the astonishment directed at her, interpreting every questioning voice as nothing more than jealousy. With a cold sneer, Lu Rushue continued typing, "What surprised? Some people are like that. When male players take the lead, they accept it as natural, but the moment a female player achieves anything, they immediately start questioning it." In the channel, seeing Lu Rushue's smug expression, someone could no longer hold back and posted a rebuttal. "Wait, don't overreact. We're just asking how you unlocked it. Exactly what are the actual requirements for the trade route system? Do you need to construct a specific building or explore to some special location? If you truly know, why not share it with us?" Reading these messages, Lu Rushue's face was filled with triumph. As for the conditions for opening the trade route, although she herself did not know it, did not stop her from continuing to show off. "What now, you want to ask? When you were mocking me before, you certainly didn't have this attitude. How the trade route opens is my business. Why should I tell you? By all rights, there is no obligation to share." A normal person would not have expected anything. The main issue was that seeing Lu Rushue with only 300 plus influence points manage to unlock the trade route made many players feel deeply unsettled. They all harbored the same question burning in their minds. On what basis did she accomplish this? In that moment, numerous players began speculating about what conditions were required to unlock it, though naturally among them were those ready to cast doubt. Do you think this screenshot could be fake? Maybe not fake, but I have a feeling there's something suspicious about how the trade route opened. Perhaps she found a loophole. The requirements are probably not that difficult, otherwise how would she have been able to open it? The skepticism kept mounting, and the undertones in these messages seemed to write the word "on what basis" over and over again, like a thorn driven deep into Lu Rushue's heart. After all, she truly did not know why it had happened. It had been pure luck. But that did not stop her from deceiving herself. Pathetic. Is it really that hard to admit when someone else is superior? I genuinely wonder how much you all hate seeing female players grow stronger. Meanwhile, Han Yilin, on his way back, casually glanced at the chat channel. And then he saw Lu Rushue's remarkable maneuver. In an instant, confusion swept across Han Yilin's face. "Wait. Sis, don't you have any sense of what you're doing? Is it that hard to admit others are superior? Where exactly are you outstanding? Outstanding for clinging to a level 1 territory on the 14th day? Are you even human? What an audacious person." Han Yilin was so exasperated, he almost laughed. In over 20 years of life, he had never encountered anyone quite so shameless. What a talent. Truly one of a kind. You could call this hard work and effort. Hell of a guy. Honestly, if not for the newbie protection period, Han Yilin would have turned around right now and gone to destroy Nvzoon County. As for the chat channel, Han Yilin thought for a moment and chose not to respond directly. Instead, he quietly took a screenshot. This screenshot captured the complete trade route activation notification, not just the latter portion, but the entire message, including the detection that the Pingtian Army outpost camp had been destroyed. He believed that observant players would be able to uncover the truth. As Han Yilin had anticipated, someone soon discovered the mention of Pingtian Army in the screenshot, and this finding instantly sparked massive controversy. Many began hurling mockery, convinced that with Lu Rushue's current influence value, she possessed no combat capability whatsoever. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Now you've been proven wrong, haven't you? I told you so. That Nvzoon County probably doesn't even have a barracks. And they're talking about female strength. Absolute joke. Probably got wiped out by Lord Han on a casual walk by, and then this person claims all credit as their own hard work. So if we eliminate Pingtian Army's forward camp, we can open up the trade route, right? When attacking resource sites 2 days ago, I noticed a purple difficulty military camp. I briefly glanced at the name. It was Pingtian Army. Purple difficulty. Damn it, can Lord Han already tackle purple difficulty nodes now, eh? Within the chat channel, a barrage of mockery poured in. Lu Rushue's face turned a deep shade of purplish red, her eyes practically spitting fire. In a fit of wounded pride, she completely forgot the truth and let out a piercing shriek in the channel. "What do you know? The opening of Nvzoon County's trade route was entirely due to my relentless effort and sacrifice. You lot know nothing. On what grounds do you maliciously speculate? Is it because a female player achieved something that makes you so uncomfortable, eh?" Lu Rushue's rebuttal only amplified the mockery. "Effort? More like you spend your days writing self-pitying essays. No barracks, barely 300 influence value. Go ahead and show us your panel. Let's see how many troops you actually have. I checked Pingtian Army's forward outpost. Purple difficulty, at least 500 soldiers. You expect your little Nvzoon County to take it down. Pathetic. You can fool others, but don't fool yourself." Glancing at the screen flooded with ridicule, Lu Rushue trembled with rage. Her thick fingers clenched tightly together, as if wishing to drag every mocker through the screen. "Just wait. You want a barracks? As if I don't have one." Biting down hard on her teeth, she closed the channel and turned her gaze to the barracks in the building list, then checked the resource inventory. Over the past few days, Nvzoon County had barely developed. No residential houses had been built and daily resource consumption consisted solely of grain. Thus there remained a modest surplus of timber and stone, resources from the few first-tier sites that produced daily. After reviewing the numbers and confirming sufficient resources, she made her decision. Though this was her last reserve to slap those mockers in the face, Lu Rushue did not hesitate for a moment and clicked confirm. Let's see what you have to say once my barracks is built. However, after the order was issued, the refugees assigned to construction moved sluggishly, lagging half a beat behind everyone else. Some carried only a single log before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The entire construction site was sloppy and lethargic, practically wearing the words slacking across their faces. Seeing this, Lu Rushue's fury surged again. Have you not eaten today? Hurry up. It's just building a barracks. What's the problem? Stop dawdling. Are you deliberately slacking off? I'm telling you now. If this barracks isn't built, get the hell out of Nuzun County. Yet the moment those words left her mouth, many refugees paused, unable to suppress a flicker of delight in their eyes. Get out of Nuzun County. Was that really a bad thing? Blue Silver County. Compared to the chaos and decay of Nuzun County, its development was clearly far superior. To put it plainly, it had already far outpaced the progress of ordinary players. Especially within the city walls, vast numbers of soldiers could be seen, and inside the blacksmith shops, furnaces burned relentlessly throughout the day. The clanging of hammers rang out from morning until night. However, unlike Jiatian County brimming with bustling market life, Blue Silver County streets were eerily empty. No idle civilians wandered about, nor were there shops, taverns, or clinics. Even the number of residential houses was scarce. Apart from laborers maintaining resource extraction and the blacksmith shops, only soldiers remained. Overall, it looked less like a county developing civilian livelihoods, and more like a military garrison. Han Yilin's post in the chat channel had naturally reached Tang Yu as well. Pingtian Army Forward Camp. Tang Yu's brows furrowed slightly. That name was not unfamiliar to him. During his earlier expansion days, he had spotted a military camp to the northwest. The map had labeled it Pingtian Army Forward Camp at the time. However, the difficulty rating had deterred him from engaging. Now, judging from what Han Yilin had posted, destroying that camp was the prerequisite for opening the trade route. Realizing this, a sharp sense of grievance rose within Tang Yu. He can already handle purple difficulty nodes. His fists tightened, and his expression darkened incrementally. Though the defenders of a level 5 site numbered around 500, roughly the same as regular bandits, the gap between unruly mercenaries and disciplined regular troops made the difficulty incomparable. Tang Yu understood clearly attacking Pingtian Army's forward camp with Blue Silver County's current strength would carry enormous risk. Yet the greater the risk, the more tormenting it became. Opening the chat channel, he found Han Yilin's name in the list and opened their intelligence file. Jiatian County's influence value had reached 18900. There had been no change today, but compared to 2 days prior it had grown by another 1500 points. Still maintaining the pace of conquering 5 level 5 nodes daily. Next, he checked his own Blue Silver County. Influence value 11600. It had already surpassed 10,000 the day before. Within the entire region, excluding Jiatian County, he held an overwhelming lead over all other players. Yet gazing at Jiatian County, whose power still far exceeded his own, Tang Yu felt an unbearable disgust, as though he had swallowed something foul. The reason Lan County pursued such relentless militarism was simple. Tang Yu was determined to surpass Jiatian County. With its influence value now exceeding 10,000, Lan County was regarded as a formidable power envied by all within the chat channel. Yet a persistent thorn still gnawed at Tang Yu's heart. He would not tolerate anyone standing before him. It is merely a daily gain of 1500. You seize 5 territories. I will take 6, 7, 8. Just wait. I shall surpass you soon enough. As for the forward camp of the Pingtian Army, its garrison numbered no more than 500. Once he had cultivated his forces for a few more days, there was every chance he could seize it. With his objective firmly set in mind, Tang Yu was interrupted by a commotion beyond the city walls. Turning toward the noise, he discovered that the soldiers dispatched to capture resource territories were returning to Lan County in steady procession. Yet compared to when they had departed, many bore fresh bloodstains upon their bodies, several were grievously wounded, and utter exhaustion was carved into every face. Watching those wounded soldiers, a brief flicker passed through Tang Yu's eyes. However, it was fleeting, almost instantly vanishing. Soon his gaze returned to the panel, and he told himself, as long as I can surpass Han Yilin and Jiatian County, these sacrifices are all worthwhile. With a mere thought, he shifted the luminous screen to the expedition interface. His eyes swept quickly across the display, searching for his next target. Just as the chat channel suddenly flickered and a private message appeared. A slight frown crossed his face, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. But upon opening the chat and seeing the message was from his younger sister Tang Murou, his expression considerably softened. Brother, what are your casualty numbers like on your end? Things are not going well here. Over a quarter of our soldiers were wounded during the level 5 territory assault, and more than 30 have been killed. The medical pavilion is already overwhelmed. Dimension's side is far worse. Reports say they have suffered over half their strength. Should we consider pulling back? If we keep fighting like this, the soldiers simply cannot endure. Upon reading this, Tang Yu's expression darkened. Pull back. Now. Jiatian County's influence value grew every single day. If they paused their efforts, the gap would only continue to widen. After working so painstakingly to narrow the distance, could they really stop now and render all their previous efforts meaningless? At that thought, Tang Yu immediately replied, "We cannot stop. This is precisely the critical moment to close the gap with Jiatian County. Han Yilin gains ground every day. If we lag behind by even one day, we shall be left in the dust once more." Tang Rou's response came quickly, but the number of wounded and ill is overwhelming and morale has dipped. Deserters have already appeared on Dimension's flank. Tang Yu's tone grew heavier. Do you think surpassing Jiatian County comes without cost? Tell Dimension to impose strict punishment on any soldier who disobeys. Launch the expedition immediately. I have already selected the resource territory. Have no worry. Once we surpass Jiatian County, I will make it worth your while. On the other end, sensing her brother's unyielding resolve and knowing his temperament all too well, Tang Rou sighed helplessly. All right, I understand. The conversation ended and Tang Yu wasted no time whatsoever. Granting not even a moment's rest to the wounded soldiers, he selected the resource territory and tapped to launch the expedition. In his view, there was nothing more important than surpassing Jiatian County. As for the wounded soldiers, they were merely a group of NPCs. Better to fall in battle than suffer and require treatment. It saved resources either way. The livelihood of his subjects, the morale of his militia, none of it mattered to Tang Yu. His sole pursuit was surpassing Jiatian County. And that so-called surpassing meant one thing alone: influence value. In his eyes, influence value was the most direct and undeniable proof. Once Lan'in County's influence value exceeded that of Jiatian County, it would prove that Tang Yue was superior to Han Yilin, and more deserving of the title of region's #1. However, what he did not realize was that the gap in influence value was merely the narrowest of all discrepancies between the two sides. For influence value could be artificially inflated through raw resource accumulation traded for with soldiers' lives, or forcibly driven upward by three parties jointly sustaining a single Lan'in County. But what Jiatian County truly led in was not a handful of numbers. It was the nascent production system forming across its various workshops, the shops taking root, and the bustling energy of a thriving marketplace. By this time, Han Yilin had already returned to Jiatian County. The public discourse surrounding the recent conquest of the Pingtian army, including Lu Rushue's remarkable maneuvers, he simply dismissed as entertainment. He laughed it off. There was no point rushing into the chat channel to engage in another shouting match with Lu Rushue. Of course, inwardly Han Yilin was meticulously counting the days waiting for the protection period to expire. As for his immediate priority upon returning, it was naturally to seek out Zhuang Li and begin the clearance sales. Upon meeting, Zhuang Li joked, "My lord has been quite busy these past few days." Han Yilin had no patience for idle chatter. Enough. Hurry and calculate. How much can these be sold for? Speaking of which, he produced all the weapons scavenged over the past days and dumped them directly in front of the armory, piling them into a towering mountain. Zhuang Li grinned broadly. "Excellent, my lord, please wait a moment while I tally everything up." With that, he gestured and several shop assistants emerged immediately to begin counting the weapons. Among them, weapons of white-grade quality totaled 561 pieces. Green-grade weapons numbered 321 in total, plus the standard-issue arms from the Pingtian army. However, some were so severely damaged they were deemed beyond repair, leaving only 481 usable pieces. In addition, there were various pieces of armor, looted from bandit chieftains or freshly captured from the Pingtian army, totaling 121 sets when combined. The last batch of armor captured from the Pingtian army had already been distributed to the soldiers by Han Yilin, so this new haul was of little use to him. He decided simply to sell it. After crunching the numbers, Zhuang Li clicked away at his abacus. After a short wait, he finally presented the figure. "My lord, the acquisition prices remain the same as last time." Calculating accordingly, the total comes to 1,432,000 copper coins. After deducting the remaining balance of 502,000, here is the remainder. Please accept it, my lord. As for the goods you commissioned, they are all stored in the rear courtyard, including Warhorse's horse armor and long lances. You may come collect them at any time. As the inventory was finalized, Zhuang Li also produced the corresponding silver notes and loose change. In this world, copper coins served as the most fundamental currency, with silver and gold existing at higher tiers. However, for large-scale transactions, silver remained the primary medium, typically exchanged through bank drafts. The exchange rate between copper coins and silver was 1,000 coins per tael of silver. That said, even when receiving silver, the domain panel still displayed figures in copper coins as the standard unit. Having secured the payment, Han Yilin cast a glance at his panel. The figure following his treasury had reached 7 digits. Over these past few days, he had been personally leading troops to sweep through explorable areas around Jiatian County, expanding the exploration range from 10 li in radius to 20. Throughout this process, whether searching, plundering, or opening treasure chests, Han Yilin had already accumulated considerable wealth and resources. Now, after the transaction, his remaining funds exceeded 1.5 million. At that figure, Han Yilin felt quite convincingly like the wealthiest person around. Yet, while the number appeared substantial, it would undoubtedly prove strained when the time came to actually raise an army, and the higher the quality of the troops, the greater the resource consumption. Of course, there was no need to dwell on such matters yet. Immediately after completing the transaction, Han Yilin hastened without pause to the training grounds to observe Li Ziho's training progress. By his calculations, today was the agreed-upon day. If the training had proceeded smoothly, then today, he could finally establish his cavalry unit. As they approached the military training grounds, the urgent clatter of hooves already reached their ears. In the open space at the center of the arena, 100 cavalry soldiers divided into several squads performed a series of maneuvers under Li Ziho's command. These included simple mounting and dismounting, turning sudden stops charges, as well as more advanced techniques like wielding weapons and drawing bows to fire arrows. It was evident that these soldiers' horsemanship was not yet proficient, merely at an introductory level. However, given that they had only trained for 3 days, they already showed traces of being cavalry soldiers. Not bad. Han Yilin expressed his approval. 3 days, and they've actually learned something. Hearing the voice, Li Ziho quickly stepped forward and clasped his fist in salute. "Greetings, my lord." Han Yilin pointed toward the soldiers on the training grounds and asked, "How are the training results?" Li Ziho replied gravely, "Reporting to my lord, these men had no foundation to begin with, so progress was slow at first. But after several days of training, they've finally gotten the hang of it." While Li Ziho answered, Han Yilin did not forget to open the status panels of these soldiers. As expected, a new skill had appeared in each of their panels: basic horsemanship. Possessing this skill meant they met the conditions for class advancement. As for not being proficient enough, that could be improved through further training later. Excellent. Han Yilin nodded in satisfaction. "You've worked hard these past few days." Hearing this, Li Ziho quickly shook his head. "My lord is too kind. Since I was entrusted with the responsibility of training the cavalry, I must do my utmost." However, at this point, Li Ziho paused and glanced at the soldiers. "There are some things I must clarify in advance." "Go ahead." Although these men have mastered basic horsemanship, they are still far from being true elite soldiers. "I understand. 3 days is all they've had. I'm already quite satisfied with this result. One must take things one step at a time. I didn't expect them to perform like battle-hardened cavalry from the start." After saying this, Han Yilin got straight to business and opened the soldier class advancement interface. These 100 men were still classified as militia at present, but after 3 days of training, they had all reached level 10, meeting the conditions for class advancement. Light cavalry. Ranking 2nd tier unit, green. Level LV 10. Attack 40. Defense 15. Marching speed 100. Class advancement requirements: militia X1, warhorse X1, provisions X100, bronze coins X1500. Daily provisions, consumption provisions X100. Monthly wages, bronze coins X3000. In the list, he found the light cavalry class advancement option. Compared to light infantry, both the consumption costs and wages had doubled, especially in terms of provisions, which had increased several-fold. Regarding this, it went without saying, it was related to the warhorses. This was generally common knowledge. Warhorses eat several times more than humans and are particularly delicate, especially sensitive to heat. But the benefits were equally tangible. Whether for reconnaissance, patrol duty, or flanking maneuvers and surprise attacks, cavalry could play crucial roles on the battlefield. In the era of cold weapons, it was no exaggeration to say that cavalry had been an integral part of history for thousands of years, indispensable to every dynasty. Let's advance all 100 of them. There was nothing to consider. This had been decided long ago. Will you consume provisions X1000 and bronze coins X15000 to advance 100 light cavalry? Yes. Would you like to watch an advertisement to double the number of soldiers advanced this time? Wait. What? Damn it. Seeing the prompt that appeared, Han Yilin's eyes widened in shock. How could I have forgotten about this? During this period, although he had been sweeping the surrounding areas, every day the battles had been almost entirely one-sided routes. There really hadn't been many casualties. As for the few casualties from before, those had been replenished with prisoners from the Pingtian army. So during this time, Han Yilin hadn't recruited anyone, nor had he performed any class advancements. With so much time passing, he had simply forgotten that class advancement could also be doubled. Holy hell, this would directly double it. That's 200 cavalry soldiers. For a moment, Han Yilin couldn't tell if this was a good thing or a bad thing. The good news was that he only needed to spend half the resources to train 200 cavalry. The bad news was that these 200 cavalry would consume 20,000 units of provisions daily plus 600,000 bronze coins in monthly wages. This number seemed large at first glance. But converted to silver, it was only 600 taels, which meant 3 taels of silver per light cavalry per month. When thought of this way, only 3 taels per cavalry per month didn't seem like much. But the game had only been active for 14 days. How in the world could he afford to maintain them? For a moment Han Yilin wanted to curse. But if he were to cancel or simply skip the advertisement, he felt that would be a tremendous waste. Come on, this was 100 cavalry soldiers. Anyone would want them. Gritting his teeth, Han Yilin ran the numbers back and forth, then suddenly stamped his foot. Watch it. You think I can't afford to maintain them? I refuse to believe that 200 cavalry could bankrupt all of Zacian County. Look, do you think I can't afford to raise them? I simply refuse to believe that merely 200 cavalry could bankrupt Jadi County. As the voice faded, the image instantly shifted. In the upper right corner, there was also a 30-second countdown. In the frame, a young player shouted Rio, hearing the voice. The little flea in the locker room turned around, simultaneously hiding his hands behind his back. The movement appeared natural, yet revealed a hint of guilt. At this moment, the young player approached with a smile. How are you preparing for the World Cup? The little flea wore a gentle smile. Pretty well, I've been training consistently. The young player blinked. That's it. Don't you have any secrets? As he spoke, his gaze secretly glanced toward the little flea's hidden hands. Secrets? None at all. I'm just enjoying football. The little flea spoke with a serious face. No, just enjoying football, and not panicking. Not panicking. Nearby in the locker room, the sports car turned around upon hearing the voice. Just some routine training, improvising as we go. What about you? The young player placed his hands on his hips, brimming with confidence. About the same, we'll see each other on the field. With that, the scene shifted to the training ground. Sunlight fell upon the green field. The young player was dribbling on the pitch for training. In the stands, the little flea and the sports car sat together, the sports car murmuring, not panicking. Not panicking. Beside him, the little flea raised his milk, smiling. Fortunately, he didn't discover it. The sports car also produced milk, revealing a smug smile. Of course, this is the champion's secret. As the advertisement reached this point, exactly 30 seconds had passed. In this moment, a white radiance instantly enveloped the entire training ground. The light came swiftly and departed just as quickly. When everything faded away, on the training grounds, the soldiers who had just been training, their appearances showed no change. But in terms of momentum, they had already undergone a staggering transformation. Especially that aura of murderous intensity lingering in the empty spaces of the training grounds. Just looking at it evoked a sense of intimidation. However, in Han Yilin's heart, doubt still lingered. 100 militiamen, how did they become 200? This defies logic. Of course, for all his doubts, they couldn't conceal the excitement within. Right at this moment, with these 200 cavalry completing their class change, Jadi County's military strength had reached 674. As for why it wasn't 700, it was due to casualties from the recent battle against the Pingtian army. However, this small gap, Han Yilin had no intention of recruiting for. Instead, he directly selected 26 people from the captives to fill the ranks. 700, just right. With this troop strength, all professional soldiers, this combat power can certainly dwarf everyone else. Then, Han Yilin immediately led his men to the weapons and armor shop. Finding Zhuangli, he retrieved the warhorses and weapons purchased earlier, then directly distributed them to the cavalry. Soon, fully equipped, when the 200 cavalrymen held their long spears and stood in neat formation on the empty ground, the sound of hooves, the clinking of armor plates, the soldiers' low breathing, all mixed together, a spectacular scene that instantly overwhelmed Han Yilin's lingering stinginess with excitement. Expensive. Raising cavalry is indeed expensive, very costly as well, but it's undeniably thrilling to behold, particularly when imagining future battlefields, cavalry flanking maneuvers, piercing encirclements, and devastating charges. The mere thought was exhilarating. However, the cost of doing so was that the grain resource production turned negative once again, and the numbers were quite jarring. Wood 63117 daily 3000, stone 49223 daily 4500, iron or 41559 daily 900, grain 67442 daily dash 15091. Resource sites level 5 sites 63. When Han Yilin saw the number after the minus sign, his vision went dark, nearly collapsing on the spot. Before this, because he was maintaining 500 soldiers, grain production had been in a state of perpetual deficit. But back then it wasn't this extreme. Just these past 2 days, Han Yilin had barely returned it to positive numbers, only to have the cavalry situation instantly plunge it into a deficit of over 15,000, 60,000 plus, and reserves only enough for 4 days. Han Yilin felt completely numb. Before recruiting, he had only been thinking about the cavalry's combat power, completely failing to consider the massive grain consumption. A warhorse's appetite is 8 to 10 times that of a human, so each light cavalry consuming 100 units of grain daily was actually quite reasonable. But now, Han Yilin suddenly felt a bit regretful. Shifting his gaze to the resource consumption details, Han Yilin's focus was naturally on the grain column. As for the other three resources, stone had no consumption under normal circumstances. Wood and iron ore were consumed because the blacksmith workshop needed to briefly forge armor. As for grain, special talents, 15 people grain consumption, 210 units. Light infantry, 500 people grain consumption, 500 units. Light cavalry, 200 people grain consumption, 16400 units. Hunters, 60 people grain consumption, 60 units. Citizens, 2441 grain consumption, 1221 units. In the list, recorded the daily consumption details within the territory. It also served as a representation of Jiadi County's current population structure. However, looking at the cavalry's consumption numbers, Han Yilin stared for quite a while before realizing this was still the result after Ning Muchuan's debuff, having reduced the warhorse feeding cost by 20%. But even after the reduction, the cost remained prohibitively high. So high that Han Yilin contemplated whether to exile some of the cavalry, as he simply couldn't afford to maintain them. Damn it, if I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have rushed the class change. If the numbers were fewer, I could have sustained for a few more days. But this, consuming over 20,000 units of grain per day, who the hell can afford this? Han Yilin cursed profusely. You must know, Jiadi County currently possessed 63 level 5 resource sites, with 20 of them being grain resource sites. In other words, daily grain production amounted to 6,000 units. Yet, under such circumstances, it was still over 10,000 in the red. One could only imagine how many resources it took to sustain such a cavalry force. This is absolutely maddening. The pressure is considerable now. I can only sustain for 4 days. If I can't find a solution, people might actually starve to death. That was easy to say, but in terms of resources, all Han Yilin could do was occupy resource sites or continuously sweep explorable areas. But the problem was, both of these had quantity limits. Where were there so many resource sites and explorable areas? Around Jiadi County level 5 sites had long been completely occupied, especially grain sites where one had to venture 20 li outside to even discover new ones. As for explorable areas, the situation was about the same. Regarding this point, Han Yilin had actually discovered it long ago. Explorable areas were somewhat like dungeons in games. Completing them could yield massive rewards, but they were all one-time dungeons. Impossible to repeatedly farm. For players who had developed early, this was naturally beneficial, but it couldn't offset the massive grain consumption deficit. What a headache. Rubbing his brow, Han Yilin had no solution. All he could think was to continue expanding outward in the coming days. Fortunately, now that he had cavalry, the speed of expanding vision had greatly increased. No need to slowly run on 2 legs anymore. Action spoke louder than words. That afternoon, Han Yilin dispatched cavalry galloping in all directions, expanding his vision as much as possible. As the range continued to expand, before the sky turned dark, on the map, Han Yilin noticed that while cavalry were exploring the eastern side of the county town, they encountered a red. The key was, this red dot was in a moving state on the map. Subsequently, the cavalry began to retreat, and that red dot also disappeared from the map. This discovery caused Han Yilin some frowning, mainly because the war fog in that area had clearly been dissipating and the surrounding resource sites were clearly visible on the map. However, that red dot had disappeared from the map after the cavalry retreated. Facing this discovery, Han Yilin could only wait until the cavalry exploring that area returned before discussing further. The data for this book is merely mediocre. There's not much to say about this situation. In the short term, I certainly won't stop updating. At the very least, I'll finish this month. But daily updates of 10,000 words. I can only try my best. I still need to find time to brainstorm new books. Now, could you, considering that I'm still typing at 2:30 in the morning, give some free support out of love? More support, please. There's no need to spend money on gifts. Free is fine. Even a dime is money. The cavalry's scouting range extended over 20 li. At such a distance, it would certainly take some time for them to hurry back. On the map, Han Yilin could clearly see the cavalrymen who had just been scouting to the east, now swiftly galloping back toward Jiadi County. It'll probably still be a while. Let me take a look. Glancing at the construction list, Han Yilin felt he could go ahead and build the Huaqing pool. Of course, on this matter, Han Yilin made it clear that he was not providing pleasures and luxuries, but was looking after the welfare of the wounded soldiers. He wanted to ensure they received better treatment. This utterly selfless spirit moved even himself. J. Huaqing pool gold. Construction cost stone 1000, wood 1000, copper coins 1000. Build. In the past few days, Han Yilin had been madly leading his team on sweeps, clearing who knows how many explorable areas. The cost of building the Huaqing pool was to him merely a drop in the bucket. At the very least, aside from the grain problem, Han Yilin had absolutely no pressure regarding resources. As for why the grain problem was set aside, don't ask. Ad watch successfully. Jade Du Huaqing pool construction time reduced by 50. Remaining construction time 12 Shurchen, 24 hours. After watching the ad, Han Yilin glanced at the time. Not bad. It's only a matter of one day. Tomorrow I can soak in the hot spring. Let me see. There are still nearly 4,000 units of stone left. Seems like I can build some roads. There were still plenty of idle residents, and the matter of building roads had also been dragging on for days. Han Yilin figured he could first construct the main roads within the county seat with the city lord's mansion as the core threading through the four directions of east, west, south, and north. If there were any surplus, he could also connect the market workshops, residential houses, and other zones. So like a man of action, he opened the construction list, found the road building option, and his gaze locked directly onto the stone road. Stone road. Construction cost stone 200 per li. Effect movement speed 15. 1 li costs 2,000 units of stone. With 39,000 units currently left, it seems about enough. Even as he said it, Han Yilin did not feel certain himself, mainly because he had no idea how many li Yilin County measured from east to west and from south to north. But when he traced the stone road across the county on the construction screen, the answer came out. 5 li. If he wanted main roads connecting through all 4 city gates, that would be 10 li, requiring 2,000 units of stone. Not bad, acceptable. Roads were the sort of thing that had to be built sooner or later. Besides, Jiayin County's population was growing larger every day. Troop movements, merchant caravans, commoners on their way. With a smooth, flat road, walking would become considerably more comfortable. He confirmed the selection. The next second, a prompt to watch an ad popped up. However, unlike the previous building constructions, this road building did not shorten the construction time. Instead, it cut material consumption by 50. Would you like to watch an ad to reduce the materials needed for road construction? After watching, the current road construction materials will be reduced by 50. This unprecedented twist genuinely surprised Han Yilin. So it's not about saving time, but about cutting material consumption instead. After all, while shortening construction time was certainly tempting, the materials still had to be spent. Road building, however, was an entirely different story. A single li of stone road required 2,000 units of stone. 10 li meant 2,000. If he wanted to pave the entire city and additionally build post roads leading outward, the materials needed would be absolutely astronomical. Now, directly having the consumption would undoubtedly allow Jiayin County to develop to an even higher level. So satisfying. Look, my greatest hobby in life bar none is watching advertisements. Ever since I was little, I've guarded the television set, all for the sake of watching ads. Before such immense benefits, whether it was some absurd meme advertisement or some garbage tier content, all of it could be set to one side. In fact, the moment the ad ended, Han Yilin immediately switched back to the construction list, and on the planning interface, took the 4 main roads as the central axis to continue extending outward, linking the residential homes, market, tavern, blacksmith shop, barracks, and even every workshop altogether. What's more, seeing that there were still materials left, he also extended post roads outward from each of the 4 city gates for a certain distance until every last unit of stone was thoroughly drained. Watch. He clicked confirm. Facing the ad prompt that appeared, he agreed without even thinking. On the light screen, the image transformed. A rugged mountain path came into view. 2 men, both around 50 years of age, were carrying a sedan chair, front and back, clenching their teeth as they climbed the mountain step by step. On the sedan chair, a tourist sat perfectly composed, a bottle of water in hand, looking utterly at ease, showing no sign of the fatigue of mountain climbing whatsoever. Suddenly, a swarthy-faced, plump woman burst out from the roadside. Flailing her arms ferociously, she charged up and angrily shouted, "Get down. Get down right now. Fam, does anyone get it? I'm literally shaking with rage today." The tourist on the sedan was dumbfounded. Wait a minute. I hired these men at my own expense to carry me up the mountain. What's wrong with that? Hearing this, the plump woman grew even more agitated. She jabbed a finger at the 2 sedan bearers, her voice piercing. "Look at how elderly these 2 are. How can you bear to do this?" Before the tourist could respond, the man carrying the front of the sedan abruptly stopped, turned around, and swung his hand. A resounding slap. Smack. The plump woman was sent spinning half a circle right where she stood. Glaring at her with undisguised impatience, the sedan bearer said, "Why waste words on her? My entire family is waiting for me to earn money and return home. If no one rides my sedan, what do I eat? Are you going to cover my grandson's school fees?" With that, he couldn't be bothered to look again, and together with his partner lifted the sedan chair once more, continuing to trudge up the mountain with great huffing and puffing. The plump woman slapped to the ground, clutched her face, her countenance contorted. "I was doing this for your own good, and you repay kindness with enmity." Bellowing in fury, she struggled to her feet from the ground, but before she could take 2 steps, she plopped back down to the earth. "I'm exhausted. I can't walk anymore. Who can carry me for a bit?" She panted heavily, then suddenly fished a brand new phone out of her bosom. "I must use my new phone to post a video and expose all you cold-hearted people." At that juncture, the ad abruptly shifted its tone. The originally harsh voice suddenly turned incomparably silky. But recently I've discovered that the second-hand phones listed on iHuawei are actually a pretty good deal. This Mi 15 Pro of mine now costs only 2109, which is over 1200 cheaper than a brand new one. What's more, the phones there are all self-operated first-hand inventory. They use automated professional quality inspection equipment, so there's no need to worry about human error in quality checks. Plus, they come with genuine device test reports and high-definition photos. It all looks really reliable. The best part is they support 7-day no-questions-asked returns and a 1-year warranty. The ad content had evidently been cobbled together by AI video generation. At least before the all-people game began, Han Yilin had come across no shortage of such videos. The key point was this ad content. Are you sure the client won't spit blood when they see this? Chuan's methods are just too ruthless. Ad watch successfully. Material consumption for this road construction reduced by 50. As the ad came to an end, the stone in the resource list had dwindled to a pitiful 20-odd units. At the same time, the city's idle citizens were promptly mobilized and cart after cart of stone was pushed toward the various roads. The thing was, compared with ordinary buildings, roads were built at a far swifter pace. Almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, the pavement was laid out underfoot, and it quickly spread in every direction according to the planned routes. At this rate, Han Yilin estimated that it would probably be completed before dusk. No wonder the road building ad didn't shorten the time. There's simply no need for that. By the way, with this kind of construction speed, if one had ample resources, could a road be built all the way to someone's doorstep? Despite the immense pressure from grain consumption, Han Yilin's mood was rather pleasant as he watched the roads within the county town being constructed piece by piece. Especially when the various buildings became interconnected, the market shops proliferated, the Bafang Tavern's customer flow gradually increased, and the mills, wine workshops, vinegar workshops, carpentry workshops, charcoal kilns, and lime kilns operated continuously. The current Jiayin County had already completely surpassed what it should have been by the 14th day. Over 3,000 residents, 700 soldiers, 15 specialists, along with various shops and workshops. With such development, whether it was ruling a vast empire or having countless consorts, Han Yilin felt it was merely a matter of time. It was only a matter of time, of course. However, this did not mean one could let one's guard down now. At the very least, from what he had learned so far, this world was absolutely not a simple ancient realm. Setting aside other matters regarding the so-called universal game, Han Yilin had no idea how many people had been brought to this world, but it was certainly not a small number. With billions of people globally, if there were truly billions of county towns, the expanse of this continent would be simply unimaginable. After all, these county towns did not represent everything. Through information learned from Li Ziho, these county towns should have been abandoned due to war. It was only later that they were assigned to players. Beyond these county towns, there were numerous other kingdoms. Now, based on Han Yilin's own knowledge, there were at least the Kingdom of Qi and the Kingdom of Liang. He was unclear about how vast these two kingdoms were, how many troops they had, or where their capitals were located, but they were by no means comparable to his current small county town. Not only that, there was also the Pingtian army. Which side did they represent? Why did each player's county town have a Pingtian army outpost camp nearby? But there was one thing Han Yilin could confirm: this world was absolutely not simple, and one could not let their guard down simply because they were ahead in development. Suddenly, Han Yilin recalled a line from the system prompt given to players on the very first day of his transmigration. Opportunities and dangers coexist. In the process of expansion, dangers will accompany many opportunities. Whether you ultimately become the supreme emperor sitting on the throne, or end in city destruction and death, it all stems from your choices. This statement had already made things quite clear. In the process of external expansion, conflicts with local forces were inevitable, whether it was the Pingtian army or other kingdoms. Moreover, there were other players as well, which was definitely a point requiring attention. While his mind was deep in thought outside the city, the cavalry that had just gone out to scout were returning one after another. Upon hearing the hoofbeats, Han Yilin snapped back to the present. His gaze turned toward the east city gate direction, where another team of cavalry was returning. Moreover, after entering the city, they rushed directly toward where he stood, appearing extremely urgent. "My lord." The lead cavalry soldier arrived before Han Yilin immediately dismounted and knelt on one knee. Suspicions: enemy forces have been spotted 20 leagues east of the city. As expected, Han Yilin's expression turned serious. "Give me the details." The cavalry soldier immediately replied, "Under orders to scout eastward, we discovered several scouts of unidentified origin more than 20 leagues from the county town, seemingly surveying our territory. Their armor style bore some resemblance to the soldiers from the previous Pingtian army outpost camp." The Pingtian army. The familiar name made Han Yilin's brow furrow. How is it the Pingtian army again? And now they have actually appeared outside the city, surveying the situation of Jiayin County. Thinking of this, Han Yilin opened the chat channel and scrolled back through it. Other players' discussions were still centered on development, with only a very small portion discussing the Pingtian army and opening trade routes. As for matters regarding the Pingtian army scouts, no one mentioned anything. Of course, this did not mean other players did not have the same situation. It was possible they simply did not have the capability to discover it. Had it not been for his cavalry, it would have been difficult to discover this. It's just, Han Yilin really wanted to know what they were surveying him for. Could it be related to the destruction of the outpost camp? The outpost camp. The trade route threats. Han Yilin always felt that the appearance of the Pingtian army scouts was connected to these matters. If that were really the case, the trouble would be enormous. Even a single outpost camp had 500 troops. If it were the main army, it would absolutely be in the tens of thousands. Han Yilin did not believe that the current Jiayin County had the capability to resist. However, worrying too much now is meaningless. If one had just dealt with the outpost camp only to face catastrophic destruction, then probably few players would survive. Moreover, the intelligence currently in hand is far too scarce. Perhaps. Thinking of this, Han Yilin abruptly slapped his forehead. I should have known to reserve some stone resources and build more watchtowers outside. Among the special buildings, the Eagle Eye Watchtower could provide extensive vision. Unfortunately, during this period, Han Yilin had been constantly exploring externally. The construction speed of watchtowers simply could not keep up with the exploration speed, so except for the one built outside the East Gate at the beginning, none were built afterward. Now facing the pressure from the Pingtian army, building a few more would not hurt. The key issue was, all the stone had been used for road repair. Let's wait until tomorrow. Moreover, the priority now is to resolve the food issue first, otherwise before any external enemy arrives, one would starve to death first. Early the next morning, after securing the stone resources, Han Yilin began constructing watchtowers in different directions outside the city gates. Among them, the farthest one was built more than 10 li away. This approach yielded immediate results. Once the watchtowers were completed, several red dots that had never appeared before emerged on the map. These red dots moved rapidly across the map, sometimes lingering in a certain area, constantly circling around Jiayin County, as seen from the map's perspective. This effect was naturally due to the special properties of the Eagle Eye Watchtower. Under normal circumstances, areas outside the county were shrouded in war fog, showing only a pitch-black scene on the map. When someone ventured into those areas, the war fog would dissipate. At the same time, surrounding resource points would also appear on the map. However, when enemy soldiers entered this region, the map would not display them. In this regard, the advantage of the Eagle Eye Watchtower became evident. It enabled the early detection of enemy troops, leaving them no place to hide within this field of vision. Every move they made would be reflected on the map interface, just as it was now. 7 or 8 red dots. How many scouts are there? What the hell are these people trying to do? Frowning, Han Yilin found Li Ziho. You must already know about the Pingtian army scouts we discovered yesterday, right? Li Ziho nodded, indicating his awareness. What do you think? Can we capture a few for interrogation? I want to know what they're really up to. I can provide exact coordinates on the map. Without hesitation, Li Ziho replied, Rest assured, my lord. I will go capture some scouts immediately. With that, he turned and led a dozen cavalrymen out of the city, galloping toward a red indicated on the map. From the map's perspective, Han Yilin could clearly see that Li Ziho's cavalry, after leaving the city, swiftly split into 2 groups, executing a pincer movement to encircle a red dot. That red darted left and right, but no matter which direction it fled, the cavalry intercepted it in advance. Moments later, the red dot stopped moving, and a corresponding battle report arrived. Li Ziho captured an enemy scout 1. Not bad. Got him just like that. Before Han Yilin could celebrate, he saw that Li Ziho did not stop, but instead charged toward a second red dot. Moreover, with the experience from the first capture, the operation was even faster this time. They effortlessly cut off the retreat of the Pingtian army scout and took him prisoner. Watching their swift movements, a smirk curled at the corner of Han Yilin's mouth. See, this is the power of cavalry. To be honest, without these cavalrymen, Jiayin County would have been utterly helpless against the Pingtian army's scouts. After all, they were on horseback, and no one on foot could ever catch up. Within half an hour, Li Ziho captured 3 prisoners and returned to Jiayin County. He dismounted and appeared before Han Yilin. My lord, we captured 3 prisoners, but 2 of them tried to resist and were accidentally injured. Han Yilin asked, Their mouths aren't hurt, are they? Li Ziho paused for a moment before replying, No, they shouldn't be. Good. As long as they're not mute and can talk, it's fine. With that, Han Yilin looked at the scouts with a malicious grin. Let's go. Take them to the prison and ask them why they are here. If they confess, honestly, fine. But if anyone is stubborn, let them experience the full torture package of Jiayin County. Upon hearing this, Li Ziho couldn't help but smile wryly. My lord, we don't even have a torturer in the county. Nobody said you need a torturer to administer torture. Besides, my only requirement is that they confess. I care about the result, not the process. With Han Yilin's approval, the 3 Pingtian army scouts were escorted into the dungeon. But barely 5 seconds after they entered, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within. Ah! The sound was shrill and agonizing. Even without witnessing it, the mere hearing made one's scalp tingle. Damn, is it really that brutal? Despite saying that, curiosity got the better of Han Yilin, and he quickened his pace to go inside and take a look. The prison attached to the security station was not large, containing only a dozen cells. It was dark, damp, and the air carried a faint smell of blood. The dungeon already held many prisoners, mostly from the earlier Pingtian Army outpost camp. By comparison, the 3 newly arrived scouts were treated fairly well. Each received a private cell. Han Yilin walked to the cell door and raised an eyebrow. What happened? Inside, a soldier immediately replied, "My lord, this man started cursing as soon as he entered. He threatened us with the Pingtian army, saying they would spare no one, and even hurled vicious insults at you." Insulting me? Hearing that, Han Yilin's displeasure flared. He immediately snapped, "Are you a saint? Or did you not eat enough? Can't you hit harder? How dare you let him still speak? Beat him thoroughly." Upon hearing this, the soldier's spirits lifted. "Yes, sir." The scout on the ground had just lifted his head, about to say something, when the sound of a whip lashing echoed through the cell once more. Someone else kept sprinkling salt on his wounds, making his screams even more piercing. In contrast, the other 2 scouts were much more docile. One of them spilled everything like beans pouring from a sack before even being questioned. The other was not much better. At first he seemed quite tough, but after witnessing his comrades' plight, his resolve instantly crumbled, and he chose to be sensible. "We are mere scouts. The 2 forward outposts lost contact, so our superiors sent us out to investigate." 2 forward outposts. Upon hearing this, Han Yilin understood. It was just as he had thought, no different from his expectations. "So far I have encountered 2 outpost camps of the Pingtian army, one right at my doorstep and another near Nuzhen County. Now, precisely because these 2 outpost camps were annihilated, it has drawn the Pingtian army scouts to investigate." "So you've been scouting around here these past few days?" Han Yilin asked. The scout quickly nodded. "Yes. If the news is sent back, what will happen? Will the higher-ups dispatch troops?" They will." Upon hearing this, Han Yilin's heart sank. "How many troops? How long until they arrive?" Faced with Han Yilin's relentless interrogation, the scout's voice trembled this time. I don't know. I'm just a scout who I don't know how many they'll dispatch. As for the distance from the Vanguard camp to here, it takes about 2 or 3 days. Vanguard camp? Han Yilin immediately seized on that term. What Vanguard camp? How many men are in it? Probably 3,000 to 5,000. I truly don't know the exact number. We scouts are only responsible for reconnaissance, and messaging a troop deployments are decided by the generals above. Hearing the scout's description, Han Yilin's expression became extremely grave. Before this, he had thought the Pingtian army's outpost camps were just ordinary explorable areas. Once taken, they would yield resources and treasure chests as rewards. But he never expected. This was a damn hornet's nest. After attacking, there were still consequences. This is so damn disgusting. If it's only 3,000 with Cheng Murou here, and we can use the city walls for defense, it's not impossible to fight. But with such a large force, casualties will be inevitable unless we can completely rout them. And there must be plenty of good loot in the camp. The previous outpost camps were already purple difficulty. A Vanguard camp of several thousand must be at least gold. If I watch an ad, it would be red. Of course, Han Yilin also knew that at this stage such thoughts were a bit unrealistic. Whether we can even hold out is debatable. Counterattack? Just a fantasy. But regardless, we must fortify our defenses. Without delay, Han Yilin found Li Ziho. From now on, expand the cavalry's reconnaissance range. Report immediately if any Pingtian army presence is sighted. Understood. Li Ziho nodded, evidently aware of the gravity of the situation. After he left to carry out the order, Han Yilin walked out of the security office while opening the building list. Among the options, he found the Arrow Tower. This came from a blue design blueprint which he had obtained some time ago. However, Han Yilin had never built it. Not because of a lack of resources, but because Yilin County didn't even have city walls before, and with a 30-day protection period, he didn't foresee any external threats. Moreover, there was a backlog of other buildings waiting to be constructed, so it naturally got pushed to the back. Now things were different. Yilin County was about to face the Pingtian army's revenge, so defensive structures must be set up as soon as possible. The materials needed for construction were not many, but according to the description, after completion, archers would need to be stationed for it to be effective, and that was another problem Han Yilin faced. Previously, after upgrading the city lord's mansion, the new arrow-making workshop was unlocked, but it could only produce arrows, not crossbows or bows. So Han Yilin had set it aside. Even now, Yilin County had no archers, bows, and arrows. I can't make them, but I can buy them with money. However, the problem is the pressure on food supplies. Do I have to expand the army and train archers? The better you develop, the more problems you face. Under immense pressure, Han Yilin grew somewhat agitated. The same goes for resource management and simulation building games. In such games, at the start there are few buildings to construct, no external enemies, and a small population. But as the faction grows and the population increases, the troubles to solve also multiply. In the whole process, once a problem arises, the finances collapse. Now Han Yilin felt that he was facing exactly such a problem. The pace of development was too fast, especially with the formation of cavalry, which caused food resources to be strained. On top of that, there was the external threat of the Pingtian army. Damn it, forget it. I must recruit archers, otherwise I can't even defend the city. As for the food problem, there's always a way. At worst, I'll keep raiding outside, and I won't even return to the county at night. The more I clear these one-time dungeons, the less other players can clear. Take the path of others, leaving them no way to go. At this moment, Han Yilin became ruthless. Now, not only was he facing a food shortage, but all explorable areas within 20 li of Jiayin County had already been cleared. To continue acquiring resources this way, he would have to travel 20 li out. Adding the round-trip time, he would waste a lot of time every day on the road, and it was also exhausting. Now Han Yilin decided to just camp in the wild. He would go out plunder wherever he went and not care about anything else. With a 700-man army, how could they be wiped out in the wilderness? Once he harvested enough resources, he could start recruiting and training archers. Issue the order, all troops assemble. With a command, the 700-man force quickly gathered at the city gate. At the same time, Han Yilin summoned Li Ziho and Cheng Murou. Let's move out. This expedition may require staying overnight in the wild. Try to plunder as many resources as possible. As for the Pingtian army, they need time to arrive. In the meantime, we must solve the food problem. After hearing the orders, Li Ziho asked, "My lord, what about the reconnaissance?" Han Yilin said helplessly, "Set it aside for now. There are priorities. Besides, with the watchtower, I'll be alerted if any enemy approaches." Before this, whenever Yilin cleared any explorable area on the map, regardless of its difficulty, he would always return to the county town to rest and regroup. Even if there were minimal combat losses, he would always make it back before dusk. But now things were different. On the map, the contrast was stark. Beyond the central Jiayin County, there were only resource zones remaining. All the explorable areas resembling dungeons had already been thoroughly visited by Yilin. Now that they were too far from home, Yilin decided he wouldn't be returning. At the very least, he needed to resolve the resource crisis before the Pingtian army's follow-up threats arrived. At that moment, leading his troops out of the county town, Yilin scanned the map. Nanzuan County lies 20 li to the north. I can set that aside for now. The east is the direction of the Pingtian army's vanguard camp, so let's start from the west instead. Having determined their direction, he led the force forward. This time, Yilin could no longer afford to be picky about fourth-tier zones. The county town had ample manpower, and there was a fourth-tier grain field along their route. He would take it while passing by. As for third-tier or sixth-tier zones, he still disdainfully dismissed the former, while worrying that the latter might result in heavy combat losses. In this manner, covering a distance of 20 li, they fought through 7 fourth-tier zones in total. When the army arrived here, they had reached the edge of the map's revealed area. Beyond lay territory, shrouded in the war fog. However, Yilin had little to worry about. With an army of 700 soldiers, Cheng Murou personally guarding him, and Li Ziho leading a portion of the cavalry to patrol the surroundings, the situation was well secured. These measures were sufficient to eliminate any possibility of surprises. Not long after moving forward, suddenly a scout reported that an explorable area had been discovered ahead, and its specific coordinates appeared on the map. Normal difficulty, huh? What's there to discuss? Take it. This area was a normal, blue difficulty dense forest with few defenders. Only a few dozen mountain bandits and outlaws. For Jiayin County, now an enemy of this scale was a guaranteed, easy victory. Sometimes the two sides hadn't even engaged in battle, and upon seeing the formidable appearance of the Jiayin County army, the defenders had already begun to flee. In comparison, the gap between normal and hard difficulty was quite substantial. The fighting was on an entirely different level altogether. Obtained short sword X1 white, obtained shintai sword X1 green, obtained grain X1 15, obtained timber X107, obtained iron or X12. Watching advertisement. Opening treasure chest. You obtained grain X3000, you obtained timber X2000, you obtained iron or X2000, you obtained stone X2000, you obtained copper coins X40,000, you obtained weapon Fangtian Huaji X1 purple. In just a brief moment, after clearing the garrison, looting, and opening the treasure chest, a long series of operations yielded considerable resources. Yet the numbers that once thrilled Yilin now seemed utterly mundane. Couldn't they have given more grain? And as for the weapon, glancing at its stats, it was decent enough. But since this item couldn't be mass-produced, Yilin pondered for a moment. This type of long-handled weapon was clearly suited for mounted combat. He simply handed it over to Li Ziho. Ding. Li Ziho loyalty 20. Wow, that's quite a bump. Thank you, my lord. Enough with the formalities. Hurry and check if there are any other explorable areas nearby. Yes, sir. Receiving the order, Li Ziho set out again, leading the cavalry to patrol the surroundings while scouting for suitable resource points. Fortunately, their luck held. They successively discovered several more explorable areas and even found quite a few fifth-tier grain fields. This discovery filled Haney Yilin with great delight. By evening when the sun set, they had in total since departure claimed 9 fourth-tier zones, 6 fifth-tier zones, and cleared through numerous explorable areas. All in all, the harvest was quite satisfying. Combined with all the scattered gains, not only was today's grain consumption made up, but the daily production deficit was also significantly reduced. At that moment, inside a makeshift tent, Haney Yilin rested his head on Cheng Murou's arm, gazing at the resource panel and constantly calculating. At this rate, it'll take only 4 or 5 days to bring grain production back into positive numbers. However, such high-intensity sweeping operations inevitably lead to casualties. That is, wait. As he was lost in thought, Haney Yilin glanced at the map, and what he saw surprised him. Another resource zone with a different coloration had appeared, similar to the one where Lu Rushue's resource zone was located. On the southwestern edge of the map, near the boundary of the war fog, there was a resource zone, and it belonged to someone. Wasteland Rice Field LV. For type grain resource zone owner Shaxian, current status occupied, notice currently under protection, unable to launch attacks. Protection countdown 14 days 2 hours. Haney Yilin narrowed his eyes at the panel, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upward. Well then, another player's territory. Judging by this, the county magistrate of this county must quite enjoy Shaxian cuisine. While making the discovery, Haney Yilin didn't forget to open the chat channel and locate Shaxian from the region list. Faction value, 2722. This level of development had already surpassed the average, placing this player among the well-developed among ordinary players. Basically, they had likely built a barracks, giving them the strength to tackle fourth-tier zones. However, Haney Yilin thought of something different. That Shaxian's location was within 20+ li west of Jiayin County. Coincidentally, Nanzuan County lay approximately 20 li north of Jiayin County. The distances were similar, and Haney Yilin didn't believe this was mere coincidence. Interesting. If I look at it this way, the spacing between each player's county town should be around 20 li. There might be some variation, but they certainly won't be too far apart. In other words, there should be other players 20 li to the east and south of Jiayin County. Of course, there may also be other native factions. There is more to come, but it may have to wait until midnight. The time difference is a bit hard to adjust, so I probably need to wait until after the World Cup ends. Time passed. In the dead of night, drowsiness crept over him, and Han Yilin, with Cheng Murou in his arms, soon fell into a deep sleep. This was also the first time he had spent the night in the wild since his transmigration. Fortunately, the warmth in his arms gave him a considerable sense of security, so the quality of his sleep was fairly good. But the next morning, Han Yilin, still somewhat exhausted from the night before, was awakened by a burst of hurried footsteps before he could even get up. My lord, something has happened. Han Yilin frowned and woke from his slumber. What's going on? His voice was clearly impatient. Even so, Han Yilin knew that being disturbed this early must mean something important. He quickly got up, dressed, and walked out of the tent. Outside, a light cavalry scout knelt on one knee. My lord, a merchant caravan has been spotted ahead. At the word caravan, Han Yilin's drowsiness instantly dissipated. A caravan? He asked instinctively, are they coming to visit Jiayin County? The scout shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. Their route isn't heading toward Jiayin County. Rather, they are traveling from the northwest to the southeast, seemingly intending to bypass this stretch of abandoned county territory. Hearing this, Han Yilin was displeased. Not coming to Jiayin County. Then where are they going? Changing his approach, Han Yilin asked again, are they fat? The scout understood at once without further explanation. Very fat. When I looked from a distance, there were at least several dozen wagons with 200 or 300 guards around them. A merchant caravan with dozens of wagons. That was unmistakably a fat sheep. For a moment, a crafty thought stirred in Han Yilin's heart. In these war-torn times, robbing a merchant caravan didn't seem too excessive. Besides, the people of Jiayin County were living in dire straits, on the verge of running out of food. Now that such a fat caravan was passing through, if he didn't go take care of it, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep for days. As for the guards, a joke. Did they really think he had brought his army out on a sightseeing trip? What's more, with Cheng Murou here, a combat power of 100 capable of uprooting a willow tree with her bare hands. Just ask them if they're afraid. Sweetheart, stop sleeping. Get up now. We've got a big deal. Returning to the tent, Han Yilin's lips curled upward. Across from him, Cheng Murou had clearly heard the previous conversation, and her expression was a little odd. My lord, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to do this? Han Yilin immediately put on a stern face and said with the utmost seriousness, what's wrong with it? I just wanted to confirm whether they're safe trading in the wilderness. What if they run into bandits? As the most powerful force in the area, Jiayin County naturally has to maintain local law and order. At that point, he could no longer keep his serious expression from cracking. Of course. And if their cargo is too heavy to transport conveniently, it's only reasonable for me to help them share some of the burden. After he had gone that far, Cheng Murou's face filled with helplessness. Soon Han Yilin summoned Li Ziho, explained his plan, and the entire force immediately set out. The target was not far away. An hour later, based on the scout's intelligence, Han Yilin was already lying in ambush ahead of the caravan's route, with hidden troops on both sides of the road waiting for them to walk into the encirclement. As they waited, a long, slow-moving procession finally appeared at the end of the road in the distance. The first thing that came into view was naturally the guards clearing the way, followed by wagon after wagon. Wheels ground over the dirt. The wagons were covered with thick oilcloth and bound tightly with ropes, obviously carrying no light load. The sight made Han Yilin's mouth water, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Just as I thought. You have to know how to rob. Relying on the output of resource plots brings in only a few lousy coppers. Nothing is faster than robbery. While he was staring with golden gleams in his eyes, suddenly from the bend in the road ahead, a heaven-shaking roar of battle cries exploded. Kill! Brothers, charge! Don't let a single one escape. From the woods, a gang of bandits in ragged clothes charged out. There were quite a few of them, at least 500 to 600. Their weapons were a motley mix, but such a number of attackers still made the caravan guards' faces change dramatically. Enemy attack. Protect the wagons. Protect the young lady. The caravan, which had been advancing steadily, instantly fell into chaos. Horses shied and neighed, drivers hurriedly pulled at the reins, and the guards swiftly drew their blades and formed ranks, shielding the wagons in the middle. Credit where it's due, the caravan guards reacted quickly. Facing the sudden attack, they didn't immediately collapse. Instead, they organized themselves in an orderly circle and used the wagons to form a defensive line holding off the bandits' siege. Yet the sight made Han Yilin's smile freeze. Damn it! Someone dares to snatch the fat sheep I've got my eye on. The scene made it all too clear that this gang of bandits had also taken a fancy to the same fat sheep. Such line jumping instantly kindled a surge of anger in Han Yilin. Don't these people know what first come first served means? I've been squatting here for half the day, and you just come up to steal the kill. Li Ziho asked in a low voice at his side. My lord, should we move? Han Yilin immediately shot him a glare. Obviously, they dare to snatch the fat sheep I'm interested in. With that, he abruptly rose and drew the long blade from his waist. All troops hear my command. Cavalry seal off the road, front and rear. Infantry attack from the front. After giving the order, Han Yilin looked at Cheng Murou. Murou, the front will depend on you. Though she was most reluctant with things having come this far, Cheng Murou found it hard to refuse. Moreover, the situation had suddenly changed, and taking action now could be considered helping. By this time, the cavalry had already set off. 200 riders split into two groups, quickly sealing off the battlefield from front and back. Cheng Murou then led the infantry in a frontal assault. The sudden turn of events caught the bandits completely unprepared. Their already disorderly formation was instantly ripped open with a gap. Especially at the very front of the formation, Cheng Murou once again swung her tree trunk like a human meat grinder. In just a few sweeps, she cleared a vast open space on the battlefield. On the other side, Li Ziho likewise led the charge, brandishing his halberd. Every sweeping blow claimed the lives of several bandits. The enormous disparity in combat power between the two sides was displayed to the fullest at this moment. What's more, the soldiers completely crushed the bandits in both attributes and weapons and equipment. Like an autumn wind sweeping away dead leaves, the bandit force was quickly cut to pieces. Run, run. Help. I surrender. Sir, I surrender. Please don't kill me. I was forced into this. With their formation smashed, the remaining bandits either fled or surrendered. In no more than a quarter of an hour, a bandit force of 500 to 600 had been wiped clean. Such terrifying combat power left the caravan guards at a loss. Originally, when they ran into the bandits, they had expected a fierce battle. Who could have imagined that an army would suddenly appear and chop up the bandits like melons and vegetables? The entire process was so fast they didn't even have time to react. At this point, seeing the battle over, Han Yilin hurried to the front. Li Ziho immediately stepped forward and asked, My lord, the bandits have been dealt with. How should we handle this merchant caravan? How was he to settle this? Truth be told, at this moment Han Yilin found himself in a genuine quandary. If it came down to simply seizing the goods by force, well, that was hardly out of the question. One glance at this long train of wagons, whatever they happened to carry, was enough to tell him that robbing them would surely turn a handsome profit. The only thing was, having stepped in to help midway, whatever his intentions, he had in some sense saved these people. To pillage them now seemed rather unseemly. But if he did not seize them, Han Yilin found the sight of those ponderously laden wagons one after another an affliction that crept through his entire frame. Was it to be courtesy before force, or force before courtesy? As he hesitated at that very moment, from the center of the convoy, the curtain of a plainly extraordinary carriage was slowly drawn open from within. In comparison to the freight-hauling wagons, this carriage was visibly far more refined. Presently, a young maiden was seen stepping out from inside it. The girl was around 20 years of age, garbed in a light-colored gown, her brows and eyes delicate and fair, her bearing soft and graceful. She approached Han Yilin and made a courteous bow. This humble woman is Zhun Bailu of the Zhun Chamber of Zhongshan. Many thanks to your excellency for the life-saving grace. Zhongshan, the Zhun family. Upon hearing her identity, Han Yilin's first thought leapt to the famously honored Empress Wen Zhao of the Zhun clan in history, especially when combined with her appearance. Swift as a startled swan, graceful as a roaming dragon, radiant as the autumn chrysanthemum, luxuriant as the spring pine. She treads the ways with tiny steps, her gauze stockings stirring dust. Ere a word is uttered, her breath is like the gentle orchid. Her comely form so supple and fair it puts meals out of mind. A passage from the ode to the goddess of the Luo River instantly surfaced in Han Yilin's mind. That in the same instant extinguished any lingering idea of continuing the robbery. Ahem. He cleared his throat, composed his expression, and declared with paramount solemnity, Miss Jun need not be so polite. When bandits run rampant in the wilderness, having chanced upon them, it is only natural that one cannot stand by and ignore it. The words rolled off Han Yilin's tongue with such a towering air of righteousness. Cheng Murou at his side could not help shooting him a look that plainly said, "My lord, that is hardly what you were thinking just now." Han Yilin simply pretended not to have seen it. Across from him, Zhen Bailu bowed once more, her tone earnest. "Had your excellency not acted to save us today, our Zhen caravan would very likely have walked into a dead end. This kindness the Zhen family will hold fast in memory." Han Yilin's eyes could not help sliding toward the wagons behind her. Remembered or not was rather beside the point. The crux of the matter was, what exactly did she intend to offer in repayment? He could not very well let the soldier suffer injury for nothing, could he? Only, these words could hardly be voiced aloud. Han Yilin's face retained the bearing of a righteous gentleman, with not the faintest suggestion that a mere quarter of an hour earlier he had been toying with the notion of playing bandit for a while. All within the bounds of duty, no need for such courtesy. Still, with all these wares before me, I wonder where Miss Zhen is planning to take them. Before her rescuer, Zhen Bailu saw no reason to be secretive. Our party set out from the state of Zhongshan on this trip, intending originally to go on to the state of Qi. Qi has suffered a grave drought this year and grain prices have climbed, so we gathered a quantity of grain to take into Qi for sale. Grain. At this, Han Yilin snapped to full alertness. Do you mean to say that these scores of wagons are loaded entirely with grain? Zhen Bailu nodded. Grain for the most part. There are also a few bolts of cloth, medicinal herbs, and sundry provisions needed for the road. Yet the primary cargo is indeed grain. What a coincidence, if ever there was one. At that, Han Yilin could no longer maintain his mask of composure. Delight and surprise flooded his face. He had been worrying himself sick over the shortage of grain, and here without warning a pillow had landed just as he grew drowsy. Truly, when the wagon reaches the mountain, a way forward is bound to appear. Miss Zhen, how wonderful that it should coincide thus. To be frank, my Jiayin County is desperately short of grain at the moment. If this shipment of yours has not yet had its buyer settled, why not sell it to me first? Zhen Bailu was taken somewhat aback. So your excellency is the county magistrate of Jiayin County. Hm. Han Yilin raised an eyebrow. You know me. I have heard mention of you. There have been rumors along the trade routes of late. Zhen Bailu replied, saying that amid this abandoned stretch of county land, one county seat has reopened its marketplace. Shops have already established themselves within the town, and its public order far surpasses that of the surroundings. I simply never dreamed that the man who saved the Zhen caravan today would prove to be none other than your excellency of Jiayin County. Hearing this, even Han Yilin felt a touch of awkwardness. He truly had not expected that a reputation could travel beyond these lands carried abroad by merchant caravans. As for the market, to tell the truth, though no few shops had moved in over these past days, there had yet to be a single grain dealer. That really was a significant problem. Now though, this seemed like a fine opportunity. With this in mind, Han Yilin spoke up again. Since Miss Zhen knows of Jiayin County, the matter becomes all the simpler. At present, because of military expansion, Jiayin County must consume an immense quantity of grain each day. If you are willing to sell me this batch, the price will be negotiable. Zhen Bailu mulled it over for a while before at last answering, Your Excellency extricated our Zhen caravan from peril. Such kindness this young woman cannot well leave unrequited. Only this shipment of grain touches the chamber's ledgers, and I cannot presume to give all of it away outright. If your excellency is in need of it, the Zhen family is willing to part with this grain at half the market price. Half price. At this concession, Han Yilin felt a surprise blessing. The life-saving favor was admittedly a heavy debt, but one could hardly expect the other party to hand over so enormous a cargo free of charge. Besides, this was after all a merchant chamber, not something Zhen Bailu alone could dictate. To sell at 50% already demonstrated quite considerable sincerity. Good. I will take this entire shipment. Zhen Bailu bowed once more. My thanks, your excellency. Oh. Han Yilin waved his hand. It is I who should be thanking you. Miss Zhen's grain has relieved a truly pressing crisis of mine. And since the Zhen Chamber conducts the grain trade, would you be interested in opening a grain shop in Jiayin County? I could also extend certain preferential treatment regarding the commercial taxes. At such a promise, plainly, even Zhen Bailu was somewhat stirred, yet there were things beyond her own authority. Your excellency's favor is deeply appreciated, this humble woman assures you. But the Zhen Chamber does not belong to me alone. Whether to open a grain shop in Jiayin County will require returning to Zhongshan, reporting the matter to my clan's elders, and then awaiting the family's deliberation before a decision can be made. On hearing this explanation, Han Yilin expressed his understanding. After all, a chamber this size could assuredly not be governed by any single person's whim. Behind it stood an entire clan for support. Even if Zhen Bailu's status was far from low, she could not at a first meeting resolve to open a shop within the domain of an unfamiliar power. Understood. Han Yilin nodded. This is after all no small matter. But Miss Zhen may take the message back that Jiaqian County has already opened its trade routes. Within the town, there is a market and soldiers maintain law and order. If the Zhen family is willing to move in, I can reduce the grain shop's commercial tax by 30%. Zhen Bailu bowed once more. This young woman will definitely carry your excellency's sincerity back to the clan. If the elders consent, the Zhen grain shop will surely come to Jiayin County one day. Very well, then it is agreed. Han Yilin smiled. Shall we conclude the trade for these grains first? Zhen Bailu nodded. Afterward, she had the caravan's manager begin counting the wagons. There were 46 wagons in all. Among them 38 were laden with grain, 4 carried fodder, and the remaining 4 stored medicinal herbs, cloth, sundry road goods, and the Zhen caravan's own luggage. By the system's reckoning, a fully loaded grain wagon could be appraised at 1,200 units of grain, making a grand total of 45,600 units. As for the price, in ordinary times it stood at 6 copper coins per unit. Of course, in drought-afflicted Qi, it would assuredly fetch far more than that, perhaps several times over. Yet Zhen Bailu was plainly selling at the customary peacetime rate. Taking this as the base and having it, the total came to 136,800 copper coins. To trade over 100,000 for 45,000 units of grain could only be described as making an absolute killing. Though for Jiayin County in its present circumstances this could sustain barely 3 days' consumption. But do not forget, this was but one batch. To Han Yilin, what mattered was not so much this very batch of grain as the grain sourcing channels that lay behind the Zhen Chamber. If in the days ahead the Zhen Chamber could set up residence in Jiayin County and open a grain shop, it would without question greatly ease the crisis over food. The transaction completed, both sides entered their farewells. The Zhen family will not forget your excellency's life-saving grace. Today's grain sale is merely a token of gratitude. If someday the Zhen grain shop truly does establish itself in Jiayin County, we would hope your excellency will look after it with kindness. Han Yilin answered with a smile. Easily said, easily said. I dare not guarantee much else, but once you enter Jiayin County's bound, security is absolutely not a problem. Zhen Bailu nodded gently. I have marked your words. With that she remounted the carriage, lifted the curtain, and waved farewell toward Han Yilin. Soon after the convoy set off at a leisurely pace. Han Yilin remained rooted in place, seeing the wagons, off his mind, churning with complex thoughts, lest there be any misunderstanding. It was not because of Zhen Bailu, but because this chance encounter had rather the flavor of a fortuitous adventure quest. On the road he had unexpectedly run into bandits waylaying a convoy which set off a rescue task, and then a connection with a merchant caravan. The Zhen family of Zhongshan. Add the state of Qi and the state of Liang. All at once 3 nations appear, and by estimate none of them too far from Jiayin County. Han Yilin could clearly tell that as his development quickened, what he now came into contact with had already stretched beyond resource sites, mountain robbers, and vagrant bandits, to the true powers of this world. He suspected that before long Jiayin County would brush against these very nations. As these thoughts tumbled through his mind, a strangely vinegary voice suddenly reached his ears. If your excellency cannot bear to part, you might chase after her and press her to stay. Press her to stay? What are you talking about? Han Yilin was a mass of question marks. The very next second, having turned his head, he understood at once. Hold on. What are you getting so vinegary about? Baffled, he stared wide-eyed at her, and the two simply stood there gawking at each other until Han Yilin at last broke. As heaven is my witness, what I was just thinking about really was the shop. What on earth were you filling your head with? However, this explanation plainly did not carry much conviction. Left with no other resort, Han Yilin had to unleash his ultimate technique. My Murou can fight, is easy on the eyes, and can even pull a weeping willow out by its roots. Can Zhen Bailu do that? She cannot. So what is there to compare? There is simply no basis for comparison. Stop being jealous now. Be good and listen to me. In the end, Han Yilin's defense was met with a single cold snort from Cheng Murou. Humph. You and your glib tongue. A reaction such as this left Han Yilin utterly helpless. You have changed. When you first arrived, you were clearly not like this. After he heaved a sigh before Han Yilin could press on, an untimely voice came drifting over from the side. Do not worry, your excellency. Miss Zhen said she would open a shop in Jiayin County afterward, and when that time comes you can press her to stay in proper daylight. This unexpected sarcastic dig made Han Yilin laugh with exasperation. Can you go find somewhere else, to be preferably far away, or better yet go scout some explorable regions for me? As he said this, he gave Li Ziho a kick in irritation. Li Ziho did not dodge her after taking the kick. He suppressed a grin and murmured, in all honesty, if your excellency truly wants to give chase, your subordinate can lead the cavalry. You son of a... Seeing that Han Yilin was about to explode, Li Ziho dared not keep up his cheek ahem. I shall take the men and go scout the surroundings at once. In the morning he swept through several more areas, accumulating roughly 10,000 units of each resource on average. However, as he ventured deeper, more and more resource sites emerged around him. Among them the level 3, and level 4 resource sites all shared one common trait: they were all claimed by others. Mixedwood Forest LV. 3. Typewood resource site. Affiliated faction Sha County. Current status occupied. Hint: currently under protection, cannot be attacked. Protection ends in 14 days and 2 hours. Rocky Slope LV. 4. Typestone resource site. Current status occupied. Hint: currently under protection, cannot be attacked. Protection ends in 14 days and 2 hours. Not only that, but scattered around were many level 5 food sites. Han Yilin's eyes grew covetous at the sight. Judging by the density, that guy's county seat must be nearby. But these level 5 lands, you can't take them yourself, so it's a waste to leave them here. I might as well take them for you. I Han have no other hobbies. I just like helping others. This trip was originally meant to solve the food crisis. Along the way, Han Yilin had already been reduced to seizing level 4 territories. Now seeing a cluster of untouched level 5 lands nearby, how could he not be tempted? It was like the early land reclamation phase in a game like Rate the Land. If you were slow to reclaim, you couldn't blame me for taking the resource sites near your main city. Of course, in games of this type, there are usually some rules to protect new players, like the main 5 key 3 rule in Season 1. Simply put, the 5 tiles around the main city and the 3 tiles around a fortress are off limits to other players. This is meant to protect newcomers. Later the rule evolved into main 3 U key 1. Essentially, it only guaranteed resource sites near the main city. For sites slightly farther away, everything had to make way for the big shots to ensure their development. But these cumbersome rules don't exist in this nationwide game. Even if you occupied all the resource sites around a player, where could they go to complain? Without any hesitation, Han Yilin selected 5 resource sites on the expedition interface and asked Cheng Murou to handle them first. Then, as he discovered more and more resource sites, he ordered Li Ziho to lead the troops directly. It was still morning, and they had just rested a full night. Their stamina bars were practically full. For the next, while the system notifications kept dinging incessantly with battle reports coming one after another, there was no helping it. The level 5 sites in the vicinity were simply too numerous. By noon, Han Yilin had occupied 11 level 5 food sites and swept through 3 explorable areas of normal blue difficulty. The harvest was abundant. As for why he didn't continue, it was because their stamina bars were depleted. Pushing further would only result in unnecessary casualties, and the soldiers couldn't exert their full combat power. Regardless, the objective of this trip was essentially achieved. Wood 70617 3000 day 11. Stone 52337 4500 day 15. Iron 59671 900 day 17. Food 110537 minus 9241 day. Resource sites level 574 a level 47. Now looking at the resource list, Han Yilin felt refreshed and relieved, no longer under the previous pressure. Although the food production was still negative, decreasing by over 9,000 units daily, the current reserves could sustain consumption for at least 11 days, greatly alleviating Han Yilin's stress. However, what Han Yilin didn't know was that while he was enjoying his bounty and beginning his return journey, not far behind him in Sha County, the magistrate, who had just woken from sleep and was still planning his future development route, was utterly stunned when he saw the map. The magistrate of Sha County was named Huiyin. When naming his county, he hadn't put much thought into it. Most names were already taken, and in a moment of whimsy, he thought of the real-world Sha County snacks. Thus the name Sha County was settled. As for Huiyin himself, he was an ordinary office worker in real life. He was somewhat overweight, introverted, yet with a hint of hidden eccentricity. In truth, quite lecherous. Single for over 20 years, a lifelong solo, his greatest hobbies were playing games, reading web novels, watching short videos, and ogling beautiful women. A typical recluse. Fortunately, he was lucky. Since the nationwide game began, he had recruited 2 special talents over the many days. One was a green quality general with a military power of only 37, still decent combat capability compared to ordinary people. Thanks to this general, Huiyin had a decent start in the early stages. The other was a woman of the night he had recruited just a few days ago, skilled in singing and playing instruments, blue quality. Although her charm value was only 59, which might not be outstanding among true beauties compared to the gaunt and sallow refugees, she was absolutely stunning. Huiyin, single for over 20 years, couldn't resist, even for a day. Naturally, he took her into his harem. From that night on, he began a life of nightly revelry. Having little self-discipline anyway, he indulged even more these past 2 days. Today, he didn't wake until the sun was high in the sky, well past noon. Climbing out of bed, a sharp pain in his lower back instantly sobered him up. Ouch. Damn. My old back. Holding his back, he slowly got off the bed and hobbled to the bathroom, but his face still wore an irrepressible smile of satisfaction. After all, this kind of hedonistic life was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Now, though he faced daily challenges of resources, refugees, and rebel attacks, at least he no longer slept alone at night. Such a life made Huiyin a little lightheaded, especially since Sha County had been developing fairly well lately. With a power value of over 2700, it couldn't compare to Zhatian County, but among ordinary players, it was considered decent development. At this stage the barracks had already been built, and with 300 militiamen level 5 lands were still out of reach, but level 4 lands were no problem. Now after using the bathroom and washing his face, Yilin was about to follow his daily plan of recruiting refugees and then sending soldiers to attack resource sites. In his mind, he was already calculating when he should start attacking level 5 lands. This idea had persisted for several days, but the scale of the defending forces on level 5 lands was daunting, and he worried that the casualties would outweigh the gains, so he had never attempted it. He planned to develop for a few more days, waiting until his troops were larger before trying. For now he would focus on level 4 lands and occasionally check for explorable areas to sweep for resources. With this plan in mind, he opened the map. The next second he froze on the spot, his eyes wide and his mind blank. Damn it! Where the hell are my level 5 lands? Who the hell is so shameless as to occupy the level 5 lands right outside my door? Are you insane? Just because you developed fast you think you're something? Son of a Zhatian County. Oh, never mind. What a relief. Though his lips claimed everything was fine, his face wore a mournful expression, as if the sky itself were collapsing. At his doorstep, there were only so many grade 5 resource plots, 20 odd at most. Zhadian County might seem to have seized a great many, but that was the result of conquering everything within a 20-li radius. Yet now east of Sha County, every grade 5 grain plot had changed allegiance overnight. And this wasn't merely a matter of lost resources. It meant that the enemy's army was already on his doorstep. Yilin had no doubt that if not for the newcomer protection period, the armies of Zhadian County would already have stormed the city. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. What nonsense was this? He had been developing just fine, only to wake up and find that the game's most powerful player had already reached his doorstep. Now Yilin finally understood why Zhadian County's influence was so high. How is anyone supposed to develop like this? Yilin roared inwardly, yet he dared not say a single word of it aloud. He was genuinely afraid that the magistrate of Zhadian County was a petty man. If he accidentally offended him once the protection period ended, a direct attack would leave him with no one to cry to. But even without provoking anyone, there was now a clear problem before him. What was he supposed to do? His coordinates were obviously exposed. Was he really supposed to just sit and wait for death? Yet the newcomer protection period had less than half a month left. Could he really entrust his own safety to the other's mercy? His good days had only just begun, and Yilin had no intention of dying now. If worst comes to worst, maybe. Suddenly an idea surfaced in his mind. Is there any chance the big shot needs a sidekick? If you can't beat them, join them. If it comes down to it, just pledge loyalty and call him father. And this isn't flattery or sycophancy. This is early investment. If the big shot makes it big someday, won't I rise right along with him? And besides, at that thought his mind involuntarily recalled how many days earlier Yilin had also posted in the chat channel a scene of himself surrounded by beauties. Clearly the other party was just as much a man of passion as he was. I can definitely build a connection through that angle. Once the big brother has a harem of 3,000, I can at least get a taste of the broth. As for how to build that connection, Yilin believed he had a way. With that in mind, he decided to take the initiative. In the regional channel, he found Zhadian County and sent a friend request. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yilin was on his way back. The grain crisis had basically been resolved for now, and the next step was figuring out how to deal with the Pingtian army's advance. Just as Yilin was mulling it over, a notification suddenly popped up. Friend request. Sha County. Did he find out his resource plots were taken and come looking for an explanation? Without the slightest guilt, Yilin accepted on the spot, curious to see what the other party had to say. Yet the moment the friend request went through, the man's very first sentence left Yilin utterly baffled. Yilin has drifted through half a lifetime only to regret never meeting a worthy lord. If you, sir, would not reject me, Yilin humbly wishes to take you as his adoptive father. Yilin, what the hell? I just took a few of your grade 5 plots and you're trying to get me killed? You immediately pledge yourself as my son. What are you trying to channel, Lu Bu? This guy is really afraid of not being able to beat me. On the other end, seeing the 3 question marks, Yilin promptly followed up, big shot, do you need a sidekick? I don't mean anything by it. I just want to hold on to your coattails. I truly have drifted through half my life. A few grade 5 plots. Take them whenever you want. All the grade 6, 7, 8, and 9 resource plots around here are yours. If you're worried about casualties, I can send my soldiers ahead to clear the path for you. Big shot, please, I really am begging you to take me in. Yilin was genuinely impressed this time. Originally, when he saw Yilin's friend request, he thought the man would come challenging him, aggressively demanding to know why he had struck at resources right on his doorstep. But instead he immediately pledged fealty and called him father. Could this guy have no shame at all? After a long silence, Yilin replied with a single word, scram. Yilin, big shot, don't be like that. You know how hard it is for an ordinary guy like me to survive in this game. and I have an adventure quest here. If you'll protect me, I can transfer it to you. Han Yilin had been about to block him, but the words adventure quest gave him pause. After thinking it over, he decided to keep replying. What quest? Hua Yan, a quest about the fallen empress of a ruined nation. The difficulty is pretty high. I only managed to finish the first stage, and I can't do the rest. Han Yilin, what about the reward? It's not some trash quest, is it? Hua Yan, no way, that can't be. I don't know the reward either since I only finished the first stage. But the quest text is red and the difficulty is hell tier. In my hands, this quest would just go to waste. Only someone like you, my adoptive father, deserves a quest like this. Han Yilin skipped over the blatant flattery entirely. In comparison, a hell tier red adventure quest did hold genuine appeal. As for the adoptive father part, well, who wouldn't want a good-for-nothing son they could boss around at will? Just like in a boys' dormitory. Who doesn't want to be everyone else's dad? Back in the day at an internet cafe, he had once played a ranked match with his roommate. On the verge of a pentakill facing the final kill, Han Yilin, wielding Syndra, casually said, "If you want the pentakill, call me daddy." Without a moment's hesitation, his loyal son shouted daddy, with all the strength he could muster, so loud the whole cafe heard it. All for a pentakill. As for now, landing a hell tier quest didn't seem like a bad deal either. Han Yilin replied, "Alright, how do I transfer the quest?" Seeing the acceptance, Hua Yan's suspended heart finally settled. Nice. With a big tree to lean on, I won't have to rack my brain over development every single day. As for the quest, Hua Yan didn't hide anything either. He typed in the chat box, "The transfer requires a token. Adoptive father, where are you now? I'll deliver it to you. Head east from the city gate. I'm already on my way back, so we should run into each other." Got it. Upon receiving the message, Hua Yan pulled on his clothes in frantic haste and hurried toward the city gate. On the way, seeing this, the green-tier military officer immediately chased after him. "My lord, where are you headed?" "East." Without slowing his pace, Hua Yan said, "I'm going to meet someone. Quick, bring a dozen or so men and follow me. Good days are coming soon, and I don't want anything going wrong on the way." Before long, the group left through the east gate. Meanwhile, Han Yilin led his troops in turning back, and within less than an hour the two sides met on the road. Looking at the fully armed soldiers before him along with 200 cavalrymen waiting in battle array, Hua Yan swallowed hard. Good heavens. Everyone had started on the same day, and how could one side develop this much faster? Before this, everyone else could only see Jiayin County's power value, but no one knew how developed it actually was. But now, seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that Jiayin County's development was far more frightening than he had guessed. His 300 militiamen were nothing but a motley rabble before such a force. Ha. See, clinging to a big shot is definitely the way to go. After the brief shock, Hua Yan hastily composed his expression and hurried forward. "Godfather." His booming voice rang out. The soldiers in the opposite formation stopped, each with a strange expression, and Han Yilin's mouth twitched. He had never expected that this guy who called him Godfather in private would still call it out so openly in front of so many people. Other people would only say it on the sly. "Godfather, there were too many people outside just now, so I'll kneel to you here." But when it came to this fat man, Han Yilin had no doubt that he would kneel directly in front of everyone. "Godfather, your son Hua Yan has finally met you." Han Yilin was thoroughly exasperated. "Can you act normal? Where's the token?" "Here it is." He presented it with both hands. It was a dark red jade pendant. On the front was carved a phoenix with wings spread about to take flight, and on the back was inscribed an archaic Jing character. As he handed it over, Hua Yan also explained, "Godfather, this was the reward I obtained after completing the Phase 1 quest. A few days ago, while sweeping through an explorable area, I met a woman who had fled from disaster, and then I received this quest. Anyway, it has something to do with the rebel army and the empress of a fallen kingdom. I don't know the specifics, but the quest difficulty is quite high. It would be a waste in my hands, so it's better to let you, Godfather, claim the reward." As he listened to the explanation, he reached out and took it. The moment it entered Han Yilin's hand, a system notification sounded. Special quest token detected: the Jing Emperor's Jade Talisman. This token is connected to the adventure quest Embers of the Fallen Kingdom. The current quest holder, Hua Yan, has voluntarily relinquished all rights to the follow-up quest. Do you wish to accept the quest? Accept. Han Yilin did not hesitate. The adventure quest has been transferred. Phase 2 Embers of the Fallen Kingdom. Quest difficulty hell. Quest background: the main force of the Pingtian army has already breached the capital of the Jing Kingdom, and the kingdom has fallen. The Empress of the Fallen Kingdom, escorted by a handful of personal guards and former ministers, fled the capital and is currently being pursued by the Pingtian army. Choice 1 Embers of the Fallen Kingdom. Help the Empress of the Fallen Kingdom evade the Pingtian army's pursuit and escort her to a safe place. Choice 2 Eradicate the root. Assist the Pingtian army in finding the fallen Empress, capture her, and hand her over to them to claim a reward. Hint: after choosing either side, the future plot and the attitudes of the related forces will be affected. A series of prompts appeared. After reading them, Han Yilin frowned slightly. There was a lot of information to take in. From the quest background alone, it was clear that the country they were currently in was the Jing Kingdom. Yet the Jing Kingdom had now already fallen. Its capital had been seized by the Pingtian army. At the same time, it also revealed one thing: the Pingtian army was most likely the rebel army mentioned in the prompt when the nationwide game first began. Of course, whether that was really the case remained to be seen. Moreover, from the choices in the quest, it was obvious that the Jing Kingdom's empress was currently on the run, and his subsequent choice would determine the survival of the Jing Kingdom. In other words, this meant choosing aside the Pingtian army or the empress. But no matter which choice he made, the difficulty would likely be considerable. Interesting. As for difficulty, Han Yilin was not too concerned. After all, something concerning the life and death of a nation was bound to be difficult. By contrast, he was more interested in the background of this world. What kind of world was this one that could accommodate hundreds of millions, even billions of players becoming county magistrates? Were all the players in this region truly located within the Jing Kingdom? Then how vast would the Jing Kingdom have to be to support 10,000 county magistrates? At the very least, in all of history, no dynasty had ever had 10,000 counties. Not to mention that these were all abandoned county towns. If not all of them belonged to the Jing Kingdom, then which country were the other players assigned to? Qi, Liang, Zhongshan. Turning his attention back to the quest, it only said that actions would affect the development of the later plot, but as for where the Empress had fled, not a single word was mentioned. What was more, there were now also some people in his ranks who had been recruited from surrendered Pingtian army troops. However, Han Yilin did not rush to ask. Those matters could wait until they returned. For now, he had quite a few questions he could ask the fat man in front of him. Tell me in full detail about the Phase 1 quest, including the circumstances, the process, and how you obtained it. Every single thing. Hearing the question, Hua Yin did not dare hide anything. After a brief recollection, he began. 4 days ago, I was leading troops to sweep through a ruined village to the southwest. In the middle of the sweep, we found a cellar, and hidden inside, it was a wounded woman. Soon Hua Yin recounted the entire process of the mission in meticulous detail. Through this, Han Yilin also learned that the woman was one of the personal guards of the fallen female emperor, and the token she carried indicated her intention to recruit troops to aid the sovereign. In plain terms, the capital had fallen to the Pingtian army. The female emperor, unwilling to accept the demise of her nation, still sought to rally loyal forces for a counteroffensive. As for the current whereabouts of the fallen female emperor, the woman knew nothing. After entrusting all the information, she ultimately succumbed to her grave wounds. Lowering his gaze to the jade pendant in his hand, Han Yilin pondered, if this is the case, there must be more than one such jade pendant. Other players likely have a chance to receive the same quest. The mission's purpose was limited to two choices. Either align with the Empress's faction to help restore her kingdom, though the difficulty was undoubtedly considerable. The alternative was joining the rebel faction and assisting the Pingtian army in extinguishing any hope of the Empress's restoration. Under normal circumstances, either path offered similar prospects for players, and after all, they had no personal connection to the Empress, let alone any obligation of loyalty. Yet now Han Yilin faced his own reckoning with the Pingtian army's vengeance. What was he to do? Was he meant to simply ask for reconciliation? If only he could locate the Empress first, that might work. But the reality was he had no idea where she was. Han Yilin doubted he'd find her before the Pingtian army arrived anyway. Still, this kind of quest, while time-sensitive, wouldn't resolve quickly. I'll deal with it later. Folding away the jade token, Han Yilin showed no urgency and turned his attention to Hua Yin, nodding approvingly. This pledge of allegiance is acceptable. I'll take it. Reach out to me privately whenever you need anything. Hua Yin's face instantly lit up with joy. It worked. Though it was merely a simple promise, it was more than enough for him. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety anymore. If anything came up, he could simply call upon his sworn father. Lost resource territories could be found again, but once the chance to align himself with a powerful ally slipped away, it would never return. Understood. Thank you, honored sworn father, for your kindness. From now on, should my sworn father require anything, just give the word. Han Yilin watched his excessive eagerness with an exasperated twitch. Enough with the sworn father business already. You're making me sound like Dong Zhua. The fat man may lack shame, but he at least knew when to adapt and proved somewhat useful. As long as he remained obedient, Han Yilin had no objection to mentoring him. With that in mind, Han Yilin instructed, I'm running low on grain recently. Keep an eye out for any grade 5 food plots nearby. Hua Yan's expression froze instantly. Damn it, you've already claimed so much. Now you want even more. Though his heart bled inwardly, he quickly nodded outwardly. Of course. It's better that you claim it than someone else. Though he tried hard to conceal it, the subtle shift in his expression could hardly escape Han Yilin's sharp eyes. He understood. The man's reluctance was reasonable given that a single request had cost him every grade 5 plot at his doorstep. Anyone with pride would struggle to accept such a demand. For this, Han Yilin had no intention of taking without giving. Don't worry, I won't let you run around for nothing. What do you need most right now? Initially expecting to be taken advantage of, he was surprised to learn there would be compensation. Hua Yin immediately brightened. Equipment. We're short on gear, sworn father. Weapons weren't the problem. It was armor we desperately need. You have no idea how many men I've lost capturing each resource territory. Without proper protection, those lightly armored infantry we recruited couldn't survive more than a few days. It was killing me to watch them fall. Han Yilin wasn't surprised by their shortage of armor. After all, throughout every dynasty, armor had always been a prohibited item. Private possession equated to treason, making it nearly impossible to acquire through legitimate channels. Even clearing out explorable zones yielded little more than weapons, that armor was exceedingly rare, obtainable at best from bandit leaders. Fortunately for himself, the military supply shop operated by Han Yilin could procure whatever was needed with sufficient funds. Along the journey, they had also captured some supplies. No problem, Han Yilin said casually. I'll arrange for 100 sets to be delivered to you. Upon hearing this, Hua Yan's eyes went wide. Thank you, sworn father. Han Yilin. With an extra adopted son like this, Han Yilin felt a bit drained. Didn't he have any sense of shame performing this display in public? After issuing his orders, Han Yilin didn't linger. Leading his troops, he headed back toward Jiadon County. On the way, he calculated the cost of purchasing armor. White-grade gear would be embarrassing to gift, but green-grade armor, even simple leather, would still cost 3,000 copper coins per set. 100 sets came to 300,000 coins. Fortunately, money wasn't a concern for him now. His treasury still held over 1,000,000 copper coins. Most of this fortune came from selling weapons after defeating the Pingtian army's vanguard camp last time. Over 1,000,000 in sales, though a significant portion went towards settling outstanding payments. Subsequently, recruiting cavalry consumed resources, and yesterday's grain purchase from Zhenbailu was another substantial expenditure. However, throughout the journey, they had cleared numerous explorable areas and looted many treasure chests. Currently, his inventory held a surplus of weapons that could be sold for additional funds. These past few days, the shops within the city had also been generating steady revenue daily. Calculated this way, 300,000 was mere pocket change for Han Yilin now. After all, the cavalry's monthly wages alone totaled 600,000. Enough to cover only half a month's expenses. The 20-plus li journey took the entire afternoon. At dusk, they finally returned to Jiadon County. Keeping his earlier promise, Han Yilin purchased 100 sets of green-grade leather armor and delivered them. Afterward, he began today's recruitment. Still 240 refugees. After reviewing the advertisements, he recruited one purple-grade special talent, luckily a physician this time. After settling affairs, an exhausted Han Yilin returned directly to the governor's mansion and approached the newly completed Huaqing pool, which he had constructed in the rear courtyard. At first, the site had been nothing but ruins. Collapsed walls, overgrown weeds, scattered rubble, and rotting timber everywhere with hardly any stable ground to stand on. Later, when the governor's mansion underwent upgrades, the front courtyard and main hall were restored, and the rear area expanded considerably. The once abandoned open space was cleared, the ruined walls rebuilt, and a new garden added. In ordinary times, Han Yilin rarely visited. However, when constructing the Huaqing pool, he had deliberately chosen this location. Surrounded by walls for privacy and sufficiently secluded, situated directly behind his sleeping quarters, it was an ideal spot for leisure. Before departing 2 days ago, construction was still underway. Now that it was finished, Han Yilin naturally wanted to experience it. Murou, quickly go fetch Xiaoqing. I have important matters to discuss. Cheng Murou blushed. Sir, must important matters be discussed in a pool? Han Yilin replied confidently. Of course. Don't you know about the bathing culture of the Northeast? Is there any place more suitable for discussing important matters than a bathhouse? Cheng Murou. Of course, Han Yilin hadn't forgotten the real issue. Before Xiaoqing arrived, he had also notified Li Ziho, asking him to find people from the Pingtian army and inquire about their history with the Jing kingdom. Additionally, he asked to also inquire among those merchants. These people traveled far and wide, so they were certainly well informed. Not just about the Jing kingdom. After this journey, Han Yilin also wanted to know about the Qi kingdom, the Liang kingdom, the Zhongshan kingdom, and even matters of this whole world. If possible, a world map would be even better. Having received the order, Li Ziho immediately went to carry it out. It was at that moment that Xiaoqing arrived. Seeing the steaming Huaqing pool and Han Yilin beside it, with a mischievous grin, how could she not know what he was thinking? My lord, Xiaoqing called out in a sweet voice, soft and alluring, making Han Yilin's heart tingle. She stepped on the stone path and walked over slowly, step by step. With every step, one more piece of clothing fell to the ground. Outer robe, belt, and light gauze. By the time she reached the edge of the Huaqing pool, the impatient Han Yilin pulled her into the water with one motion, as expected of my Qing. So considerate. Could my lord be a little gentler? Isn't this just because I'm afraid you'll be cold? The water is nice and warm. Rolling her eyes, Xiaoqing let out a light laugh. Her jade-like foot pressed against Han Yilin's chest, and she slipped out of his embrace, swimming away to the other side. Seeing this, how could Han Yilin tolerate it? You dare to run away? He wiped the water droplets from his face and immediately gave chase. Xiaoqing was quite a good swimmer. With a lithe figure, she swam swiftly through the water. Come chase me, my lord. Hey, then you'd better not fall into my hands, or I'll make sure you suffer for it. Han Yilin splashed through the water, chasing after her all the way. As it turned out, every time he was about to catch her, Xiao Qin dodged him with ease. Han Yilin laughed in exasperation. Fine, fine, just you wait. After those harsh words, he turned to the person watching the show on the other side. Murou, help me block her. Xiao Qin's expression changed, and then she saw Cheng Murou swimming toward her. Sister, how can you help this villain? Are you really willing to see your little sister molested by this lecher? Cheng Murou curled her lips slightly. The Lord has given his order. Qin, my sister, you'd better not run. With her path blocked, Xiao Qin had no choice but to turn around. At that moment, the sound of water came from behind. The next instant, Han Yilin had caught up. Hehehe, my little beauty, where do you think you can run this time? No, my lord. Hehehe. Inside the Huaqing pool, the sounds of the three people playing and laughing continued to ring out. Steam rose continuously, and the warm currents surging from the spring kept the entire pool at a comfortable temperature. Mist veiled the water's surface, and the outlines of surrounding flowers, trees, and rockeries loomed faintly through the haze. Amid the rippling water, two graceful figures clung to Han Yilin's side, sometimes surfacing, sometimes concealed by the shimmering hazy light. One was gentle and slender, the other charming and alluring. Surrounded by them, Han Yilin felt the exhaustion from days of traveling and raiding gradually melting away. Of course, one thing had to be mentioned. The water of the Huaqing pool seemed to contain some unknown property. After frolicking in the pool for so long, instead of feeling tired, Han Yilin felt more and more refreshed. The aches and pains accumulated from constant traveling and raiding quickly faded under the warm currents, and even his heavy limbs felt light again. It felt as if some heavenly treasure had been added to the pool. Every breath taken in the water allowed a warm force to seep into his body, continuously soothing his muscles and bones and nourishing his blood and qi. That effect was very noticeable. Hiss. This effect is pretty powerful. Is this the passive effect of the golden building? Thinking this, Han Yilin, now in sage mode, retreated to the edge of the pool, opened the building list, and prepared to draw a branch from the Huaqing pool to create a spring in the barracks as well. In this way, after daily training or battle, soldiers could soak in the pool to recover. However, Han Yilin felt that the pool's scale might be a bit cramped for a few hundred people, so he built 3 springs at once. The location was right behind the barracks. Unlike building main structures, constructing springs required not many materials. The 3 together cost only 900 units of stone, a piece of cake for Han Yilin at the moment. In the end, he confirmed the choice. Then Han Yilin began to consider whether to build one next to the medical clinic to help treat patients. While he was pondering, Xiao Qin swam over from somewhere, appearing beside Han Yilin. My lord, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought. Naturally, she couldn't see the light screen, but Han Yilin didn't hide it. He told her about his plan to create a branch and build a spring at the medical clinic. After hearing this, Xiao Qin mused for a moment and replied, if that's the case, my lord, why not build one on the street? Now Jiayin County has a growing population. The common people labor every day, and the craftsmen are also exhausted. If there were a hot spring bath where people could bathe and rest, it would surely be very popular. As for the difference between men and women, the baths can be separated. One side for men, one side for women. Hearing this, Han Yilin felt a sense of familiarity. What the hell, isn't this just building a bathhouse? Hot springs separated by gender where people can soak. It was just missing massage, spa, drinks, buffet, and other services. Makes sense. You're right. The more Han Yilin thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Even ordinary bathhouses had customers, let alone this special hot spring that could relieve fatigue and soothe muscles and bones. As long as it was built luxuriously. A grand lobby in front, separate baths for men and women inside, plus a few restrooms with drinks, meals, and massage. How could business be bad? Han Yilin's look at Xiao Qin changed. Absolutely perfect. This suggestion is fantastic. Without further ado, he immediately opened the building list. Of course, there was naturally no such option as a bathhouse in the list, but Han Yilin chose to exploit a bug. Specifically on the street, he built 2 springs at a short distance from the 8 Directions restaurant, then asked the laborers to separate the springs with fences. Then in front of the springs, he built another 8 Directions restaurant to serve as the lobby. In essence, he constructed 1 restaurant plus 2 springs, but what purpose the restaurant served? Well, that was nobody's business. After all, it was his own county, no one could interfere. Han Yilin said he had the final say. At that time, the restaurant would serve as the lobby, and after paying, the people could go to the springs in the back to soak in the hot spring. If hungry, the restaurant provided drinks. At night, one could also stay overnight for an extra fee. In essence, it was like a bathhouse, though there were certainly differences in facilities. However, in terms of business, Han Yilin didn't think it would do badly. You know what? It actually works. I'm simply a genius. By the market, on what was currently the most bustling street in Jiayin County, stood the site where Han Yilin had built his bath center. Ever since it was completed, it had indeed drawn many local residents to try it. As for pricing, Han Yilin naturally did not set it too high, 5 copper pieces per visit for residents of the county, while visitors from elsewhere paid 20 copper coins. From what Han Yilin knew, public bathhouses in other cities charged about the same, usually between 5 and 10 won. For a slightly upscale one, the price could reach 20 or 30 won. In fact, the earliest bathhouses in history were the private bathing chambers of nobles. Public bathhouses could be traced back to the northern and southern dynasties, when temples offered bathing facilities to pilgrims. Truly independent, commercially run bathhouses only appeared in the Song dynasty. By the Ming and Qing dynasties, they had become even more standardized, serving not merely as places for daily bathing, but also offering a full range of services: back scrubbing, foot care, shaving, and tea, much like a modern bath center. As for Zhejiang County, although Han Yilin could not directly construct a full bath center, he had found a clever workaround. Sure enough, the effect was quite good. On opening day, the place was packed, and even many out-of-town visitors were willing to pay for the experience. By now it was the 17th day since the game began. Yesterday afternoon, he had recruited a wave of refugees, and another wave today. The population within the county seat had already surpassed 4,000. There were still 3 days until the city lord's mansion could be upgraded to level 3. Moreover, the county was not solely home to its registered residents. With the trade route opened and the bonus of the myriad guest lantern, a large number of out-of-town visitors now came to Zhejiang County every day to sightsee. The arrival of these people also brought the county a handsome stream of extra income. Compared with the opening days when nearly everything in the county lay in ruins awaiting restoration, Zhejiang County had undergone earth-shaking changes. The streets around the market showed it most vividly. On the wide stone-paved roads, pedestrians streamed past without end. Common folk carrying shoulder poles, porters pushing handcarts loaded with goods, and merchants and travelers who had just entered the city speaking with distant regional accents. On both sides of the road, shops had opened for business one after another. The grocery stores displayed oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, while bolts of cloth in every hue hung before the fabric shops. Farther along stood the Bafang restaurant. At every mealtime, a number of carriages lingered at its entrance, and the main hall buzzed with clamorous voices. Smoke from the kitchen drifted over the rooftops into the air, mingling with the scent of wine and cooked food. It could be smelled from a long distance away. Across the street, all kinds of workshops were bustling as well. The mill emitted the steady rumble of grinding stone, hammering echoed from the carpentry shop, and carts loaded with raw materials shuttled in and out of the wine and vinegar workshops. The newly built bath center was no exception. After trying it, many people marveled at the unique hot springs that only Zhejiang County possessed. On the whole, although many empty plots remained and most buildings were concentrated in the southern part of the county, leaving the vast northern lands desolate, this was merely the result of 17 days after the game world had launched. If development continued at this pace, Han Yilin felt that within a month or two at most, the entire county would take on the radiant, bustling appearance of a thriving town. Especially recently, more and more outsiders had been coming. Some came to do business, some to find work, and some simply because they had heard the place was safe and lively. Although these newcomers were not counted in Zhejiang County's official population, they undeniably brought prosperity. Yet beneath that prosperity, Zhejiang County was not without crisis. Yesterday, at Han Yilin's instruction, Li Ziho questioned the soldiers who had once been part of the Pingtian army, the prisoners held in the jail, and the various merchant caravans stationed in the county. In the end, he gathered all the information, compiled it into a booklet, and did not hand it to Han Yilin until this afternoon. After taking it, Han Yilin read through it carefully, and thereby gained a broad understanding of the background and history of the world they were in. The world they inhabited was called the Jiuzhou continent. As for how vast this continent truly was, no one could say. All that was known was that it contained countless prefectures and commanderies, and that numerous nations stood side by side. Many countries were separated by tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. An ordinary person might spend an entire lifetime without ever leaving their own region. Their current location was in the eastern part of Jiuzhou. The better-known states in the vicinity included the states of Qi, Zhongshan, Liangjing, Lai, and Beihai. Between these states, some had opened trade routes with one another, while others were locked in years of constant warfare. There were also those that maintained peace on the surface, but never ceased their covert conflicts behind the scenes. As for the state of Jing, where they lived, it had been founded for more than 270 years. Though not a regional hegemon, its territory had been considerable at its height, and many smaller states had paid tribute and proclaimed themselves vassals. Unfortunately, as time passed, Jing's national strength slowly declined. Although a few rulers of revival appeared along the way, the trend of dynastic rise and fall was not something human effort could halt. In the past 50 years in particular, the two emperors Yu and Yang had been fatuous, incompetent, pleasure-seeking, cruel, and fond of grand construction. To satisfy their own extravagant desires, they continually increased taxes. At court, official posts and noble titles were sold openly, and treacherous flatterers were appointed to power. And so Jing's strength declined with alarming speed. Over the past 10-odd years, natural disasters had struck without cease, causing many border county seats to be abandoned. Our residents fled with their entire households simply to survive. These people left their homes behind. Some became displaced refugees, some turned to banditry. For a time, bandits ran rampant throughout Jing, which only hastened the abandonment of the counties. Against this backdrop, 3 years ago, a man named Hong Xingguang raised the slogan, equalize land, exempt taxes, pacify the realm, and styling himself the heaven-pacifying Grand General, led the disaster victims in revolt. Such was the original origin of the Pingtian army. At first the Jing court did not take it seriously at all. In the eyes of those court ministers, the rebels were nothing but a crowd of muddy-legged peasants who could not even get enough to eat, and a single official army would be enough to wipe them out. But in the end, before the government troops even reached the battlefield, the commanding general first embezzled a large portion of the army's grain. The soldiers lacked clothing and food, their pay was long overdue, and many did not even have decent weapons. The moment the two sides clashed, the government troops were badly routed. The Pingtian army took advantage of the moment to seize a great quantity of provisions and weapons, and its momentum swelled rapidly. In the 3 years that followed, it won one battle after another, capturing counties, breaking commanderies, and absorbing refugees, until finally 7 months ago it brought its troops to the very walls of Jing's capital. Seeing that the situation had turned hopeless, Emperor Yang of Jing had no intention of defending the capital. That very night, he fled with his concubines. In the end, he was captured that same night by the Pingtian army and died amid the chaos of the troops. At the critical moment, Yilin, Emperor Yang's only heir, was pushed onto the throne. This was the fallen nation's current female emperor. After taking power, Yilin managed to hold the capital for half a year with nothing but the city's battered remnants of troops. Only recently had the capital finally fallen to the Pingtian army. These were the facts Li Ziho had learned from the soldiers of the Pingtian army. To Han Yilin, all of this seemed more like the game's background lore. From this background story, Han Yilin also learned that the main forces of the Pingtian army were most likely stationed in the capital of the Jing kingdom. Their attention was likewise focused on the fallen empress. For someone of his stature, they would certainly not pay much heed. In other words, even if they were to launch an attack, the number of troops would not be large. Thinking of this, the pressure in Han Yilin's heart eased slightly. Jiayin County now had 700 professional soldiers, and their weaponry was no inferior to the Pingtian army. They could rely on the city walls for defense, and would subsequently raise an archer unit. Such fortifications, one could only say, presented minimal concerns. However, at the present stage, it was still not secure enough. The crux lay in city defense. It was impossible to manage without archers. Glancing at the resource output, while the grain shortage had not been entirely resolved, there would be no shortage in the near term. With that thought in mind, Han Yilin opened the recruitment interface. Selecting 150 individuals, he tapped recruit. Will this consume 3000 units of grain and 1500 copper coins to recruit 150 militia? Confirm. Would you like to watch an advertisement to double the recruitment count for this session? 1. After the 30-second advertisement concluded, the militia emerged from the barracks. Combined with the existing troops, Jiayin County's forces now totaled 1,000 soldiers. Han Yilin dispatched the militia directly to the training grounds. As for advancement, he felt no urgency, primarily due to a shortage of bows and arrows that would need to be purchased from the weapons and armor shop. Furthermore, post-advancement food consumption would be substantially higher. He could always pursue advancement later when confronting the Pingtian army rather than now. In any case, conserving resources made sense. No one would turn down surplus grain. After making the arrangements, Han Yilin proceeded to the marketplace to locate Zhuang Li, the steward overseeing the weapons and armor shop. Upon seeing Han Yilin approach, Zhuang Li promptly emerged to greet him. Lord Han, what do you require this time? Bows and arrows. Han Yilin stated directly, 300 bows along with a quantity of arrows. Since this was business, Zhuang Li maintained a courteous smile. Certainly, my lord. Will you be seeking green quality items once more? Yes. When can the transaction be completed? Tomorrow. Zhuang Li replied, we do not currently have this quantity in stock. It must be requisitioned from the merchant caravan's reserves, and by tomorrow afternoon at the latest all goods will be delivered to Jiayin County. Very well, make it as swift as possible. Han Yilin added, also provide 10,000 arrows. Calculate the total cost. As before, a 30% deposit was required. With everything settled, Han Yilin finally found a moment of respite. In the early days of the game, his daily routine involved clearing 5 resource zones followed by recruiting displaced civilians. Now as his domain continued to expand, the mounting responsibilities weighed on him. He sometimes wished he could simply delegate and remain detached. After muttering this to himself, he departed the weapons shop. Rather than returning directly to the magistrate's mansion, he wandered along the stone-paved streets near the marketplace. The hour was still early, yet the market had already reached its peak bustle. Shops lined both sides of the thoroughfare, their owners attending to customers while commoners moved about, and women gathered around stalls haggling over prices. Nearby, the public bathhouse, though open for only a single day, was already packed beyond capacity. Compared to this, it seemed as though other players experienced a completely different version of World County Magistrate. On his way back, Han Yilin found himself with leisure time and opened the chat channel. The discussions largely centered on resource development and military affairs. Recruiting soldiers is truly expensive, and the daily grain consumption is simply unbearable. Does anyone have any surplus to sell me? I have some, but how would we conduct the exchange? We can't arrange it in person, can we? Shouldn't every global game have a trading post? Right now there's no way to trade or circulate resources. The trading channel exists, but it's been grayed out the entire time. I have no idea what the unlocking conditions are. Could it require establishing trade routes first? Then we'll just have to wait. The Pingtian army is no easy opponent. Focus on development for now. I managed to capture a level 5 territory, but lost a fifth of my forces in the process. Truly frustrating. It would be better to advance your class before engaging. Militia combat effectiveness is simply inadequate. Advancement costs money, doubles food consumption, and requires military salaries. How many players can realistically sustain professional soldiers at this point? That's certainly true. Building an army is extremely costly. The early pioneering phase had passed. Most players had already constructed barracks and begun raising military forces, encountering the same challenges Han Yilin had faced: money and grain. These were the two fundamental obstacles in raising an army that could not be avoided. At this stage, the only way to address the problem was to expand outward, claiming as many resource territories as possible and clearing exploratory zones. Yet such an approach would inevitably lead to conflicts once players encountered one another. Han Yilin could already envision the battles that would unfold between players once the 30-day protection period expired. Players are separated by 20 li. This means each player has only a 10 li radius for safe expansion, far insufficient to meet the county's development needs. For this, Han Yilin said he understood all too well. A 10 li radius was inadequate, even 20 li would fall short. Just maintaining a cavalry unit was already overwhelming him. Fortunately, his development was far ahead of the rest, allowing him to plunder other players' resources first. It won't be long. The thought of what was to come made Han Yilin smile. Less than 13 days remain until the time comes to show what I'm capable of. Returning to the magistrate's mansion after a tiresome day, Han Yilin made his way directly to the Huaqing pool in the backyard. Yesterday's playful frolic had left him thoroughly satisfied. He sent someone to summon Cheng Murou and Shao Qian, then stripped off his outer garments and leapt into the pool. The warm springs enveloped his body, instantly relieving his exhaustion. Alas, moments of pleasure are always fleeting. Time drags when one awaits relief, yet passes in the blink of an eye when absorbed in diversion. Han Yilin felt as though nothing substantial had occupied him, yet the day had slipped away with a mere blink. And his lower back ached somewhat. This is most peculiar, he muttered. In the prime of youth, how could I be so thoroughly spent? Rising from bed with hands pressed to his waist. By the 18th day, Han Yilin was preparing to recruit displaced persons when an announcement suddenly appeared. This notification he had grown quite familiar with. A merchant caravan was approaching. Without exception, this meant another guild was establishing residence. Yet as Han Yilin arrived at the city gates to greet them, he sensed something amiss. At the city gate, the so-called caravan bore no wagons whatsoever. Furthermore, their guards were pallid, many wrapped in blood-stained bandages. The leading steward appeared thoroughly alarmed. Upon sighting Han Yilin, his expression only relaxed somewhat. What has occurred? Han Yilin inquired, furrowing his brow. The merchant caravan steward replied in alarm. My lord, we beg your salvation. Our caravan originated from the Liang Kingdom and intended to establish trade here in Yilin County. Approximately 10 li from your gates, we were suddenly beset and plundered by the Pingtian army. My men are dead or wounded, and all our merchandise has been seized. There are at least 3,000 of them, and they are now marching directly toward Yilin County. My lord, you would be wise to prepare accordingly. 3,000. Upon hearing the number, all traces of sleepiness vanished from Han Yilin's face. Yesterday, he had been analyzing when the Pingtian army would launch their attack. Yet by the next day, they were already attacking. With time pressing, Han Yilin had the merchant caravan enter the city to rest, and immediately summoned Li Ziho, ordering him to lead the cavalry to scout ahead. Meanwhile, he personally climbed the city walls with his troops. However, gazing eastward, there were still no signs of the Pingtian army. Yet the longer they remained unseen, the heavier the oppressive atmosphere became. Damn it, why are they here so fast? Shouldn't you be hunting for that fallen female emperor instead? Having nothing better to do, they come rolling here. We only raided 2 of your forward camps, not exactly wiped out your entire clans. Must you rush to seek revenge so urgently? Han Yilin grew increasingly furious the more he thought about it. Was he supposed to bear this pressure simply because he'd advanced a bit faster? With a sour heart, he opened the chat channel and posted, I envy those of you developing slowly, living such carefree lives. On the surface it seemed like envy, but anyone could see through the veiled boasting lurking between the lines. Instantly a flurry of question marks flooded the channel. What do you mean you envy slow developers? Are these even human words? It's barely morning and you're already being Versailles. Why? So there's an upside to developing slowly. I wasn't aware of that. Myself, I've never heard of such a thing. Bloody hell, I want to kill him so badly. What the hell does carefree even mean? My entire county is starving to death. Is he running into a new problem now? That's obvious. Anyone who's played resource management games knows the later stages only throw more obstacles at you. True, but that's no excuse to boast about it. Brothers, anyone else thinking of forming a coalition? I really want to chop him to pieces. How to tank a chat channel with a single message. No one understands this better than Han Yilin. But he didn't linger long in the channel mainly because Li Ziho had barely ridden out before returning. What's going on? What intelligence have you gathered? Li Ziho dismounted breathing hard as he reported, Sir, the enemy is less than 10 li away from Jiayan County. The numbers match what the merchant caravan reported, roughly 3,000 with cavalry leading and infantry following close behind. 10 li. After hearing the report, Han Yilin quickly opened the map. Currently within the 20 li radius around Jiayan County, the fog of war had completely lifted, but that didn't mean approaching enemies would automatically appear on it. In other words, only the surrounding resource sites were shown. Fortunately, a watchtower had been built to the east. Once the Pingtian army entered its range, a dense cluster of red dots suddenly appeared on the map. They were packed tightly together and constantly advancing toward Jiayan County. Seeing this, Han Yilin put aside all joking thoughts, and even his breathing grew heavy with concern. After all, he knew very well, if Jiayan County couldn't hold against this challenge, there'd be no point discussing future development. In that moment, his mind raced, searching for a strategy to defeat the enemy. The simplest approach would be to defend the city walls, but the problem was Jiayan County currently had no archers. The militia recruited yesterday hadn't reached the level needed for class advancement yet, and the bows and arrows from the armory still hadn't arrived. Under these circumstances, the defenders couldn't leverage their positional advantage. The arrow towers scattered across the walls would be useless without archers manning them. Perhaps a strategy suddenly surfaced in his mind, from the late Eastern Han period when Chun Gong advised Lu Bu during Cao Cao's campaign against him. Facing Cao Cao's advancing forces, near Xiapi, Chun Gong had proposed that Lu Bu lead his cavalry to camp outside the city while he remained inside to defend. When Cao Cao attacked, Lu Bu would strike from behind to harass them. If Cao Cao turned to fight Lu Bu, the garrison would sally out to support, creating a pincer formation that prevented Cao Cao from committing his full strength against either force. Although Lu Bu never actually adopted this strategy, it had to be said, the approach fit Jiayan County's situation perfectly right now. Defending the walls offered zero margin for error. They lacked archers entirely, making the arrow towers mere decoration. Once the Pingtian army breached the city, it would truly be game over. Han Yilin abruptly turned his head. Li Ziho. At your service, sir. Take all the cavalry in the city and exit through the west gate. Circle around to the Pingtian army's flank and find a concealed position to camp. Upon hearing the order, Li Ziho immediately grasped Han Yilin's intention. You want me to harry the enemy from outside the walls, sir? Exactly. Han Yilin nodded, laying out his plan. Once the Pingtian army begins their assault, you'll harass them from the flank. Your objective isn't to kill as many as possible. It's to keep them from committing their full strength to the siege. Li Ziho clasped his fists in salute. I understand, sir. With that, he turned and descended from the ramparts, rallying the cavalry before galloping toward the west gate. Meanwhile, Han Yilin opened the militia recruitment interface and recruited another 300. Would you like to consume 6000 grain and 3000 copper coins to recruit 300 militia? Confirm. Would you like to watch an ad to double the recruitment count? Watch it. The moment the ad finished, the 300 recruited militia doubled to 600 filing out from the barracks. With that, Jiayan County's total forces reached 1,600, 500 light infantry, 200 light cavalry, and 900 militia. He was doing this to prepare for the hard fighting ahead. His plan was simple: a competition to the top. Among these 900 militia, whoever reached level 10 first and met the requirements would be promoted to archer. The fastest way to level up clearly wasn't through slow drills at the training ground, but through actual combat. Once they engaged the Pingtian army, these militia would gain experience rapidly. Of course, this approach would likely result in heavier casualties, but desperate times called for desperate measures. If the militia weren't placed on the walls, the 500 light infantry would have to bear the entire burden alone. If the veteran soldiers suffered too many losses, Jiayan County would fall just the same. Moreover, once the city was breached, it wouldn't just be these militia who died. The entire civilian population would become prisoners of the Pingtian army. With recruitment complete, Han Yilin deployed all his troops to the walls. He even brought up the 60 hunters, temporarily assigning them as archers. Though they lacked formal military training, these hunters were all skilled marksmen, adequate for city defense. Upon the city walls, figures darted back and forth. Rollers and boulders meant for defense were continuously hauled up the ramparts. Fortunately, these materials required only stone and timber, resources that Jiayan County lacked in no way. On the map, the dense cluster of red markers continued to draw nearer, casting an oppressive stormfront heaviness over Jiayan County. Taking a deep breath, Han Yilin sought to calm his racing heart. It had been some time since he transmigrated into this world. Lately, though, Han Yilin had been leading troops on raids across the region. Facing those mountain bandits and rogue soldiers always felt somewhat like playing a game. After all, every engagement remained firmly under his control. Fight when they were winning, retreat when the tide turned. Even if there were casualties, a few days of rest and fresh recruitment could replenish their ranks swiftly. But this time was different. facing the impending march of the Pingtian army, and confronting real war for the first time. How could his heart remain untroubled? Resting his hands upon the crenellations, his gaze fixed on the horizon while simultaneously tracking the encroaching red clusters on the luminous map screen before him. Just then, a soft voice echoed from behind. My lord appears to be rather tense. Turning around, Han Yilin found Cheng Murou standing there without a sound. He offered a faint smile. Indeed, when we faced the Pingtian army's forward camp before, I felt quite at ease. It felt no different from other explorable zones. But this is different. Facing a full-scale assault from the Pingtian army naturally leaves me somewhat unnerved. As he spoke, warmth spread across his palm. Looking down, he saw Cheng Murou gently clasping his right hand with both of hers. Her soft voice carried an inexplicable sense of reassurance. My lord need not worry. With Murou here, leave everything to me. Indeed, though she appeared delicate and spoke with a timid, fragile charm, having witnessed her formidable combat prowess, Han Yilin felt a profound sense of security. That was true. What was there to panic over? He wasn't expected to face the Pingtian army single-handedly. Cheng Murou's combat strength was already terrifying enough. Li Ziho was slightly weaker, yet the gap was negligible. Behind him stood nearly 2,000 soldiers. If they couldn't hold the line with such forces, he might as well pack his bags and retire. Moreover, should he wish it, Han Yilin could still bolster his ranks further. It would merely require additional resources, trifling compared to the stakes of life and death. With this thought, his mind not only stilled, but also stirred with a keen anticipatory thrill. At the same moment, east of the county, across several li of open wilderness, 3,000 soldiers of the Pingtian army advanced steadily along the dirt road. At the vanguard of their formation, a burly middle-aged general rode atop a warhorse. His name was Niu Hongshan, commander of the Black Mountain Vanguard Camp. Once merely a butcher, his life changed a year ago when a devastating drought struck his homeland. The local authorities seized his family's grain stores, and his parents' wife and child all perished in successive hunger. With all avenues closed, he slew the tax collectors sent to press levies, and led several hundred starving refugees from the vicinity to join the Pingtian army. Over the past year, he campaigned north and south with the Pingtian army. Though lacking in strategic finesse, his valor on the battlefield and fearlessness in charge allowed him to rise from a mere squad leader to his current command through sheer ferocity and fierce engagements. Some time ago, he suddenly received reports that 2 forward camps had lost contact, prompting him to dispatch scouts to investigate. The inquiry revealed that an unknown power had emerged west of his vanguard camp, Jiayin County boasting a garrison of roughly 500 soldiers. Faced with this intelligence, he felt surprised yet hardly astonished. After all, the ability to swallow 2 forward camps demonstrated that this force was far from weak. Nevertheless, he did not hold Jiayin County in high regard. In the final analysis, it was merely 500 men. To Niu Hongshan, this was a platter of rich meat placed squarely before his mouth. Sustaining such a garrison implied substantial reserves of grain, weaponry, and copper coins within the city walls. Thus, after several days of preparation, he had set out the previous day with 3,000 troops, intent on crushing Jiayin County and plundering its stores of grain and treasure. Now, as the distance closed, the corners of Niu Hongshan's mouth twisted upward of their own accord, a slow cynical sneer taking shape. How dare they provoke the Pingtian army, truly ignorant of their own fate? Do they genuinely believe capturing 2 forward camps grants them parity with us? In recent years, countless imperial forces had fallen beneath the Pingtian army's boots. Even the capital of the Jing kingdom had already been breached. Moreover, during these past days, he had dispatched spies into Jiayin County to gather intelligence. Among the tidings was word of 2 peerlessly beautiful women, residing in the county magistrate's manor, both possessing faces that could topple cities. One exquisitely delicate, the other enchantingly captivating. At this thought, a heated passion surged within Niu Hongshan. If such beauties truly exist, leaving them here would be a waste. I shall take them back to camp as my playthings. Ha ha ha. Between peals of laughter, the distance shrank rapidly. Soon, the silhouette of Jiayin County's ramparts emerged on the horizon, gazing at the towering walls and the defenders arrayed in solemn readiness. Niu Hongshan's brow furrowed slightly. By his past experience, Jiayin County appeared not quite as easy a conquest as he had imagined. Yet, as they drew nearer and the view sharpened, the moment Niu Hongshan discerned that the defenders upon the ramparts were nothing but armed militia, all his reservations dissolved into thin air. These so-called militiamen wore no armor, and their weapons were as varied as they were inadequate. Besides rudimentary swords, spears, and halberds, there were scythes, axes, and hoes. This ragtag appearance practically branded them with the mark of a rabble. Though slightly more numerous than the 500 mentioned in the intelligence reports, Niu Hongshan saw them as nothing but dregs and scum. What combat value could a mob of conscripted peasants possibly hold? Furthermore, not a single organized unit of archers could be seen upon the walls, without sufficient archery cover to suppress the defenders. Even the sturdiest rampart was merely an elevated mound of earth. Once ladders were placed, the 3,000 Pingtian soldiers would scale the walls and engage them in close-quarters combat. Breaching the city would then be merely a matter of time. Here my command entire army. Immediately fall the surrounding trees and fashion siege ladders. Before dusk today, I will host a victory banquet within their city. No sooner had the order been transmitted, when a subordinate general stepped forward to intercede. Commander, ordering the troops to storm the walls directly via ladders will likely result in needless casualties. It would be wiser to have the soldiers first harvest timber nearby, to construct battering rams, shield wagons, and other siege engines. Once preparations are complete, we can launch the assault. Upon hearing this, Niu Hongshan dismissed the council with indifference, bordering on irritation. Fabricating heavy siege engines would require at least 3 to 5 days, and he had no intention of wasting so much time before a petty county town. Moreover, against such a modest stronghold, why go to such elaborate lengths? There is no need, he stated flatly, waving a broad hand. A mere county town hardly warrants the expenditure of time. But, however, I accept no maybes. Seeing his deputy persist, Niu Hongshan's expression darkened instantly. Where does all this nonsense come from? Do you intend to defy my orders? Or do you think this commander lacks military knowledge? A single sentence sealed the man's lips effectively. The deputy dared not speak further and retreated. The Pingtian soldiers promptly dispersed, beginning the labor of constructing ladders. Compared to constructing heavy siege engines, crafting ladders was considerably simpler within 4 hours. Dozens of them lay ready. The siege commenced. War drums thundered to life as dozens of siege ladders were shouldered by soldiers of the Pingtian army marching in vast formation toward the city walls. Behind the ranks, 500 crossbowmen knocked their arrows in unison. As the assault formation drew near the walls, a single command from the officer sent a dense barrage of arrows soaring into the air, raining down upon the battlements. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of soldiers had already scaled the ramparts. The entire operation had proceeded with an ease that far exceeded their expectations. Yet awaiting them was no ragtag militia with mismatched weapons, but light infantry already positioned in ambush behind the parapets, battle-ready and lying in wait. Before these men could even gain their footing on the wall, several streaks of cold steel sliced through the air toward them. Whoosh! Blood sprayed. The vanguard of the Pingtian assault, never given a chance to register what was happening, was cut down where they stood. The reinforcements climbing over the crest finally caught sight of what greeted them. A line of fully armored professionals wielding slender, deadly blades. Han Yilin's strategy was straightforward. Yilin County currently had no archers, so attempting to hold the walls against the Pingtian crossbow barrage would only invite unnecessary slaughter. So instead he chose to yield the ramparts deliberately and draw the enemy up. The ladders were narrow, allowing only a handful of soldiers to crest the wall at any given moment, and he had positioned troops at each landing zone accordingly. As soon as Pingtian soldiers appeared, they were surrounded and overwhelmed. The enemy's momentum stalled entirely. Beyond the walls, Niu Hongshan watched the scene unfold, and his expression darkened. In his view, capturing such a modest county seat should have been effortless. Over the past year, he had taken fortress after fortress. Magistrates, upon seeing the Pingtian standard, either fled with their families or opened their gates in surrender. And yet this rabble dared to resist. Absolute folly. You sorry lot, he snarled. A measly little county town, and we still cannot seize it. Deploy the rear divisions in full strength. We take this place before dark. With the order issued, every soldier of the Pingtian army threw themselves into the assault. 3,000 men attacked from 4 directions, simultaneously scaling the ramparts with ladders in endless waves. The tide-like onslaught immediately pressed heavily upon Han Yilin. His 500 light infantry, necessarily spread across all 4 faces of the wall, could not halt the continuous enemy climbs. Even with Cheng Murou joining the fray, a single individual's strength could not shift the overall course of battle. The walls of Zhejiang County became nothing short of a grinding mill of flesh. Blood spray everywhere, bodies and severed limbs scattered about, the air thick with the coppery stench of slaughter. Fortunately, this dire state would not endure. Just as the defensive strain at Zhejiang reached its breaking point, from the distance came a low rumbling sound. Rumble. The roar grew steadily closer, the ground trembling faintly beneath it. Feeling the earth quake, a dark foreboding seized Niu Hongshan. He turned to follow the sound and saw a cavalry force had emerged from nowhere behind the lines, charging straight toward him. A massive cloud of dust erupted skyward, hooves thundered like rolling storms, and at the forefront rode Li Zihao, his painted halberd held high. The sight plunged Niu Hongshan's complexion to its darkest hue. Intelligence had indicated merely 500 soldiers stationed at Yilin, yet now the walls teemed with defenders, and 200 mounted troops lay in ambush beyond the ramparts. With the cavalry bearing down, Niu Hongshan abandoned all thought of the assault, and hastily commanded, "Cease the attack. Rear divisions to the front. Hold them at all costs." These soldiers, battle-hardened from countless engagements, responded with disciplined efficiency. Though the sudden repositioning caused initial disorder, they quickly settled into defensive formations. Yet just as the Pingtian troops had finally arranged their line to meet the charge, Li Zihao yanked his reins hard and brought his horse to an abrupt halt. At barely 100 paces from the formation, the 200 light cavalry swung wide, in perfect unison, and thundered past the enemy lines. They did not break formation to charge. Though clad in armor, these were not heavy cavalry by any measure. And with the Pingtian forces already prepared, a direct assault would have exacted a heavy toll regardless of the outcome. Han Yilin's orders to Li Zihao were simply to harass the flanks. And yet the scene before him made Niu Hongshan's face flush crimson with rage. Damn them! These bastards! Do they think they're toying with me? Resume the assault. Niu Hongshan roared through gritted teeth, his voice trembling with fury. Ignore the cavalry. Take the wall. The main force launched its attack anew. But once more, at the very moment they committed to their fiercest push, Li Zihao struck from the flank. Niu Hongshan's veins bulged with anger, his teeth grinding audibly. Though he grasped the cavalry's purpose, to provoke, to harass, he could not afford to neglect them. Had he ignored them, and the horsemen actually charged, the consequences would have been dire indeed. Time and again this cycle repeated itself. Each assault met with Li Zihao's sudden appearance, forcing the Pingtian forces to divide their attention between the walls ahead and the threat at their rear. Constantly running to meet threats on both fronts, the Pingtian soldiers grew nearly spent, their stamina utterly drained. As dusk descended, reluctant as he was, Niu Hongshan had no choice but to call off the attack. Pressing onward would yield nothing but needless slaughter. Sound the retreat. All forces fall back. The copper gongs rang out, and the Pingtian army receded from the base of the walls like a tide pulling away. Yet he did not withdraw far. Instead, he established camp just beyond the eastern gate. Through the afternoon's fighting, he had read the enemy's strategy: hold the walls at all costs while the cavalry harassed his flanks. Coordinated together, these tactics made a full-scale assault impossible. So his response was clear: neutralize the cavalry first. Niu Hongshan ordered his men to fell timber and construct wooden palisades, chevaux de frise, and sharpened stakes around the camp. Crucially, these fortifications were positioned not to the front, but along the flanks and rear. His plan was straightforward: use the camp defenses to absorb any cavalry charge, freeing his forces to press the siege unimpeded. Once the city fell, he could turn his full attention to dealing with the mounted contingent, a problem for later. Now, as twilight deepened, the soldiers worked through the evening under orders, felling trees and erecting fortifications, while simultaneously strengthening their defensive positions. Standing nearby, Niu Hongshan regarded the fortified walls with a scowl. Tonight you buy yourselves one more night of life. But tomorrow, when I breach these walls, your blood shall flow like a river. The Pingtian army labored through the night, and only in the small hours did the camp finally take shape. After a day of forced marching, sieging, and constant repositioning, exhaustion had claimed most of the soldiers. With the work done, they collapsed into their tents one by one. Only a handful of sentries patrolled the perimeter as the camp sank into silence. Within the county, Han Yilin watched the dense cluster of fires visible beyond the eastern gate, weighing in his mind whether to seize the moment for a nocturnal raid. Jiayin County. West of the city, Li Zihao rushed back as soon as he received the news. Han Yilin and Cheng Murou had already been waiting there for quite some time. After exchanging greetings, Li Zihao voiced his suspicion. Sir, are you planning to launch a nighttime raid on the Pingtian army's camp tonight? That's correct. After such a tiring day, I don't believe they still have the energy to guard against us at this hour. After hearing Han Yilin's analysis, Li Zihao immediately nodded. In this situation, I think we should give it a try. This might be the moment when they are most relaxed. However, they have placed obstructions on the sides and rear of the camp. We may only be able to attack from the front. Hearing the problem, Han Yilin smiled. Isn't that simple? Who said only cavalry can go around the back? What do you mean, sir? It's simple. You just switch positions with Cheng Murou. Han Yilin said confidently. The obstructions can stop warhorses, but not infantry. Cheng Murou will lead the infantry out through the west gate, circle around to the rear of the Pingtian army's main camp for a surprise attack. Once the camp is in chaos, you'll lead the cavalry in through the east gate. Attacking from both front and rear, I don't believe he can hold out. Hearing this, Li Zihao's eyes lit up instantly. This plan of yours is brilliant, sir. Cheng Murou also chimed in. Rest assured, sir. As long as I can charge and they won't have the chance to reorganize their formation. Seeing that both agreed, Han Yilin no longer hesitated. Then let's do it. Murou, you lead all the infantry out of the city immediately. Li Ziho, you lead the cavalry and wait at the east gate. The two of them clasped their fists in unison. Yes, sir. Once the arrangements were made, they immediately took action. It was already the latter half of the night, less than 2 hours until dawn. If they delayed any longer, the element of surprise would be lost once daybreak arrived. After Cheng Murou led the soldiers out of the city gate, Han Yilin returned to the eastern tower. Standing on the city wall, he gazed out at the camp outside the city. In the darkness, he could still faintly see the flickering lights from the Pingtian army's camp. At the same time, a map interface appeared before his eyes. He could clearly see dense red dots gathering outside the city gate, with only a few scattered red dots moving around the surroundings. Clearly, these were the soldiers on patrol duty. On the other side, a cluster of green dots was moving toward the Pingtian army's direction. 5 li. 3 li. 1 li. At this moment, the Pingtian army's camp was dead silent. After a day's exhausting labor, the Pingtian army soldiers were extremely weary. They were all sound asleep in their tents, with snoring rising and falling in waves. Although there were patrol soldiers and sentries around the camp, they too had been tired from the day's work. Now their eyelids drooped, and they kept yawning as they walked. Some simply leaned against the wooden fence, closing their eyes to take a nap. At this moment, on the outskirts of the camp, a patrolling soldier half opened his eyes in a daze. In his haze, he thought he saw a human figure in the woods ahead. Just as he was about to move closer to get a better look, Cheng Murou had already appeared before him. The soldier rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things from exhaustion. A woman this late, he muttered. Before he could finish, a cold flash of light streaked through the air. The blade pierced his throat in an instant. Cheng Murou caught his body before it could hit the ground and make a sound. Then she continued to approach quietly. All the patrol soldiers near the camp, including the sentries, were silently eliminated by Cheng Murou. Of course, this wasn't because her stealth techniques were particularly superb. It was simply that these soldiers were all yawning non-stop, with many barely able to keep their eyes open. Under such lax conditions, it was naturally easy to succeed. Soon all were taken care of. The infantry behind her immediately followed. Before long, over 1,000 soldiers had silently reached the rear gate of the camp without arousing any suspicion. As for the obstructions, they could indeed deter cavalry charges, but against infantry their effectiveness was quite limited. The soldiers carefully navigated through the gaps in the obstructions. Where passage was impossible, they worked together to move them aside. Soon a path was cleared at the rear of the camp. It was at this moment that Cheng Murou gave the order to attack. Attack! The cry of battle suddenly tore through the night sky. Almost simultaneously, dozens of torches were lit and thrown over the wooden fence into the camp. Tents, grain carts, and piled up dry grass quickly burst into flames. Over 1,000 soldiers flooded into the camp like a tidal wave. Many Pingtian army soldiers were still asleep when their throats were slit. Even those far away were awakened by the cries of battle. In their panic, they had no time to put on their armor or form ranks. One by one, they were overwhelmed by the tide. Enemy attack. Enemy soldiers in the rear camp. Wake up quickly. Panicked shouts echoed from all directions. In the darkness, figures scrambled everywhere. The fire spread rapidly, igniting tent after tent. Soldiers who had been sleeping soundly scrambled to escape, and in an instant chaos ensued. At this moment, Niu Hongshan, the commander, was awakened first. Both alarmed and enraged, he demanded, "What's happening?" As he questioned, he sat up from his bed. Outside the tent, the cries of battle, screams, and gong sounds mixed into a cacophony. His personal guards rushed in frantically. "Commander, enemy forces have broken through the rear camp." The rear camp. Niu Hongshan's face changed color. "What's going on? Why was there no alarm? Where are the patrol men?" Niu Hongshan watched the cavalry charging from the front, his face finally turning pale. Only at this moment did he truly understand that Jiayin County had never intended to passively defend the city from the very beginning. The crucial point was that they were completely different from the intelligence reports. Seeing that all was lost, Niu Hongshan could no longer bother organizing further resistance. He led a dozen of his personal guards, mounted their warhorses, and prepared to escape from the side of the camp. Although this battle had cost him all his main troops, as long as he could return alive, there was still hope for a comeback. However, not long after they charged out, a slender figure appeared ahead. Cheng Murou held a Miao sword, standing quietly amidst the flames, her gaze calm as she looked at them, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Niu Hongshan instinctively reined in his warhorse, but after seeing that the person blocking their path was only a woman, the shock on his face quickly turned to anger. "Get lost!" he roared, swinging his long blade as he charged on horseback toward Cheng Murou. Even though someone who could appear here was surely not an ordinary woman. It was not until the blade reached before her that she suddenly struck. Her first slash sent the Miao sword diagonally upward, and with a crisp sound, the long blade in Niu Hongshan's hands was directly knocked flying from his grip. The tremendous force numbed his arm, and his entire body nearly tumbled from the saddle. Before he could recover from this terrifying strength, the second strike already followed relentlessly. A cold gleam flashed across, and both man and horse were cleanly severed in one stroke by Cheng Murou. Niu Hongshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the frail-looking woman before him. He could not comprehend how he would be slain so effortlessly by such a woman. Yet he had no chance to speak, for in those final moments before death, he watched with his own eyes as his upper body along with the horse's head slid downward along the neat blade mark. His lower half remained seated on the horseback. Boom. The corpse fell heavily to the ground. Behind him, the other personal guards witnessing this scene were already terror-stricken to the point of having their courage shattered. Where would they find the nerve to resist? Either turn and flee or drop their weapons and surrender. In an instant, the Pingtian army that had been resisting just moments before completely lost all will to fight. At the same time, atop the city walls, Han Yilin also received the battle victory notification and report. Congratulations to player Han Yilin for successfully defeating the Black Mountain Vanguard camp of the Pingtian army. This battle resulted in the elimination of 1227 enemy troops and the capture of 1652 prisoners. Soldiers who participated in the battle have gained substantial experience. Would you like to watch an advertisement to double the experience for your militia? Seeing the notification, although it did not mention his own losses, it was obviously a decisive victory. A smile instantly spread across Han Yilin's face. Awesome. Brilliant. What's there to ask? Anyone who skips an ad is a bastard. What do you mean all ads are trash that not even dogs would watch? If dogs won't watch them, I will. The moment he agreed, the advertisement appeared. In the scene set against the backdrop of a city tower, Jackie Chan stood alone in military attire with weapons hanging at his waist facing the wind. In the distance, warfare raged with countless armored soldiers engaged in fierce combat. The clash of weapons and battle cries intertwined, making the entire battlefield look incredibly brutal. Just then a group of people slowly approached and stopped beneath the city tower. Their leader halted, looking up at Jackie Chan on the tower with an undertone of resentment. Big brother, shouldn't it be your turn to step down as the city lord? After speaking, he turned to look at the crowd behind him, as if voicing endless grievances. Back in those days, we fought our way from the novice village all the way to Stone Tomb, level 7. I was so nervous during my first PK. For the guild, I even became a red-named killer. As he recounted, his emotions grew increasingly agitated, and his voice kept rising. In every siege, wasn't I always at the forefront? So, I should be the one to become city lord. As his words fell, the atmosphere around him instantly froze. On the city tower, Jackie Chan suddenly raised his hand and drew a golden dragon-slaying blade from behind him. The moment the blade left its sheath, brilliant golden light illuminated the entire tower. Gripping the blade with one hand, he pointed the tip directly at the crowd below the city and spoke in a deep voice. If you want to fight, then fight. Tonight at 8 o'clock, I'll wait for you in Sand City. Han Yilin. Why is it that the day I guard the city, your advertisement is also about guarding the city? And it's surprisingly the legend endorsed by Jackie Chan. How many celebrities did you find to endorse back then? Advertisement viewing complete. All soldiers under your command have gained double experience in this battle. After the advertisement ended, Han Yilin glanced at the soldier list. Except for a small portion of militia who perhaps had not participated much in the battle, all the other soldiers had reached maximum level. However, this was not all. After watching the advertisement, Han Yilin was about to go downstairs to the outside of the city to check the battle losses and spoils when he barely shifted his position and a new notification suddenly appeared again. Moreover, there were 2 consecutive notifications. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Zhajian County faction for becoming the first on the entire server to defeat 1,000 regular army troops in open field combat. Reward 1000 grain, 1000 timber, 1000 stone, 1000 iron, or 1000 copper coins. Broken Army War Banner blue. Broken Army War Banner. Type War Relic. Effect passive. While the county magistrate holds it, the combat power of all troops under his command increases by 5. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Zhajian County faction for becoming the first on the entire server to defeat 3,000 regular army troops in open field combat. Reward 300 grain, 300 timber, 300 stone, 300 iron, or 300 copper coins. Zhuge, repeating crossbow blueprint purple. Zhuge, repeating crossbow purple. Type repeating crossbow. Attack 32. Armor piercing 16. Effective range 60 meters. Maximum trajectory range 120 meters. Crafting cost 20 timber, 5 iron, or 2 cow tendon silk ropes. Description: increases the firing speed of crossbow bolts at the cost of attack damage and range. The appearance of 2 consecutive announcements left Han Yilin frozen in place. Of course, what was most shocking was to the other players. What the hell, are you kidding me? Open field combat. 3,000. Is this against the Pingtian army or the Imperial regular army? Please turn off your cheats. Whose transmigration includes bringing the whole family portrait. Cheating so blatantly. Hope their parents are in good health. Good lord, cursing without using a single dirty word. I have to curse, it's damn infuriating. When I fight a level 5 territory, I lose a bunch of people, and he's already completely annihilated 3,000 in open field combat. It didn't say completely annihilated, but fighting 3,000 regular army troops in open field combat is a completely different concept from fighting 3,000 bandits. I'm still more curious about who exactly they're fighting. Does anyone remember that during the day the big shot said he envied us for being carefree? Hiss. Doesn't this mean that as we develop further we'll also have to experience this? How the hell are we supposed to fight 3,000 regular troops? It's not like you have to fight now. When you develop to the late stage you'll definitely have the corresponding strength. I'm still more concerned about what the Broken Army War banner actually does and what it's useful for. By the way, isn't anyone interested in the Zhuge repeating crossbow? Isn't it obvious that it's a weapon blueprint? What's the point of being interested? Would they just give it to you? Inside the chat channel, curiosity, admiration, envy. In short, a whole spectrum of emotions flooded every corner. To these players it truly felt numbing. After all, every couple of days Yilin County would trigger a server-wide announcement and reap all sorts of rewards. Who wouldn't be green with envy at such a sight? The key point was that these broadcasts also allowed a rough estimation of Yilin County's current military strength. Last time an announcement was triggered they had routed the Pingtian Army's outpost camp and reopened the trade route. Most players already understood the difficulty of that outpost camp, 500 defenders, a hard difficulty purple tier. But now, it was 3,000. 6 times the troops, and Yilin County had still crushed them in a field battle. Against strength like that they weren't even worthy to look up. At this stage many players had already captured tier 5 land, but usually at a heavy price. Compared to the gains it was simply not worth it. Moreover, they were all still busy building barracks and gathering resources. Overall, they seemed to be living in a different era from Yilin County. At that moment Han Yilin finally snapped out of his daze. Wait. This thing can actually trigger a server-wide announcement. To be honest, Han Yilin truly hadn't expected this announcement. Moreover, judging by the numbers, 1,000 triggered it, 3,000 triggered it. Didn't that mean 5,000, 10,000, 100,000, or even more could also trigger a server-wide announcement? The more regular troops you crush, the richer the rewards, and you got plenty of special items as well. So the first one to brave it got this sweet a deal. They fought a battle and won a complete victory, on top of which they received a large amount of resources and gold out of thin air, plus 2 special items. At this moment Han Yilin finally understood what it meant to be one step ahead, every step ahead. After all, these rewards were only for the first to accomplish the feat. Afterward, no matter how brilliantly other players fought, unless they broke a new achievement, they wouldn't receive a single reward. The gap between first and second place would only widen. This is a damn pleasant surprise. Suppressing the smile at the corner of his mouth, Han Yilin began inspecting the items he had just obtained. 1 curio, 1 blueprint. As for the curio, nothing much to say. It was already the third one. Although its quality wasn't high, it could boost the army's combat power. A genuinely good find. In comparison, Han Yilin preferred the second item, the renowned Zhuge repeating crossbow. Historical records claimed it could loose 10 bolts in a single shot. However, later research suggested the truth was that it could fire 10 bolts in rapid succession. A magazine was mounted on top to hold 10 short bolts with a push-pull handle installed at the rear. When the handle was pushed and pulled, the mechanism automatically completed the sequence of dropping a bolt, cocking the string, and loosing the bolt. No need to manually draw the string or load a bolt. Of course, those were merely later speculations. With no actual artifact surviving, no one today knows the truth. But the blueprint in his hand made it clear that this version of the Zhuge repeating crossbow sacrificed damage and range in exchange for rate of fire. Looking at it that way, Han Yilin felt it was probably similar to the reconstructed Zhuge repeating crossbow. Simply put, it could fire in rapid succession. For Yilin County at this moment, this was an absolute godsend. Just earlier they had been worried about having no archers, now problem solved. They didn't need archers, they could simply transition to crossbowmen. As for the reduced damage and range, those were minor issues. On the battlefield, what mattered was fire coverage. Whether firing straight ahead or arcing shots from above a repeating crossbow was an absolute nightmare for soldiers without armor. Take, for example, the White Horse volunteers. White Horse. I'll make sure they never make it back. After the cold snort, Han Yilin realized belatedly, wait. Aren't the White Horse volunteers my own men too? They'd better come back. That would be a huge damn loss. After checking the gains, Han Yilin didn't linger on the gate tower. He hurried down the stairs and headed toward the military camp outside the city. Outside the city, within the Pingtian army's camp, the flames had already been extinguished. Li Ziho was leading his men in clearing the battlefield. All the fallen bodies were gathered together and placed aside for burial to prevent an outbreak of plague. Weapons, armor, bows and arrows, and other spoils of war were also collected and gathered together. The surrendered prisoners were placed under guard. Meanwhile, Cheng Murou was tallying the battle losses. When she saw Han Yilin approach, she hurried over to meet him. My lord, what are the casualties? Han Yilin asked directly. I've finished tallying them, Cheng Murou replied. Our forces suffered 272 dead and 155 wounded. More than 70% of them were ordinary militia, the rest were infantry and cavalry. Upon hearing the numbers despite the overwhelming victory, it was clear that the Pingtian army had put up fierce resistance in the process. Moreover, many had already died defending the city during the day. Combining the daytime defense casualties with the night battle, their own dead numbered over 500, and the wounded numbered more than 200. Though he had foreseen this before the battle, Han Yilin couldn't help feeling heavy-hearted, and even a trace of self-blame. After all, it was he who had devised the tactics, and he had even foreseen that those militia would suffer heavy losses. But the fact they had been recruited meant they weren't mere data, not just a number in the barracks, but living, breathing people. Clenching his fist, he turned and looked toward the place where the dead lay. Han Yilin murmured, "Such tactics were the first, and will be the last. I won't use them again." Admittedly, when faced with war, one could rapidly mass troops by recruiting large numbers of militia in a short time using cheap resources and the ad multiplier. If this were just a game, Han Yilin would feel no psychological burden whatsoever, because that was truly just a game. No matter how many died, they were just a string of numbers. It was just like that monk who said online that playing a murder game was the same as the crime of murder. As a result, commenters below ridiculed him one after another. "What should we do, master? Are we Paradox players already qualified to take over hell? I've killed many demons in World of Warcraft and saved the world countless times. Saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I've saved so many that I should be able to attain Buddhahood on the spot. I play Plague Inc. every day, doesn't that make me? With 5,000 hours of CSGO, I think I'm beyond saving." Han Yilin was the same, having played games for so many years who hadn't killed people in games. In Age of Empires Red Alert Romance of the Three Kingdoms heroes, games where you could recruit soldiers, who would actually treat those soldiers as people. No one would. They really were just strings of data. But now, it was truly different. They were people. When Han Yilin had conceived this tactic, he hadn't thought so far ahead. But when he actually saw the casualties and those piled up bodies, his heart couldn't help but grow heavy. Perhaps sensing Han Yilin's mood, Cheng Murou offered comfort. "My lord, need not blame yourself. Had we lost this battle, more lives would have been forfeit upon the fall of the city, including countless innocent civilians. These soldiers fought to defend Yilin County. Their deaths should not rest upon your shoulders." Han Yilin fell silent for a moment, then slowly unclenched his fists. "You speak truly," he replied quietly. "I am well aware of these matters. As the old saying goes, a general's glory is built upon 10,000 withered bones. War inevitably claims lives, that I understand. But these soldiers were recruited by my own hands. As county magistrate, I must take responsibility for them." With that, Han Yilin steeled himself and pushed down his emotions. He knew full well that the dead could not be brought back. Standing there wallowing in guilt served no purpose. All he could do now was ensure proper arrangements for the fallen. Select a plot of land outside the city to bury all our fallen soldiers together. Erect a memorial stele. Engrave each man's name upon it. They died defending Yilin County. They deserve to leave their names behind. Cheng Murou nodded solemnly. "Understood." Han Yilin continued his orders. "Additionally, send all the wounded to the medical clinic. After their wounds are bandaged, arrange for them to bathe in Huaqing Pool." "Yes." After receiving her instructions, Cheng Murou set off about her duties. Han Yilin then sought out Li Ziho. "Have the war spoils been counted?" "My lord, we have nearly finished the inventory. Excluding damaged weapons and armor too ruined to use, we captured 2,746 weapons and 2,382 sets of leather armor. We also seized 472 bows, over 33,000 arrows, 163 warhorses, and 126,000 units of grain. Additionally, 1,652 prisoners of war. All the weapons and armor are green quality. However, there is one set of blue quality armor and weapons, as well as a batch of warhorses except." Hearing this, Han Yilin failed to notice the awkward expression on Li Ziho's face. "There is blue quality gear. Where is it?" Li Ziho's expression grew peculiar as he pointed toward something nearby. Over there, Niu Hongshan's corpse lay upon the ground. A massive crack marred the chest plate of his armor, and beside it lay a warhorse with its neck nearly severed clean through. The weapon is intact, but the armor was cleaved in two by General Cheng's blade and will require repair before it can be used again. As for the warhorse, Li Ziho did not finish his sentence. The answer was self-evident. Han Yilin could not help but roll his eyes, his lip twitching. "I should have told Cheng Murou to hold back. That was a blue-quality warhorse, reduced to nothing with a single strike." Han Yilin lamented heartbreakingly, yet as he gazed at the mountain-like piles of war spoils nearby, his mood improved considerably. But soon upon seeing the vast sea of prisoners, his expression darkened instantly. Good heavens, so many captives. How much grain would they consume each day? In an instant, Han Yilin came to understand why ancient generals so frequently ordered the massacre of prisoners. Beyond cruelty and personal disposition, the primary reason was simply a lack of provisions. They could barely feed their own people, let alone sustain over 1,000 captives. As for slaughtering them all, Han Yilin felt he was not yet that ruthless. Secure the prisoners in the detention cells first. Their rations can be reduced. My lord. What is it, eh? Li Ziho appeared troubled as he spoke with embarrassment. Our security office's detention cells can hold at most 200 people, and that is only when packed to capacity. Han Yilin was momentarily speechless. This was the first time he had ever fretted over having too many prisoners. The crucial point was that the security office had already undergone one upgrade and was currently a level 2 building. Yet with over 1,000 captives remaining, where could he possibly house them? Releasing them was impossible. Was there really no human trafficker around? For a moment Han Yilin even considered selling the prisoners. Forget it, let us try persuasion first. We shall see how many remain afterward. Thinking thus, Han Yilin gestured toward the prisoners with his chin. Li Ziho immediately understood and strode over to begin negotiating surrender terms. This required no grand orations. Simply one question: will you surrender? Those who agreed were promptly arranged to proceed to the training grounds for rehabilitation, after which they would be incorporated into the army. Soon quite a few raised their hands to indicate willingness to surrender. But upon counting there were only about 200. Over 1,300 still refused, and the detention cells could not accommodate them. Helpless, Han Yilin ordered, "For now assign someone to keep watch over them." Li Ziho understood the difficulty and nodded. Understood. With the prisoner matter addressed, the focus shifted next to weaponry. There was not much to discuss regarding the arms. Aside from equipping the troops, everything else could be sold. But first, they needed to replenish the combat losses from this battle. Before the battle, Yilin County had fielded 1,600 soldiers, comprising 500 light infantry, 200 cavalry, and 900 militia. Now, after the fighting minus the fallen, the numbers stood at 427 light infantry, 153 cavalry, and 461 militia. Gazing at these figures, Han Yilin transferred some militia members to light infantry, restoring the light infantry contingent to 500. As for cavalry, I don't even dream about it. At least not until the grain problem is resolved. Retraining is far too grain-intensive. They simply could not afford to maintain them. With that settled, over 300 militia remained. Han Yilin decided that once the Zhuge repeating crossbow was crafted, he would convert them all into crossbowmen. As for archers, he would return to Zhuangli and demand a refund later. He did not even care about losing the deposit. After all, the patent quality items gained from this battle would surely fetch a fine price. At least in the short term, Yilin County need not worry about finances. Still, having said that, Han Yilin selected 47 militia members and assigned them to the training grounds, planning to have Li Ziho teach them horsemanship. These militia members were intended as reserves to be urgently converted into cavalry only when war broke out. This way they would not bear the daily grain consumption cost. Pleased with his ingenuity, Han Yilin muttered, "I am a genius indeed." After much busying about, he finally finished handling the battlefield clothing, war spoils, and cleanup matters. By this time dawn had long broken. Holding to the sentiment of having come this far, Han Yilin recruited refugees on the spot, hoping to learn where this group of wanderers had emerged from. But the result? After reading the prompt 3 times, those refugees had appeared at the west gate, the exact opposite side. This made Han Yilin seriously suspect that wherever he watched, the refugees simply would not appear. Good heavens, what in the world is happening? The rating jumped from 6.8 directly to 7.8. You are truly demanding I update 10,000 characters daily. Dear readers, as I have said before, I have now spent nearly 3 years on Fanxiao. I have written several books with hundreds of thousands of active readers, yet none have received high praise. This is the only one to reach a rating above 8.0. I will absolutely update 10,000 characters daily, a promise unrelated to performance. Even if tomorrow the active reader count drops to single digits, the pledge remains unchanged. I will update at least to 600,000 characters with 10,000 characters daily. Why 600,000? Because at over 400,000 characters the book will face testing laughs. After recruiting the refugees, Han Yilin arrived at the armory, intending to dispose of all the surplus weapons he had just seized. As for the bows and arrows, he had originally planned to return them all and craft Zhuge repeating crossbows instead. However, when he opened the blacksmith's interface and tried to craft the Zhuge repeating crossbow, he was startled to discover that the current Yilin County simply could not produce it. Components such as the crossbow body, bolt magazine, and grip could be made in the carpentry workshop, while the blacksmith could craft the trigger mechanism and other metal parts. But the most crucial bowstring. Under the present conditions, there was simply no way to make it. Generally speaking, there are 3 main materials for making bowstrings. The most common and affordable is hemp. Rami hemp or flax twisted into multi-strand strings. It is cheap, easy to obtain, and most practical for equipping large numbers of ordinary troops. The second is animal sinew such as cattle and deer tendon, which is dried, pounded, torn into fine fibers, and then twisted together. Sinew strings are tough but troublesome to make and rather susceptible to moisture. Finally, there is silk. Its fibers are fine and strong, well suited for twisting into uniform bowstrings, yet the cost is significantly higher than hemp. According to the blueprint for the Zhuge repeating crossbow, what was required was not a single material, but a combination of ox sinew and silk. Ox sinew was easy enough to come by, but where in the world could he find silk at this stage? For the time being, the Zhuge repeating crossbow was out of the question. Han Yilin felt extremely frustrated, like having a mountain of gold at home, yet being utterly unable to spend it. There was the Zhuge repeating crossbow among weapons and the white horse followers among troops, yet none of them could be fielded. How could that not be frustrating? Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the armory. After finding Zhuangli, Han Yilin dumped out all the captured weapons and some leather armor at once. Naturally, Han Yilin could not sell all of these spoils of war. For instance, the war horses could be kept for now. The cavalry would certainly need to be expanded later. As for bows and arrows, since the Zhuge repeating crossbow was out of the question, these bows could serve as a stopgap. As for the leather armor, it must first be used to equip all the militia. That being the case, the only things left to sell were the weapons and the surplus leather armor. Let's see how much this comes to. Very well, my lord, the usual terms. Fine. These standard-issue weapons of the Pingtian army are indeed of good quality. Here I Zhuang congratulate you, my lord, on your great victory in this battle. Stop with all that useless flattery. Oh, right, one more thing. The bows and arrows I ordered earlier, I don't need them for now. We captured quite a few from this victory. No matter, no matter. Zhuangli replied with a smile. Soon after counting the items, he picked up an abacus and began clicking it rapidly. My lord, at the old price, the total comes to 948 yen. As he spoke, he went back into the shop, brought out 9 banknotes, each with a value of 100 taels along with some loose silver, and handed them over. My lord, here are the silver notes. Please count them. After taking them, Han Yilin didn't bother counting. Once he put them away, they turned directly into a string of numbers on his data panel, faster than a currency counter, showing at a glance how much money had increased. At this moment, perhaps because the amount was too large, the unit in the money column on the panel had changed from copper coins to silver. Territory: Jiayin County. Level 2 County. County Magistrate: Han Yilin. Population: 4,819. Wealth: 9,527 taels. Food: 217,883. Soldiers: 1,041. People's loyalty: 100. Public order: 100. Power value: 23,250. Looking at the panel, the first thing Han Yilin noticed was the change of unit in the wealth column. He wasn't surprised by this, as using copper coins as the unit would indeed easily result in excessively large numbers. In contrast, what he cared more about was the current population of Jiayin County. Unexpectedly, without my noticing, we've already reached nearly 5,000 people. If this battle had had fewer casualties, we could have upgraded right now. But it's only a day late anyway. To upgrade the town hall to level 3 in addition to materials, there was an additional requirement, a population of 5,000. After holding back for more than 10 days, he was finally about to meet the requirement. As for other players, Han Yilin figured that anyone developing normally had probably already upgraded their town hall to level 2 long ago. Moreover, in terms of resources, this battle could be regarded as a great harvest. Especially food. They had captured 100 units, which directly extended Jiayin County's life by more than 10 days. Han Yilin finally understood why the art of war said, "He who excels in warfare conscripts his troops only once, and does not transport provisions a third time. He takes equipment from his own state, but relies on the enemy for grain, so his army's food will be sufficient." It must be said the enemy's grain tasted especially sweet. For a moment, Han Yilin even wished the Pingtian army would deliver takeout a few more times, so he would no longer have to worry about food. However, that was certainly wishful thinking. The next time they came, there would probably be more than 3,000 troops. Moreover, after this battle, Han Yilin felt that the Fallen Kingdom's Empress quest would likely have no chance to play out through the Pingtian army storyline. But that didn't really matter. Whoever became emperor had nothing to do with him. What Han Yilin cared about more was the quest reward. Thinking of this, Han Yilin checked the various gains he had made recently. First, there were the strange artifacts. He currently owned 3. Rocky Mountain City Foundation Gold Territory Artifact. Myriad Guests Lamp Purple Commerce Artifact. Breaker of Armies War Banner Blue War Artifact. Different types had different effects. As for crafting blueprints, he had obtained earlier the Wind-Splitting Meow Saber and the Fish Scale Light Armor. These two had now nearly become the standard equipment of Jiayin County. The blacksmith shop was clanging away every day forging them. Today he had obtained the blueprint for the Zhuge repeating crossbow. In addition, during the past few days of sweeping through various areas, Han Yilin had also obtained quite a lot by opening treasure chests, including a green quality weapon, the Willow Leaf Dagger, and a blue quality pair of boots, the Wind Treading Boots. A green quality shield, the leather-covered round shield. Most of these blueprints were not very practical. As for the boots, compared to the priority of armor and weapons, they would naturally have to be put off for later. Besides that, there were also some building blueprints, most of which were rather useless. Now Han Yilin really wanted to know what conditions were needed to unlock the trading house, so he could get rid of these blueprints. After settling matters, Han Yilin had no intention of attacking any more resource areas. The soldiers had just experienced a great battle, and certainly all needed rest. Moreover, there were many wounded soldiers who needed aftercare. Han Yilin dumped all these matters on Li Ziho, and then under the guise of going back to rest, he actually went off to frolic in the water. One more day passed. The next day, the 19th day, since the nationwide game had started. After waking up, Han Yilin's first task was to recruit refugees. With the population increasing by 240, the total finally surpassed the 5,000 mark. This also fulfilled the condition for upgrading the town hall to level 3. With a thought, the light screen before him switched to the building list, and Han Yilin's gaze immediately landed on the town hall.